Before getting started with Excel, you'll need to know how to find the application on your desktop. See how to access the app from your Windows 10 search bar, Start menu, and how to pin the app to your taskbar for quicker access. Now, in order to access the Excel application, you can either open an Excel document or you can find the application on your computer. To locate the Excel application, I can go down to the bottom left-hand corner, and on my Windows 10 computer, I can select the search bar. From the search bar, I'm going to type in Excel. Once I type in Excel, I can see at the top of the search results that I can open the app directly by selecting it from the list. Once I open the application, I can see at the bottom of my computer that the app icon appears in my taskbar. Now, in order to quickly access Excel, I can pin it to my taskbar. To do this, I can go over the icon with my mouse and right-click. From the right-click menu, I'm going to choose the option Pin to Taskbar. Now, if I close the application by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner, I can see that the application remains in my taskbar, and next time I need to open it, I can go down to my taskbar and select the icon. Now, another way you can locate the Excel application is via the Start menu. So if you go down to the bottom left-hand corner, you'll find the Windows Start menu. From the Start menu, you'll notice on the left-hand side that you have a list of applications ordered in alphabetical order. If I scroll down the menu, I'll be able to come across Excel under E. Now, in order to quickly access the application, I can also pin it to my Start menu. This means I can store the application directly in the right-hand menu. To do this, I can go over the application and right-click with my mouse. From the right-click menu, I can choose Pin to Start. Now, each time I open my Start menu, I'll be able to quickly access the application on the right-hand side. Now, if you have a lot of applications pinned to your Start menu, you can also change the size of the icon. To do this, you can right-click over the icon, and you can choose the option Resize, and choose Small. This will leave the Excel icon, and I can still select it to open the application, but this will also enable me to store more applications on the side of my menu. Now, if you'd prefer to have a desktop icon, you can do that as well. So if I go back to the left-hand side, within my Start menu, I'm going to hold down the left button on my mouse, and I'm going to drag the Excel application onto my desktop. Once I see the option Link, I can let go with my mouse, and I now have a desktop icon. I can hold down the left button on my mouse, and I can move it and place it on my desktop. In order to open the application, I can double select the icon, and the Excel application will open up. So now you've seen different ways on how to find and open the Excel application. If you want to get the most out of Excel, you're going to need to understand how the interface is laid out. Now, whether you're opening an existing Excel document or creating a new document, you'll notice at the top of the interface that you have the document name. Your workbook may contain one sheet or multiple worksheets. Your worksheet is contained in the main interface below. If you have multiple worksheets within a workbook, you'll be able to locate those worksheets in the bottom left-hand corner. For example, if I add a new worksheet by selecting the plus symbol, I can see now I have two worksheets. I can select the worksheet that I'd like to view the information within. Now, within a worksheet, you'll have individual cells. Once you select a cell, you'll be able to identify the location of that cell by the coordinates. The coordinates are identified by the column headers, which are letters. These letters are arranged in alphabetical order from left to right. The second part of your coordinate will be your row number. On the left-hand side, you'll be able to see your row numbers ordered in ascending order. So I can see that within my spreadsheet, I have the cell E4 selected. You'll also be able to see whichever cell you have selected by going up to the top left-hand corner of the interface and viewing the name box. For example, if I have somewhere else selected in my spreadsheet and I can't see which cell has been selected, I'll be able to refer to the name box in the top left-hand corner to know which cell has been selected. Now, if you'd like to add contents to your cell within your worksheet, you can double select the cell, and when you see the blinking cursor, you can enter your data. You can also enter your data by going up to the top of the interface and selecting the formula bar. From here, you can type in your information directly. You'll notice to the left of your formula bar that you have a cancel option, an enter option, as well as an option to insert functions directly into your cells. Now, once you start adding data to your worksheet, you'll be able to modify that information. To do this, you'll need to go up to the top of the interface and you'll find your Microsoft Tool ribbon. Within the tool ribbon itself, you'll find that you have multiple tabs. Within these tabs, you'll find specific tool sets to modify the information. Under the Home tab, you'll find commonly used formatting tools such as font, alignment, and even styles. If you'd like to insert information such as a table or chart, you'll need to select the Insert tab. You'll also see options such as page layout and formulas. Page layout is ideal if you're planning on printing out your spreadsheet material below. Once you select your information, you can go up and modify the margins, orientation, as well as size of the paper you'll be printing on. If you're looking to insert a formula, you can select the Formulas tab. From here, you'll be able to browse the function library and choose the exact function you'd like to insert. Now, if you're looking to insert data or manipulate your data, you can choose the Data tab. From here, you'll be able to transform data, filter data, as well as manipulate your data with data tools and the outline options. Now, if you'd like to spell check the data within your worksheet, you can choose the Review tab. On the left-hand side, you'll find your spell check option as well as a thesaurus. If you would like to modify the view in which your spreadsheet is displayed, you can choose the View tab. On the left-hand side, you can choose from one of the 3 preset views, as well as modify the aspects that will show, such as grid lines. You can even find your zoom tools in the center. Now, the last tab you'll find is your Help tab. From here, you'll be able to give feedback and find help regarding Excel. Next to your Help tab, you'll also find the Search tool. From here, you can find specific items or even find tools in your toolbar that you would like to access. Now, if you would like to hide your tools underneath your tabs, you can easily do that from the ribbon display options. To do this, I can go up to the top right-hand corner, choose the ribbon display menu, and you'll see the option Show Tabs. Now, I can see each tab, but I cannot see the tools underneath. To access those tools, I'll need to select the tab, and I can choose from one of the tool sets below. Now, if I would like to hide my tabs as well, I can do that by going up to the top right-hand corner, choosing the Display option, and choosing the Auto Hide ribbon. This will automatically format my spreadsheet in full screen mode, and in order to access my tools, I'll need to select the More Options menu pictured as 3 dots. From here, my toolbar and tabs will drop down, and I can choose the specific formatting tool that I would like to use. Now, if I'd like to revert to the default view, I can go back up to the Display mode and choose Show Tabs and Commands. Now, if you'd like to just quickly hide your tools underneath your tabs, you can choose the arrow found in the bottom right-hand corner of your tool ribbon itself. In order to use your ribbon, again, you'll need to select a tab, and you'll find your tools below. You can repin it to your interface by choosing the thumbtack icon found in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, besides accessing your tools within the tabs below, you can also use your Quick Access toolbar. You'll be able to find this feature in the top left-hand corner of your interface. For example, by default, I have a Save option, Undo, and Redo tools. If I'd like to customize and add or remove specific tools, I can select the Customize menu on the right-hand side and add those tools that I would like to have quick access to. Now, if you'd like to quickly access your display or zoom options, you'll also find that feature found in the bottom right-hand corner of your spreadsheet. From here, you can change your display from normal to page layout, as well as page break. As you can see in the bottom right-hand corner as well, you'll have a toggle that you can slide to the left or to the right to increase or decrease your zoom, as well as the zoom percentage itself, which you can modify by selecting. Now, if you'd like to minimize your workbook at any time, you'll see at the top right-hand corner of the menu that you have a minimize option. You can re-expand your menu by going down to the bottom, choosing the Excel icon, and selecting your workbook to open it back up again. You can also choose to reduce the size by selecting the double squares, and you'll be able to view your window with your desktop in the background, or if you'd like to take up all of your desktop, you can select the square again. To leave your spreadsheet at any time, you can select the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen a little bit more on how to get around and use the tools that Excel has to offer. The zoom function can be used to adjust how you visualize your spreadsheet in Excel. You can make your data entries larger in order to focus on them more precisely. You can also pull away from your data to get an overall view of your spreadsheet and its structure. Now, if I would like to zoom into data on my spreadsheet below, I can first select the cell that I'd like to zoom into. Once I've done this, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and you'll find your Zoom tool. To zoom in, you can select the plus symbol found on the right-hand side of the toggle. Once I select the zoom option, it's automatically going to zoom into my spreadsheet. Now, if I'd like to zoom into a selection of cells, I can do that as well. To do this, I'm going to take my mouse and I'm going to select the specific cells I'd like to zoom into. Once I've done this, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select the plus symbol again to zoom into those cells. Now, if I'd like to zoom out, I can use the minus symbol as well. To quickly zoom in and out, you'll find the toggle in the center. If you hold down the left button on your mouse, you can drag to the right-hand side to zoom in further, or you can drag it to the left-hand side to zoom out faster. Now, besides using this toggle, you'll find your zoom in the bottom right-hand corner. The percentage display is the current percentage on your spreadsheet. If I select this percentage, a menu will appear. From this menu, I can choose from the default presets to apply to my zoom. If I would like to zoom in 200%, I can select this option and choose OK at the bottom of the menu. Now I can see that I've zoomed in 200% into my spreadsheet. Another way you can access your Zoom tools is by going up to your View tab found within your tool ribbon. From the View tab, you'll find your Zoom tools just below. To revert to the 100% zoom, you'll find 100% in the center, and this will bring you back to your original zoom. If you'd like to create a custom zoom, for example, if you'd like to zoom into a selection, you can select your cells, and you can go up to the top and choose Zoom to Selection. This will automatically zoom to the largest size to fit all of your selection within the spreadsheet. Now, another way you can create a custom zoom is by going up to the Zoom menu, and from the same Zoom menu that you can select in the bottom right-hand corner, you'll find an option at the bottom, Custom. To enter your custom zoom, you can select the field on the right-hand side, and you can choose Backspace to remove the current zoom and enter your own custom zoom. After you've done this, you can choose OK at the bottom of the menu. Now, to return to the default zoom, again I can go up and select 100. And I can scroll up and I'll be able to view all of the contents within my spreadsheet at a normal zoom view. So now you've seen how to use the Zoom tools within Excel. Excel features 3 different preset view modes: Normal, Page Layout, and Page Break. See how to access and use all 3 of these, as well as create your own custom view in Excel. From my Excel worksheet, if I would like to print out this particular worksheet, I can use my default preset view modes to organize my sheet. For example, if I would like to verify the margins of my sheet, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and you'll see the option Page Layout in the center. From Page Layout, I'll be able to see the breakdown of both the pages that I have for the specific worksheet. Now, the Page Layout tool is useful for modifying your margins. The margins is the white space between your spreadsheet and the edge of the page. To remove this space, I can go between my 2 pages where I have the gray line. To hide the white space, I can select this area with my mouse, and this will collapse that white area, and I'll be able to view and compare my data more easily. Now, if I would like to print out all of my worksheet onto one single page, I'll need to use the Page Break view. To access this view, I can again go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and the icon farthest to the right is your Page Break preview. Once you select this option, you'll be able to see the page breakdown of your worksheet. If I'd like to move all of my contents onto one single page, I'll need to go where the page is separated, and once I see the horizontal arrows, I can hold down the left button of my mouse, and I can drag out this line to the end of my worksheet. Now, if I'd like to move it all the way to the edge so there's only one single page, I can again select this line, hold down the left button of my mouse, and drag it to the edge of the page. Now, if you've modified your page in a particular way that you would like to use again, you can save it as a custom view. To do this, you'll need to go up to your tool ribbon and select the View tab. From the View tab, if you go towards the left-hand side, you'll find your default page layouts. To create a custom view, you can select the Custom View icon, and from this menu, in order to add a new custom view, you can choose Add on the right-hand side. Now from here, I'll need to give my view a name. After I've done this, I can choose OK at the bottom of the menu. Now if I'd like to revert to the default view, I can select the normal option found in the bottom right-hand corner, or I can also select the normal option from my tool ribbon within the View tab. Now if I want to come back to my custom view at any time, I can come back to the View tab and choose Custom Views. From Custom Views, I'll see that view I had just created. I can select it and choose Show on the right-hand side, and my view will be activated. As you can see, this is quite useful if you have a specific print view that you'd like to use for your worksheet. Now, if I'd like to remove any custom views, I can easily do that by going up to the top, choosing Custom Views, and selecting the view that I'd like to remove, and choosing Delete in the bottom right-hand corner. Once I select this option, I can confirm by choosing Yes from the pop-up menu. Now to leave the Custom Views menu, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. Now again, to return to my normal view, I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose Normal. So now you've seen how to use the predefined view modes as well as create your own custom view mode in Excel. If you find that you need to work on multiple documents simultaneously, there are a number of tools you can use to organize your workspace. In Excel, you can open multiple workbooks at once. You can also adjust how you visualize these windows and how you move from one to another. Now from my desktop, I notice that I have two separate workbooks opened up. If I'd like to move between these workbooks, I can go to my workbook behind and select it, and I'll be able to view the contents below. Now, if I'd like to move the window altogether, I can go up to the top of the workbook, hold down the left button on my mouse, and drag and place it on my desktop. I can also choose to resize the window by going up to the outer corners. Once I see the diagonal arrows, I can hold down with the left button on my mouse, and I can drag it downwards or inwards or outwards to make it larger. Now, if you're working with a workbook that has multiple worksheets, for example, if I select my workbook behind, if I'd like to compare information in two separate worksheets, I can open another window. To do this, you're going to need to go to the View tab found within your tool ribbon, and just below you'll find your Window tool set. In the top left-hand corner, you'll find New Window. Once you select this option, a carbon copy of your workbook will open up. You'll be able to distinguish the two workbooks by the numerical value on the right-hand side. Now, if I want to go down and select a separate worksheet to compare the information, I can select it, and I can drag and compare my information. Now, once you start having multiple workbooks open up on your desktop, if you'd like to view all the information, you can choose the Arrange options. To do this, you'll need to go back up to the View tab, and from the Window tool set, I'm going to choose the option Arrange All. From the Arrange All menu, you'll be able to choose a different arrangement to view your information. For example, if I want to choose vertical, I can select that option, choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll be able to see all my information simultaneously across a vertical layout. Now, besides vertical layout, you can go back up, choose the Window option, and select Arrange All just below, and you'll be able to choose between tiled, horizontal, as well as cascade. For example, if I'd like to view in Cascade View, I can select that option, and choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll be able to easily select my worksheets and compare their information. Another way you can compare information is by using side by side. If you go to the Window tool set within your View tab, you can go up to the top right-hand corner and you'll see the option View Side by Side. Once you select this option, you can choose from one of the other open workbooks and select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, I can see within the side-by-side view, I'll be able to compare the information, and if I go back to my Window tool set, I can even choose to synchronize the scrolling. So I can see by default it's automatically activated, so if I go down to my worksheets and I scroll down with my mouse, I can scroll and compare the similar information. If I don't want this feature activated, I'll need to return to the Window tool set and deselect Synchronize Scrolling. Now, besides using side-by-side view, if you have a workbook that you're not necessarily working on, you can also choose to hide it temporarily. So if I select my workbook behind, which I'm not using, I can go up to the View tab, and I can go down to the Hide option. Once I select Hide, that workbook will no longer appear on my desktop. If I'd like to unhide it, I'll need to return to the Window toolset within the View tab and choose the Unhide option. Once you select this option, you can choose your hidden worksheet and select OK, and that worksheet will open back up. You'll also see additional options to freeze panes within your worksheets, as well as split your screen if you want to divide the window into different panes. If you simply want to switch from one worksheet to another, you can also use the Switch Window option on the right-hand side and choose the corresponding worksheet that you would like to view. Now, if you want to leave a workbook that you've opened up, for example, I'm going to select the workbook just behind. Since this is a second window of a workbook that I already have open, I'm going to go up to the top right-hand corner, select the X, and close that current workbook out. As I can see, if I return to my previous workbook, I can see I no longer have a numerical value indicating that I have the same workbook open in a separate window. Now, if I'd like to leave the split screen view, all I need to do is go back to the View tab, down to the Window toolset, and choose View Side by Side, and this will automatically bring me out of that side-by-side view. So now you've seen different ways on how to manage, as well as move between separate workbooks in Excel. The first step in putting together your spreadsheet is creating a new document. With Excel, you can quickly create a new workbook and start entering your data. You can also use Excel to open an existing workbook. Now, in order to create a new workbook, I'm first going to need to access the Excel application. To do this, I can either select a document and open it directly and create a new document from the File menu, or I can open Excel directly from my taskbar by selecting the Excel icon below. Once you open up the Excel application, you'll be brought to your Excel homepage. From here, to quickly create a new document, you'll notice at the top of the menu that you have the option Blank Workbook. From here, if I select a blank workbook, I'll automatically be redirected to my new workbook. Now, when you create a new workbook, by default, it will be named Book 1. You'll also see the same pattern with your worksheets. For example, I can see that I have a tab labeled Sheet 1. Now, once you start making changes, you can save your document, and this will be stored in your existing files. If you'd like to open an existing file, you can easily do that by going up to the top left-hand corner and choosing your File menu. Now, from the File menu, you can choose Open on the left-hand side, and you'll see at the top that you have your recently accessed documents. On the right-hand side, you'll find your workbooks as well as folders where you may have stored those documents you've worked on recently. If you'd like to open a document from a shared location, you can choose from your OneDrive account or from your SharePoint sites. You'll also be able to browse your computer by selecting the Browse option at the bottom of the menu. Once you choose Browse, you'll need to choose a location on your computer by selecting a location on the left-hand side of your File Explorer. After you've done this, you can select the document that you'd like to open up and then choose Open in the bottom right-hand corner. Now you can also create a new document directly from an existing document that you have open. So if you go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File tab, from the File menu below, you can choose the option New. Once you select the New menu, you'll see in the top left-hand corner that you can create another blank document by choosing Blank Workbook. As you can see, since this is the second document that I've created, it's by default named Book 2. Now, if I'd like to leave this document, I can always select the X in the top right-hand corner. Since I haven't made any changes, it will not be saved. So now you've seen different ways on how to access and create new documents within Excel. Excel comes with a large library of spreadsheet templates. These are predefined, pre-formatted workbooks that can be used to get started on a project quickly. Rather than creating everything from scratch, you can download a template and insert your data. In order to start using Excel templates, you're first going to need to open the application. I'm going to double select the Excel application icon that I have on my desktop. Once you open up Excel, you'll be brought to the Excel homepage. From the homepage, you'll notice below that you have certain templates that you can use suggested by Excel. From here, you can scroll down and browse through the different templates that are suggested on the homepage. In order to start using a template, all you need to do is select it, and a window will appear. From this window, you'll get a preview, and on the right-hand side, you'll have a short description. You'll also notice in the top right-hand corner that you can choose to pin the specific template to your home page, so that way you can easily access it whenever you open Excel. Now, to create a workbook from the specific template, you can select Create at the bottom. If you don't want to use this particular template, you can always select the X in the top right-hand corner. Now, you'll also notice at the top of the interface that you have suggested categories for specific templates. For example, if you're looking for a template relating to business, you can select the Business tab. From this menu, you'll be able to browse through all the different business templates offered by Excel. You'll also notice that certain categories may appear on the right-hand side. These categories will group all the templates relating to Microsoft Office. If I select Business Cards, I can see that there aren't any templates regarding business cards within Excel, but I'll have access to templates for Publisher, Word, and Project. Now, to return to my Excel templates, I'll need to select the back arrow in the top left-hand corner. Now, once I'm brought back to the main menu, if I'm looking for a particular template, I can always use the search bar at the top left-hand corner of the interface. Once I select the search field, I can type in the name of a template or a subject relating to a template that I'd like to create. Once I type in my search term, I can select Enter on my keyboard, and below I'll find related templates regarding Business Plan. In order to start creating my workbook from the template, I can select it, and I can choose Create at the bottom of the menu. Now, once you open up a template, you'll see that you have the default name of the template at the top, as well as any sheets that may be added to that template as well. In order to start using your template, you can select a cell and start modifying the data. I'm going to place my company name in the top left-hand corner. So first, I'm going to select the text, then enter my custom text. After you're done updating your template, you can always save it by selecting the Save icon found in the top left-hand corner. From here, I'll be rediverted to the Save menu where I can choose a location on my computer and save that particular document. Now, to return to my document, I can select the back arrow in the top left-hand corner. Now, if I'd like to create another workbook based on a template, I can do it from an open existing document. To do this, you can go back up to the File menu in the top left-hand corner, and from the File menu, you can go down and choose New. Once you select New, you'll be brought back to the same page that you can access from the home page on Excel. So at the top, you can choose your categories, or you can browse through suggested templates below by using the scroll bar on the right-hand side. Now, once you find a template that you would like to use, you can select it and choose Create. So now you've seen different ways you can browse, search, and use templates in Excel. Worksheets are used in Excel to manage different sets of data within a workbook. A single workbook can contain multiple worksheets, all of which can be modified and managed individually. If you want to get the most out of Excel, you're going to need to know how to navigate between your worksheets and how to modify their properties, such as their position, their name, and even their color. So as I can see, I have a workbook opened up. Your workbook is indicated by the name at the top of the interface. Each workbook can contain one or multiple worksheets. You'll be able to find your worksheets by going to the bottom left-hand corner of the interface. As I can see in my workbook, I have multiple worksheets, some of which cannot be seen within the menu below. In order to view all of my worksheets, I may need to select the three dots found on the right or left-hand side of my sheet names. This will enable me to quickly skip to the end of my sheets, and if I'd like to go to the beginning of my sheet list, I can go to the left-hand side and select the three dots again. As you can see, this will skip you back and forth in your list of sheets, and if you'd like to view an individual sheet, you can select it with your mouse, and you'll see that once your sheet is highlighted, the data will show above. You'll also find on the left-hand side that you have a set of arrows which you can use to navigate through your sheets. Or, if you'd like to see the complete list of all your sheets, you can right-click over these arrows with your mouse, and you'll get a list of your sheets. From here, you can select your sheet and choose OK to open up the sheet within your workbook. If you'd like to add a new sheet, you can choose the location which you'd like to insert that sheet. Depending on the sheet you have selected, once you select the plus symbol found on the right-hand side, your new sheet will be inserted directly to the right of the sheet that you have selected. Once you add a sheet, by default, that sheet will be labeled Sheet 1. If you'd like to rename the sheet, you can double select the tab, and you'll be able to type in a new name. You can also rename your sheet by selecting the tab and right-clicking with your mouse over that tab. From the right-click menu, you'll find the option Rename. Once you rename your sheet, you can select Enter on your keyboard, and the name will be changed. If you'd like to insert a template within this sheet, you can do that as well by going down to your sheet, right-clicking over the tab, and if you go to the top of the menu, you'll find the option Insert. From the Insert menu, you'll find an array of different templates that you can select and choose OK to insert directly into your sheet. To view the full list of templates, you can also select Templates on Office.com. I'm going to leave this menu by selecting Cancel. Now, if you'd like your sheet tab to stand out a bit, you can also add color. To do this, you can go over your sheet name, right-click with your mouse, and from the right-click menu, you'll find the option Tab Color. On the right-hand side, you'll find the default Windows theme colors as well as standard colors. For example, if I'd like to add green as my tab color, I can go down and choose green. And once you've added a color, you will not see it once the sheet has been selected. But if you go to another sheet within your workbook, you'll be able to see that sheet color will indeed help your sheet stand out. If you have a lot of sheets within your list and you would like to only view certain sheets, you can hide those sheets you no longer want to view. To do this, you can go over your sheet tab name, right-click with your mouse, and choose the option Hide. This will enable you to hide multiple sheets and only focus on those sheets you want to concentrate on. Now, if you'd like to unhide those sheets, you can easily do that by going over any tab name, right-clicking with your mouse, and choosing Unhide. From here, you'll get the list of sheets that are currently hidden from your workbook. You can select the sheet that you would like to unhide, and then choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Besides hiding your sheets, you can also reorder and move your sheets. To do this, you can select your sheet by holding down the left button on your mouse. Once you see that you have a paper icon, you'll also see that you have a black triangle that will appear between your sheets. If I start dragging my sheet towards the right-hand side, I can see that I can quickly move my sheet to the end of the list. To move my sheet altogether, I'll need to let go with the left button on my mouse, and my sheet will be moved. Now, if you'd like to remove a sheet altogether, you can do that as well by right-clicking over that sheet, and from the right-click menu, you could choose Delete towards the top. Once your sheet has been removed, you'll no longer be able to access it from your list of worksheets within your workbook. So now you've seen how to manage multiple worksheets within your workbooks in Excel. Knowing how to save your Excel spreadsheets is essential to being able to work on your document over multiple sessions. When saving the document, you can specify the name of the file, where you'd like to store it, and the Excel version that you would like to save it in. Now, when you open up a blank workbook, if you haven't made any editing changes and you would like to leave Excel, you can go up to the top right-hand corner and you'll automatically be able to close the application. But if you make any changes or modifications to your worksheet, for example, if I select a cell and I insert any text or numerical values, if I go back up to the top right-hand corner and select the X, I'll be prompted to save my document. From this window, if I don't want to save and just close the application, I can choose Don't Save. But if I would like to save this document and come back to it later, I'm going to need to select Save. Once you select Save, your File Explorer will open up. From here, you'll need to choose the location on your computer where you'd like to save your file. If I'd like to save it on my desktop, I can select that option. Next, you'll need to distinguish your file name. To do this, you can select the field below and type in a new name for your file. After you've done this, you can also choose to change your file type. By default, it's going to save as an Excel workbook. If you'd like to change this to an older version of Excel to share with another user, or if you'd like to select in PDF format, you can select the drop-down menu, and you'll have an array of different formats to choose from. I'm going to leave it selected as Excel workbook, so I'm going to select outside of this menu. Now, once you've chosen your location, you can choose Save at the bottom of the menu. If you'd rather cancel, you can choose Cancel as well. Now, if you cancel, you'll be prompted to save or not save your document. I'm going to select Cancel from this menu. Another way you can save your document especially if you're saving it for the first time, is to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the Save icon. This icon is found in your Quick Access toolbar. You can also select the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter S. And once you select the Save icon, you'll be redirected to the Save As menu, since this is the first time you'll be saving your document. You can also access this menu via your File menu. So if I go up to the top left-hand corner and select the back arrow, if I go up to the top left-hand side and choose File just next to the Home tab, from your File menu, if you're saving this document for the first time and you select the option Save just below, you'll also be redirected to the Save As menu. This is because this is the first time this document has been saved. Now, in order to save this document for the first time, I can choose a location. At the top, you'll be brought to your recently saved locations. You'll also find any shared locations if you've connected with your Windows account. Now, if I'd like to save it to my computer, I'll need to go down to the bottom of the menu and choose Browse. And again, my File Explorer will open up. From here, I'm going to choose my desktop on the left-hand side. Again, I'm going to need to name my file. And I can choose my file type and select Save in the bottom right-hand corner to save this workbook. Once you save your workbook name will change according to the file you saved it as. If I go to the left-hand side and I move over the Excel application, I can see indeed that my file has been saved to my desktop. Now, if I make any changes to this document, I can quickly save it by selecting the Save icon in the top left-hand corner. And as you can see, I will not be redirected to the Save As menu since I've already saved this document to my computer. If I'd like to change the save location, I'll need to return to the Save As menu. To do this, I can go down, choose the File menu, and select Save As. Now, I can already see that I've saved my file to my desktop, but if I'd like to save this file to a shared location as well, I can do that by selecting one of my locations above. For example, I have my OneDrive account attached. I can select this option, and I can choose to save it in one of my shared folders. If I'd like to change and save it on another location on my computer, I can do that as well by selecting Browse, and I can choose another location on my computer. If I'd like to replace the file that's already existing on my desktop, I can rename the file, or I can keep it as is and choose Save. And as I can see, it says this file already exists. If I'd like to replace the current file that exists on my desktop, I can choose Yes, and my file will be replaced. So now you've seen different ways on how to save your workbook with Excel. A PDF can be opened and viewed by the majority of operating systems and devices, making it a great format for sharing your workbooks and worksheets. Before sharing your document, it's a good idea to adjust your spreadsheet's page layout. Once this is done, Excel can quickly convert your document to PDF. Now, from my workbook below, if I'd like to quickly export this sheet as a PDF, I can go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and choose Export. From the Export menu, I'm going to be sure that Create PDF has been selected, and on the right-hand side, I can choose the icon Create PDF. Now, once you select this option, your File Explorer will open up, and you can choose a location on your computer where you'd like to save your PDF. On the left-hand side, I'm going to choose my desktop, and just below you'll find that your file name by default is your workbook name. If you'd like to change this, you can select the field and enter new text. You'll also see just below that you have the type. If you don't see PDF, you'll need to select the drop-down menu and choose PDF. Now just below, you'll also see that you have the option for files to open after publishing. If you don't want the file to automatically open, you can uncheck this box. You'll also see on the right-hand side that you can optimize your PDF for online publishing or for standard publishing. I'm going to leave it set as standard and then choose Publish in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I can see that my PDF reader has opened up, and since I've exported my file without adjusting the page layout, my table has been split. If I scroll through, I can see, indeed, my PDF has been split up onto 6 different pages. Now, if I only want my table to appear on one page, I'm going to need to adjust my page layout. To do this, I'm first going to leave the preview by selecting the X in the top right-hand corner. And from my Excel document itself, I'm going to first select my table by holding down the left button of my mouse and selecting my cell range. Once I've done this, I'm going to go up to the top of my tool ribbon and select the Page Layout tab. From the tab below, I'm going to choose the option Print Area and choose Set Print Area. Now, once you've selected the area, you'll need to choose the page break. To do this, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and you'll notice within your Page View modes that you have the option Page Break Preview. Now from here, I'll be able to see how many pages I have in my document based on my table selected. I can see that I have 2 pages, and I want this all to print out on 1 page. To do this, I'll need to select the Page Break dotted line by holding down the left button of my mouse and dragging it out to the edge of my table, and then letting go. So now I can see I only have 1 page for my table selected, and in order to export it as a PDF, I'll need to go back up to the top left-hand corner, choose the File menu, and I'm going to go back down the left-hand side and choose Export. From here, I could choose Create PDF, and I can again choose Create PDF on the right-hand side. From my menu, I'm going to again choose my desktop, and since I already have a file with the same name, I'm going to select the file name, and I'm going to put in number 2, indicating this is the second version I'll be exporting. Now to publish this PDF, I'm going to choose Publish in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll be able to see with my preview that I now only have 1 page, and my table fits on the single page. This will make sharing my document a lot easier across multiple platforms. To leave the preview, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. And to return to my normal view, I can go back down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose the normal view mode. So now you've seen how to export your worksheet as a PDF, as well as optimize the layout for your PDF with Excel. If your device crashes while you're working on a spreadsheet, there's always the possibility that any recent unsaved changes will be lost. However, Excel automatically saves documents that you're working on, which you can browse through in case your lost document has been automatically saved. Now, if you're working on a spreadsheet and your Excel application unexpectedly closes, there's a chance that your document may be lost. However, I can see on the left-hand side of the Excel Home menu when my Excel application had closed unexpectedly that Excel had recovered my file. In order to view those recovered files, I can select Show Recovered Files. Now once I select this option, I'll be brought to the Document Recovery menu on the left-hand side. You may also see this menu directly if you open up your Excel document. If I would like to recover this document, I can select it from the menu, and if I go towards the right-hand side, I can select the drop-down menu. From here, I can choose to open, or I can choose to save the updated version directly. If I want to view it, I'm going to select it, and I'll be brought to those changes that had been made. I can go through my worksheets and I can verify which worksheet had been changed, and I'll be able to see the data. Now, in order to replace this version, I'm going to go towards the right-hand side, select the drop-down menu, and choose Save. Once I select this option, it's going to make a new copy of this document, and I'll be able to replace my old copy. As I can see, it's brought me to my file where my copy already exists, and I go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose Save. And I can confirm to replace my old file by selecting Yes. Now, if you close the Excel application without saving a document, it can also be recovered. So if I go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu, from the File menu, I'm going to go down and be sure that I'm selected on Info. On the right-hand side of your Info page, you'll notice if you go towards the bottom, you'll find the option Manage Workbooks. Once you select this option, you can choose to recover unsaved workbooks. Once I select this option, I can see that I've closed a workbook recently that I did not save. In order to recover it, I can select it and then choose Open in the bottom right-hand corner. I can see that I haven't made any changes to this workbook. If I would like to save it, I can go up to the top of the interface and choose the Save As option, and my File Explorer will open up where I can choose a location, change the file name, and then save by selecting Save in the bottom right-hand corner. But since I haven't made any changes to the spreadsheet, I don't want to save it. So if I go back and select Cancel, and I leave the page by going up to the top right-hand corner. Now to remove those auto-save documents, you'll need to return to the File menu, and from the Info menu below, you can go down and choose Manage Workbooks. And again, if you select Recover Unsaved Workbooks, you'll have the same menu as before. To remove this workbook, I can select it, right-click with my mouse, and choose Delete from the bottom of the menu. Now I'll no longer have those saved workbooks that I don't necessarily need to recover. Now if you'd like to adjust your autosave settings, you can do that as well. So if I leave my File Explorer, to manage my autosave settings, I'll need to return to the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and select Options. From your Options menu, you'll need to go to the left-hand side and choose Save. From Save, you'll find your Save options on the right-hand side. You'll see your default save settings, as well as your auto recovery just below. Now, by default, it's set to every 10 minutes. If I'd like to reduce this, I can select the down arrow, or I can type in manually the exact number of minutes. Now, if you reduce the amount of time between recovery saves, this could slow down your Excel application. So be sure to leave it not too quick, but not too long as well, so that way you can auto-recover your changes. You can also choose to keep the option selected for Keep Last Auto-Recovered Version if I close without saving. You'll also find your default save location, so if you'd like to recover those documents, you'll be able to find them within this location. Now, once you're done configuring your autosave settings, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose OK. So now you've seen how to recover unsaved files as well as manage your autosave settings within Excel. If you have additional information to insert into your spreadsheet, such as the document's author, the date it was printed, or its total number of pages, you may find the header and footer tools useful. In order to insert a header and footer to my spreadsheet below, I'm first going to need to go up to the Insert tab found within my tool ribbon. From the Insert tab, if I go towards the right-hand side, I'll find an icon, Text. Within the drop-down menu, I'll find the option Header and Footer. Now once I select this option, I can see at the top of my page that I have 3 separate cells indicated for my header. If I'd like to insert specific criteria for my header, you'll find that a new tab has opened up within your tool ribbon. When you insert a header and footer, you'll find within your Design tab, if you go towards the left-hand side, that you can insert specific header and footer elements. For example, if I'd like to add the sheet name as the header, I can go towards the right-hand side and select this option. I can also insert custom information such as an author by selecting one of the top left or right-hand header cells and entering that information by typing it in manually. Now if I'd like to add information to my footer, I'll need to go up to the tool ribbon and select the option Go to Footer. From the footer, you'll also find that you have 3 separate cells where you can insert information. If I'd like to include a page number, I can select the corresponding cell, and I can go up to the top left-hand side, and within the header and footer elements, I'll be able to find page numbers on the left-hand side. You can also insert additional information such as the current date and time, as well as your file name or even your file path. Be aware when you insert certain information such as the file path, this may cover up certain cells within your header or footer. If this information is by itself, this is not an issue. Now, once you're done including your header and footer, you can select outside to view those changes. Now, if you have multiple pages that you'll be printing out, you'll be able to see your page number will adjust accordingly. As I can see, I'm in the page layout mode, and I'll be able to see my header and footer easily. If you'd like to hide your header and footer while you're in this mode, you can go up to the top of your document, and you'll find if you hover over the top, you'll find that you have 2 arrows going up and down. If you select with the left button on your mouse, this will quickly hide your header and footer, and if you select again, you'll be able to view your header and footer. This will work in page layout mode. This will enable you to get a global look of what your header and footer will look like. If you'd like to modify your header and footer, if you're in page layout mode, you'll be able to quickly expand, view your headers, and select the cells that you would like to modify by selecting them from the list. Once you select this option, your Design tab will open up, and you'll be able to add, or if you'd like to remove your header and footer altogether, you can select the cell, choose Delete, and you can remove that information. Once you remove your footer information or header information, it will no longer be included in your document. For example, if I'd like to remove my footer information, I'll need to scroll down my page, and I can select my footer, choose Delete, and if I select outside, I'll no longer see my header or footer. I can always go back and reinsert it by accessing the Insert menu. You can also insert a header and footer by expanding the option within your page layout view, and this will automatically open up the header and footer option. Again, I can select the field, and I'll be able to access that design tab, and I'll be able to insert my information such as a page number, current date or time, or even custom information. I'm going to insert the option current time, and if I select outside, I'll be able to see those changes. Now, once I'm done modifying my header and footer, I can return to normal view at any time by selecting the normal mode in the bottom right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to insert and manage your header and footer within Excel. Before printing your spreadsheet, it's a good idea to check how it's arranged on your page. Excel features a special view mode, Page Break Preview, which is very useful for visualizing the exact layout of your worksheet. There are also a number of useful tools which you can use to adjust your worksheet's margins and print area. Now, before printing my worksheet, if I'd like to visualize how it would look as a printout, I can easily use the Page Break Preview. To access this display mode, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and I can choose the icon towards the right-hand side. Once you activate Page Break Preview, you'll be able to see a breakdown of what your printout will look like as is. I can see that my table will be split off and part of my table will be printed out on page 2. I can also see that my chart will not be printed out equally. Now, if I only want to print out a section of my worksheet, for example, I only want to select the text from my table, I can do that as well. To do this, I'm going to return to the normal display mode by selecting Normal on the left-hand side. Now, in order to only print out my table, I'm going to hold down the left button on my mouse and select my table from my worksheet. Once I've done this, I'm going to go up to the Page Layout tab found within my tool ribbon. From your page layout, you'll find below that you have an option Print Area. Once you select the option Set Print Area, this will define the selection of text as your print area. So if I go back down to Page Break Preview, I'll be able to see that my element will print on one page. Now, I can also see that it will still be split off on the right-hand side. Now, in order to avoid this, I'm going to need to hold down when I see the horizontal arrows and then drag out this line towards the right-hand side, so that way I can print all of the information found on my table. Another way you can view the preview is by going to the Print Preview. To do this, you can go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and choose Print. Now on the right-hand side, I'll be able to visualize my print preview, and I'll be able to decipher which information will be printed out. Now, if you have a lot of information, you may need to change the page orientation. You can do this easily by going to the left-hand side, and under Print Settings, you can choose Orientation, and you'll have the opportunity to change from Portrait to Landscape. You can also choose to reduce or increase margins accordingly. To fit more information, you'll need to reduce your margins by going down and choosing the Custom Margins menu. Now from here, you can decipher your own custom margins, or you can choose one of the preset Microsoft margin settings. I'm going to choose Narrow to fit more information. Now, in order to fit all the information for a spreadsheet, you can always adjust the scaling as well. To do this, you'll need to go down to the bottom left-hand corner and you'll see your scaling settings. From this menu, you can choose No Scaling, which means your document will appear as is in the worksheet at 100%. Whereas if you'd like to fit all of your information, you may need to choose Fit Sheet to one page. This will condense all of your information, especially on a worksheet, to fit on one page. You'll also be able to verify on the right-hand side how many pages are attached to your document, and once you're happy with the page layout for your selected text, you'll be able to print your document directly. Now to return to my worksheet, I can select the back arrow in the top left-hand corner, and to return to my normal view, I can go down to the bottom right-hand side and choose the normal display mode. So now you've seen how to select and adjust your print area within Excel. Before printing your document in Excel, you should check to make sure it's properly laid out. You can choose the paper format, the margin size and orientation, and even which additional formatting elements are printed as well. Now, if I were to go print this worksheet out directly by going up to the top left-hand corner and choosing the File menu, and then going down the left-hand side and selecting Print, I'll be able to see my print preview on the right-hand side. for this worksheet, I can see that my print preview is separating my columns. For example, if I go down to the bottom left-hand corner, in fact, it will be printing out on a total of 4 pages. If I navigate through the print preview, I can see that comparing and contrasting the information within my sheet could be difficult if I have so many pages. Now, in order to print out this document correctly, I'll need to adjust the page layout. To do this, I can go back up to the top left-hand corner and return to my worksheet by selecting the back arrow. Once I'm back on my worksheet, I'm going to go up to the top of my tool ribbon and choose the Page Layout tab. Now, you'll notice on the left-hand side that you have a section Page Setup. From here, you can adjust certain page layout options to optimize your printout. For example, if you have a lot of information, it could be a good idea to reduce your margins. So if I select the drop-down menu, you'll see that you have preset Microsoft margins as well as your option to create custom margins. Be careful, printers normally don't go below the narrow set margins. It will not be able to adapt to those measurements and you may cut off certain information from your spreadsheet. I'm going to choose narrow so that way I can fit more information on a single page. Now you'll also have to take a look at your information within your spreadsheet. If you have a lot of information going from top to bottom, you can use portrait orientation. But if you notice that a lot of your information is going from left to right, it could be a good idea to change to landscape orientation. To do this, I'm going to return to the Page Layout tab and choose Orientation, and select Landscape just below. Now, if you're going to print out on a different size paper, be sure to choose your paper size. From here, you can choose from one of the standard paper sizes, or if you need to go for more paper sizes, you can select the option at the bottom of the menu. Now, another feature that can help you print out all of your information onto a single page is your scaling. In order to scale your document, you can select Print Titles on the right-hand side of the Page Setup menu. Now, from this window, I'm going to select it and move it over so that way I can better view the information within. From this window, you'll be able to modify the header and footer, as well as margins again, especially if you want to create those custom margins. And on the left-hand side, you'll find a tab labeled Page. From your Page tab, again, you can modify the orientation at the top, and just below you'll find your scaling settings. Now by default it's set to 100%. You can reduce this to fit more information on your page. You can also select the option Fits To. Once you select this option, you can choose how many pages you'd like to fit your worksheet within. I'm going to leave it set as 1, but you can always select it and enter 2, or use the arrows on the right-hand side to adjust the number of pages that you would like to print out your information on. Once you've modified your page setup, you can access your print preview directly by going to the bottom right-hand corner and choosing Print Preview. And now from the Print Preview menu, I'll be able to see all of my information fits on one single page, verified by the bottom left-hand corner, where I can see I only have one page. Now once I've set up my page, I can easily go up to the top left-hand corner and select Print, and to return to my worksheet altogether, I can select the back arrow on the top left-hand corner. So now you've seen how to set up your page layout to print out your worksheet within Excel. When it comes to printing your document, Excel gives you control over a large number of settings and variables. You can, for example, specify how many copies you want to print out, which pages you print, as well as your orientation of your document, and even the paper format used by your printer. Now from the workbook that I have opened up, I notice below that I have 2 sheets. If I'd like to print my entire workbook, I can also select this option within my print settings. To access my print menu, I'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and select Print. Now, from your Print menu, you'll notice on the right-hand side that you have your Print Preview. If you go down to the bottom left-hand corner, you'll be able to navigate the number of pages you may have in your print preview. In order to increase the number of copies you'd like to print out, you'll find this option in the top right-hand corner. To increase, you can select the arrow going up, or you can manually type in by choosing Delete and type in the number of copies that you would like to print out. Now, if you have multiple printers attached to your computer, you can select the drop-down menu and choose the corresponding printer that you would like to use. After you've selected your printer, you'll find your print settings just below. Now, as I said before, I would like to print out my entire workbook, and on the right-hand side, I can see that I only have my active sheet selected. To change this, I can select the drop-down menu just below Settings. and you'll see your option to print entire workbook in the center. You'll also see the option at the bottom to print a selection of your worksheet. So if you'd like to do this, you'll need to return to your worksheet, and you can select a specific cell range and come back to the print menu and choose Print Selection. This could be great if you want to highlight specific information and not necessarily print out the entire spreadsheet. I'm going to choose to print out my entire workbook, and once I select this option, I can see below in my preview that I can now navigate the 2 pages of my printout, which happens to be both of my worksheets. Now, on the left-hand side, I can also choose to print double-sided by selecting the drop-down menu and choose to print on both sides, and even both sides with the flip option. I'm going to leave it selected as one-sided. Now, I can also choose collated or uncollated by selecting the drop-down menu. Uncollated could be useful if you're having a meeting and you want to hand out one sheet at a time. I'm going to leave it as collated so that way the pages are in numerical order 1, 2, 3. Again, if you see your information is not laid out properly, you can also change the page orientation by choosing the drop-down menu and choosing between portrait or landscape. This will correspond with the information that you would like to print out. Now if I scroll down even further, I can modify the page size by selecting the drop-down menu. So if you'd like to print out on a specific paper size, you can choose a corresponding paper size above. This is important if you're going to print on an envelope, for example. Now, you can also adjust your margins if you find that your information is not fitting in your print preview by choosing your margins. You could choose between narrow, wide, or normal, or even create your own custom margins by selecting this option at the bottom of the menu. Lastly, if you find that your information is not displaying correctly, you can also adjust the scaling. Once you select this option, you can choose to fit all of your information on one page. This will enable you to visualize the data within larger spreadsheets, especially if you change the orientation and the scaling at the same time. Lastly, if you'd like to access more advanced page setup options, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select the Page Setup link. From this menu, you'll see at the top that you'll have 4 different tabs. From the Page tab, you can modify the orientation as well as the scaling by manually entering your specific scaling preference. You'll also be able to create your custom margins by choosing the Margins tab. You can adjust the margins at the top, bottom, left, and right-hand sides of your paper. Another interesting feature is your ability to add headers and footers, as well as manage your sheet altogether. For example, if you want to print out in black and white, you can select that option, and this will help save color ink within your printer. Now, once you're done configuring your page setup, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and you'll be able to view those changes. Now, once you're done configuring your setup, you can print your document by going up to the top left-hand side and choosing the print icon. Now, once you've printed your document, if you'd like to quickly access the print menu at any time, you can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter P on your keyboard, and you'll be brought directly to the print menu. To return to my document, I can always select the back arrow on the top left-hand corner. So now you've seen how to adjust your print settings and print out your Excel workbook. Excel can check for any compatibility issues that might be present in your workbook. This can help you make sure that your document will be accessible in older versions of Excel. Now, if you're planning on sharing this document with users that are using a different version of Excel, you can check for compatibility issues. To do this, you'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File tab. From the menu below, I'm going to be sure that I'm selected on the Info tab on the left-hand side. Now, from the menu on the right-hand side, you'll find just below that you have a section labeled Inspect Workbook. From here, you can select the icon on the left-hand side, Check for Issues. Now, from the menu below, I'm going to go down to the bottom and select Check Compatibility. From your compatibility checker, you'll be able to distinguish in the top left-hand corner the type of Excel documents you'd like to check compatibility issues for in the future. So if you select the drop-down menu, you could choose which versions that you would like to check, and if you don't want to check a specific version, you can uncheck the check mark on the left-hand side. Below, you'll be able to see a summary of compatibility issues flagged from your workbook. From here, you'll be able to find any effects, as well as the location of those effects applied. On the right-hand side, you'll be able to see which versions are not compatible with your specific formatting that you've added to your document. For example, I may have issues with Excel 97 through 2003. If I scroll down on the right-hand side, I'll be able to see from significant loss of functionality. If I go down towards the bottom, I'll be able to find minor loss of fidelity. Now from here, I can choose to ignore specific issues, and I won't have to worry about the compatibility if I'm going to share with another user with a different version of Excel. When you're closing and saving your documents, you can choose to automatically check for compatibility by selecting the checkbox in the bottom left-hand corner. Now, if I'd like to save a copy of this report to a new worksheet to save the information for reference within my document, I can choose Copy to New Sheet. I can also save it in a compatible format with my existing workbook by choosing OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, if I'd like to share this document with a user who has a different version of Excel, I can choose to change my save format by going up to the top left-hand corner and choosing the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and select the option Save As. From the Save As menu, I'm going to choose a save location on my computer by selecting Browse. And from the Browse menu, I'm going to choose my desktop on the left-hand side. Now, once I've chosen my location, I could choose to rename my file, especially if I'm saving it in the same location as the original file. Now, once I've done this, below you'll see the option Save As Type. Now, by default, it's set to an Excel workbook, which is compatible with most modern versions of Excel. But if I select the drop-down menu, I'll be able to distinguish the exact format that I'd like to save my document in. If I'm planning to share this file with a user who is using Excel 97, I can go up the list and check that specific Excel format. Now, once I've selected the format, I can choose Save in the bottom right-hand corner. Now again, when I select Save or Close for a specific document, my compatibility checker will automatically open up, and I can choose Continue in the bottom right-hand corner to continue working on my current worksheet. Now, once I save my file in the second format, I'm going to go to the left-hand side and I'm going to slide over my current workbook, and I'll be able to see on my desktop the format of the second file that I've saved. You'll also be able to identify the different format types of the Excel version you've saved according to the Excel icon. I can see this is an older version of Excel because the Excel logo is also saved in the older version. I'll be able to see the new 2019 version in the top example. Now you can also check for your document's properties by right-clicking over the thumbnail icon on your desktop, and from the menu I'm going to go down and select Properties. From here, I'll be able to re-verify the version type just below the file name, and I'll also be able to identify with the file name .xls at the end of the file. Once I'm done verifying the properties of the specific file, I can choose OK in the bottom of the menu. So now you've seen how to check for compatibility as well as save your file in a different format to avoid compatibility issues in Excel. Your Excel workbook contains document properties with additional information about your document. These properties include the document author, modification dates, and a host of other categories. Now, in order to access, view, and modify your document properties, you'll need to go to the File menu in the top left-hand corner. From the File tab, if I go down to the Info tab, you'll notice if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find a section labeled Properties. From Properties, you'll be able to add and modify specific information such as title, tags, and categories. At the top, you'll find the exact size of your document. Now, if I'd like to add a title to my document, I'm going to go towards the right-hand side, and you'll see a field appear. From this field, you can select with your mouse, and you can type in a title for your document. Now, once you've done this, you can add optional tags, as well as a category by selecting the field and inserting that information. After you've done this, you'll find additional information just below regarding the date your document was last modified, as well as when it was created. More importantly, below, you'll find Related People. You'll find the original author of the document, which you can hover over with your mouse. And if you'd like to edit or remove the specific user, you can right-click with your mouse, and you'll see the option from the menu to edit the property or remove the author altogether. Now, if you'd like to add additional authors, you can do that as well by going just below and choosing Add Author. From the menu, you can start typing in the name of the author that you would like to add. Once you've added your author, you can select Enter on your keyboard, and that author will be added. You can add additional authors if you wish, or if you'd like to go further with your document properties, you can access the Advanced Properties menu. To do this, you can go up to the top and choose the drop-down menu next to Properties and select Advanced Properties. from this window, I'm going to hold down with my mouse and move it so that way I can see the information more clearly. Within the Summary tab, you'll be able to modify information such as the title again, as well as add an additional subject, and even modify the authors. If you'd like to add additional criteria such as a manager or even a company, by selecting the field, you can enter that information. After you've done this, you can also add information below, including keywords, comments, and even a hyperlink base. From the Advanced Properties menu, you'll also notice that you have 4 other tabs above. Within the General tab, you'll be able to find information regarding the file type, location, and size. You'll also see the created, modified, and access dates below. If you go towards the right-hand side, within the Statistics tab, you'll be able to again locate the created, modified, and accessed information. You'll also see who has last saved this document. If you'd like to view the contents contained within the workbook, you can select the Contents tab. Lastly, if you'd like to create custom properties, you can select the Custom menu and choose and add your specific properties. Once you're done modifying and updating your advanced properties, you can select OK at the bottom of the menu. And once you make changes to the advanced properties, you'll be able to see those changes reflected in the categories located on the right-hand side. To return to my worksheet, I can select the back arrow on the top left-hand corner. So now you've seen how to access and update your document properties within Excel. Before sharing your document with other users, it's a good idea to check any personal or confidential information that might have been added. The Excel Document Inspector can find comments, data inserted to headers and footers, as well as hidden rows and columns. Now, if I'm planning on sharing this workbook with an external source, I'm first going to check my document for confidential information. To do this, I'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File tab. From the File tab below, I'm going to be sure that I'm on the Info menu, and if I go towards the right-hand side, I'll find within the second section, Inspect Workbooks, that I have an icon on the left-hand side, Check for Issues. From this menu, I can select the Inspect Document option to check for personal information. Now, once I select this menu, I'll need to go through the criteria and check the options that I'd like to inspect for. For example, I can choose to inspect for comments, but if I don't want to inspect for data model, I can uncheck the box on the left-hand side. You can use the scroll bar on the right-hand side to scroll through all of your options that you can choose to inspect within your document. Now, once you're happy with your criteria, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select Inspect. From your inspection menu, you'll find any flagged items with an exclamation point on the left-hand side, and you'll find why it's been flagged. If you'd like to remove certain items, for example, I would like to remove the comments located within this document, I can choose Remove All on the right-hand side. I can also choose to keep elements that I deem not very personal. For example, if I don't mind the information contained within my document properties, such as the author, the absolute path to the workbook, as well as the printer properties, I can leave those items selected. I could leave those items within my document. Now, in order to browse through my inspection, I'll need to select the scroll bar on the right-hand side, and I can scroll through to see if there's any additional information that I need to verify. For example, I'll be able to see that there are headers and footers included. I can choose to remove them, but if it does not contain confidential information, I can choose to keep it as well. I'll also see if I have any hidden rows or columns. Now, be careful, if you select Remove All on the right-hand side, those columns and rows will be removed. Now, once you've selected information, if you'd like to go back and re-inspect your document, you can select the Re-inspect option in the bottom right-hand corner, and you'll be prompted to select the criteria that you would like to inspect again. After you've done this, you can select Inspect, and you'll be able to see your results. For example, if I scroll back up to the top, I'll be able to see, since I've removed my comments, I don't have a flag next to comments to remove that specific item. Now, once you're done performing the inspection, you can choose Close in the bottom right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to inspect and take care of personal information located within your Excel workbook. Individuals with sight difficulties often use specialized tools to identify tags and other structural information embedded in your document. Excel features a document scan that can ensure that your spreadsheet is as accessible as possible for all users reading it. Now, before sharing your document with other users, you want to be able to ensure that everyone can read it. To do this, I'm going to use the accessibility checker, and to access it, I'm going to go up to my tool ribbon and choose the Review tab. From the Review tab, I'm going to go towards the left-hand side and select Check Accessibility. Once I select this option, a menu will appear on the right-hand side, flagging any accessible issues within my document. So if I go up to the top of the menu, I can see that I have hard-to-read text contrast, and I can select the data range, and I'll be able to identify it directly in my workbook. Indeed, I cannot read the headers within the specific table because the fill color is too dark. If I'd like to view more details regarding why this needs to be fixed, I can go down to the bottom of the menu and you'll see additional information. If you'd like to view Excel's suggestions for changing the information, I can go towards the right-hand side and choose the drop-down menu. For example, it's giving me recommended actions to either change the font color or the fill color. I'm going to change the font color to make it lighter in contrast with the dark fill color. To do this, I can select the arrow on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side, I can choose a lighter color such as white. Once I've selected and changed the color, I'll be able to see that the accessibility checker no longer flags this as an issue. Now the second issue is alternative text. If you have an element inserted into your worksheet such as a chart or a photo, you may need to add alternative text so that way screen readers will be able to identify the element in your worksheet. If I select my chart, I can again see the range has been selected, and if I go down below, I'll see why I need to add alternative text to the specific element. Now if I'd like to see the recommended actions, I can go to the top right-hand corner and select a drop-down menu. Now if this item is purely decorative, I can use Mark as Decorative and I don't need to add alternative text. But since this is a chart, I'm going to choose Add a Description. You can also add alternative text by going over the element within your worksheet and right-clicking with your mouse. From the right-click menu, you can go up and choose the option Edit Alt Text. Now from this menu, my Alt Text menu will appear on the right-hand side, and I can choose to add alternative text regarding the information contained within the chart. After I've added my alternative text, I'll be able to see within the accessibility checker that it's no longer flagged as an issue. Now to leave my alternative text menu, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner, and I can do the same to leave my accessibility checker. Now you can also access your accessibility checker via the File menu by going up to the top left-hand corner and choosing the File tab. From the File tab below, you can select Info, and on the right-hand side, you can choose the option Check for Issues just below Protect Workbook. From this menu, you'll see the option Check Accessibility in the center. This will bring up the same menu, and you can go through and make those modifications regarding accessibility in your workbook. To leave the menu, you can select the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to check for accessibility as well as make those accessibility changes in your Excel workbook. If you need to protect the data that you've inserted into your Excel workbook, you can use the protection settings. You could choose to protect individual worksheets and their data contents, prevent users from restructuring your workbook, or locking your entire document with a password. From my workbook below, I have a worksheet opened up which I would like to lock to prevent other users from modifying any of the contents. First, I can go down to the left-hand corner, and within the tab of my worksheet, I can right-click, and from the menu above, you'll see the option Protect Sheet. You can also access this option via the Review tab in your tool ribbon. Once I select the Review tab, if I go towards the right-hand side, I'll find my Protect settings. From here, I can choose to protect my worksheet by choosing Protect Sheet. Once I select this option, I'll see below that all the information that users can modify have been deselected. If I'd like to grant specific permissions, I can go to the left-hand side and check the box. To remove a permission, I can select the box again. Now, in order to protect the sheet, I'm going to add a password by selecting the field above and typing in the password to protect the sheet. Once I've done this, I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose OK. Now, in order to confirm, I'll need to re-enter my password and select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. So now, if myself or another user selects the sheet and tries to make a modification, a warning window will appear indicating that the sheet has been protected and you'll not be able to edit that specific information. To leave this option, I can choose OK. Now, if I'd like to allow certain cells to be edited, I can choose an Allow Range. To do this, I'm going to go down to my second worksheet, and I want to allow certain users to be able to edit specific information, for example, all the information below the headers. So I'm going to first select my range by holding down the left button of my mouse and choosing the cell or the cell range that I would like to allow editing. Once I've done this, I'm going to go up to my protection settings and choose Allow Edit Ranges on the right-hand side. Now once I select this option, I'll need to choose New on the right-hand side to add a new range. From here, I can rename my range, and I can choose to find my reference cells, which I've already selected. If I'd like to modify this, I can select Delete, and I can choose to select alternative cells by choosing the arrow on the right-hand side. Now I'm going to choose a range password by selecting the field, and if I'd like to add additional permissions, I can select the permissions option in the bottom left-hand corner. I'm going to leave it as is, which means if users have this password, they'll be able to modify the specific range. Now to add Allow Edit Ranges, I can choose OK, and I'll need to re-enter my password to confirm, and choose OK to proceed. Now once I've added that range, I can select it, and choose Apply, and then I can choose to protect my sheet by selecting the bottom left-hand corner option. Now once I select to protect the sheet, I'll need to enter another password to protect the current sheet, and I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Again, I'll need to reconfirm my password, and select OK to proceed. This time, if I go over my cells, and I choose Delete, for example, I'll need to enter my password, and I can select OK, and I'll be able to modify the contents within the cell range. Now, besides protecting your sheets and cell ranges, you can also protect your workbook. This will prohibit users from adding additional sheets or changing the overall structure of your workbook. To protect your workbook, you can go up to the top right-hand corner and choose Protect Workbook. Once you select this option, you can add a password and select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And to confirm, you can enter your password again. Once you've done this, you can select OK. Now, if I go down to the bottom and I try to add an additional sheet, I will not be able to add sheets to this workbook. To unprotect your workbook or to unprotect a sheet, you can go back up to the right-hand side, and you could choose to Protect Workbook to unlock your workbook, and you can enter your password and choose OK. This will enable you to go back down and create new sheets and modify your workbook. Now, if you would like to unprotect a sheet, you can go to that sheet, right-click with your mouse over the sheet name, and choose Unprotect Sheet. You'll be prompted again to enter the password, and you can select OK. Now you can go back to the left-hand side, you can select your sheet, and you can also go to the top right-hand corner and choose Unprotect Sheet. Again, you'll need to enter your password and select OK. If you need to modify your edit ranges, you can always go back to the Allow Edit Ranges menu. You could select the range you'd like to modify and choose Modify on the right-hand side, or to remove it altogether, you can choose Delete. And then to leave the menu, you could select OK at the bottom of the menu. So now you've seen different ways on how to protect your worksheets and workbook in Excel. Apply changes to individual or multiple cells in Excel by selecting them. You can select data cells using your mouse, your keyboard, or both at the same time to select cells more quickly. Once you know how to select cells, you can start performing other actions like moving or duplicating data. Now from my worksheet below, I notice that my data is contained within a cell. A cell is identified by its coordinates or cell reference, which is your cell header and cell row number located on the left-hand side. So if I select the cell D5 with my mouse, I can see that the cell is highlighted in black, indicating that this is the cell that has been selected. If you don't know which cell has been selected in your worksheet, you can always use the name box in the top left-hand corner to find your cell reference. Now, if you'd like to select multiple cells simultaneously, you can do that as well. So if I start with the cell B3 by selecting it with my mouse, I can hold down with the left button of my mouse to select multiple cells. So I can go down, or I can go towards the right-hand side, and I can select multiple cells going across columns and down rows. Now, if I don't want to select these cells, I can select outside the cell range to be able to start selecting different cells. If you would like to select an entire column, you can do that as well. So if I'd like to select all the values located within column C, I can go up to the top and select the column header C, and all the values below will be selected. I can do the same for my rows. So if I go to the left-hand side and I select row 6, I'll be able to quickly select the data within. Now, if you'd like to select multiple columns or multiple rows, you can select your row or column, hold the Shift key on your keyboard, and you can go up or down to select your range. So if I want to select rows 6 through 9, I can select 9, and I can see all those rows have been selected. I can do the same for my columns. So if I select column C again, hold Shift with my keyboard, I can go over and select column F, and I'll be able to quickly select all of the cells between column C and column F. Now, if you'd like to select all of the values on your worksheet, you can easily do this by going up to the top left-hand corner, and you'll see the cell selection icon pictured as a triangle. Once you select this icon, you'll see all of the values located in your spreadsheet will be selected. To deselect this, you can select within your worksheet, and the cell that you selected will be the only cell selected. Now, you can also use keyboard shortcuts to select a cell. For example, if I use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter G, I can bring up my go-to menu. From the bottom, I can type in the exact cell that I'm looking for by typing in the cell reference, which is the column and the row number. So if I want to look at cell D4, I can type in D and 4 and select Enter on my keyboard, and I'll quickly be redirected to that cell within my worksheet. You can also use keyboard shortcuts to select entire columns or rows. So if I would like to select the entire row D, I can use the keyboard shortcut Control and spacebar, and you can see that my column has been selected. I can also hold the Shift key and use the arrow keys to select multiple columns simultaneously. If I'd like to select an entire row, I can do that as well. So I'm going to select my cell D4, and to select row 4, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Shift Control Spacebar to quickly select that row. Now if I hold the Shift key on my keyboard and use my arrow keys, I can go up or down and select my row range. To select outside the range, I can select any cell on my worksheet. So now you've seen different ways on how to select cells and data ranges within your worksheet in Excel. The cells found in your Excel spreadsheet can contain both numerical and textual data. There are many different ways of inserting, editing, and replacing data in your spreadsheet. So from my worksheet below, if I would like to insert data into a cell, I'm first going to select the cell, and I can double select with my mouse and start typing in the information that I would like to insert. You can also insert data by selecting your cell and going up to the top of the interface and choosing your formula bar and typing in your information. Lastly, you can also insert information that already exists in your spreadsheet easily by selecting your cell, and you can start typing in that information, and you'll see that when I type in the first 2 letters, I already have a suggestion for data entries that already exist in my worksheet. If this is the exact entry, I can select Enter on my keyboard to quickly insert that data. Now, if you'd like to edit existing data within your worksheet, you can select your cell, and you can either double select with your mouse and remove it by choosing Backspace, or you can also go up to your formula bar, select it, and choose Backspace as well. Now I'm going to type in a new header for the specific row. Now another way you can edit text is by selecting the cell, and once you select the cell, you can start inserting the data that you would like to replace the current data with. As you can see, once I start typing, that text will automatically replace the current text that had existed in the cell before. This is great, but if you're not sure where you've selected on your worksheet, you could be replacing important information. So be sure that you know the exact location of the cell you've selected by either identifying the cell that is highlighted within your worksheet or verifying your cell reference by going up to the name box found in the top left-hand corner. Now, if you've inserted information that you do not want to include into a cell, you can select the cell and choose backspace on your keyboard. You can also select the formula bar and choose backspace, or you can select the cell and choose the delete key on your keyboard to quickly remove the contents of that particular cell. So now you've seen different ways on how to input, edit, and even replace data that already exist within your worksheet in Excel. You will often find it necessary to insert text characters and symbols not found on your keyboard. Excel features a library of special characters that can be inserted into your worksheet. Now from my worksheet below, I would like to insert a special character not found on my keyboard. In order to do this, I'm first going to need to select the cell where I'd like to insert that special character. Now to insert the symbol that I wish to insert, I'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the Insert tab from my tool ribbon. From the Insert tab, if I go towards the right-hand side, I'll find the icon Symbols. From the drop-down menu, I'm going to select Symbol on the right-hand side. Now once you open up your symbol library, you'll notice in the top left-hand corner that you have two separate tabs. The Symbol tab contains all of your symbols located within your Microsoft program. Now below, you can choose to modify the font associated with that particular symbol, as well as choose to view a specific subset of your symbols below. To access these options, you can choose the drop-down menu, and from the subset menu, I can browse through and choose the specific subset that I would like to view. Now, once I've found the symbol that I would like to insert, I can select it from the menu below. From the Symbols menu as well, if you go down towards the bottom, you'll notice that you have your recently used symbols. So if you're using the same symbols quite often, you can select a symbol from the list below. You'll also be able to access your symbols or special characters by going up to the top left-hand corner and choosing the Special Characters tab. From here, you'll have a description of that particular symbol, and you'll have the symbol indicated on the left-hand side. Once you select a symbol, you can choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner, and that symbol will be added to your text. So if I move over my window by holding down the left button on my mouse and dragging it over, I can see indeed that special character has been inserted. You can choose to insert multiple symbols into the same cell. So if I go back to my symbol library, I can go down and choose another symbol and select Insert, and I can see that multiple symbols have been inserted into the same cell. Now if you'd like to remove a symbol, you'll first need to leave your symbol library by selecting Close in the bottom right-hand corner, and select the cell concerned. Once you select the cell, you can choose backspace on your keyboard to remove that particular symbol. Another way you can insert symbols is by using keyboard shortcuts or the Replace tool option. For example, if I select my cell just below, and I go up to my formula bar, I can use the keyboard shortcut parentheses, plus the letter C, and then I can close off those parentheses and choose Enter on my keyboard. I can see that I've automatically inserted the copyright symbol. The same goes for alternative symbols, so if I select my next cell and I insert parentheses, TM, and close those parentheses and choose Enter again, I can quickly insert a trademark symbol. Now this will save you a lot of time if you remember how to insert those symbols. In order to get a complete list of the symbols that you can insert using keyboard shortcuts, you'll need to go to the proofing settings. To do this, you can go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu. And from the File menu, I'm going to go down to the bottom left-hand corner and choose Options. Within the Options menu, I can select Proofing on the left-hand side. And from the Proofing menu, I'm going to choose Autocorrect Options. Now, from the Autocorrect menu, if you go down towards the bottom, you'll find your Replace options and your keyboard shortcuts that you can use to quickly insert those symbols. As you can see, the symbols that I've inserted, parentheses, C parentheses, has given me the option to insert a copyright symbol directly. This will enable you to save a lot of time if you want to insert symbols regularly without having to go to the symbol library. In order to leave this menu, I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and to leave my proofing menu, I can select OK as well. So now you've seen how to browse and use special characters within Excel. In Excel, you can perform simultaneous edits of data cells within the same cell location but found on different worksheets. This could be useful if, for example, you are modifying the header entries for multiple tables across different worksheets. So from my workbook, I notice below in the bottom left-hand corner that I have 3 separate worksheets. Within these worksheets, I have a table located in the exact same cell range. So if I go down and I choose my Paris worksheet, I can see that I indeed have a table. Even though the contents below are different, it's still located within the same cell range. I notice that each of my tables does not have a header. If I go down to my last worksheet, London, I can see that this table as well is located in the same cell range, but does not have a table header. In order to add a header to all 3 of these tables simultaneously, I can easily do this by holding Shift on my keyboard and selecting all 3 sheets. Once I let go of the Shift key, I can go back up to my table header, select the cell, and enter the text. Once I've entered my text, I can select the next cell within the table and enter the header name as well. I can select the last cell and enter the last header. Now, once I go down and I select another worksheet, such as my Paris worksheet, I can see that the text has automatically been inserted to all 3 of my worksheets within my workbook. This could save you a lot of time if your tables are aligned in the same cell range. Now, another benefit of having your tables in the same location is to use formulas relating to the specific cell locations. For example, if I'd like to add the total for my tablet devices with salaries, I can easily compose the formula by selecting the cell, inserting the equals sum, and open brackets to start my formula. Now, to include the cell range from both of my worksheets, I'm going to need to go down and select my first worksheet. And once I've done this, I'll be able to verify that worksheet has been added to my formula within the formula bar. Now, to add my second worksheet simultaneously, I'm going to first hold the Shift key on my keyboard, and then I go down to the bottom left-hand corner and choose my London worksheet. Now, once I let go of my Shift key, I'm going to then need to select the cell in which I'm referencing for the total. Since the cells are located in the same location within their tables in their respective worksheets, I'm going to select the cell E5, and I can see that E5 will be added to my formula above. Now, this E5 will also reference the E5 table found within my London worksheet. Now, in order to complete my formula, I can select the formula bar, I can close off the bracket, and select Enter on my keyboard to calculate that formula. Now I can see that the values have been added for tablet devices and salaries from both my Paris and London worksheets. As you could see, this could save you a lot of time from having to do the sum formula on each individual table and then copy and pasting to my last table located on my summary worksheet. Now I can quickly autofill the rest of my formulas by selecting the cell, going down to the bottom right-hand corner, and once I see the black plus symbol, I can hold down with my mouse. I can drag it downwards and then let go to quickly fill out those formulas for the respected cells on the other worksheets. I can do the same by selecting the top cell and dragging it towards the right, and I can quickly compose the totals for all of those cells relating to the specific cells in their corresponding worksheets. This will quickly save me a lot of time, and if I select each individual cell, I can verify that it's referencing E7 on the London and Paris worksheets, so I can see indeed these are the corresponding cells on the tables located within my workbook. So now you've seen how to quickly edit as well as compose formulas on multiple sheets simultaneously within Excel. If you need to remove data from your Excel spreadsheet, you can use the delete tools. You can remove single cells, cell selections, and even entire rows or columns. Now from my worksheet below, if I'd like to remove values from a particular cell, I can first select the cell, and then I can double select it and choose the backspace key on my keyboard. I can also use this feature by going up to my formula bar and selecting backspace to remove the contents. A quick way to remove cell contents is to select a cell and use the delete key on your keyboard. If you'd like to remove the contents of multiple cells, you'll first need to select your cell, hold down the left button on your mouse and make a cell range selection. Once you've selected that cell range, you can again choose Delete on your keyboard, or from your Home tab within your tool ribbon, if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll notice that you have an icon labeled Clear within the editing tools. Once you select Clear, you can choose the top option, Clear All, to remove all formats as well as contents. Now, if you'd like to remove the contents from a particular column, you can do that as well. To do this, I'm going to select column D, and then I'm going to choose the Delete key on my keyboard to remove the contents. If I'd like to remove the entire column altogether, I can do that by right-clicking over the column name and choosing Delete. Now the same goes for rows. If I select row 8, I could choose the Delete key to remove the contents, and I can right-click over that row and choose Delete to remove the row. If you'd like to remove multiple columns or rows, you can first select your row, so I'm going to leave row 8 selected, and then I'm going to hold Shift with my keyboard and go down and select a complete row range through row 12. Once I've selected all of these rows, I can let go of the Shift key, right-click over the row number, and choose Delete to remove multiple rows. I can also remove multiple columns. So if I go up to the top and I choose column B, hold Shift with my keyboard, and select all the way to column D, I can let go of the Shift key, right-click over the column header, and choose Delete to remove multiple columns. Now, if you'd like to remove all of the contents on your worksheet, you can select all of your cells by choosing the Select All option found in the top left-hand corner, just above your row numbers. Once you select this option, you can choose the Delete key on your keyboard to quickly clear all the contents. If you'd like to clear the formatting as well, you can go up to your Home tab and again to the right-hand side and choose the Clear tool. From here, I'm going to choose Clear All. Now I can see in my worksheet below, I no longer have any contents. So now you've seen different ways on how to clear content from your worksheets in Excel. If you've made a mistake in your worksheet, you might want to use the Undo button. Excel keeps a record of your recent actions and operations. If you want to cancel your previous actions and return your worksheet to a previous state, the Undo History is the tool for you. From my worksheet below, if I go down and I make a change, such as selecting a header and choosing the Delete key on my keyboard, if I find that I would like to undo that specific action, I can access the Undo tool. If you go up to the top left-hand corner of the Excel interface, you'll find your Quick Action toolbar. Within this toolbar, you'll find the Undo icon. Once I select Undo, my action that I had performed has been undone. Once you see the icon is grayed out, this means you can no longer undo any actions. You can also undo an action by using a keyboard shortcut. So if I go back to my cell and I choose the Delete key again, if I'd like to quickly undo that action, I can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter Z. Now, if you perform multiple actions, you can also undo multiple actions within Excel. So if I select my cell and choose Delete, and I would like to insert an additional column by going up to the header, right-clicking with my mouse, and choosing the Insert option. And lastly, I'm going to perform a formatting change to the fill color of my headers by selecting all of my headers and choosing a different color from my Home tab. Now, once I perform multiple actions, if I'd like to go back and undo a couple of those actions or all of those actions, you'll notice if you go up to the top left-hand corner, next to your Undo icon, you'll find a drop-down menu. Within this menu, you'll find a list of actions you've recently completed. If you'd like to go back and undo 2 of those actions, you can select the top 2. Now, if you'd like to return to the previous state of your document where you started out, you can select all those actions, and they'll automatically be undone. Now, if you find that you would like to redo an undone action, you can use the Redo tool. This tool is also found in the top left-hand corner within your Quick Access toolbar and pictured with an arrow going towards the right. As you can see below, you can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter Y to redo actions. Once I select the Redo icon, I can quickly redo actions one by one, or I can select the drop-down menu, and I can redo multiple actions by selecting them from the list. Now, be aware that you will not be able to undo and redo actions if you save and close your document. You'll have to restore a previous version of your document if you'd like to return to the previous state. So now you've seen how to use the undo and redo tools within Excel. Organize your data into lists and avoid re-entering the same categories repeatedly by creating automatic data series in Excel. Now from my worksheet below, I would like to enter a data series. For example, I have a column labeled Order, and I would like to enter the orders and numerical values from 1 through 9. I can manually enter these values by selecting the cell and inserting the numerical values. Now if I'd like to use the Automatic Data Series tool, I'm first going to need to insert at least 2 values. Once I've inserted these 2 values, I'm going to go up and I'm going to hold down the left button on my mouse and select both cells. Once I've done this, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner. And once you see a black plus symbol, you can hold down the left button on your mouse and you can drag down those values to automatically fill out your table. As you can see, this will save a lot of time from having to go to individual cells and inserting those values. Now, if you'd like to insert values that have a pattern, for example, I have my column Customer ID, but each ID is separated by 3 digits. Now, in order to continue this pattern, I can select the top 2 entries, and I go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and again, I'll see the black plus symbol. Now, to insert those values quickly, I can double select the left button on my mouse. And those values will automatically fill out within my table. As I can see, each value is now separated by 3 digits, and I don't have to go through or think about the next value. Now, besides inserting numerical values, you can also insert days of the week. For example, I can see that I have my first 2 entries, Tuesday and Wednesday, and if I select these values, and go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and once I double select with the black plus symbol, I can automatically insert those values. Now, if I'd like to modify the values that I've inserted, for example, I do not want to include the weekends within my day values, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll find the autofill options. Once I select this menu, you'll see that you'll be able to fill according to format, and towards the bottom, you'll see your option for days and weekdays. I'm going to choose weekdays, and this will remove the weekends from my list. Now you can use the same type of procedure for dates. So if I go towards the right-hand side in my last column, and I select the first values that have been entered, if I go down to the bottom right-hand corner, I can double select the plus symbol. And again, if I'd like to remove the weekends, I can go back down to the autofill options, and you'll see that you have the option to fill years, months, as well as weekdays and days. I'm going to choose weekdays again, so that way my values will match with the column to the left of the current column selected. So now you've seen how to use automatic data series within Excel. The Flash Fill feature allows you to automatically and instantly complete data lists. Excel can work out patterns in your data entry by analyzing the data that your table already contains. Once you've started your list, Excel can complete it automatically, thereby saving you an enormous amount of time. Now from my worksheet below, I can see that I started a column containing information from the previous columns on the left-hand side. Now, this could take a lot of time to combine the values of those columns. But with Excel, once you start entering at least 2 values, it will automatically recognize a pattern. For example, if I start typing in the second name value, you can see below that I'll get a list of suggestions for the Flash Fill option. This will automatically complete all of my cells below. If I'd like to complete this action, I can select Enter on my keyboard, and the Flash Fill will automatically fill out my cells below. Now, you'll notice on the right-hand side that you have Flash Fill options. If I select this drop-down menu, I can choose to undo my Flash Fill. I can also choose to accept the suggestions that have already been filled out. I'm going to select the second option. Now, besides detecting patterns of existing information, you can also combine this with new information. For example, if I would like to combine the names located on the left-hand side with an email domain name, I can do that easily by selecting my cell and typing in the email address pattern that I would like to use for the following cells. Now I'm going to enter the second list of values. And you'll see that when I start typing in the second email, that my flash fill will automatically be activated. In order to insert all of these values, I'm going to select Enter on my keyboard, and the flash fill has automatically filled out those domain names. Now this is useful if you have a list of individuals who will be using the same email domain name. You can automatically generate their email addresses. Now if you find that you do not want to use that autofill that you've inserted, you can go towards the right-hand side and select the flash fill options, and you could choose Undo Flash Fill. This will remove those values that you've inserted. If you find that you'd like to redo the flash fill, you can always do that by going up to the top left-hand corner and selecting your Redo Action icon found in your Quick Access toolbar. So now you've seen how to use the flash fill tool within Excel. Drop-down menus are very useful if you want to limit the data values that can be inserted into a cell. They are also very useful if you want to speed up your data entry. In Excel, you can create a drop-down menu via the Data Validation menu. From my worksheet below, I already have a list of values that I would like to use in a drop-down menu. In order to create my drop-down menu on the left-hand side within my table next to the days of the week, I'm first going to select the cell where I'd like to insert my drop-down menu. Once I've done this, I'll need to go up to the top of my tool ribbon and choose the Data tab. From the Data tab, I'm going to go towards the right-hand side, and under the Data Tools section, you'll find the option Data Validation just above. Once you select Data Validation, be sure that you're selected on the Settings tab. Now, in order to create a drop-down menu, you'll need to go under Allows and select the drop-down menu and choose List. From the List option, be sure that the In-Cell drop-down has been selected on the right-hand side. Next, you're going to need to select your data source, which are the values located in a table you've already inserted into your worksheet. To select the source, I'm going to choose the cell selection icon on the right-hand side. Once I've chosen this option, I'm going to go over with my mouse and select the data entries. Once I've done this, I can choose the cell selection icon on the right-hand side. Now, in order to insert my drop-down menu, I can choose OK at the bottom of the menu. Now, once I've inserted my drop-down menu, I'll be able to see an arrow located on the right-hand side. If I'd like to use the same drop-down menu with the following cells below, I can do that as well by going down to the bottom right-hand corner and holding down the left button of the mouse when I see the black plus symbol and dragging down those values for the drop-down menu. Now, once I've inserted my drop-down menu, I'll be able to start inserting values by selecting the cell, choosing the arrow on the right-hand side, and selecting from my list of options, which I had entered in the table on the right-hand side. As you can see, this will save you a lot of time with data entry. Now, if I go down and I try to insert values that do not exist within my table, and I select Enter, I'll get a warning that this data value does not exist within my cell selection. I can choose to retry, but this will give me the same error message, or I can choose to cancel. Now, if I'd like to modify my error message, I can easily do that by going up to the top and choosing the Data Validation menu. From Data Validation, you can go up to the top and choose Error Alert on the right-hand side. From the Error Alert tab, you'll be able to change the type of alert on the left-hand side. You could choose from Stop, or you could choose the drop-down menu and you could choose Warning, as well as Information. If you want to allow users to add information that is not contained within the cells, you could choose the Information option. This will give an information window, but you could still continue entering that information if you want to include it in the cells. In order to add your information, you can choose a title on the right-hand side, and you could choose your error message below. Once you've entered your error message, you could choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And now if I go over and I try to enter the value that does not exist on my list, and then I choose Enter on my keyboard, I now have an information window that appears, and if I want to continue and enter this value anyway, I can select OK, and that value will be added. Now, if you'd like to edit or remove a drop-down menu, you can select the cell concerned, and you can proceed up to the data validation icon. And from this window, you can go to the left-hand side and choose Settings. Now, to remove the menu altogether, you can go down to the bottom left-hand corner and choose Clear All, and this will remove your list. And once you've removed the list, you could choose OK. And now I can see my drop-down menu has been removed, and if I'd like to apply this to the cells below, I can go down and drag out that menu option, and I can see I no longer have any drop-down menus in the cells below. So now you've seen how to insert and use drop-down menus within Excel. In Excel, you can check the spelling of a single worksheet or your entire workbook. Access the spell check function via the Review tab to get started correcting your spelling. Now from my worksheet below, if I'd like to spell check just a specific section within my worksheet, I can choose my cell selection by taking my mouse, holding down the left button of my mouse, and selecting my cell range. Once I've done this, I can go up to the top of my tool ribbon and choose the Review tab. From the Review tab, you'll find your spell check tool by going to the left-hand menu, and under the proofing tools, you'll find Spelling. Once you select Spelling, your spell check window will appear. Once you have a misspelled word, you'll find a list of suggestions below in the left-hand corner. If you'd like to use one of these suggestions, you can select it, and you can choose from Change on the right-hand side, or if this is not a misspelled word, you'll find the options above, Ignore Once, or Ignore All if this word occurs multiple times. I'm going to choose Change on the right-hand side. Once your spell check is complete, you can choose OK from the window. If you'd like to spell check your entire worksheet, you can select your worksheet by going up to the top left-hand corner and choosing the Select All option. Now, if I return to the spell check tool by choosing Spelling, I'll see that I have a suggestion to spell check a word that is not necessarily misspelled. In fact, this is my company name. And if you'd like to add this word to your dictionary, you'll see the option on the right-hand side, Add to Dictionary. This will enable you to come back and spell check, and it will not be flagged as misspelled. Now, if you find that words are being flagged as misspelled when they're not necessarily misspelled, be sure to check your language value as well. If I go down to the bottom of the menu, I can see that it's set to English United States. If I'd like to change my dictionary language, I could choose the drop-down menu and choose from an array of different dialects below. Now again, in order to correct my misspelled word, I could choose from a list of suggestions and then choose Change on the right-hand side. Once my spell check is complete, I can choose OK to leave the menu. So now you've seen how to access and use your spell check tool within Excel. If you don't always like the way the spell check flags words as incorrect, or that the words are automatically corrected, you'll want to check out your proofing settings to customize these options. Now, you'll notice that when you're typing in your spreadsheet, some errors are automatically corrected. For example, if I go down and select a cell, and I type in 2 capital letters when I'm typing in my word, and then I select space, Excel will automatically correct that error. You also may notice that your spell check is still picking up words that are not misspelled. In order to correct or modify these options, you'll need to access your proofing settings. To do this, you can go up to your tool ribbon and choose the Review tab. From the Review tab, I'm going to go to the left-hand side and select Spelling. Once I select the Spelling menu, if you notice that words are being flagged as misspelled when they're not necessarily misspelled, this could be a language issue. So to verify this, be sure to check your dictionary language below. Now, once you've verified this, if you're still having difficulties with flagged words, you can select the Options menu in the bottom left-hand corner. Now, from your Options menu, you'll be brought to your proofing settings on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you'll find your spelling corrector options from Microsoft Office. So if you make any changes regarding your proofing, these changes will also be applied to other Microsoft Office programs. For example, if you want to ignore words in uppercase, you can check this option or uncheck this option if you no longer want it applied. Now towards the bottom, you'll find your custom dictionaries. So if you find yourself switching between languages, be sure that you have the correct dictionary and dictionary settings set. If you'd like to manage your own dictionaries, you can choose Custom Dictionaries. And if you would like to modify the words that appear in your dictionary, you can choose your top dictionary and select Edit Word List on the right-hand side. From here, you'll find any words that you've added to your dictionary below. You can select them, remove them, or even delete all of them if you want to clear your dictionary out. Once you're done modifying your dictionary, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and to leave the menu, I can select Cancel as well. Now, if you'd like to modify your autocorrect options, you'll need to go up towards the top of your proofing settings and choose Autocorrect Options. From this menu, you'll find your autocorrect settings labeled in the tab on the left-hand side. From here, you'll find your default settings, which are all checked just below. For example, I can see the correct initial 2 capital letters has been checked. If you find that you don't want this option checked, you can uncheck the box. I would recommend keeping these options checked because you can always add exceptions by going towards the right-hand side and choosing your exceptions menu. From exceptions, you can choose Don't Capitalize After a specific word below. If you'd like to insert your own initial caps words, you can select the second tab above and you'll see words such as IDs have been included. If you'd like to add your own words, you can add it above and choose Add on the right-hand side and select OK to save the menu. Now at the bottom, you'll find that you have keystroke shortcuts, or if you scroll down the menu on the right-hand side, you'll be able to find that you have commonly misspelled words and that they'll automatically be corrected. If you find that you have a word that you commonly misspell, you can replace it automatically by selecting the Replace field and typing in the misspelled word. For example, if you commonly misspell the, you'll see that it's already been added to the list. But if it hasn't been added, you can continue and write the Replace With on the right-hand side and choose to Replace in the bottom right-hand corner to add it to your list. You can also create your own shortcuts by selecting this option. Now, once you're done modifying the autocorrect options, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And once you're done modifying your proofing settings as well, you can select OK to leave the menu. Now, once you've updated your dictionaries, as well as autocorrect and even proofing settings, you'll be able to manage your spell corrections more easily. Now, in order to leave the spell corrector, I can select Cancel in the bottom right-hand corner. And I'll be able to go about and make changes on my document as before. So now you see how to update and modify your spell check as well as proofing settings within Excel. Sometimes you'll need to know how to move data from one location to another. You can move data within individual sheets, from one worksheet to another, or even from one workbook to another. From my worksheet below, if I'd like to move an element within my worksheet, I can easily do this by selecting the cell range of the element that I would like to move. Once I've selected all of the cells, I'm going to go up to the top of this element, and you'll notice that you have a selection icon pictured as 4 arrows. Now, if you hold down the left button on your mouse, you'll be able to see that you have an outline, and you can drag and drop your element into a new location. So if I let go with the left button on my mouse, I'll be able to see those values have been moved. You also may notice that the formatting from your worksheet may also be removed. Now, if I'd like to move another element, I can also do this by cutting and pasting the element. So if I go over to my table on the right-hand side and I select the cell range, I can quickly cut by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter X, or I can go up to my Home tab and select the cut icon pictured as scissors within the clipboard toolset. Now, once I've cut the element and I can see that it's highlighted, I can choose a new location within my worksheet by selecting a cell, and I can quickly paste the element by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V, or I can go up to the top left-hand corner and select the paste icon. Now, if you'd like to move elements from one worksheet to another, you can do that as well. So I'm going to go down to my table and select the cell range. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to quickly cut this table by right-clicking over it with my mouse and choosing the cut option towards the top. Now, in order to paste it to another worksheet, I'm going to go down to the bottom left-hand corner where I have another worksheet already added. From this sheet, I'm going to select a location. I'm going to right-click with my mouse and choose Paste. Now, you may need to readjust the width of the columns or the row height. To do this, you can go up to the Formatting tools within your Home tab, choose Format, and choose Auto Fit Column Width to quickly fit your information within your cells. Now, if I'd like to move this table to a new workbook altogether, I can do that as well. So once I have my table selected, I can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter X. Now I'm going to go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu. And I can either open an existing file, or if I'd like to create a new workbook, I can select that option as well just above. From here, I'm going to choose a blank workbook. And from my blank workbook, again, I can choose a location. I can paste by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V. And again, I may need to reformat to fit the cell width by selecting the Format menu and choosing Auto Fit to column width. So now you've seen how to move information within your worksheet, from one worksheet to another, as well as one workbook to another in Excel. When you start copying and pasting data in Excel, you'll find that you have a large number of options available to you. You can, for example, paste everything that you've copied into a new location. You can also paste any formatting that has been applied. So from my worksheet below, if I'd like to copy and paste an element into my worksheet that I have open, I can easily go down and select the element. For example, I would like to copy and paste this table in the same worksheet that I have open. To do this, I'm going to select the complete cell range. And once I've done this, I can copy the element multiple ways. First, you can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter C to quickly copy your element. You can also go up to your Home tab and you'll find the Copy option on the right-hand side of your Paste option within the Clipboard toolset. Now, you can also copy your element by going over it and right-clicking with your mouse and choosing Copy towards the top of the menu. Once you've copied your element, in order to paste it, you can select a new location within your worksheet, and you can paste it by either using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V, going up to the top left-hand corner of your Home tab and choosing Paste, or even right-clicking with your mouse, and you'll see that you have the option Paste Options. From Paste Options, you can choose to copy and paste everything that you've copied by selecting the clipboard icon on the left-hand side. You'll also find these paste options if you go up to your Home tab in the top left-hand corner. You'll see just below Paste that you have your paste options just below. If you want to copy and paste formulas only, you can select this option. You can also choose to paste formulas and numbers only. And below, you'll find additional paste values option as well as paste options for links and other material. Now, if you just want to conduct a general copy and paste, all you need to do is select the paste icon, and your information will be pasted. If you're copy and pasting a table, you may need to format to fit to column width. To do this, you can go up to your Home tab, choose your formatting tools, and choose Auto Fit to column width. Now, if you'd like to copy and paste an image, you can do that as well by selecting the element. And from here, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter C to copy. After I've done this, I can select another location in my worksheet and use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V to quickly paste. Now, if you'd like to copy and paste a chart, for example, you can do that as well. To do this, I'm going to select my chart, right-click with my mouse, and choose Copy. Now, if I'd like to copy this element to a separate worksheet, I can go down within my workbook and select the second worksheet I have open. From here, I'm going to select a location, and to paste, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V. Now, if you'd like to paste to a different workbook, you can do that as well. I'm going to go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu, and from the File menu, I'm going to select New on the left-hand side. From New, I can choose a blank workbook, and from here, I can select a location, and again, I can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V to quickly paste that element from my previous worksheet. So now you've seen how to copy and paste elements from one location to another within Excel. In Excel, it's very easy to move data from one worksheet to another. This can help you save time if you want to use your data in different documents. You can use the standard copy and paste options or the drag and drop mouse manipulations to transfer data to a new location. Now, from my worksheet below, if I'd like to transfer data to another worksheet, I can easily do that by cutting and pasting my items. For example, I would like to move this table to the second sheet I have in my workbook. To do this, I can select all the cells in the range. And to quickly cut out this table, I'm going to use the Cut keyboard shortcut Control and the letter X. Once I've done this, I can go down and select my second sheet, and I can select a cell and use the paste options Control and the letter V to quickly paste my table. I may need to adjust the format, so I can go up to my Home tab and choose the format options and choose Auto Fit Column Width to view all my values. Now if I'd like to move another element such as an image, I can do that as well. So if I go back to my previous worksheet, I can see that I have an image on the right-hand side. If I'd like to move this image, I can select it, right-click with my mouse, and I can also choose the Cut option. Once I've cut my image, I can go down to my second sheet, select a location, and to paste I can right-click, and you'll see that you have different paste options. Since this is an image file, I'm going to select the option on the right-hand side, Picture, and I can see that my image has been pasted within my sheet. Now, besides moving data within the workbook, you can also move your data into an external workbook. To do this, you can go down to the bottom left-hand corner, and from your sheet name, you can right-click with your mouse. From the right-click menu, I can go up and choose Move or Copy. Now, I'll be able to see the current book where I have my sheet located. If I'd like to move it into another document that I have open, I can select the drop-down menu on the right-hand side and choose that corresponding document. But if I'd like to move the sheet into a completely new book, I can select that option as well. Now, once I've selected this option, I can also choose to create a copy, which means I'll have the same sheet that remains in my document and a copy in a new workbook. I'm going to leave this option unchecked because I want to move the worksheet completely, so I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner to perform this action. Now, once I have my new workbook, I can see that I have my worksheet, which has been moved into this new workbook, which is by default labeled Book 1. If I go to my previous worksheet, I can see that the sheet no longer exists within this workbook. Now, if I'd like to move it back, I can easily do this within split screen view. So if I take my worksheet and I drag it down to the bottom left-hand corner of my Windows 10 computer, I can see that I have the split screen option. I can let go and choose my second workbook, and I'll be able to compare and contrast the information. Now, to move my sheet back, I can go down to the bottom left-hand corner, hold down the left button on my mouse, and once I see I have the sheet icon, I can drag it over to my previous worksheet. Now you'll see that you have the guiding black triangle. This will indicate the location where your worksheet will be dropped. So once I let go of the left button on my mouse, I can see that my worksheet has been moved back to my original workbook, and I'll be able to move the data within and compare the information within the same document. To leave the split screen view, I can select my document and I can drag it outside to view the information within my workbook. So now you've seen how to move data between worksheets as well as workbooks within Excel. When copy and pasting data, Excel gives you multiple possibilities on how to paste your data. You can paste formats, data only, as well as completely transform your data by transposing it. Discover how to identify and use the special paste tools within Excel. Now, in order to paste my information, I'm first going to have to select and copy my data range. To do this, I'm going to select my cells. And once I've selected my cell range, I can select Copy by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter C, or I can go up to my Home tab within my tool ribbon and go to my clipboard toolset on the left-hand side. From this toolset, I can select the Copy option indicated by two papers. Now, once I've copied my data, I'm going to select where I'd like to paste that information. In order to paste my information, I can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V to quickly paste my data, or I can go back to the clipboard toolset and you'll notice on the left-hand side that you have a paste option. To use the standard paste option, you can select the clipboard icon. Otherwise, you can select the drop-down menu just below for paste, and you'll see that you have an array of different paste options. In order to preview your paste options, you can hover over with your mouse, and you'll see with the general paste options that you'll get the result on the right-hand side of the worksheet. This will paste the data as well as the format, but it will not adjust the width for the data within. You can also choose to paste for formulas, as well as formulas and numbers, and even keep source formatting. If I go down just below, I'll find additional options to paste without the borders, as well as keep source column widths. As you can see, if you select this option, all the information will be contained within those cells. Lastly, within the standard paste options, you'll also find the option to transpose. This will reverse the rows and headers of your data, especially if you're using a table. Now, in the center, you'll find your paste value options. On the left-hand side, you can choose to paste values only, as well as values and numbers formatting, and even values and source formatting. At the bottom, you'll find your additional paste options. For example, if you just want to paste the formatting, especially if you're using a table, you'll see that option in the bottom left-hand corner. This feature is also optional within the Paint option of your copy and paste toolset. Now, if you'd like to paste just a link, you can select the link option, as well as a picture option, and even the picture link option. At the bottom of the Paste menu, you'll find Paste Special. From the Paste Special menu, you'll be able to completely customize your paste options. So from here, you can choose to paste all data and formatting, or you can go through and select your special options such as values only, formulas only, or even formats. Once you select specific options, you'll also see, for example, if I select column widths or values, you'll see that you can perform specific operations such as adding, subtracting, multiplying, or dividing your values. I'm going to choose to select all in the top left-hand corner, and you'll also see at the bottom that you can choose to skip blank cells within rows or columns, as well as transpose your data if you wish. Once you've selected your Paste Special options, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and your values will be pasted. Now, if you'd like to edit those values that you've pasted, you'll find your Paste menu located on the outer perimeter of your pasted values. From the Paste Options menu, you'll find exactly the same options found within the clipboard toolset. So from here, if I only want to paste for column width, I can go up to the top and choose Keep Source Column Width, and this will paste my values accordingly. Now, if I scroll over, I'll be able to see all of my values. Now, if you found that you've chosen special paste options that you do not want to use, you can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter Z to quickly undo those paste actions. You can start again by pasting by choosing the paste options in the top left-hand corner, or using the keyboard shortcut, or even right-clicking with your mouse and finding the paste options from the right-click menu. So now you've seen how to use the special paste tools within Excel. Transposing data involves inverting the axes. Columns become rows, and vice versa. Excel features a paste special operation that can help you to reuse an existing table and transpose it in a matter of seconds. So from my worksheet below, I have a table where I would like to invert the columns and row names as well as the information within my table. This will enable me to see different patterns and compare and contrast the information within my table. Now, this is called transposing. In order to transpose your table, you'll first need to select the cells in the range of your table. After you've done this, you can copy your table by selecting the shortcut Control and the letter C on your keyboard. Once I've copied my table, I'm going to go down and select a second sheet which I have open in my workbook. From this sheet, I'm going to choose the cell location, and in order to paste, I can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V. Now, once you've pasted your table, if you'd like to transpose the information within, you can go to your Paste Options menu by going down and choosing Paste Options. If you don't see this menu, you can quickly select parentheses Control in order to open the Paste Options menu. From the menu above, to transpose, I'm going to go to the top section labeled Paste and select Transpose in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, you may need to adjust your columns or rows in order to view the information within, so I'm going to go up to my Home tab, choose Format, and choose Auto Fit to Column Width. Now I can see that my table has been inverted. If I'd like to compare and contrast information, I can also repaste the table that I had copied previously by selecting a cell below and choosing Control and the letter V to paste my table. So now I can see, indeed, the information has been inverted. I'll have my columns as rows and my rows as columns from the transposed table. Now, if I remove this table by selecting the Undo option, Control and the letter Z, if you find that you would like to revert to your default view, you can also retranspose the table that you've already transposed. So to do this, I'll need to select the complete cell range of the table, and I'm going to go up to my Home tab and choose the Copy option on the right-hand side of the clipboard tools. Once I've selected copy, I can go down and select another cell. And to paste, I can go up to the top left-hand corner, and you'll notice under the paste option, you'll find a drop-down menu. Within the top section, again, I can select transpose, and transpose my information directly, and I'll be able to see that I have my original table below. Again, if I need to format and adjust the column and row height, I can select Format and choose Auto Fit for Column Width to be able to view my information fully. So now I can see I have my transpose table, and if I go down below, I'll have my original table values. So now you've seen how to transpose data within Excel. Excel's powerful consolidation tool can extract data that you spread across multiple worksheets and combine it all into a single table. You can also perform multiple calculations on this data, including sum, average, and count. Now from my workbook, I have multiple worksheets with similar information that I would like to combine onto a single table. To do this, I'll need to use the consolidation tool. Now before I do this, I'm going to need to verify that my information is laid out in a format that I can quickly consolidate. For example, I have similar column headers, as well as I have the same row names. So if I go through my worksheet, I can verify, and in order to consolidate, I can select a similar cell range for each of these worksheets. Now to use my consolidation tool, I'm going to come back to my total sheet, and from my total worksheet, I'm going to select the cell in the top left-hand corner to start consolidating my data from my previous worksheets. After I've chosen the cell location, I can go up and choose the Data tab within my tool ribbon, and in order to consolidate, I'll need to go towards the right-hand side, and within the Data Tools toolset, I can choose Consolidate in the top right-hand corner. From the Consolidate menu, you can choose the function which you'd like to calculate your information with. For example, if I'm looking to calculate an average, I can leave it set as is. But if I'd like to add all the values from all of my worksheets, I'm going to go down and choose the drop-down menu for Function and select Sum. Now after I've done this, I'm going to need to choose my cell references. This will be the area in the worksheets that I'll be consolidating into one location. Now to select the cell reference, I can choose the cell reference icon on the right-hand side, and I can go down and choose my previous worksheet and select the cell range by holding down the left button on my mouse. Once I've selected the cell range for this particular worksheet, I can go back up and choose the cell range icon and select Add on the right-hand side of the menu to add that specific reference. Now to add multiple references, I'll need to go back up and select the cell range icon and go down and select my previous worksheets and select the complete range. Once I've done this, I can select the icon once again. Now to add the second reference, I'll need to select Add again. To add my last worksheet, I'll need to select the icon once more and go down and choose my last worksheet and select the data within that worksheet. Once I've done this, I can choose the cell reference icon and select Add for the last time. Now if you'd like to add references from other workbooks, you can do that as well by choosing the Browse option. And from my File Explorer, I can choose a location on my computer and open up another Excel document. In order to cancel this, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner to leave my File Explorer. Now in order to consolidate my references, I'm going to need to choose which labels I'd like to consolidate. I can choose the top row, as well as the left column, since I have the same row names. Once I've selected my consolidation settings, I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner to consolidate my data. Now I can see below that my data has been consolidated. Now if I'd like to edit the consolidation, for example, if I want to change the calculation, again, I'll need to select the cell in the top left-hand corner. I go back up to the Consolidate icon. And from the Consolidate menu, I'll be able to change the function easily by selecting the drop-down menu above. For example, if I want to calculate average, I can select that option. I can also modify my cell references by selecting a cell reference and choosing Delete if I want to remove it from my table. Now to reconsolidate, I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. So now I can see that the average has been calculated rather than the sum. So now you've seen how to quickly consolidate information into a single location on Excel. You can insert a large variety of data types in your Excel spreadsheet. You can, for example, create dates, percentages, fractions, prices, and text values. You can ensure that these values are correctly displayed by using the format tools. These tell Excel how to classify your data and how to adjust its appearance in your spreadsheet. Now you may notice when you start entering data into your spreadsheet, it may not display as you wish. For example, I have a cell selected, and I can see by default if I go up to my Home tab in my tool ribbon, and if I go to the number tool set, that I have a drop-down menu at the top. This indicates your data type. By default, mine is set to General. This means that when I start typing in data such as dates, times, or even currency, it will not display automatically. For example, I have a date column found within my table. If I'd like to display the dates correctly, I'll need to select my values, and I'll need to go back up to the number tool set and select the drop-down menu for my data type. As you can see below, you have an array of different data types you can apply to your cells. For example, in the center, I can see that I have 2 date formats. I can choose between a short and a long date format. I'm going to select short date. Now I can see within my table that my dates are now displayed accordingly on how I'd like to view them. Now you can also add currency or accounting values. If I select my purchase column, and I would like to display it as a currency, I can go up to the top and select the data type menu. From the drop-down menu, I can choose between currency and accounting. Now, depending on what you would like to use your values for, will depend on the data you will select. For example, if I'd like to just view the currency, I can select this option. Now, this will automatically insert a dollar symbol, as well as a cents option if I'd like to add those values. Now, if I'd like to change this to accounting, you'll also be able to change your currency symbol as well by going up to your number tool set and selecting the accounting option found just below. From here, you can change your currency symbol. For example, if I'd like to display euros instead of dollars, I can select that option. As you can see, the accounting format will change a bit from the currency format. Accounting format is ideal if you're calculating values with formulas. Now, if you would like to add percentages, you can do that as well. So if I go towards the right-hand side, I find that the percentages I've entered do not display correctly. In fact, it's displayed as a number value rather than a percentage. To change this, I can select my data range, and I can go up and select the data type option and choose percentage below. I can also select the percentage shortcut found just below by selecting percentage. This will automatically apply the percentage style. Now, if you've changed the data type and you don't like how it's displayed within your spreadsheet, for example, I've already applied the time data type. If I'd like to change how it's displayed, I'll need to again select my values, and I go back up to the data type menu. In order to change the data type that's already displayed, you'll need to go to the bottom of the menu and choose More Number Formats. From the Formats menu, I'm going to be sure that I'm selected on Time on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, I'll be able to change the type. I can select from one of the types below. I'll be able to preview it in the top left-hand corner, and once I'm happy with that format, I can choose OK to apply to my text. Now I can see that my time format is displayed on how I'd like to view it within my table. So now you've seen how to adjust and modify your data types within Excel.
You can use formatting tools to change the appearance of text in your tables. You can change the font style, size, and apply effects. Excel also has options to clear formatting if you want to start from scratch. So before we make any changes, we first need to select what we want to change. You can select a single cell by clicking it, and then extend the selections range by clicking and dragging like so. Any text within the surrounding green border will be subject to any changes we make. From the font group on the left of the toolbar, we can make various text formatting changes. Let's first look at changing the font style. From the font drop-down menu, we can see a list of available fonts. Theme fonts will be displayed first, followed by the full list of all fonts. Hovering over any of these will display a preview in the worksheet itself. Simply select a font to apply it. Note the updated appearance of our text. Our table contains a title, and so to create a sense of hierarchy, it may be a good idea to increase its size. We only want to change the title, so we first need to select just this cell, Note the surrounding green border has readjusted to fit the size of the cell. From the same font group, we can open the Font Size drop-down menu just to the right of the Font Style menu, and see a list of default font sizes. Again, hovering over any of these will display a preview in the worksheet itself. Note that changing the font size won't change the size of the cell it's contained in. If the size you want to use doesn't appear here in this list, you can insert a figure manually by returning to the menu, clearing this selection with the Delete key, and then typing the figure manually, and hitting Enter. We can cycle through this list to increase or decrease the size in increments with the A icons just to the right. The large A increases the size, while the small a decreases it. Again, note the updated appearance of our table. We can apply bold, italic, and underline effects from the same font group to help distinguish text further. You can make the selected text bold by selecting the B icon, whose keyboard shortcut is Ctrl-B. You can italicize your text by selecting the I icon, whose keyboard shortcut is Ctrl-I. And you can underline your text by selecting the U icon, whose keyboard shortcut is Ctrl-U. You can also apply a double underline by opening the drop-down menu and selecting double underline. Note the new appearance of our title. It's a good idea to not go overboard with applying effects though. For example, we can remove the italic and underline effects by re-clicking the icons on the font group. So far, we've seen how you can change the font style, size, and apply effects from the ribbon, but these same options are accessible via the Quick Access menu. We can activate the Quick Access menu by right-clicking in the table itself. From here, we have the Font Style menu, Font Size menu, Increase and Decrease Font Size tools, Bold and Italic effects. Note that we can't underline from this menu though. We can clear this menu by simply left-clicking in the worksheet itself. If you want to start from scratch, you can clear your selection's formatting. Let's first reselect the entire table by clicking and dragging. Then from the editing group on the right side of the toolbar, open the eraser icon to open a list of clearing options. From here we can clear all, which will remove the selection's contents and formatting, clear formats, which will remove formatting but preserve the contents, and clear contents, which will remove the contents but preserve formatting. We also have options to clear comments, notes, and hyperlinks. Let's clear the formatting. Note that this will not only revert the font back to its default style and size and remove any effects, but will also revert any alignment and color applied back to default. You can always undo this with the undo command found at the top left of the window, whose keyboard shortcut is Ctrl-Z. We've now seen the various ways you can format data in Excel. You can use a variety of alignment tools to change where text appears within its respective cell. Good alignment can make your tables much easier to interpret, so it's an essential skill to know in Excel. We'll also look at merging cells to create a label that spans multiple columns. So as you can see, we have a table showing products by resources. For now though, let's just focus on the cell that displays the Homotech title. When we talk about alignment in Excel, we refer to the placement of text within its cell. We can see here that Homotech is aligned to the top and left of its cell. This leaves a lot of unbalanced negative space and so affects the interpretability of our table as a whole. We can change the alignment of our selected text from the alignment group on the ribbon. We can adjust vertical alignment to the top, middle, or bottom with the top 3 icons, and horizontal alignment to the left, center, or right with the bottom 3. Currently, top and left alignment are toggled, which, as we know, is reflected in the cell. But let's align this to the center. From the top row of alignment icons, select the middle align icon. This has aligned our text vertically in the middle. Then from the bottom row of icons, select the center icon, which, as you can see, has aligned our text to the center. You can also align multiple cells at the same time. Let's select our table values by clicking and dragging like so. And let's center these horizontally from the alignment group. Our table already looks much better, but we can clean things up a bit more. For example, we could align the list of resources to the right. Let's first select them, then select Align Right from the horizontal alignment options. Note that you can increase or decrease the indentation with the left and right arrow icons in the alignment group. Increasing the indent moves the contents further away from the border, while decreasing moves the contents closer to the border. The border is determined by whichever horizontal alignment is selected. Ours is aligned right, so the indentation is in relation to the right border. Depending on your table, there may be times where you'll need to align your text in a more dynamic way by changing the orientation. For example, we'll select the Resources cell. We can do this from the Orientation menu within the Alignment group. From here, we can angle the text counterclockwise or clockwise, place it vertically, or rotate the text up or down. Let's angle this counterclockwise. These are naturally very situational, so will only make sense to use with certain tables. From the same drop-down menu, we can access further alignment options by selecting Format Cell Alignment. From here, we can set the horizontal and vertical alignment. Let's just open vertical and align this to the top, and configure the orientation to the exact degree. Let's change this to 35. We also have text controls and direction options. Click OK to save your changes and return to the worksheet. Another handy tool found in the alignment group is the Merge Cells tool. Merging cells works by combining multiple cells and placing them in a new larger cell. For example, say we wanted to create one label, Products, that spans across 3 columns. We just need to select our cells, and then select Merge and Center from the alignment group. Note that merging cells only keeps the upper left value and discards the rest. Click OK to proceed. We can then rename this to Products, and I'll just reselect our Products label. The default option is Merge and Center, but if we open the drop-down menu, we have options to merge across, which will merge selected cells in the same row into one large cell, and merge cells, which will simply merge the selected cells into one cell. Note that the upper left value takes preference with these options too. We can unmerge cells by selecting Unmerge Cells. However, note that this doesn't return the discarded cells. This has been a basic overview of aligning your data in Excel.
Color can help make your data stand out to your reader. It can also be used to make it easier to read your table. In Excel, you can apply color to 2 main elements: your cell's contents and your cell's background. So from my spreadsheet below, if I'd like to apply color to specific cells, I can first select the cell. Now once I've selected the cell, I can choose to change the fill color or the text color. To modify the fill color, I'll need to be sure that I'm on the Home tab within my tool ribbon, and just below you'll find your Font tool set. From your Font tool set, if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find 2 icons. The icon on the left-hand side is your fill icon. To modify the color, you'll need to select the drop-down menu, and you'll see below that you have an array of different theme colors, as well as standard colors that you can apply. I'm going to go down and choose a standard color to apply as my fill color. Once I've applied this fill color, I can see that my text within the cell is not very visible. In fact, you'll need to choose contrasting colors so that way your reader will be able to distinguish the text. To modify the text color, I can go back to the Font tool set, and on the right-hand side, I'll find the font icon, and if I select the drop-down menu, again, I'll be able to access the theme colors, as well as standard colors. To add a theme color, I'm going to go up to the top left-hand corner and choose white, so that way my text will be more visible. Now, besides applying standard or theme colors, you can also create custom colors. So I'm going to select the headers found within my table, and once I've done this, I can also modify the fill color by right-clicking over my cell range, and you'll notice at the top that you have your quick tools. If I go up and I select the drop-down menu for fill color, I can go down to the bottom of the menu and choose More Colors to create a custom color. From the More Colors menu, you can choose from the standard colors offered by Excel, or if you'd like to create your own custom color, you can select the Custom tab above. Now below, you'll be able to select your hue and modify the saturation on the right-hand side by choosing the arrow and dragging it up or down. You'll also be able to compare your new and current color to be sure that you want to select that precise color before selecting OK in the top right-hand corner. Now, if you've inserted a table into your worksheet, your color options may change. For example, you can modify the style associated with your table. So if I go down and I select the complete range within my worksheet, and I insert a table by going up to the Insert tab, and quickly selecting Table, and choosing OK, I can see that a new tab has opened up within my tool ribbon. From the Design tab on the right-hand side, you'll see your table styles. This will modify the color as well as text defined within your table. If I select the drop-down menu, I can choose from an array of different colors as well as styles. In order to apply a different style, I can go down and I hover over, and I'll be able to see a preview behind of what it will look like within my table. Once I'm happy, I can select it, and I can see that the color has changed within my table. So now you've seen how to use color to help your data stand out within Excel. Cell styles can be used in Excel to quickly change the color, alignment, and size of any data in a specified cell. These styles can be used to control the appearance of multiple cells simultaneously. You can also apply and create your own customized cell styles. Now, in order to help my text stand out, I can use cell styles. For example, I would like the headers of each of my columns to stand out a bit more. To do this, I'm first going to select my cell range. And once I've done this, I'm going to apply a cell style. In order to access your cell styles, be sure that you're on the Home tab within your tool ribbon, and if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find the toolset Styles. On the right-hand side, you'll find Cell Styles. Now from the drop-down menu below, you can choose between Custom, as well as an array of different cell styles to apply to your text. If I'd like to add a heading style, I can go down below, and I can hover over the different styles by going over it with my mouse. As you can see, when you hover over styles, those styles will automatically be previewed in your worksheet behind. Once you're happy with a style that you would like to apply, you can select it, and you'll see the style of your text applied within your worksheet. Now, if I'd like to apply a cell style to the rest of my text, I can select those values, and I go back up to the top and choose the Cell Styles menu. Now below, I'll also be able to see different theme cell styles. From here, I can go through and browse the different styles. I can see that the font as well as the color has changed. Once I'm happy with a specific style, I can select it from the menu, and I'll be able to see it applied to my cells. Now, if you don't see the cell style that you're looking for, you can also create your own custom cell style. To do this, I'm going to go back up to the top and choose Cell Styles. And if you go down towards the bottom of the menu, you'll see the option New Cell Style. Now from here, I'm going to give my cell style a name. After I've done this, I can choose Format just below. And from here, I'll be able to format the data type, alignment, font, border, as well as fill and protection. I'm going to choose the option for Font, and I can choose a new font to apply to my text. After I've done this, I can also choose to add a font style such as bold, bold italic, or even italic itself. I'm going to choose bold italic, and I can also choose the size on the right-hand side. As I can see below, I can also modify the color by selecting the drop-down menu and choosing the corresponding color for my text. Now just below, you'll see a preview of what your text will look like. You can go up and modify if you find that your text does not meet your standards. Now, besides modifying the font color, size, as well as style, you can also go up and choose the alignment of your cell altogether. If I want a horizontal center alignment, I can select that option to be applied to my cell style. You can also choose to add a fill color by choosing the fill option and choosing from one of the standard colors below, or you could choose to create your own custom color by choosing more colors. I'm going to choose from one of the theme colors, and I'll be able to see the sample just below. Once I've done this, I could choose OK, and to save my new format, I can choose OK as well. Now, to apply my custom format, I'll need to return to the Cell Styles menu, and from this menu, I'll be able to see my custom format at the top. I can select it to apply to my text. So now you've seen how to apply, as well as create custom cell styles in Excel. Excel themes can be used to change the overall appearance of your spreadsheet. You can also change the color sets in use, the fonts, and even some graphical effects. These tools can be used to quickly give your spreadsheet a completely new look. From my worksheet below, if I'd like to change the overall appearance, I can modify the theme. In order to do this, I'm going to go up to the top left-hand corner of my tool ribbon and choose the Page Layout tab. From Page Layout, you'll notice on the left-hand side that you have your Themes toolset. To change the theme, you can choose the theme's icon, And from the drop-down menu, you'll find an array of different Office themes that you can apply to your spreadsheet. In order to preview a theme, you can take your mouse and you can go over the themes located below. Once you find a theme that you would like to apply, you can select it. And you'll see that the color may change, the font, as well as certain effects may be added to objects such as charts. If you'd like to customize that theme, you can do that as well. You'll notice next to the Themes option that you have 3 sets of tools that you can use to customize your theme. At the top, you'll find the Color Scheme option. From here, you can browse different color schemes to apply to your theme that you've already selected. You can also modify the font by choosing the Fonts menu. And if you go down below, you can hover over fonts and you'll see a preview behind of what those fonts will look like. Lastly, you can also choose to add effects. Now you'll notice your effects will take place on objects such as charts located in your spreadsheet. So if I go up and I select the Effects menu, if I go over certain effects, I'll see those effects taking place within my chart on the right-hand side. Once you've chosen an effect, you'll be able to see your results directly in your spreadsheet. If you find that you've customized the theme and you'd like to use this theme on other worksheets or come back to it later, you can always save your custom themes. To do this, you can go back to the Themes icon, and if you go down to the bottom of the menu, you'll see the option Save Current Theme. Now, once your File Explorer opens up, you can choose a location on your computer. For example, I'm going to store it on my desktop, and from here I'm going to give my theme a name. Once I've named my theme, I could choose Save in the bottom right-hand corner. If I go up and I change my theme once again, and select one of the Office themes, if I find that I'd like to return to the previous theme that I had customized, I can either use the Undo option found in the top left-hand corner, if this is an action I've just completed, but if I've saved, closed, and reopened my workbook, if I would like to apply that theme I had saved, all I need to do is come back to the Page Layout menu, choose the Themes menu, and if I go down to the bottom, I could choose Browse for Themes. From my File Explorer, I can choose the location where I had saved my theme, and select my theme that I'd saved, and choose Open in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I can see that my theme has been reapplied. So now you've seen how to apply different themes, customize a theme, as well as save and use custom themes with Excel. Excel features a certain number of formulas that can be used to convert your text characters. For example, if you've inserted a number of text values that you need to reformat into capital letters, you can use the upper formula. You can also convert values into lowercase and even make data entries into proper nouns. So from my worksheet below, I can see that I already have a table entered just above. I've entered the text case improperly for a few of my columns. For example, on the left-hand side, I have a last name column which I'd like to convert into all uppercase. In order to do this, rather than manually retyping each name, I can use the upper formula. First, I'm going to select the top cell in my table below, and in order to use the upper formula, I'm first going to insert the equal symbol, followed by upper. Now you may see below that you can also insert the suggestion directly by selecting it from the list of options. After I've inserted the formula, I'm going to insert an open parentheses, and I'm going to select the first cell of reference in the table above. After I've done this, I can close the parentheses and select Enter, and I can see that the upper formula automatically converted those text cases into all uppercase. I can apply this to the lower values by using the autofill option by selecting my top cell, going down to the bottom right-hand corner, and once I see the black plus symbol, I can drag those values downwards to automatically convert the text. If I'd like to just change one letter in the name, for example, I would like to make the first letter capitalized to turn this into a proper noun, I can use the proper formula. I'm going to go down below and select the first cell again, insert the equal symbol, followed by proper. After I've done this, I can insert an open parentheses, and again I'm going to select my first cell of reference in the table above. After I've done this, I can close the parentheses and select Enter on my keyboard. Now as I can see below, the first letter is now capitalized in the name. I can apply those to the following cells again by selecting the top cell, going down to the bottom right-hand corner, and dragging that plus symbol down to fill out those values automatically. Now, my last column contains email addresses that I've accidentally left the caps on for. If I'd like to quickly convert them into lowercase values, I can first select the top cell, insert the equal symbol, followed by lower, and an open parentheses. Once I've done this, I'm going to select the top cell of reference, close the parentheses, and choose Enter on my keyboard. And I can see that those values have now been converted into all lowercase values. As you can see, this will save you a lot of time if you've accidentally left the caps on within your worksheet. To continue filling out those values, again, I can select the top cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and drag down those values. So now you've seen how to use the upper, proper, and lower formulas to change your text case within Excel. Excel features the Word Art tool, which can be used to create clean, professional-looking titles. This can be done using Word Art so that you can insert the title independently of any cells. Now, in order to insert a title to my worksheet below, I'm first going to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the Insert tab. From the Insert tab, if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll see an icon labeled Text. From the drop-down menu, I'm going to choose Word Art. And from the menu below, you'll see an array of different Word Art options that you can use to create your title. You'll see different colors as well as effects applied to that particular word art. I'm going to choose the basic word art found in the top left-hand corner, and a text box will appear over my spreadsheet. Now, in order to move this text box, I can take my mouse, and once I see the selection arrows, I can hold down with the left button of my mouse and drag that text box into a new location. In order to insert my own text, I can select within the text box, and once I see the blinking cursor, I can choose backspace on my keyboard, and then enter my own custom text. Now, if you find your title is a bit large, you can quickly reduce the size by selecting the text within. And you'll see a quick formatting menu appear. From this menu, you can choose to decrease the font by choosing the Decrease Font Size option. Now, once I've decreased the font, I can choose to move my title into a new location again by selecting it, dragging it down or up, and placing it within my spreadsheet. Once I'm done modifying my title, I can select Outside to view the changes. Now, if you find that you'd like to remove a word art title, you can select the text box. And once you select the text box, you can choose Delete on your keyboard to remove the box entirely. So now you've seen how to insert, modify, and remove word art titles within Excel. Once you've created a title, you can format it to make it presentable and easy to read. Change your title's color, outline, and rotation, and even apply special effects such as shadows, glows, and reflections. So from my worksheet below, I can see that I've already inserted a title. If I would like to format this title quickly, I can select the text box, and from within, I'm going to select all of my text. Once I've done this, a quick format menu will appear. From this menu, you'll be able to change specific options such as the font, size, and even the color on the right-hand side. From the color options below, I can select a new color, and once I've done this, it'll automatically be applied. You can also choose alignment options and even add effects such as bold, italics, and underline. I'm going to choose the italic option, and I'll see that effect applied to my text just below. Now, you'll find additional formatting options within your Home tab and in the Font toolset. For example, if I'd like to add a fill color, I can do that as well by selecting from one of the options below. Now, once I select outside of my text box, I'll be able to view those results. Now, if you'd like to quickly change the format, you can also change the word art style. To do this, you'll need to select the text box. And once you select a word art text box, you'll notice a new tab appear within your tool ribbon. From the Format tab, you'll find just below Word Art Styles. From here, you can select the drop-down menu, and you'll see the same menu used when you created your word art title. You can hover over each of the options, and you'll see it applied to your text behind. Now, I can select one of these options, and I can see since I haven't selected all of my text, it only applies it to one word within my text box. To remedy this, I'm going to select all of the text and go back up to Word Art Styles. From here, I'm going to select one of the styles below. Now, you may notice that when you select a word art style, specific effects may be added, such as a text fill color, text outline, as well as text effects. If you'd like to modify these effects, you'll find on the right-hand side that you have your word art styles options. At the bottom, you'll find text effects. As I can see, once I've selected a word art style with an effect such as a reflection, I'll be able to modify those effects by selecting the text effects menu. In order to remove that effect reflection, I'm going to go down to reflection and choose none at the top. Now if I'd like to add my own effects, I can do that as well by selecting text effects. And you'll see options such as shadow, reflection, glow, and bevel. If you'd like to rotate your text, you'll find the rotation options and transform options at the bottom of the menu. I'm going to go down and select shadow, and I can hover over the different shadow options. Once I find a shadow that I would like to apply, I can select it, and then select outside of my text box to view those changes. So now you've seen different ways on how to format your title within Excel. Quickly organize your data into tables. Once you do so, it's easy to format, sort, or apply filters to analyze the data. So from my worksheet below, I can see that I've already inserted values that I would like to convert to a table. To convert these values, I'm first going to select my complete cell range. Once I've done this, I can go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the Insert tab within my tool ribbon. From the Insert tab, I can go just below, and you'll see within your Tables toolset that you have the option Table on the right-hand side. Once you select this option, you can reconfirm your cell range in the top field. Just below, you'll see the option My Table Has Headers. Since I've already created my table and I've included headers, I'm going to leave this box checked. Once I've selected these options, I can choose OK at the bottom of the menu, and my table's automatically been inserted. Once you insert a table, you'll be brought to the Table Design tab, and from here you'll be able to modify the table styles, as well as the style options. Now from the table itself, you'll notice since I've already included headers, that each header has a drop-down menu, and from the drop-down menu you'll be able to sort your specific table data. Now besides creating a table for existing data, you can also create a table from scratch. To do this, I'm going to go down to the second sheet I have already added to my workbook. From this sheet, I'm going to choose my cell range in which I would like to insert my table. Once I've selected the cell range, I can go back up to the Insert tab within my tool ribbon and select Table just below. Once you select this option, you can choose to include or exclude headers. Since I don't have any headers included, I'm going to leave this box unchecked and choose OK at the bottom of the menu. Now I can see that my table has been inserted, and I can select individual cells to start inputting my data. I can also rename my columns by selecting the column header and go up to the formula bar and rename each column. Now, another way you can insert a table is by using a keyboard shortcut. So if I go over towards the right-hand side and I select a cell, in order to insert a table quickly, you can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter T. Once your Create Table menu opens up, you'll need to select the cell range for your table. To do this, you can choose the Cell Selection option on the right-hand side of the field. Now from here, I'm going to go over my table and select the range in which I'd like to create my table for. Now once I've done this, I can select the selection icon again, and you'll see below that you can choose to include table headers. I can select this option and choose OK. Now you can see when you select the headers option, if you don't have any headers included, it's automatically going to add that option. If I select that I had headers, it's going to give me the same option again. But remember, if you have data entries already entered and you have headers included, be sure to check that box. Now I can see that I have my second table inserted. If I would like to remove a table, I can easily do that by selecting the complete cell range within that table and choosing the Delete key on my keyboard. I can also remove a table by selecting the cell range again, and then right-clicking over that cell selection. From the right-click menu, I'm going to go to Delete in the center, and I can either select Table Columns or Table Rows. I'm going to choose Table Columns, and you'll see all the data has been removed. So now you've seen how to create a table from existing data, as well as insert new tables within your spreadsheets in Excel. If you want to ensure that your data is readable and correctly displayed, then at some point early on, you'll need to know how to resize your columns and rows. From my worksheet below, I noticed that some of my columns and rows aren't displaying all the contents within. For example, if I go down to column D, I don't see any of the information contained within. This may mean that you need to resize your column. In order to resize this column, I'm going to need to go towards the right-hand side. And once you go between two columns, you'll see horizontal arrows indicating that you can go left or go right to expand your column size. I'm going to hold down the left button of my mouse and I'm going to drag out my column, and I can see that my information is starting to display. If I still don't see all of my information, I'll need to continue dragging it towards the right-hand side. Now, if I go down, I notice that my row 4 has been cut off. You can also increase the height of your rows by going between two rows. For example, I'm going to go between row 4 and row 5 in order to expand row 4. Now, once you go between the two rows, you'll see vertical arrows indicating that you can increase or decrease the row height. I'm going to hold down the left button of my mouse and I'm going to drag row 4 downwards, and I can see all the information within. Now, if you notice that some cells have text going outside of the cell range, for example, if I go towards the right-hand side, I notice that the cell I4 has text going outside the cell perimeter. Now, in order to correct this, you can use text wrap. So if I select the cell, and I go up to my Home tab within my tool ribbon, I'll find my alignment tool set. In the top right-hand corner, you'll find Wrap Text. Now, once you select this option, your row will automatically resize and fit the information within. Now, rather than having to go through each cell, I can use the Auto Fit option. To do this, I'll need to select my complete cell range, so I'm going to choose my entire worksheet. Once I've selected all of my cells, I'm going to go from my Home tab towards the right-hand side, and I'll find the Format option within the Cells toolset. From the Format menu below, you'll see the option Auto Fit Row Height, and you'll even find Auto Fit Column Width just below. I'm going to choose Auto Fit Row Height, and this will automatically adjust the row height. Now, if I notice that all of my rows are the same size except for one of my rows, I'm going to also adjust column width. To do this, I'll need to return to the Format menu, and I'm going to go down and choose Auto Fit Column Width. Now, I can still see, since I use the text wrap option, that one of my rows is quite large. Now, to remove the text wrap, I can select the cell and choose Text Wrap. Now, in order to auto-fit the column width again, I'll need to select all of my cells, and I go back to the Format menu, and go back down to Auto-Fit Column Width, and I'll see that all of my data fits evenly within my column width and my row height. So now you've seen how to resize your rows and columns within Excel. If your table is missing some data, you can insert a new column or row. This is much easier than creating a new table. In Excel, you can also insert multiple columns and rows in a single action. Now, from my worksheet below, if I'd like to insert additional rows, I'm first going to select the row below where I'd like to insert my row. Now, once I right-click over my row, I can choose the option Insert, and a new row will be inserted above. The same principle works for your columns. So if I select a column, once you select your column, if you insert a column, it's automatically going to be inserted to the left of the column you have selected. So if I right-click over column C, I can choose Insert below, and a new column will be inserted. Now, another way you can insert your columns is by using the Insert menu found within your Home tab. So if I go towards the right-hand side of my Home tab, I'll find within the Cells toolset that I have an Insert menu. Now, since I have a column selected, I'll see the option in the center, Insert Sheet Columns, and a new column will be inserted to the left of the column that I've previously inserted. You can use the Insert menu as well for rows, so if I select row 8, and I want to insert a row above, I'm going to go up to the Insert menu, and choose Insert Sheet Rows. Now, if you'd like to insert multiple rows or columns simultaneously, you can do that as well. So if I'd like to insert 2 rows, I'm first going to select the 2 rows just below where I'd like to insert my new rows. To select multiple rows, be sure to hold the Shift key, and then once you've made your row selection, you can let go of the Shift key, right-click over your selected rows and choose Insert. Now I can see I have 2 new rows. You can use the same principle for inserting columns. So if I want to insert 2 more columns to the left of column E, I'm going to select column E, hold Shift with my keyboard, and select column F. Once I let go of my Shift key, I can right-click over the selected columns and choose Insert. Now I can see I have 2 additional columns that have been inserted into my worksheet. So now you've seen different ways on how to insert rows and columns to your Excel worksheet. One good way of making your data values and ranges stand out in Excel is to use the different border tools. These border tools can be used to adjust the color, thickness, and style of any outline effects that are applied to your cells. So from my worksheet below, if I'd like to add outlines to all of my cells contained within my table, I'm going to add a border. To do this, I'm going to select my complete cell range. And once I've selected the range, I'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner of my Home tab, and under the Font tool set, you'll find Borders towards the center. By default, I don't have any borders added. In order to add a border, I'll need to select the drop-down menu. Now, as you can see below, you can add different types of borders. If you want to add borders to all of the cells contained within your cell range, you can select all borders. Now from here, if I select outside, I'll be able to see each individual cell has a border and the complete table has a border as well. Now, if I'd like to remove all those borders and customize my own border layout, I can do that as well by selecting my cell range, going back up to the Borders menu, and choosing No Border. Now, if I want to add a border just to the outer perimeter, I'm going to return to the Borders menu, and you'll see the options below, Outside Borders, as well as Thick Outside Borders. I'm going to choose Thick Outside Borders, and if I select Outside, I'll now be able to see the outer perimeter has a thicker outline. I can also choose to outline certain cell ranges within my table itself by selecting the range of my headers, going up to the Borders tool, and going down to Outside Borders if I want to keep those cells separate. If you want to create your own border outlines, you can also draw in your borders. To do this, you'll need to access the Borders menu, and if you go towards the bottom, you'll see the option Draw Border. From here, you'll see dots which you can use to connect to create your borders. So if I go on the left-hand side, hold down the left button of my mouse, I can drag down the Draw tool to add that border. Another way you can customize your border design is to change the style of the line itself. So if I go back to the Borders tool, from the menu below, I'm going to go again to Draw Borders, and if I go towards the bottom, I'll see Line Style. On the right-hand side, you can choose between Normal, and you can go all the way down and choose the thickness as well as the design. If you want a dotted design, you can select that option as well. I'm going to choose a dotted dash style, and if I go to my column, I can hold down again and add that particular custom design directly into my table. Now, another way you can customize your borders is to add color. So if I go back up to the top left-hand side, select the Borders menu, if you go down towards the bottom, you'll also see the option Line Color. From here, you could choose from theme colors as well as standard colors offered by Excel. I'm going to choose red, and then I'm going to go up and draw in that particular border. Now, if you've accidentally added a border that you would like to remove, you can also find the Erase Border option in the Draw tools below. So if you choose Erase Border, you can go through and select those borders you want to remove by selecting the Erase option. Now, if you want to remove all your borders together, you could choose to select your complete cell range. First, I'll need to go up, select the Border tool to deselect my Draw tool. Then I can go down and select my cell range, and return to the Borders menu, and choose No Border. So now you've seen how to add as well as customize borders within your Excel worksheets. If you have formatted an existing table and you want to reuse the style that you've created, you can transfer it to another data selection. From my worksheet below, if I'd like to transfer the formatted data into another cell, I can do this a few different ways. if the cells are next to each other, you can use the autofill option. To do this, I'm going to select my cell in the location B7 that I would like to use in C7 as well. Now once I've selected the cell, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and once I see the black plus symbol, I can hold down with the left button of my mouse and drag that value over to the next cell and then let go. Now I can see by default it's going to copy the information within the cell as well. To just transfer the formatting, I'll need to go to the autofill menu on the right-hand side and choose Fill Formatting Only. Now I can see that the format has been transferred, but the information of the cell remains. You can also copy and paste your formatting. So if I go up to the top left-hand side and I select the cell in which I would like to copy from, I can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter C. And I'm going to go down and I want to use the same formatting in the following cells for the days of the week. So I'm first going to select the cell range, and to paste, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V. Now again, I can see that the data has also been pasted. If I want to change this, I'll need to select the Paste menu and choose Formatting Only, found in the bottom left-hand corner indicated by the paintbrush. Now I can see in my cell range that the formatting has been transferred. If you'd like to use formatting on a separate sheet, you can do that as well. I'm first going to select my cell range, and once I've done this, I can use the paintbrush tool. Now to access your paintbrush, you can go to your Home tab, and on the left-hand side you'll find your clipboard tool set. In the bottom right-hand corner, you'll find the paintbrush tool. Once you select the painter tool, you can go down and choose another sheet. And from the sheet, I already have a table inserted, and if I'd like to use the same format, I'm going to be sure to select the complete cell range by holding down my mouse. Once you let go of your mouse, your format will automatically be painted in. So I'm going to go over my table, hold down the left button of my mouse, select my complete range, and then let go of my mouse. And that formatting will automatically be pasted in. Now you can use the same procedure if you want to use this format in a different worksheet. So if I right-click over my table, I'm going to choose the Painter tool found in my Quick Access Formatting menu in the bottom right-hand corner. Now once I've copied the formatting, I'm going to go up to the File menu, and I'm going to select New just below, and open up a new blank workbook. From this blank workbook, I can choose the cell range, let go of my mouse, and the formatting will automatically be pasted in. So now you see different ways on how to transfer formatting styles within Excel. In Excel, you can insert images and photographs to illustrate your table. See how to insert images from your computer or an online source with Excel. Now from my worksheet below, if I'd like to insert an image located on my computer, I'm going to need to go up to my tool ribbon and choose the Insert tab. From the Insert tab below, I'm going to select the icon Illustrations. Within the Illustrations menu, you'll notice on the left-hand side that you'll have the option Pictures. Once I select this option, my File Explorer will open up. From here, I'll have to locate the file on my computer. For example, if I've stored the file on my desktop, I can go to the left-hand side and choose my desktop. You may have your image stored in another location, such as your documents, or even your pictures. Now once you've located your file, you can select it, and then choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I can see that my image has been inserted, but it's quite large. In order to resize it, I'm going to first move it by holding down over the image with my mouse and dragging it up my worksheet. Now in order to resize my image, I can go to the outer corners where I'll find handles which I can hold down with my mouse and drag inwards or outwards to resize my image. Another way you can quickly resize your image is by going up to the Format tab, which opens when you select your image. From the Format tab, if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find your Size tool set. On the right-hand side, you can redimension the width and the height of your image. I'm going to adjust the height. And once I've done this, I can select Enter, and the width will automatically adjust. Now from here, I can go over my image, and I can again select it and move it within my worksheet. Now, another way you can insert an image is from an online source. To do this, I'm going to go back up to the Insert tab within my tool ribbon, and then I'm going to go back down to the Illustrations icon. From the drop-down menu next to Pictures, you'll find the option Online Pictures. Now, from this menu, if you're looking to add an image from your OneDrive account, you can go down to the bottom left-hand corner and you'll find your connected services. From here, you can select your connected services and then choose the Sign In option to start adding your files. I'm going to go back to the Online Image menu by choosing the back arrow in the top left-hand corner. Now, from the Online Pictures menu, you'll notice that you have a search bar at the top. So if you're looking for a particular image, you can type in that word and search with Bing. Otherwise, if you go down below, you'll see pre-configured categories which you can select and find images for. If you want to browse all of the key terms, you can go towards the right-hand side and you can use the scroll bar to scroll through the different options. I'm looking for a particular image, so I'm going to go up to the top and I'm going to search for a logo. Once I've done this, I can select Enter, and within the search below, I'll be able to refine my search even further by adding filters. So if I go up to the top left-hand corner, I can select the filter option, and from here I can choose the size of the image that I'm looking for. I'm going to select a medium-size image, and I can see that the filter has been applied and the search has been refined. I can scroll through on the right-hand side, and I can choose the specific image that I'd like to insert into my worksheet. Once I've selected the image, I can see a check mark appears in the top right-hand corner. If you'd like to select multiple images, you can do that as well, and you'll see the number of images selected indicated next to the insert icon. If I'd like to deselect a particular image, I can go back to the image and uncheck it, and I can see that the number has been reduced below. Now to insert this image, I'm going to choose the insert icon, and I can see it's been inserted directly into my worksheet. Again, I can select it by holding down the left button on my mouse and dragging it upwards. And as you'll see, if you insert an image from an online source, you'll see that the source is cited just below the image. This is for copyright reasons, and I'd recommend leaving this in your worksheet. Now, if you'd like to remove an image, all you need to do is select your image and choose the Delete key on your keyboard. And the image has been removed from my worksheet. So now you've seen different ways on how to insert pictures and images into your Excel worksheet. Inserting a screenshot into your Excel spreadsheet can sometimes be helpful if you want to insert a particular image or piece of information that you have open in a different window or program. From my worksheet below, I would like to insert a couple different screenshots. First, you can insert a screenshot within an open program. For example, if I go down to my taskbar and open up my PowerPoint presentation, I would like to take a quick screenshot of this presentation and insert it into my worksheet. To do this, I'm going to go back to Excel, and from Excel, I'm going to go up to my tool ribbon and choose the Insert tab. From the Insert tab, I'm going to go down and choose Illustrations, and from the Illustrations menu, you'll notice in the bottom right-hand corner that you have the option Screenshot. From the Screenshots menu below, you'll see your available windows, which are windows open on your desktop. Now, in order to take a quick screenshot of my PowerPoint presentation, I can select it from the list below, and I can see that it's automatically been inserted into my workbook. In order to move this screenshot, I'm going to go over it with my mouse, and once I see the selection arrows, I can hold down with the left button on my mouse and drag and place it within my worksheet. If I'd like to resize this particular screenshot, I can use the handles on the outer perimeter, hold down the left button on my mouse and drag it inwards or outwards to make it larger. You can also resize your screenshot by selecting it and going up to the Format tab, which will open once you've selected your screenshot. On the right-hand side, you'll see that you have the Size toolset, and from the Size toolset, you can resize your height and width. I'm going to select the height and type in a new measurement. Once I've done this, I'm going to choose Enter, and the width will automatically compensate. You can also choose to crop your screenshot. So if I only want to take the logo that is found within my presentation, I'm going to go back up to the Size toolset and choose Crop. And you'll see that you have dark black handles outlining the area in which you can crop out of your screenshot. So from here, I'm going to select the outer perimeter, and I'm going to drag it inwards, and I'm just going to select the area where my logo is located. Once I've selected the area that I'd like to crop out of my screenshot, I'm going to go back to the right-hand side and choose Crop. Now I can go down, select my screenshot, and I can move it or resize it within my worksheet. Now, another way you can take a screenshot is by opening your web browser, for example. To do this, I'm going to go down and choose my Edge browser. And from here, I would like to take a screenshot of this particular map. To do this, I'm going to go back to Excel and then back up to the Insert tab. From here, I'm going to choose Illustrations. And then if I go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select Screenshot, I can see just below the available windows that I have the option Screen Clipping. Once I select this option, Excel will automatically hide, and I'll be able to take a screenshot of the element I have open just behind. Now you'll also see that your mouse cursor changes into a plus symbol, and once you start selecting with your mouse, that area will automatically be considered the area for your screenshot. So I'm going to go up, hold down the left button of my mouse, and drag out the area that I would like to take a screenshot of, and then let go with the left button of my mouse. Now I can see when I let go, Excel will automatically open up and my screenshot will be inserted. I can select my screenshot and place it within my worksheet. Now if you'd like to remove a screenshot, you can select your screenshot and choose the delete key on your keyboard, and the screenshot will be removed from my worksheet. So now you've seen different ways on how to insert screenshots into your Excel worksheets. Once you've added an illustration to your Excel spreadsheet, you can begin editing it. You can adjust its brightness, contrast, and saturation levels. You can also apply a variety of different artistic effects and even add a border to help your image stand out. Now from my worksheet below, if I'd like to adjust the color of one of my images, I'm first going to select the image concerned. Once you select an image, you'll notice at the top of your tool ribbon that a new tab will open up. If you go to the left-hand side, you'll notice that you have your Adjust toolset. From here, you'll be able to make color corrections by choosing the corrections icon. Now below, you'll be able to sharpen, soften, as well as brighten or contrast your colors within your image. To preview any of these effects, you can take your mouse over that effect, and you'll be able to see within your image those changes made. Once you're happy with the changes made, you can select the color correction, and those changes will be applied to your photo. You can also modify the color of the photo. To do this, you can choose the color option, and just below you'll be able to modify the saturation, tone, as well as recolor by adding a color filter. Now if I want to change the color saturation, I can go over the options again and preview of what that effect will look like directly from my image in the background. Once I'm happy with the changes, again, I can select this option, and that color effect will be applied. If you'd like to add an artistic effect to your image, you can also do this from the Artistic Effects menu. From the drop-down menu, you can browse through the different effects that you can apply to your image. This could help your image stand out, and in order to apply those changes, you can select it from the menu. Besides adjusting the color of your image, you can also add picture styles. For example, I'm going to select my second image, and if I'd like to add a border to this image, you'll notice in the center of the Format menu that you have your Picture Styles toolset. From here, you'll be able to browse through different styles and add a border to your image. In order to view the complete list, you can select the drop-down option on the right-hand side, and you can browse through the different photo options that you can apply. Now, once you find an option to apply, you can select it, and you'll see that feature applied to your image. Now, besides modifying the style and color, you can also rearrange your images. For example, if I take my image and place it over the image that already exists, if I would like to move my image from front to back, I can also modify the arrangement. To do this, you'll need to go to your Format menu, and on the right-hand side, you'll find your Arrange toolset. From here, you can choose to send your image backward, and this will bring forward the picture behind. You can also bring an image forward to place it in front of another image. Now, if you found that you've edited your image and you'd like to undo those edits at any time, you can do that as well. So I'm going to move my image over, and I'm going to select the image behind. Once I select this image, in order to reset the image, I'll need to go to the left-hand side of the Format menu, and under the Adjust toolset, I can select the Reset menu in the bottom right-hand corner. Now once I select the drop-down menu, I can choose to reset the picture as well as the size. I'm going to choose to reset just the picture, and I can see that all of the effects have been removed that I've applied to that particular image. If I'd like to remove the image altogether, I can select the image and choose the delete key on my keyboard. So now you see different ways in which you can edit your images in Excel. You can also create diagrams using shapes. Choose the colors and styles for each item and use shape effects. Now from my worksheet below, if I'd like to create a diagram using shapes, I'm first going to need to insert a shape. In order to insert shapes, you'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner of your tool ribbon and choose the Insert tab. From the Insert tab, I'm going to go down just below and choose the Illustrations icon. Within the drop-down menu, you'll see the option for Shapes near the center. From your Shapes menu, at the top, you can choose from Recently Used Shapes. You'll also see different categories regarding shapes such as lines, rectangles, and base shapes. You can browse through your different shape themes by going towards the right-hand side and using the scroll bar to view all the shapes possible with Excel. Once you find a shape that you would like to use, you can select it from the menu, and you'll see that your mouse cursor will turn into a plus symbol. Once you hold down the left button on your mouse, you can start inserting your shape by dragging it out over your worksheet. Once you're happy with the size, you can let go, and your shape will be inserted. Once you've inserted your shape, if you would like to add text to your shape, you can do that as well. To insert text, I'm going to double select within my shape. Once I've done this, I'll be able to see the blinking cursor indicating that I can insert my text. Now if you find after you've inserted your text that the text is not in the correct orientation or is a bit small, you can also adjust the text within your shape. To do this, you'll first need to select your text by using the keyboard shortcut Ctrl and the letter A. Once you've selected your text, you can go up to the top left-hand side of your tool ribbon and choose the Home tab. From here, you'll find your font tool set on the left-hand side. Now I'm going to increase the font by selecting the larger A, and I'm going to increase my font to where it still fits in my shape, but is more visible. You can also adjust the alignment of your text by going to your Alignment tool set and choosing Middle Align and Center Align to align the text within your shape. Now if I select Outside, I'll be able to see that my text is more visible within my shape. Now in order to continue constructing my diagram, I'm going to go back to the Insert tab and down to Illustrations and back to the Shapes menu to insert an additional shape. If I'd like to insert an arrow, I can see from my recently used shapes that I can select the arrow shape, and I can go over my worksheet, hold down with my mouse, and I can quickly insert that particular shape. Now, if you've inserted a shape that you would like to copy within your worksheet, you can do that as well. So I'm going to go back to my first shape, and I'm going to select the keyboard shortcut Ctrl and the letter C to copy. Once I've done this, I'm going to select towards the right-hand side, and I'm going to paste by selecting the keyboard shortcut Ctrl and the letter V. Now if I'd like to edit the text within a shape, I can double select within the shape, and I'm going to remove the text by choosing Delete, and I'm going to edit the text that's already within my shape. Now once I'm done modifying my shapes, if I'd like to change the overall style of my shapes, I can do that as well. First, I'm going to be sure that my shapes are aligned the way I would like to keep them within my worksheet, and I can choose to group these specific shapes. The advantage of grouping shapes is the ability to change the style as well as the location within your worksheet. So to group shapes, I'm going to select my first shape, hold Shift with my keyboard, and I'm going to select the following shapes that I would like to group together. Once I've selected my shapes, I can let go of the Shift key, and I'm going to go up to the Format tab found within my tool ribbon. From here, if I go towards the right-hand side, I'll find my Arrange tool set, and I can select Group. From the menu below, I'm going to select Group at the top. This will join all of my shapes together, and I'll be able to modify them and move them within my worksheet. For example, if I'd like to change the shape style, I'm going to go to the left-hand side of the Format tab, and within the Shape Styles tool set, I can choose the drop-down menu and choose from an array of different styles to apply to my shapes. I can preview the shape style by hovering over with my mouse, And once I find a shape style that I would like to apply, I can select it from the menu. Now, if I'd like to move my grouped shapes, I can also do that by going over my selected shapes. Once I see the selection arrows, I can hold down the left button of my mouse and drag it within my worksheet. Now, if you find that you would like to ungroup your shapes, you can select your group shapes, and you can go back to the Arrange toolset and choose the Group menu. From this menu, I'm going to select Ungroup at the bottom. Now, once I've ungrouped my shapes, if I find that I'd like to remove a shape, I can do that easily by selecting the shape and choosing the Delete key on my keyboard. You can also edit your shapes individually by selecting them. You can go up and change the shape style, or even add shape effects. To add a shape effect, I can select the drop-down menu, and I can go down and choose to add an effect such as a shadow, and I can preview and then select my options below. So nice seeing how to insert and manage your shapes within Excel. Excel gives you the possibility to insert icons to help illustrate your worksheet. See how to insert and modify your icons within Excel. In order to help illustrate my worksheet below, I would like to insert a few icons. To insert an icon, you can go up to the top left-hand corner of your tool ribbon and choose the Insert tab. From the Insert menu, I'm going to go down below and choose Illustrations. From the Illustrations menu below, you'll find towards the center the option for Icons. Now from the Icons menu, you'll see on the left-hand side that your icons are divided by specific categories. You can browse your categories by using the scroll bar, and once you find a specific theme of icons that you would like to browse, you can select it from the left-hand side. Once you select your category, if you find an icon that you would like to insert, you can select it. And once you see the check mark appear in the top right-hand corner, you can choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner. Once you've inserted your icon, you can move it within your worksheet by going over it with your mouse, holding down the left button on your mouse, and dragging it across your worksheet. You can also choose to resize your icon by going to the outer perimeter and choosing a handle, holding down the left button on your mouse, dragging it outwards to make it larger, or inwards to make it smaller. Now, if you'd like to insert multiple icons, you can do that as well. So if I go back to the Insert tab in the top left-hand corner, and I go down to Illustrations again, and select Icons. From the Icon menu, I'm going to go to the left-hand side and choose a separate category. From this category, I can select the icon that I would like to insert, and if I find in fact there's another icon that I'd like to insert, I can select that icon as well. As you can see, the icons that I've selected indeed have a check mark in the top right-hand corner. Now to insert multiple icons, you can choose Insert in the bottom right-hand corner. Once you've inserted your icons, you can select outside those icons, and to move an individual icon, you can select it by itself, hold down the left button on your mouse, and drag it and place it within your worksheet. Now if you'd like to remove an icon, you can do that as well by selecting it and choosing Delete on your keyboard. Now if you have a lot of icons located within your worksheet, or you'd like to edit them simultaneously, you can also group your icons. To do this, I'm first going to arrange my icons, and once I select an icon, I'm going to hold the Shift key with my keyboard and select the second icon concerned. Once you've selected all of your icons, you can let go of the Shift key on your keyboard, and you'll see that once you select an icon, a new tab will open up within your tool ribbon. From the Format tab, I'm going to go towards the right-hand side, and within the Arrange toolset, I'm going to select Group. From here, I'm going to choose Group at the top, and once you group your icons, you'll be able to edit them simultaneously. For example, if you'd like to change your icon style, you can go to the left-hand side of the Format menu, and you'll see within the Graphic Styles toolset that you can select the drop-down menu, and you can browse over with your mouse different styles that you can apply to your icons. Once you find a style that you would like to apply, you can select it, and you'll see below that style applied. The same goes for if you want to modify the effects, outline, or fill color. So if I go towards the right-hand side and choose Graphics Effects, from the effects below, for example, if I'd like to add a reflection, I can select that menu and hover over the different reflection options, select one, and I'll see behind that the reflection has been applied to both icons. Now, if you'd like to ungroup your icons, you can do that as well by selecting them, going back to the Arrange toolset and choosing Group, and from the drop-down menu, I'm going to select Ungroup. This will enable me to select my icons individually and modify them separately if I wish. So now you've seen how to insert and manage icons within Excel. In Excel, there are several different types of links that you can insert into your documents. You'll see how to insert a link to a website, an email address, and another file. From my worksheet below, if I'd like to insert an email address, I can select the cell concerned, and I can type in the complete email address. Once I type in the email address and I select outside of that cell, I can see that a hyperlink has automatically been inserted. A link is indicated by the blue color with an underline. If I hover over this link with my mouse, I'll get the details of the link. I can see below that it says mail to, and the email address. If I were to select this link, my email client will open up and the recipient field will already be filled out. If I'd like to edit the link that I've inserted, for example, I do not want the entire email address to appear, but rather a different display text, I can easily edit this link by right-clicking over it with my mouse. And from the right-click menu, I'm going to go down and choose Edit Hyperlink. Now from here, I can readjust where my window is placed by dragging it up, and I can see in the bottom left-hand corner that email address has already been selected. At the top, you can change the display text at any time by selecting the field and typing in the desired display text for your worksheet. Now I can re-verify the email address below, and to save those changes, I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. So now I can see rather than the full email address, I have a shortened display version. Now if you'd like to insert a website, you can do the same as well by selecting the cell and inserting the complete website. You can also insert a website by going up to the Insert tab found within your tool ribbon, and if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll see the option Link. From the Link menu, again, I can readjust my window, and I can see on the left-hand side that I have 4 different choices for links. In order to insert a web page, you'll need to select the top option. From this menu, you can choose your text display. This could be the name of the website, for example. And in order to insert the web address, you can go down to the bottom of the menu and paste your web address if you already have it copied by selecting Ctrl and the letter V. You can also manually type out your web address, or if you've recently used an address that you would like to insert, you can select the drop-down menu on the right-hand side. I'm going to insert the web address manually. Now after I've inserted the web address, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select OK. Lastly, you can also insert links to external documents. To do this, I'm going to select my cell, and I'm going to right-click over the cell with my mouse. From the right-click menu, I'm going to go down to Link, and from the Link menu, again, I'm going to adjust my window. And in the top left-hand corner, you'll see the option besides Web Page to insert an existing file. To do this, I'm going to choose a location on my computer, so I'm going to go into the Look In field, select the drop-down menu. Now, depending on where your file is located, this may be different from my own. For example, I've stored my file on my desktop, so I'm going to choose my desktop as the location. From here, I'm going to choose my PowerPoint presentation, and I can choose to modify the display text at the top by selecting the field and typing in the name. After I've modified the display text, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select OK. Now, once you've inserted a link, in order to use a link, you can hover over and select with your mouse. And I can see that my file link has opened up with the file program. Now, in order to leave my file, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. Now, if you'd like to remove a link, you can do that as well by right-clicking over the link inserted. And from the menu, you can go down to the bottom and choose Remove Hyperlink. Now, this will remove the hyperlink and formatting within the cell, but it will not remove the text. In order to remove the text, you'll need to select the cell and choose Delete. If you were to remove the link by selecting the cell and choosing the Delete key on your keyboard, you'll notice that when you start typing in new text, that the text is already inserted as a hyperlink. In order to remedy this, you'll need to clear out the cell contents. So in order to clear out my cell, I'm going to go up to my Home tab in the top left-hand corner of my tool ribbon, and to the right-hand side, I'm going to go to my Editing toolset and choose Clear. From here, I'm going to first select the contents of my cell by selecting Control letter A, and then choosing Clear and Clear All. So now you've seen how to insert and use hyperlinks with Excel. In Excel, you can use the Smart Lookup tool to quickly access additional information about words used in your document. You'll be able to see images, definitions, and information appearing on the web related to the selected word by using this tool. Now from my worksheet below, I can see that I already have inserted information. If I'd like to find out more information about a particular word or phrase, I'm first going to select the cell concerned. I've selected a cell where there are two words, for example, a job profession, and if I'd like to find out more information, I can use the Smart Lookup tool. To access the Smart Lookup tool, you can go up to your tool ribbon and choose the Review tab. From the Review tab, if you go towards the left-hand side, you'll find your Insights toolset, and from here you can choose Smart Lookup. Once you select this option, you may be prompted to turn on your intelligence services in order to use Smart Lookup. From this menu, I'm going to select Turn On, and this will grant access to Office to quickly access any Smart Lookup terms that may have been selected. Since I selected the entire cell, both terms will be looked up simultaneously. From the Explore option, I can see below that I have a short definition, and if I scroll down even further, I have web results explaining a little bit more about that term. Now, if I want to look up a single word, I'm first going to go back over to the cell and double select within the cell. From here, I'm going to select the term that I would like to look up, and then I'm going to right-click over this term with my mouse and choose Smart Lookup in the center. Now within the Smart Lookup menu, I can see on the right-hand side, I also have the option Define. Within Define, you'll have the word spelled out phonetically, as well as the option to play the sound of how it's pronounced. You'll also find the definition below and any additional information. Now you can also use Smart Lookup to find images within Bing. So if I go to the left-hand side and I select a cell where a location has been entered, I'm going to go back up to the Review tab and choose Smart Lookup. Once I select this option within the Explore tab, I'll be able to see below that I have a definition for the place I have selected, and I can see above that I have images. In order to see all the images, I can select the link on the right-hand side, and I'll be able to browse the different images. If I were to select one of these images, my Edge browser will open up, and I'll be able to browse all the image results on Bing concerning that particular search term. Now, in order to leave Edge, I'm going to go up to the top right-hand corner and select the X. In order to leave the Smart Lookup menu, you can always select the X in the top right-hand corner, or you can select the drop-down menu just to the left and choose Close. So now you've seen different ways on how to use the Smart Lookup tool within Excel. Excel's function library can help you locate and insert the formula you need. These formulas are grouped according to category. If you are unable to find the formula you want, you can also launch a search query. Now from my worksheet below, if I would like to find and use a formula in order to calculate the total of my purchases, I'm first going to need to select the cell where I'd like to insert my formula. Now if I don't know the formula that I would like to use, but I know the specific category it pertains to, I can quickly find it in the formula library. In order to access your formula library, you'll need to go up to your tool ribbon and select the Formulas tab found towards the center of the menu. Now just below, you'll be able to find your function library. You'll notice that your functions are organized according to category. So if you're looking for a financial formula, you'll need to select the financial icon, and you'll get a list below of the specific formulas pertaining to finance. Now, if you don't see the category that you're looking for, you can also go towards the right-hand side and choose More Functions, and you'll see additional categories such as Statistics or even Cube. If you're looking for a formula that you've recently used, you can go towards the left-hand side of your function library, and you'll find your recently used icon. From here, you'll be able to quickly find that formula that you're thinking about and select it from the menu. Lastly, if you don't know which category the formula you would like to use pertains to, you can use the Insert Function tool. You'll be able to find this tool from the Formulas menu by going towards the left-hand side. You can either select this icon, or you'll also find your Insert Function tool on the left-hand side of your formula bar. So if I select Insert Function, my Insert Function menu will open up. Now, in order to find your function, you have a couple different options. First, you can type in a brief description of the function that you would like to find. You can also search according to category. I'm going to select the field above, and if I want to find a formula relating to addition, I can select that option by typing in addition. Now, once you've typed in the terms that you would like to use to find your formula, you can select Go on the right-hand side. Now, below you'll find your results. If you don't find the formula that you're looking for, you may need to modify your search above. So if I just want to find formulas to add, I'm going to select backspace and select Enter, and I'll be able to find the formulas relating to adding values below. Now, if you'd like to filter these results, you can also use the category option at the top to filter according to most recently used as well as all. Now, in order to choose a formula, you can select it below, and you'll get a brief description at the bottom of the menu. If you're still having difficulty understanding on what that function is used for, you can go down to the bottom left-hand corner and choose Help on this function. Now, from the Office support page, you'll find again a description of that particular function as well as examples below. If you continue to scroll down, you'll also see a brief video demonstration on how to use that particular function. Now, to leave Office support, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. Now, once you've selected your function, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And from here, you'll be going through a step-by-step process on how to calculate your function. So in order to use this function, I'm going to need to add an argument. Since I'm going to add values, I'm going to need to select the value range. To do this, I'm going to go up to number 1 and select the cell range reference icon on the right-hand side. Once I select this icon, I'm going to go over my worksheet and select the values that I would like to add together. Once I've done this, I can go back up and select the cell reference icon. And I can also choose to add an additional number if my formula demands it. Since I'm only adding my data range, I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose OK to calculate my values. Now I can see that my function has been inserted. You can also insert your function by typing it in your cell. So if I go up and I clear the contents of this cell by selecting it and choosing Delete on my keyboard, if I type in the equal symbol, followed by the name of the formula that I would like to insert, such as average, you'll see below that you get suggestions for functions to insert directly into your worksheet. Now, if you want to see a short description of that particular function, you can select it, and on the left-hand side, you'll see a short description describing on what that function pertains to. Now, to insert the function into the cell, I'm going to need to double select it, and then I can select my data range. Again, I'm going to select my purchase totals. And to close off that particular formula, I can go up to my formula bar, and I can close it off by selecting the close parentheses option, and then choose Enter to calculate. Now I can see on the right-hand side that I have the average for my values located in my purchase total column. So now you've seen how to insert and use the function library within Excel. The cells in your Excel worksheet can be thought of as little calculator spaces. You can use these individual cells to perform simple and complex calculations. Now, from my worksheet below, I notice that I have values already inserted. For example, I would like to calculate the postage and packaging total. To do this, I can use a simple calculation by selecting the cell below and inserting the equal symbol. Now, I can manually type in those values. So I'm going to enter 30 cents, and then I'm going to add a plus symbol and enter 50 cents. Now, once I've entered these values, if I select Enter on my keyboard, that simple calculation will automatically be inserted. Now, if using simple calculations, if you make any changes to the values above, the results below will not change. In order to have this value automatically change when any values are changed, I'm going to need to use the reference cell. Now, to do this, I'm going to select the cell and clear the contents. After I've done this, again, I'm going to need to insert the equal symbol And rather than typing in the values, I'm going to select the cell where the value is contained. Once I've done this, I can insert plus to add, and then select the cell just below, and choose Enter on my keyboard to calculate. Now, as you can see, I have the same value as before when I created the simple calculation, but if I go up and I change the value, for example for postage, and I select it and change it to 50 cents rather than 30 cents, and select outside, I can see that the value below has automatically been updated. Now you can also use these reference cells in other formulas, so if I go down below and I want to calculate the total plus for 20 packages, all I need to do is select my cell, insert equals, and I'm going to select the cell above that I've already calculated. This will save me time from having to manually calculate each of these values and then adding it to another formula. Once I've selected the total, I'm going to insert an asterisk symbol to multiply, and I'm going to multiply this by 20 packages. Once I select Enter, I can see that that value is automatically calculated. Again, if I were to go up and modify any values, such as modifying my packaging to 80 cents rather than 50 and selecting outside, I can see the values below for total, as well as total times 20 packages, have automatically been updated. Now, if I want to calculate an overall total, I can select and cell reference an entire range of cells. So to do this, I'm going to go up to my top cell, and I'm going to use a formula rather than a simple calculation. So to insert the sum formula, I'm going to insert the equal symbol, followed by sum, S-U-M, and an open parentheses. Once I've inserted the formula, I'm going to need to select my cell range by going to the left-hand side, and I'm going to hold down the left button of my mouse and select the complete cell range that I would like to calculate the sum for. Once I've completed the range, I can go up to my formula bar, select it, and close the parentheses and choose Enter on my keyboard. And if I scroll back up my worksheet, I'll be able to see those values calculated. Now I can also combine calculated values by going down to my cell, and I can use a simple calculation to calculate complex calculations that I may have created via formulas. So if I insert equals, followed by my overall total reference cell, and I'm going to insert the plus symbol, and then I go down and choose my postage and packaging, followed by the 20 packages that I've calculated, I can then select Enter on my keyboard to calculate those values. Since my total has been calculated, if I go back and I modify any values such as my postage, I'm going to change this to $2 for example. If I select outside, I can see that all of the values have been taken into consideration when calculating. Now if I modify a cell in the cell range that I've referenced at the top value for overall total, and I modify this to 500, and then select outside, I can see that those values have been taken into consideration for the overall total, as well as the total plus postage and packaging. As you can see, using these simple calculations, you'll save a lot of time rather than manually calculating out each value. So now you've seen different ways on how to use simple calculations to save time within Excel. If you're going to be applying your formulas to a large number of data entries in your worksheet, it's important to know how to use the fill down function. So from my worksheet below, I would like to calculate the total values of my rows located in my table. So to do this, I'm going to go towards the right-hand side and select a cell on the right-hand side within my total column. Now in order to compose the total, I'm going to use the sum formula, so I'm going to first enter the equal symbol, followed by sum. Now I can also select sum from the list of suggestions below. After I've inserted my formula, I'm going to need to select my cell range that I'd like to calculate the total for. So to do this, I can select the first cell, hold down with my mouse, and select the complete range. After I've done this, if I cannot see my formula on the right-hand side because of the pop-up, I can also go up to my formula bar, and to complete my formula, I can close off the parentheses and select Enter to calculate. Now as you can see, I have rows below that I'd also like to perform the same action on. I can easily copy and paste the formula by going over to the cell, using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter C, and then selecting the cell below and using Control and V to quickly paste in that value. Now I can see automatically that the formula has detected that I want to calculate for the values located on the left-hand side. I can see that I'm indeed within the same row number, row 10, so I can be assured that the formula total has been calculated for this particular row. Now, a quick way to automatically fill out using the same formula is to use the fill down function. So to do this, you'll need to select your cell and go down to the bottom right-hand corner. And once you see your mouse cursor turn into a black plus symbol, you can double select it with your mouse. And you'll see that your values will automatically fill out in the column below. Now you can also use this fill down function to fill from left to right. So if I go to the left-hand side, and I select a cell where I'd like to create an average for the column numbers above, I'm going to go down, and to enter the average formula, I'm going to insert equals, followed by average, and I can double select the formula below. And once I see the open parentheses, I can select my cell range again. And once I've selected my cell range, I can close off that parentheses and choose enter on my keyboard, and those values will automatically be calculated. So if I'd like to use the fill down function from left to right, I'm going to select the first cell with my formula, and if I go down to the bottom right-hand corner, again I'll see that black plus symbol. I can hold it down and drag it across my worksheet. Once I let go, I can see that those values are automatically calculated according to their corresponding column above. Now, if I make any changes, my values will automatically be updated. So if I select a cell value and I enter a new value such as 600 and select outside, I can see that my average as well as my total will automatically update. Now, if you'd like to remove values, you can also use the fill down option. So if I select the top cell in the top right-hand corner and choose delete to clear the values, if I go back down to the bottom right-hand corner, and once I see that black plus symbol, I can drag it downwards and let go, and I can see I can automatically remove values as well. So now you've seen how to save time using the fill down function within Excel. If you've organized your data entries into chronological order, a cumulative total can be very quickly created. In Excel, you can create the calculation once and then apply it automatically to the rest of your data entries, thereby saving yourself a lot of time and effort. Now from my worksheet below, I can see that I have purchase totals already entered into my worksheet in chronological order. Now, if I plan on adding additional entries to the bottom of my worksheet, I can keep a running total going. In order to create a running total, I'm first going to select the top cell in my column and insert the equal symbol. Next, I'm going to select my cell of reference, which is the value located on the left-hand side. Once I've entered my first value, I can choose enter. And now if I'd like to keep a running total going by adding my first value followed by my second value and thereafter, I'm going to first select the cell on the right-hand side, choose the equal symbol, followed by my first set of values, and then I'm going to insert the plus symbol to add the continue running total for my purchase total located on the left-hand side. So as you can see, I have my cell's reference, and if I select enter on my keyboard, I can see that I've automatically added the values for the purchase totals on the left-hand side to keep a running total going on the right-hand side. Now if I'd like to keep this running total and add the next cell just below and the cell below that, I can first select the cell at the top and go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll see that I have a black plus symbol. I can use the fill down option by double selecting with my mouse and automatically fill and add those values. As you can see, this will save you a lot of time from having to go through and individually add each value. Now, if you would like to add cumulative values with a fixed value, you can do that as well. So if I go towards the right-hand side and select the top cell in my column, I'm going to insert the equal symbol, and then I'm going to select the cell of reference. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to insert the minus symbol to subtract a fixed cost that I have from my company. This fixed value is located on the right-hand side, so I'm going to select that cell of reference. If you have a value that does not change, you'll need to make it absolute. To do this, you'll need to insert a dollar symbol in between the column letter as well as the row number. Once I've made this value absolute, I can select enter, and that value will automatically be calculated. Again, if I would like to apply this to all of the values located in my purchase total, I can go back up to the cell and then down to the right-hand corner And once I see the black plus symbol, I can double select again. Now I can see that those values have automatically been added without changing the fixed cost with the absolute value I have selected on the right-hand side. So now you've seen how to create a running total as well as use absolute values to calculate values within your worksheet. When your Excel data table has become rather long, adding subtotals for individual subgroups within a table can be very useful. You can use these subtotals to perform various different calculations, all of which can be activated and deactivated at the touch of a button. Now, as you can see below, I already have my worksheet composed. Depending on the values of your worksheet will depend on the subgroups that you'll be creating. For example, within my worksheet, I notice that I have different purchase types. If I'd like to create my subgroups based on the purchase type, as well as the purchase total, I'm first going to need to sort my values. Since I'm going to create my subtotals based on purchase type, I'm going to sort my entire worksheet according to purchase type. To add this sort, I'll first need to select all the values within my table. Once I've selected the values, I can go up to the top of my tool ribbon and choose the Data tab. From the Data tab, if I go towards the center, I'll find my Sort and Filter toolset, and I can select Sort in the center. From here, to add a new sort, I'm going to go down, and next to Sort By, I'm going to choose my corresponding column that I would like to create my subgroups for. So I'm going to select the drop-down menu, and I'm going to select Purchase Type. Once I've selected this option, I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And I can see now within my worksheet that all of my purchase types are separated within my values. This will make creating your subgroups a lot easier. Now, in order to add a subgroup, I'm going to need to go up to my Data tab, and if I go towards the right-hand side, you'll see that you have a toolset outline. From the outline toolset, if you select Subtotal, you'll be able to create your subtotal for your corresponding values. Again, since I would like to organize my subgroups by purchase types, I'll need to select the field at the top and choose that corresponding column header. In the center, you'll be able to use a function to calculate specific values. If you're just counting values, you can leave the count formula. But since I would like to add the values for my purchase totals as well, I'm going to select the drop-down menu and select the sum function at the top. Now, in order to create my subtotals, I'm going to have to calculate according to the specific column located in my worksheet. Since I'm going to be calculating purchase totals for my specific purchase types, I'm going to select the checkbox on the left-hand side. You may notice that values may already be checked. You can uncheck a box by selecting it on the left-hand side as well. Now, at the bottom of the menu, you can choose additional options, such as replacing your current subtotals. You can also choose to add an additional page break between each group, or even create a summary below data. I'm going to leave these two options checked, and I'm going to leave the page break unchecked, and then select OK at the bottom of the menu. Now, once you create your subgroups, you'll notice on the left-hand side that you have outline tools that you can use to collapse and expand your specific groups. For example, if I want to collapse a menu, I can select the minus symbol under 2, and I can individually collapse each particular subgroup. Now I can see from the list on the right-hand side that I have all of my subtotals for those particular purchase types. If I would like to expand a particular value, I can select the plus symbol to get more details regarding that specific field. Now, if I would like to collapse all the menus at once, I can select the number 2, and this will automatically collapse those values within my groups. To expand those values, I can select the number 3 on the right-hand side to quickly expand those values. Now, if you have multiple outlines located within your worksheet, you can quickly collapse your menus by selecting 2, and you can also collapse your entire outline by selecting the minus symbol under 1. This will enable you to get a picture of your grand total. This is useful if you have multiple outlines and you're calculating and you just want to view the grand total for each of those worksheets. Now, to expand my menu again, I'll need to select the plus symbol next to 1, and I can choose to expand all of my values by selecting 3 on the right-hand side. Now, if you find that you'd like to remove your outline, you can do this at any time by going back to your Data tab, and on the right-hand side, I'm going to select Subtotal under the Outline toolset. From this menu, I can choose to modify any criteria, such as modifying the function associated with the criteria calculated. To remove completely your outline, you'll need to go back down to the bottom left-hand corner, and you can select the option Remove All. Once you select this, your outline will be removed, and you'll no longer see your subtotals within your worksheet. So now you've seen how to quickly add subtotals and use your outline tools within Excel. The COUNT-UP formula is used in Excel to count up the number of cells that contain values. The COUNT-IF formula can be used to perform a count on certain values that meet your conditions. You can even use the sum product and the COUNT-IF formulas together to perform complex but exceedingly useful calculations. Now from my worksheet below, I would like to find specific information. For example, I would like to know the total number of values located in my table below. To do this, I can use the COUNT-UP formula. In order to compose the COUNT-UP formula, I'm going to first select my cell and insert the equal symbol followed by COUNT-UP. I can also select COUNT-UP from my list of suggested functions below by double selecting it. Once I've entered COUNT-UP with an open parentheses, I'll need to select my data range to count. Now since I'm just counting the number of values, it doesn't matter which column I select below. So I'm just going to select one of my columns and select all of the values located within my worksheet. Now once I've done this, I can go up to my formula bar, select it, and close off my parentheses and choose Enter to calculate. Now after I've selected Enter, I may need to scroll up to see that I have a total of 21 values located in my worksheet. This is useful because I won't have to go to the left-hand side and try to add and subtract using the row numbers. Now if I'd like to count for a specific value, I can do that as well. To do this, I'm going to use the COUNT-IF formula. So I'm going to go up, select my cell, and insert the equal symbol followed by COUNT-IF. Now again, I can also select it from the list of suggestions below. Once I've entered COUNT-IF with an open parentheses, if I'm looking for the number of a specific value, I'm first going to need to select my range where that value is contained. So I'd like to find a specific order type within my order type range. So I'm going to go down and select all of the values within the range. And then I'm going to scroll back up and insert a comma. Next, in order to complete the formula, I'm going to add my criteria. Since I've selected my order type category, I'm looking for the specific criteria relating to kitchen orders. So I'm going to select the criteria. And then in order to complete the formula, I'll need to close the parentheses and select Enter on my keyboard to calculate. So I can see from my worksheet below, I have indeed 5 values relating to kitchen within the order type column. If I would like to change my criteria, I can select my cell, I can type in a new value, or since I've inserted a drop-down menu, I can select one of the other options located on my sheet, such as lounge, and I'll be able to see that I have 6 values relating to that particular order type. Now if you're looking for unique values such as a unique date, you can use the sum product and the COUNT-IF formula together. To do this, I'm going to select my cell below, insert the equal symbol, followed by sum product. Again, I can double select sum product below, and once I have my open parentheses, I'm going to insert a number 1, followed by a division symbol, also known as a /, followed by the COUNT-IF formula. Once I start typing in count, I'm going to select COUNT-IF from the options below. And from here, I'm going to need to select my range. Now, once I've entered my COUNT-IF formula with my open parentheses, I'm going to need to select the range that I would like to find the unique date for. So I'm going to go down to my order dates and select the complete range. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to go up to my formula bar to finish adding my criteria. Since I'm looking for a unique date, I'm going to need to enter my date range twice as my criteria, and this will let the formula know that I'm looking for my unique date. So first I'm going to insert a comma, followed by my criteria, which is the same date range. Now to enter this date range again, I can manually type it out. So I'm going to enter D8, followed by a colon, and the end of my range is D28. Now after I've done this, I can close off my parentheses and then close off the complete formula, so I'll need to enter 2 close parentheses, and then select Enter to calculate. Now if I scroll back up, I'll be able to see that I have 11 unique dates located in my worksheet. Now if you're looking for a unique value, you can use the same principle. So if I go down, select my cell, insert equals, followed by sum product. Once I have sum product with the open parentheses, again, I'm going to insert 1 divided by COUNTIF formula. And once I have COUNTIF with the open parentheses, I'm going to go down and look for the number of unique values under my product type column, so I'm going to select the complete range. Once I've selected that range, I'm going to go back up to my formula bar, and I'm going to insert a comma and insert the range again. So I'm going to manually type out my range for my criteria. So once I've added my range again for my criteria, I'm going to close off both parentheses, and then select Enter to calculate. So once I've calculated those values, I can scroll up and I can see that I have 8 different values located in this particular column. Now if I were to change a value and add a new product type and select outside, I can see that that value is automatically updated within my formula. So now you've seen how to count values using the COUNTIF formula, as well as count for unique values using sum product and COUNTIF together in Excel. Excel's rank function is extremely useful if you want to find out where a particular value places on a list of data entries. You can also visualize the smallest and largest values in a list by using the max and min formula as well as the small and large formulas. Now, if you have a worksheet with a list of values that you would like to rank, you can use the rank formula. In order to compose this formula, I'm going to select a cell on the left-hand side of my worksheet and insert the equal symbol. Once I've done this, I can type in rank, R-A-N-K, or I can select it from the list of suggested functions below. Now once I've inserted rank with an open parentheses, I'm going to need to select my number. For example, if I want to find the rank of the value just next to my cell on the left-hand side, I can select that cell for reference. After, I'm going to need to select all of the cells that I'll be ranking. So first I'm going to insert a comma, and then I'm going to need to select my reference range. To do this, I'm going to select all of the cells on the left-hand side of this list. Once I've selected those values, I'm going to scroll back up, and I can see within the formula that I'll need to put in an order. Now, in order to do this, I'm going to first insert a comma, and I want to know where it ranks as far as 1, so I'm going to rank my values in numerical order. Now, before I close off and calculate the specific function, I'm going to have to create some absolute values. Since the values on the left-hand side of this list are not changing, I'm going to have to make them absolute. To do this, I'm going to need to go between the column letter and row number and insert a dollar symbol. Now that I've done my first range, I'm going to select again between my column letter and row number for my second set of range data. Now after I've done this, I'll need to go down to the end of my formula, select it, and close the parentheses and choose Enter to calculate the rank. So now I can see out of all of my values on the left-hand side, this value ranks number 22. If I'd like to find the rank of all of the values below, all I need to do is select my first cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and once I see the black plus symbol, I can double select with my mouse. And I can quickly fill out those values below to find the rank for each value. Now, if you're looking for the largest or the smallest value, you can use the max and min formula. To find the largest value, I can select the cell at the top, and I'm going to insert equals, followed by max to find the largest value. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to insert an open parentheses, and I'll need to select my range. To do this, I can go back to the left-hand side and select the complete range. And once I've done this, I'm going to scroll back up again, and I can close off the parentheses and choose Enter to calculate the max value. If I want to find the smallest value, I can do the same process but using the min formula. So I'm going to select the cell at the top, insert equals, followed by min, M-I-N, and an open parentheses. Now, if you know the values of your range, you can also type them in manually. So since I know my range goes from A to, and I know the end of the range for my column and row number. Now, once I've inserted my range of data, I can close the parentheses, and I'm going to choose Enter to calculate the minimum value. Now, if you're looking for a particular value in your data series, for example, if you're looking for the third largest value, you can use the large and small formula. For example, if I'm looking for the third largest value, I'm going to select the cell, insert equals, followed by large. Again, I can also select it from the list of suggested functions below. And once I have that open parentheses, I'll need to select my range, or since I know my range again, I can type it in. So I'm going to put A2 colon through A31. And if I want to find the third largest value, I'm first going to need to insert a comma within my formula and type in 3 for the third largest value. Now, if your largest value is different, if you want the fourth or fifth, you may need to change this number. In order to calculate the formula, again, I'm going to close off my parentheses and select Enter on my keyboard. Now, the same goes for the smallest values. If you'd like to find one of the smallest values, such as the fifth smallest, you can use the small formula. To do this, you'll need to select your cell, insert equals, followed by small, and an open parentheses. Again, I'm going to need to insert my range, so I'm going to type it in as A2 colon through A31. Now, since I'm looking for the fifth smallest, I'm going to insert a comma and insert the number that I would like to find the smallest value for. This may change again if you're looking for the third, second, or fourth, you will need to change this number. Now, once I've entered that value, I'm going to close off my parentheses and select Enter, and I can see the smallest value on the left-hand side is indeed 248. Now, if any of these values change within my original range, those values will be reflected within my formulas on the right-hand side. So if I go through and I make this the largest number by replacing it with 2000 and selecting outside, I can see that all of my values and ranks have changed. So now you've seen different ways on how you can rank your values within Excel. In Excel, there are different formulas that you can use to round up or down your data values. Which one you choose will depend on how you want to perform the calculation. From my worksheet below, I can see at the top that I have a value with multiple decimal places. Now, if you're looking to round a value according to decimal places, you can use the round formula. To perform this formula, I'm first going to select the cell and insert equals, followed by round. Once I've done this, I can insert an open parentheses, and I'll need to select the value in which I would like to round. Once I've selected this value, I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to choose the number of decimal places I would like to round this value to. For example, if I want to round it to 2 decimal places, I can insert a 2, followed by a parentheses to close off the formula, and select Enter to calculate. You can also choose to round to the nearest whole number by using the round formula. So if I select the cell, insert equals, followed by round again, with an open parentheses, I'm going to select my value, insert a comma, and instead of 2, I'm going to put a 0 for a whole number, close off the parentheses, and select Enter. Now, if you would like to round to a specific even or odd number, you can use the even and odd formula. To do this, I'm going to select my cell, insert equals, followed by even. With an open parentheses, I can select my value, close off the parentheses, and choose Enter to get the nearest even number. The same goes for odd by using the odd formula, so if I select the cell, insert equals and odd, with an open parentheses, and I select my value, close off the parentheses, and choose Enter, I can see that I have the nearest odd number. Now, if you'd like to round up and round down, you can use the round up and round down formula. To round up my values to the nearest whole number, I'm going to select my cell, and I'm going to insert equals followed by round up, all one word. Once I've done this, I can leave an open parentheses, select my value, and I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to insert a 0 so that way it's to the nearest whole number, close off the parentheses, and select Enter to calculate. The same goes for the round down formula. So if I select equals and round down, all one word, with an open parentheses, I can select my value, insert a comma and 0 to round down to the nearest whole number, close off my parentheses, and choose Enter. Now, if you're looking to round to a nearest multiple of a specific number, you can also use the mRound formula. To perform this formula, I'm going to select my cell, insert an equal symbol, followed by M, round, all one word, open parentheses, I'm going to select the value, insert a comma, and I can choose my nearest multiple. If I would like to find the nearest multiple of 7, for example, I can select that option, close off my parentheses, and choose Enter to quickly calculate. Now, if you'd like to round up or down to a specific value, you can use the ceiling and floor formulas. To perform these formulas, I'm going to scroll down just a bit, select my cell, insert equals, followed by ceiling to round up to a specific value. You can also select from the options below within the function selection. Now, once I have ceiling with an open parentheses, I'll need to select my number, and I'm going to insert a comma, followed by the value that I would like to round up to. So if I'm looking to round up to 0.5, I can select that option, close off my parentheses, and choose Enter to get that value. And to round down to a specific value, you can use the floor formula. So I'm going to insert equals, followed by floor, open parentheses, I can select my value, and I go back down and I could choose which value that I'd like to round down to. So I'm going to insert a comma, followed by 0.5, close off my parentheses, and select Enter. Now, if you would like to have an integer for your data value, you can use the truncated formula trunc. To do this, I'm going to select my cell, insert equals, followed by trunc, TRUNC, open parentheses. I can select my value, close off my parentheses and select Enter, and I can see that it's been converted into an integer value. So as you can see, these rounding formulas are quite useful if you have decimal places that you would like to round to a specific value within your worksheet. So now you've seen how to use multiple different rounding formulas within Excel. If you've inserted text data into your spreadsheet and you need to make some changes, you may find that you can perform these modifications with the help of some of Excel's formulas: substitute, trim, and replace. Now, within my worksheet below, I'd like to make a few modifications. For example, at the top of my worksheet, I have Indianapolis. If I'd like to convert this to Minneapolis, I can use the replace formula. To perform this formula, I'm first going to select my cell, insert the equal symbol, followed by replace. After I've done this, I'm going to insert an open parentheses, and I'll need to select my old text that I would like to convert. Once I've done this, I'm going to insert a comma, and I'll need to select the number of characters that I'll be replacing. Since I'll be replacing characters 1 through 6, I'll need to insert a 1, 6 within my formula. Next, I'm going to insert another comma, and I'll need to insert my replacement text. In order to add my replacement text, I'll need to first insert quotation marks, followed by the new text that I would like to replace the old text with. After I've entered my text, I'm going to close off those quotation marks, and I'm going to close off my formula by adding a parentheses. Once I'm done composing the formula, I can select Enter, and I can see that the text has been easily replaced by using the replace formula. Now, if you notice that you've made a mistake in a specific text, you can also replace specific characters. To do this, you can use the substitute formula. So if I go down below, I can see that I've written Chicago incorrectly, and to correct this error, I'm going to select my cell, insert equals, and use the substitute formula. Now you can also select it from the list of suggested functions below. And once I have substitute with an open parentheses, I'm going to first need to select my old text, followed by a comma, and I'm going to need to select the text character that I would like to be replacing. To do this, I'll need to insert quotation marks, followed by the letter, or the character itself, and then close those quotation marks. Next, I'll need to insert the text that I'd like to substitute it with. So first I'm going to insert a comma, followed by quotation marks, and I'm going to replace the S with a C, so I'll put a C in there, close off the quotation marks, and insert another comma. Now, since this occurrence only occurs one time within this word, I'm going to select the number 1, and close off my formula by closing the parentheses and choose Enter to quickly substitute that text value. Lastly, if you notice that you have a lot of spaces between words in your worksheet, you can use the trim formula to quickly remove those additional spaces. To do this, I'm first going to select my cell, insert equals, followed by trim, and an open parentheses. Now all I need to do is select my cell concerned, close the parentheses and choose Enter, and I can quickly see that the text now appears as normal without the additional spaces. So now you've seen how to use replace, substitute, as well as trim to modify text within your worksheet in Excel. We generally use a base 10 number system in everyday life. You will occasionally find it useful to work in binary and hexadecimal. In Excel, you can quickly convert a number that you've inserted in and out of a variety of different number formats, including binary, decimal, and hexadecimal. Now from my worksheet below, I have multiple tables with values that I would like to convert. For example, if I go to the left-hand side, I can see that I have binary values, and I would like to convert these into decimal values. To do this, I'm going to need to use the bin to decimal formula. Now first I'm going to select my cell, insert the equal symbol, followed by bin, B-I-N, and I'm going to insert 2, followed by decimal, D-E-C. Now after I've done this, I can insert an open parentheses, select my value, close off the parentheses, and select Enter to quickly convert. Now if I'd like to apply this formula to the rest of the values within my table, I can select the first cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and double select when I see the black plus symbol. Now if you'd like to convert your values from hexadecimal to decimal, you can use the hex to dec formula. To perform this calculation, I'm going to select my cell, insert the equal symbol, followed by hex, H-E-X, the numerical value 2, and decimal, D-E-C. Now I can leave an open parentheses, select my value, close off that parentheses, and choose Enter to quickly convert. Again, if I'd like to convert the values below, I can select the top cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and double select when I see the black plus symbol to quickly fill down those values. Lastly, if I would like to convert from decimal to binary, I can also use the dec to bin formula. To perform this formula, I'm going to select the cell, insert equals, followed by DEC, with the numerical value 2, and I can see below in my suggestion for functions, I'll see the option dec to bin at the top. I can double select it, and once my open parentheses has been selected, I'll need to go over and choose my value, which is in H6, close it off, select Enter to quickly convert that value. Now in order to convert the rest of the values within my table, again I can select the top cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and double select when I see the black plus symbol. Now as you can see, converting your values into a different number format can be quite simple and easy within Excel. Just be sure that you have the correct formula selected because there are multiple formulas relating to converting numerical values. So now you've seen how to quickly convert your number types within Excel. If you want to perform a division in Excel and you want to obtain a whole number answer, you're going to need to use the quotient formula. You can also visualize the remainder of the equation by using the mod formula. So from my worksheet below, if I'd like to perform a simple division on my values located on the left-hand side, I can use the quotient formula. To perform this formula, I'm first going to select my cell, insert the equal symbol, followed by quotient. You can also select it from the list of suggested functions below, and once you've inserted quotient with an open parentheses, you'll need to choose your numerator. So I'm going to select the cell where my numerator is contained, insert a comma, followed by my denominator, which is in the cell below. Once I've done this, I can close off my parentheses and select Enter to quickly calculate my quotient. Now I know that 5 does not go into 36 evenly, and there should be a remainder. In order to calculate the remainder for this division, I'm first going to need to use the mod formula by selecting my cell, inserting equals, followed by mod MOD with an open parentheses. Now I'm going to need to select my number, which is also my numerator, insert a comma, followed by the division, which is my denominator, and then close off the parentheses and select Enter. So now I can see that 5 goes into 36 7 times, with a remainder of 1. Now this is useful if you want to quickly divide and have whole number integers rather than decimal places. So now you've seen how to use the quotient and mod formula to perform division calculations within Excel. Creating randomized numbers is often very useful if you need a randomly generated code, are holding a lottery, or are drawing lots. In Excel, there are lots of formulas and calculations that you can use to generate your random numbers. Now, if I'd like to quickly generate a random number between the values of 0 and 1, I can use the RAND formula. To do this, I can select the cell where I'd like to insert the formula, add the equal symbol, and I'm going to insert the formula RAND, R-A-N-D. I can also select it from the options below. And once I have the formula with an open parentheses, I'm going to close off the parentheses and select Enter to quickly generate that random value between 0 and 1. Now, I can generate those values for the values below as well by going down to the bottom right-hand corner of the cell and double selecting the autofill black plus symbol to quickly fill out those values. Now, if I'm looking to generate a random value between 1 and 6, I can use the RAND between formula. To compose this formula, I'm going to use the equal symbol, followed by RAND between, and I can select that specific formula from the options below as well. Now, after I've inserted that value, I'm going to need to define the bottom and top number, so I'm going to choose the values between 1 and 6, so I'm going to insert 1, comma, space, and 6. After I've done this, I can close off the parentheses and select Enter to quickly generate those values. You'll notice when you're generating random values with multiple columns, once you add a new generated value, the values previously entered will automatically regenerate. If you don't want this to happen, you'll need to save those values beforehand, because each time you make a manipulation or change with the values that you have generated, all of the randomly generated values will automatically update. Now I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner and double select the autofill option, and as you can see, all of the values have regenerated. Now, another way you can generate a random value between 1 and 6 is to combine formulas such as RAND and even integer. Now, I'm going to generate a random value between 1 and 6 first by inserting the RAND formula. So I'm going to insert equals, followed by RAND, and an open parentheses, and I'm going to close off that parentheses and multiply by inserting the asterisk symbol, and 5 plus 1 for the values between 1 and 6. So when I select Enter, I can see that I have a randomly generated value between 1 and 6, but this happens to be a decimal value. If I'd rather have a full integer, I'm going to select the top cell, and I'm going to go up to my formula bar and select just before the RAND formula. Now, to convert this to an integer, I'm going to use the int integer formula with an open parentheses, and then I'm going to go to the end of my formula and close off that parentheses and select Enter to quickly convert that value into an integer value. After I've done this, I can autofill and regenerate my values again by double selecting the autofill option. Now, if you'd like to generate an order of play, you can also use the rank value. To do this, I can select the top cell, and I'm going to insert equals followed by rank and an open parentheses. Now I'm going to need to identify the number, so I'm going to use the generated values from column E, so I'm going to select E7. After I've done this, I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to need my reference column, so these are all of the values contained within this column. And I'm going to need to make them absolute, so that way it doesn't change and create random values based on the cells above or below. After I've made them absolute by inserting a dollar symbol between the column letter and row number, I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to need to choose the order. I can choose descending with 0 or ascending with 1. I'm going to choose ascending, and then close off the parentheses and select Enter to quickly generate the order of play. Again, if I'd like to fill out the rest of my cells below, I can use the autofill option by double selecting the black plus symbol in the bottom right-hand corner of the cell. Lastly, if you'd like to create pair groups, you can use a simple division formula. So I'm going to insert equals. I'm going to select my cell of reference, which is the order of play, and divide that. So I'm going to use / by 2 and select Enter. And I'll be able to see my pair groups. I can select the top cell and go down to the bottom right-hand corner. Again, I'm going to double select the black plus symbol to generate those pair groups. So now you've seen different ways on how to calculate random values within Excel. You can use the integrated email function to very quickly send your Excel spreadsheet to other users via email. Your email is quickly created, and you can adjust your email recipients and choose from the different document formats, including XLS and PDF. Now, if I'd like to email this workbook below, I'm first going to need to go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu. From the File menu, I'm going to go down below and choose the Share option. From Share, you'll notice on the left-hand side that you have the option to email. From the email settings, you'll see that you have an array of different options on how you can share your workbook. If I want to give a standard copy of my document, I can send as an attachment. Otherwise, you'll see below that you have options such as PDF as well as XPS. On the right-hand side, you'll see the benefits of sending each file type. For example, if I send a copy as an attachment, everyone will get a copy to review. I'm going to select the top option, Send as an Attachment. Now once I select this option, my email template will open up. I can adjust the window by holding over it and dragging it up my screen. Now, once you select this option within your email client, you'll notice that an attachment has already been added. On the right-hand side of this attachment, I can select the drop-down menu, and you'll see that you have an array of different options, such as opening the file, uploading it to your OneDrive or SharePoint account, as well as options to print and even save it directly to your computer. Once you insert a document as an attachment, that attachment name will automatically be added as the subject line of your email. If you'd like to modify this, you can select the subject field and choose backspace and type in your own text. Now, in order to send this email, I'll need to add a recipient by selecting the To field and typing in the name of the individual that I would like to send it to. I can select from the list of suggestions below. And in order to complete my email, I'm going to add a body by selecting the field below and adding my text. After I've composed my email, I can go up to the top left-hand corner and select Send. Now, if you'd like to send your workbook by email, but you don't want others to receive a copy or make any modifications, you can send your workbook as a PDF. To do this, you'll need to go back up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu, and proceed back down to Share. From Share, again on the left-hand side, I'm going to select Email, and if you go towards the center, you'll see the option to share as a PDF. The advantages of sharing as a PDF means that everyone will get a PDF attachment. This is ideal if other users are working on different operating systems within their computer, they'll still be able to access and view the file. Whereas users who may not have Excel installed on their computer will have difficulty opening and viewing the file. You can also preserve the layout and formatting if you've already predefined your layout within the print layout. You can also be assured that the content cannot be easily changed. Now, to send this file as a PDF, I'm going to choose Send as PDF on the left-hand side. And once I select this option, my template will open up and I'll be able to see the attachment directly in my email. Again, on the right-hand side, if I select the drop-down menu, you'll see the standard options to open, print, save, as well as upload to OneDrive. Now, if you'd like to open and preview the file, you can do that as well by double-selecting it. And from the window, you can choose to save or to open on the left-hand side. Once I open up my file, I'll be able to view it in my browser or my PDF reader. Now, in order to leave the view, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. Now, in order to send this email, I can again modify the subject, add a recipient, and even add a body and choose Send in the top left-hand corner. If I'd like to cancel and not send this email, I can go up to the top right-hand corner and choose the X to leave my email template. So now you've seen different ways and formats you can send your workbook by email in Excel. When using Excel, you can share your workbooks via a link. You will not only see how to share a file via a link, but how to choose editing permissions as well. Before you can share your document as a link, you'll have to be sure that it's saved to your OneDrive or SharePoint account. Once you save your file on OneDrive or SharePoint, a link will be generated. In order to access this link to share it, you have a few different options. First, you can go up to the top right-hand corner and select the Share icon. You can also access your share options by going to the top left-hand corner and choosing File. From the File menu, if you go down to Info, you'll notice that when you have a saved document on OneDrive, you'll have a notification at the top of your Info menu. Just below, you'll see the option to Share, as well as Copy the path. This will give a link to users that you can share via email or a messaging service. Now you can also access your link settings by going down the left-hand menu and selecting Share, and choosing the option Share with People on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you can select Share with People. Now, from your Share menu, in order to quickly send a link to one of your contacts, you can choose to invite individuals to come edit or view your document. For example, if I want to invite somebody to edit, I'm going to select the Invite People field, and I'm going to select my address book on the right-hand side to add the users. Now from here, I'm going to go up, and I'm going to choose my address book corresponding with my contacts. From my contacts list, I can select a contact to invite, select two at the bottom of the field, and choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now you can also manually type out the email address of the individual you'd like to share your document with. Just below, you can choose the permissions. By default, this individual can edit. If I select the drop-down menu, I can choose Can View Only. Once I've selected the permission, I can go down and include an optional message and select Share in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I can see below that individual has been added to my list of people who have access to this particular document. Now if you'd like to share a link with a user outside of your company, or you'd like to quickly share a link so that user can edit the document, you can go down to the bottom left-hand corner and choose Get Sharing Link. From here, you'll see that you have two different link options. You can select and copy an editing link, or you can select and copy a view-only link. So if I want to share this document but I don't want the other individual to edit the document, I'm going to select the view-only link and select Copy on the right-hand side. Now if I go back to my Get Sharing Link menu, if I go down to the bottom and I select one of my contacts, such as Lisa, and choose an email option just to open an email template, you'll see that when you have a copied link, in order to share that link, you'll need to go within an email or messaging service, select the field, and to paste, you can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter V. Now if I select Enter, I can see that the link is now available, and the individual will need to select the link to access that particular file. Now in order to cancel this email, I'm going to select the X in the top right-hand corner and choose No, Not to Save. In order to leave the Share menu, you can select the X in the top right-hand corner of the pop-out window. So now you've seen how to share your document via a link with Excel. With Excel, you can change the editing permissions for a link to be more restrictive or open, depending on your preferences. You will see how to modify the editing permissions and manage access to a shared link. Now from my workbook below, I've already shared this workbook via OneDrive, and I've also added users to share and view my document. If I go up to the top right-hand corner and select the Share icon, I'll have the opportunity to invite additional users. Now when you invite a user, you can select the field, enter their email address, or you can search for them in your address book by selecting the address book icon on the right-hand side. Now once you add an individual by selecting them from your address book, so I'm going to choose my corresponding contact's address book and select the individual below. Once I add that individual, I can choose 2 in the bottom right-hand corner and select OK. And you'll see below that you can choose to modify their permissions. In order to modify the permission, you'll need to select the drop-down menu just below, and you can choose between Edit and View. Now if you want to grant permission for the user to access and modify your document, you'll need to select Can Edit. If you only want the user to be able to view the document but not make any changes, you'll need to select Can View. Now just below you can also include an optional message and choose Share to send them a shareable link. Once you've done this, the user will be added to your list below. Now once you've added users to your list, they'll be able to access and edit or access and view depending on the permissions you've granted to them. Those permissions are given by a link. In order to control the permissions, you can remove the links if you no longer want to grant permission to edit your document or view your document. To access and modify these links, you'll need to scroll down the menu on the right-hand side, and you'll see below that you have 2 different links. So anyone with my company domain name will be able to access and view via this link. I can also see below anyone will be able to edit the link from my company as well. Now if I want to remove the option for users to edit, I'll need to right-click over this link and I can choose the option Disable Link. Once I've disabled the link, those users that I've shared permissions to edit will be removed from my list. Now I only have one person who is able to access and view my document. If I want to remove that permission as well, I'll need to go over the View link, right-click with my mouse, and choose Disable Link. Once I've removed this option, I can see that I am not the owner of the document, and I'll get a notification at the top of the menu that says only document owners can share their documents. I'll need to ask for permission to access this document again. As you can see, when you remove all permissions and you've been shared that document, you'll no longer have access to getting a link and sharing links as well. You'll also notice that when you select this option, your document will turn into a read-only document, and you'll need to access the document again via OneDrive. To leave the Share menu, you can select the X in the top right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to modify link permissions within Excel. OneDrive is a service offered by Microsoft which is used to store files online. It can be used to access your documents from any location with an internet connection. This service can be accessed directly via Excel. Now, in order to share my workbook onto OneDrive, I'm first going to have to save it to OneDrive. To do this, you can go up to the top right-hand corner and you'll see an icon, Share. Once you select this option, you'll be prompted from the right-hand pop-out window to Save to Cloud. You can also access this option via your File menu by choosing File in the top left-hand corner. From the File menu, I'm going to go down the left-hand side and select Share. From the Share menu, be sure to select Share with People on the left-hand side, and again on the right-hand side, you'll be prompted to Save to Cloud. Once you select this option, your cloud services will open up on the left-hand side. If you do not see your OneDrive or SharePoint account, you can also add a place by choosing Add a Place at the bottom of the menu. Now on the right-hand side, you can choose to add your Office 365 account or your personal OneDrive account by choosing OneDrive. From here, you'll be prompted to enter an email address. And once you've done this, you can select Next in the bottom right-hand corner. Next, you'll be prompted to enter your password. You can select the field and enter the password with your corresponding email address. After you've done this, you can select Sign in the bottom right-hand corner. Now it's going to prompt me if I want to use this account everywhere on my device. If I only want to use this on my Microsoft apps, I can select the link found in the bottom left-hand corner. So now I can see my OneDrive personal account has also been attached. Now if I want to save my document to my OneDrive professional account that I already have open, I can select it above. Once I've selected the location, I can go on the right-hand side and I can choose the exact folder where I'd like to save it. If I want to save it in my In Review folder, I can select it just below. And I can see my OneDrive folder associated with my OneDrive account has opened up. I can verify the name of my file, as well as the type below, and choose Save in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, once you save your file to OneDrive, you'll be able to quickly share your file with other users. Now I can see on the right-hand side within my Share menu that I can choose to invite individuals to edit or view my document, as well as manage those permissions below. In order to leave the Share menu, I can select the X in the top right-hand corner. If I'd like to access my documents stored on OneDrive, I can easily do that by going back up to my File menu in the top left-hand corner and going down to Open just below. On the left-hand side, you'll find your cloud storage locations such as your OneDrive and SharePoint account. In order to locate my file that I've just stored, I can select OneDrive, and I'll be able to see the files that I've just saved in the corresponding document folder. Now if I'd like to see the complete list, I'll need to go and select the back arrow just above, and I'll find a complete list of all of my folders located on OneDrive. To open a document, I'm going to go down and choose the corresponding folder or file stored directly on my OneDrive. I'm going to choose In Review, and in order to open my file, I can double select it, and my file has opened up. As you can see, you'll be able to access your files in any location once you've saved it to your OneDrive account. So now you've seen how to save your Excel workbooks directly onto OneDrive. With Excel, you can manage a workbook's version history by opening a different version of the workbook and checking it out so no one else can edit it at the same time as you. Now, if you're collaborating on a document with multiple users, you may want to view your version history. To do this, you'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu. From the File menu on the left-hand side, you can go down to History. Now on the right-hand side of the history window, I'll be able to see previous versions of my document. I'll be able to see the time it was saved and by whom. In order to view an older version of the document, I can select an older version below, and a new window will open up with the older version of the document in read-only view. Now, if I go over and I view the changes that had been made, I can choose to restore this older version of the document by going up to the top and selecting Restore. Once I select this option, the version that was previously behind the open window has now been removed, and the current version of the document is now open at the top. If you're working on a document with multiple people simultaneously, it could be a good idea to check out the document so that way no other users can edit at the same time as you. To check out a document, you'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu. From File, be sure that you're selected on Info just below, and if you go down the menu, you'll see the option Manage Workbook. From here, if I go to the left-hand side and select Manage Workbook, you'll see the option Checkout near the top. Once you select this option, other users will not have access to that document and you'll be able to make the changes as you see fit. Once you're done making those changes, you can check it back in. So if I go back up to the top left-hand corner and select the File menu, I can see from the Info tab that I have a checked out workbook notification at the top of the menu. Now if I just want to leave the checkout, if I haven't made any changes, I can select Discard Checkout just below. But if I've made changes and I want the file to be updated for other users, I'm going to select the option Check In. Now once you check back in a document, you can choose the version of the document, so if you have 0.5, 1.0, or whichever version that you would like to update, you can select that option below and choose your comments. These are the changes that you've made on the document and you want your other collaborators to know about. Once you're done selecting your options, you can check it back in by selecting OK, and the document will now be available for other users. Now, since I haven't checked out the document, I'm in read-only view. To edit the workbook, I'll need to go up to the top of the page and choose Edit Workbook. Once you're in the standard edit view, other users will be able to join in and edit the workbook at the same time. So now you've seen how to manage your version history as well as check in and check out a document within Excel. If there are multiple individuals working on your spreadsheet, you may find the comment tool a useful way of collaborating and coordinating your additions and modifications. Now from my worksheet below, if I'd like to identify where there is a comment, I notice that some of my cells have a marker located in the top right-hand corner. If I hover over this particular cell, I can see a comment appear on the right-hand side. I notice that I have multiple cells with the same marker, indicating that there is a comment. If I'd like to view all of my comments, I'll need to go up to my tool ribbon and choose the Review tab. From the Review tab, if I go down below, I notice that I have my Comments toolset. On the right-hand side, I'll find the option Show All Comments. Now I can see all of my comments are displayed. If I don't want to see all of my comments, I can return and select Show All Comments again, and those comments will no longer be viewed. Now, if I select a particular cell with a comment, if I want to navigate through the different comments, I can choose the option Next or Previous to view the comments within my sheet. If I want to edit that particular comment, I can choose Edit, or I can even select to remove by choosing Delete. Now, if I find that I want to enter my own comment, I can do that as well. First, you're going to need to select the cell where you'd like to leave your comment. Next, you'll need to go up to your Comments toolset and select New Comment. Once you've selected this option, you'll see your Microsoft name if selected, and you'll be able to select the field below and enter your comment. Once you're done adding your comment, you can select outside the comment window, and if I hover over that cell, I'll be able to see my comment. If I'd like to edit the comment, I'm going to select the cell where the comment is located and go back up and select Edit from my Comments toolset. Once the window opens up, I'll see the blinking cursor. I can choose Backspace and remove the text within, and then select Outside. Now if I'd like to remove the comment altogether, I can select it and choose Delete from the Comments toolset to remove the comment from my worksheet. Now if I've accidentally removed a comment, I can always undo by selecting the Undo option in my Quick Access toolbar. Now, if you find that you add comments and you notice that your username is incorrect or you'd like to update it, you can easily do this within the Excel Settings menu. To access these settings, you'll need to go up to the top left-hand corner and choose the File menu, And if you go all the way down to the bottom, you'll find Options. From Options, be sure that you're selected on General on the left-hand side, and towards the center, you'll find the option for Username. From here, you can select the field, select Backspace to remove your username, and type in your desired name that you'd like to display within your comments. If you want to always use this name regardless of the Office account you've used to sign in, check this box. Once you've made these changes, you can select OK. And if I go back to my document to add a new comment, by selecting the cell and going back up to my Comments toolset and choosing New Comment, I can see that my new username displays within my comment. This will help other users decipher who has left the comment. Now if I'd like to delete this comment as well, I can select my cell and choose Delete at the top. So now you've seen how to view, add, and manage comments within Excel. When there are lots of individuals working on the same shared document, it's vital that you can keep track of all the changes that have been made. In Excel, you can use the Track Changes tool to make sure that any changes that are made are highlighted, and these changes can then be viewed, accepted, and rejected on an individual basis. Now, if you'd like to track the changes that are being made on a worksheet, you can easily do this by going up to the Review tab. Now, in previous versions of Excel, you'd be able to find your Track Changes tool on the right-hand side of the toolbar. But with newer versions of Excel, you may need to add this feature. To quickly add the feature, I'm going to right-click over the tool ribbon and choose Customize the ribbon below. From the tool ribbon, I'm going to go to the left-hand side and verify the tab in which I'd like to add my tool. Next, I'm going to need to add a custom group. To do this, I can go down below and choose New Group, and then select Rename on the right-hand side and give my group a name. After I've done this, I can select OK, and I'm going to add my tool within the tracking group. Once I've done this, I'm going to select my tracking group, and on the left-hand side, I'll be able to find the Track Changes command by selecting the drop-down menu and choosing All Commands. Now, to find Track Changes, I'll need to browse down my list until I come across Track Changes. From the list on the left-hand side, I can select Track Changes and choose Add. Once I've added that tool, I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select OK, and I'll be able to see it in my new group that I've just created. To activate Track Changes, I can select the icon and choose Highlight Changes. From here, I'll be able to activate Track Changes by selecting the box in the top left-hand corner. Now, when you're tracking changes, you can choose when, who, and where regarding the changes being made. If I want to be notified of any changes made at any time, I can select Where and All. If I only want to know for specific individuals, I can select Who and choose the individual on the right-hand side. If I have a select range of cells that are confidential, and if any changes are made I want to be notified, I can select Where and choose my cell range. Now I can also highlight the changes made within the screen itself. For example, once I've chosen my options, I can select OK, and select OK to save my document. Now once I've saved those changes and I go through my document and I make a modification such as selecting a cell and choosing Delete to remove the contents, I can see that the highlighted changes automatically activates. I'll be able to see the username, date, and time, as well as the action performed. If I'd like to view all of the changes made within this document recently, I'll need to go back to the Track Changes menu and choose Accept or Reject Changes just below. Now once I select this option, it's automatically going to save my document, so I can select OK to continue. From here, if I'm looking for specific changes, I can choose when, who, or where. So if I'm looking for changes from a specific individual, I can select Who, and I can see by default it's selected to everyone. To modify this, I can select the drop-down menu, and I can choose the name for an individual that I'd like to find the changes for. And then select OK in the bottom right-hand corner to view all the changes that they've made. Now from the change list, you'll see the name, date, and time, as well as the action performed. I can see that the cell E6 had been modified to remove the text that had been contained there before. Now at the bottom of the list, you'll see the option to accept the change, reject, as well as accept all if there are multiple changes made, or even reject all. If I choose to reject this particular action, I can see that the text has been placed back into the document. Now if you'd like to turn off Track Changes, you can do that as well by going back up to Track Changes, selecting Highlight Changes, and unchecking the box in the top left-hand corner for tracking changes, and then select OK to confirm that action. So now you've seen how to access, activate, and use track changes within Excel. Excel features multiple number formats. However, there may be occasions when you need to create your own formats. Whether your value is a fraction, a currency, or a telephone number, Excel can help you display it properly. Now, when you're typing in information into Excel, you'll notice by default that your text is set to General. You'll be able to verify this format by going to your Home tab, and in the center you'll find your number group. At the top of number group, you'll see the format applied to a particular cell. So if I go down to my worksheet and I select the cell under Revenue, I can see indeed that my text is set to a general format. If I'd like to display these values as currency values, I'll first need to select my cell range. Once I've selected my cell range, I can go back up to the number group and choose the number format menu. Now below, you'll notice that you have two different options. You'll have currency as well as accounting. Depending on how you will use your data values will depend on the format applied. For example, if I'm looking just to change the appearance of my values, I can select currency. Whereas if I'm planning on performing calculations with formulas, I would recommend selecting accounting. I'm going to select currency, and I can see my values displayed below. If you don't like how your values are displayed, you can make modifications. For example, if I go back up to my number group, I notice in the bottom right-hand corner that I can remove decimal places by choosing Decrease Decimal. I can also add decimal places by choosing Increase Decimal. Another way you can modify your numbers format is by going back to the number format menu and proceeding down to the bottom and choosing More Number Formats. From the number format menu, be sure that you're selected on currency on the left-hand side once you've selected your cell range. On the right-hand side, you'll be able to make those modifications regarding decimal places, currency symbol, and negative values. Now, if I want to remove the decimal places, I'm going to choose the down arrow just next to decimal places. You can also select the field and type in your desired decimal places. And just below, if I want to change the symbol associated with my currency, I can select the drop-down menu, and you'll see that you can browse through different currency value symbols below. Besides modifying the decimal places and symbol, you'll see that you can choose your negative number format as well. If I'd rather have my negative values in parentheses with red text, I can select that option. And in order to apply my new format, I'm going to select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And now I can see that my currency values are displayed within my worksheet how I'd like them to appear. Now, besides modifying currency values, you can also modify the number format for percentages. For example, I can see that I've already added percentages, and if I select this cell range, I can also make modifications regarding those percentages. If you go back up to your numbers group, you'll see that you can quickly add a percentage by selecting the percentage style. You'll also find this option within the number formats menu, and you can go down and choose percentage. Now, if you don't like the default percentage display, again, you can go back down to More Number Formats, and from the menu you can select percentage on the left-hand side under Category. On the right-hand side, you can choose to modify your decimal places. So if you need to increase, you can select the up arrow, or you can select the down arrow to decrease. And again, I can always select the field, choose backspace, and type in my desired number of decimal places. Once I'm done making those modifications, I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, besides modifying percentages and currencies, you may find that you have a numerical value that cannot be formatted simply by the default number formats. For example, on the right-hand side of my table, I can see that I have telephone numbers. Again, by default, my text is set to a general format, but if I'd like to add a telephone number format, I'm first going to need to select my cell range, and I'm going to go back up to the number group, and I'm going to choose the dialog box launcher found in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, this will also bring me to my number format menu, and in order to format a phone number or a zip code, you'll need to go to the left-hand side of Category and choose Special. From Special Formats, you'll see the type on the right-hand side, and I'm going to select phone number. Once you've done this, you can choose your locale or location of your phone number. If I select the drop-down menu, I can choose my associated language and region below. Once you've done this, you can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner to apply that number format. So now I can see that my number format for telephone has been applied. So now you've seen how to add number formats as well as customize those number formats within Excel. In Excel, you can also create customized text formats. You can use the Custom Text Format menu to insert additional data to multiple cells, as well as change the appearance of existing text. From my worksheet below, I notice that I have numerical values as well as text values. Now, when inputting data into Excel, you'll notice by default that your text or numerical values is set to a general format. You can verify this by going to your Home tab and your number group, and towards the top, you'll find your number format. From here, I can see that it's set to general. Now, if I want to set this as text, so that way any data going in will be recognized as text, you can choose the drop-down menu, and if you scroll down to the bottom of the list, you'll have the option Text. Now, you can also use text for numerical values. For example, if I go up to the top cell in the top left-hand corner, if I want to input a numerical value that is longer than 15 digits, and if I select outside of the cell, I can see that the text will automatically reformat itself. Now, I don't want my data values displayed as this. If I want to display more than 15 digits, I'll need to apply a text format to my numerical values. So to do this, I'm going to select my cell, and I'm going to go back up to the number format menu, scroll down, and choose text. Now, once I've done this, I can select the cell, and then select outside, and I'll be able to see all of my values displayed. You can also custom format your text. For example, I have values where I'd like to add additional text to. To do this, you can use the number formatting menu. So first I'm going to select my range. And if I go up to my number formats menu, rather than selecting text, I'm going to go down to the bottom of the menu and choose more number formats. From the Format Cells menu, I'm going to go to the left-hand side under Category and choose Custom at the bottom. Now, in order to create my custom format, I'll need to select the type field, and I'm going to remove the current text. In order to add text to existing text within your worksheet, you can insert the @ symbol, followed by a space, and insert quotation marks. Now you can insert the term or terms that you would like to insert into your worksheet. So I'd like to add chapter, and then I'm going to insert quotation marks. And once I've done this, in order to insert my text, I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose OK. So as you can see, you can quickly insert text into existing text within your worksheet. If I'd like to modify this text, I can right-click over the cell range and choose the option Format Cells. From here, I'll be brought back to my custom menu for my selected cell range, and I go back up and modify the term if need be. So I'm going to remove the lowercase c and insert a capital C. And once I've made those modifications, I can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and choose OK. So now I can see this is a quick way to modify multiple cells simultaneously. Now, if you want to modify any text color or appearance, you can do that as well. So I'm going to select my cell range, and I'm going to go back up to the number group and choose the dialog box launcher. And as you can see, you're brought to the same Format Cells menu. Now, besides adding custom text formatting, you can also modify the text appearance by going up to the top tabs. For example, if you want to modify the font, you can select this option, and you'll be able to modify the font as well as the font style and even the color. So if I want to add a different color to the text within the cell range, I'm going to select the drop-down menu, and I can go down below and I can choose red, for example, and then select OK to apply that. And once I select outside, I'll be able to see that color formatting applied. Now, this is advantageous if you remove values and you select outside. If I go back and I want to add a value, I can see that the formatting is already predefined and will fill out automatically with the text within the cell range. Now, if you find that you would like to remove any custom text that you may have added, again, I'm going to go back and select my cell range. And then I'm going to go back up to my number group and choose the dialog box launcher. And from this menu, I can see that I'm already selected on custom with the custom text that I had added. Now, to quickly revert back to default, I can scroll up the custom menu and choose general. I can also do this easily from the number format menu. So if I select cancel, and I go back up to my number group and choose the number format menu, I could choose General at the top of the menu to quickly remove that custom text. I can do the same for my value found in the top left-hand corner. Rather than leaving this as a text value, if I go up, select the drop-down menu, and choose General, again if I select Within, and then select Outside, I can see that my numerical value, since it is larger than 15 digits, no longer displays in its full entirety. So now you've seen how to format with text and custom text values in Excel. Excel offers a wide variety of different date and time formats. As well as applying preset formats to your data, you can also create your own customized formats. You can specify exactly which data components are displayed and even adjust the units of measurement. Now, if you're looking to add a date format, you may notice that when you type in your date, the display may not be in date format. For example, in the top left-hand corner of my worksheet under the date column, I can see that I've typed in my date, but the date does not display properly. Once I select the cell, I can verify the number format by going up to the number group, and I can see at the top that it's set to General. Now, in order to apply a date format, I can select the number format menu, and you'll see below that you have a date option. For example, if I select short date, I'll be able to see that my text has changed to a date format and matches the rest of my values. You'll notice that when you select the number format menu that you have two date options. For example, if I'd like to change my data values into the long date format, I'm first going to select my cell range, and then I'm going to go back up to the number group and choose the number format menu. From the options below, I'm going to go down and choose long date, and I can see that the values have changed within my cell range. If you'd like to further customize your date format, you can return to the number format menu, and at the bottom you'll notice the option More Number Formats. Now, once you've selected your data range, you'll see on the left-hand side that date has already been selected since this is the given format applied to these cells. On the right-hand side, you can choose the type of date format that you would like to apply to your cell range. You can browse through using the scroll bar on the right-hand side, and once you find a date format that you would like to apply, you can select it. At the top of the menu, you'll see a sample preview of what that format will look like. Now, if you don't see the date format that you would like to use, you may need to change your locale. To do this, you can select the drop-down menu and choose your corresponding language and region. Once you've chosen your date options, in order to apply these options, I'm going to select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I can see that my format has changed. In the center column, I can see that I've already applied a time format. But if I need to change my time format, I can select my range, and I can go up to the number group and choose the dialog box launcher. From this menu, since I've already applied the time format, I'll be brought to the time category, and on the right-hand side, I'll see the type. Now, if I want to change the type, I can select one of the options. I can again change the locale if need be, and then select OK once I've chosen my format. So now I can see that my time format has changed and takes up a little bit less space in my cell range. Now you can also add custom time formats. I can see on the right-hand side that my duration field is a bit difficult to read. If I'd rather display it in minutes and seconds, I can easily do that by selecting my range, and I'm going to right-click over my cell selection. From this menu, I'm going to select Format Cells, and from the Format Cell menu, I'm going to select Custom on the left-hand side. Now, from here, you can browse through your custom time options by using the scroll bar on the right-hand side, and once I come across minutes and seconds, I'm going to select that option, and I'll be able to see the sample display, and once I've verified my custom time option, I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner to apply. So as you can see, this has changed the display of my duration and makes it a bit more visible. If you find that you've added a custom time or date, and you would like to revert back to your general format, you can also do that by selecting your cell range, and going back up to the number group, choosing the number format menu, and selecting General, and this will completely remove the format. But as you can see, it's difficult to analyze the data once you've changed the format. In order to quickly change back my format, I'm going to select the keyboard shortcut Ctrl and the letter Z to quickly revert to my custom format. So now you've seen how to apply a time and date format as well as customize those formats within Excel. If you want to quickly modify the color applied to data in a worksheet, you can use the custom format options in Excel. Now, in order to add a custom format with color, first you'll need to select your cell range. So I'm going to go down below, hold down the left button of my mouse, and select the complete cell range that I'd like to add the custom color format to. Once I've done this, I'm going to right-click over the cell selection and choose the option Format Cells. From the Format Cells menu, I'm going to choose Custom on the left-hand side under Category. From the Category field, you'll see by default General has been selected, and in order to add a color, I'm going to select just before General. Now to add my color, I'm going to insert an open bracket, followed by the name of the color that I would like to add, such as red. Once I've done this, I can close off the bracket, and in order to apply my color, I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select OK. Now I can see that my text color has been changed, and this is quite an easy way to quickly format your cells. Now you can also add color to your cells another way. First, I'm going to select my cell range, and then I'm going to go up to my number group within my Home tab and choose the dialog box launcher in the bottom right-hand corner. From the Format Cells menu, you'll notice at the top that you have different tabs. These tabs can be used to modify the color or even the style of the text within your cell selected. So if I go to the Font tab, I can go down below and I'll find a font color option. From here, I'm going to select the drop-down menu and I can choose a light blue color, and I can also modify the fill color of those cells selected as well. To do this, I'm going to go up to the tab Fill, and just below I'm going to choose a dark blue color, and I'm going to choose a darker blue color to contrast with my light blue text. Once I've added my color, I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll be able to see the color of those cells have been applied. Now, if you need to modify the custom text color, you can always do that by selecting your cell range, and you can also go back up to the number group, choose the Format Number menu, and select More Number Formats at the bottom. From this menu, you'll automatically be directed to your custom selection if you've already applied this to your text. And on the right-hand side, I'll be able to find the color that I've added. If I want to change this color, I'm going to select the field, choose Backspace to remove my color, and enter a new color between my brackets. After I've done this, I can select OK, and I can see once I select outside that my color has been applied. Now if I want to quickly remove this color, I'm going to select my range, and I'm going to go back up to my number group, select the drop-down menu, and select General, and this will remove that custom color formatting that I had applied. If I go over to my previous cells that I had selected, I can see if I select all of the cells below. If I go back up and select General, I can see that the color is not removed. In fact, in order to remove or change these colors, you'll need to go back to your Format Cells menu by selecting the dialog box launcher, going up to the top, choosing Font, and I'll need to go back and revert my font to default black, and choose my fill color, and select white, and then select OK to revert to the default view. So as you can see, you have two different ways to customize your text color, but the custom text formatting is a bit easier to modify and revert back to default, rather than changing the fill and font color manually with the Format Cells menu. So now you've seen how to use custom formatting in order to modify your text color within Excel. The format that you want to apply to your data may depend on whether a particular value meets a condition. In Excel, you can create conditional formats that will automatically be applied if certain criteria are met. You can choose different formats for positive and negative values and even set conditional value ranges. From my worksheet below, I notice on the right-hand side of my table that I have positive and negative currency values. I would like to display them in currency values as well as display whether they are positive or negative by indicating a credit or debit text just before the data values. To do this, I can create my own conditional formatting with the Custom Number Format menu. First, I'm going to select my range. And after I've done this, I'm going to go up to the number group and choose the dialog box launcher in the bottom right-hand corner. From this menu, I'm going to go down to Category and choose Custom. And from Custom, I'm going to go up to Type and clear the field. Now, in order to create my own conditional format, I'm going to first want to insert text before my data values. To do this, you'll need to insert quotation marks followed by the text that you would like to insert. So to indicate positive values, I want to insert credit. After I've entered my text, I'm going to close off the quotation marks, and then I'm going to insert a space, which will appear between my text and my data values. Now, to be sure that my numerical values are displayed with currency, I'm going to insert my currency symbol, which is a $sign, followed by a number symbol to indicate my data values already inserted in my cells. Now, in order to compose my negative values, I'm going to insert a semicolon, and then I'm going to insert my negative text with quotation marks again, and I'm going to distinguish my negative values with debit. After I've done this, I can close off those quotation marks, and then I'm going to insert another space, and insert my currency symbol, which is a $sign, followed by the number symbol. And in order to apply this conditional formatting, I'm going to go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select OK. So now I can see that my values are distinguished with currency symbols, as well as a positive and negative value with debit and credit. Now, in order to help these values stand out just a bit more, I can also add color. So since I've already selected my cell range, I'm going to right-click over that cell selection and choose Format Cells. From the menu, I'll be brought back to Custom since this is my custom selection, and I can go up to my custom formatting that I've already created. Now, in order to add color, you'll need to go before the quotation marks, and I'm going to insert a bracket. After I've inserted my bracket, I'm going to type in the color that I'd like to display for my positive values, so I'm going to leave these set as blue, and then I'm going to close off the bracket. Now the same goes for my negative value, so I'm going to select just before the quotation marks my negative value, and I'm going to insert an open bracket, followed by the color that I'd like to display for my negative values, red. After I've done this, I can close off the bracket, and in order to apply these changes, I'm going to select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. So now I can see my positive and negative values are displayed with colors red and blue. If I want to remove all of this custom formatting, I can easily do this by selecting my cell range, and I go up to the number group. And from the number format menu, I can select the drop-down menu and choose General at the top. This will remove the currency symbol, color, as well as the custom text that I had added. So now you've seen how to create your own conditional formatting rule with the custom number format in Excel. Conditional formatting highlights important information in a spreadsheet. By adding visual indicators to your data values, it enables you to make sense of your data and spot important cues in the blink of an eye. If you're looking to highlight important information in your worksheet, you can easily use conditional formatting to highlight important changes. For example, my column on the right-hand side indicates values that I would like to analyze. In order to add a conditional formatting rule, you'll first need to select your cell range. Once you've selected your cell range, you can go to your Home tab, and towards the right-hand side, you'll find your Styles group. From here, I'm going to choose Conditional Formatting, and from the drop-down menu, you'll find an array of different formatting rules that you can apply. If you would like to add a formatting rule directly from this menu, you can easily go down and choose your type that you would like to apply. For example, if I'd like to add a color scale, I can go down, hover over this option, and on the right-hand side, you'll see an array of different color scales that you can apply. You can also add your conditional formatting by creating a new rule. To do this, you'll need to go down towards the bottom of the menu and select New Rule. From the Rule menu, you'll find at the top that you can choose your type. You can choose to add a formula, as well as format cells that do not contain certain values. I'm going to choose the top option to format all cells based on their values. Now if I go down below, I can choose the Format Style. From the Format Style menu, you'll see that you have the option between color scales, data bars, as well as icon sets. I'm going to choose 3-color scale, And below, I'll be able to see my minimum, midpoint, and maximum values. Now within these values, you can correspond your value criteria as well as the color applied to your scale. For example, if I'd like to change the midpoint color, I can select the color menu, and I'm going to go down and choose a standard color of orange. Once I've selected this option, I can apply my rule by choosing OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll be able to see my rule applied within my worksheet. Now, once you've applied your rule, you can always format it and change its appearance. For example, if I'd like to change the color scale, I'll need to go back to the Styles group and choose Conditional Formatting. From this menu, I'm going to go down below and hover over color scales, and again, I can hover over the different options, and if I find a different color scale that I would like to apply, I can quickly edit the rule by selecting one of these options. Now, once you've added conditional formatting to your worksheet, if you find that you would like to clear the conditional formatting, you have a few different options. For example, if you just want to clear the rule out of a certain area of your worksheet, you'll need to select the cell range where the rule is contained. Once you've done this, you can go back up to your Styles group and choose Conditional Formatting, and from the drop-down menu, if you go towards the bottom, you'll see the option Clear Rules. Now, you can clear your rules from the selected cell range, or you could choose to clear all rules from your entire sheet. I'm going to choose Clear Rules from selected cells. So now you've seen how to add a conditional formatting rule, edit your rule, as well as clear the rules you no longer need within Excel. If you have a lot of data to analyze in a short time, you can use conditional formatting rules to highlight specific cells, rows, or columns to better understand your data. From my worksheet below, I would like to analyze the values of specific cells. Now to do this, I can highlight cells under, over, or equal to certain values. On the right-hand side, I have a column where I'd like to analyze values below a certain amount. First, I'm going to need to select my cell range. Once I've selected my cell range, I can go up to my Home tab, and towards the right-hand side, you'll find your Styles group. From here, I'm going to choose Conditional Formatting, and I'm going to select the top option, Highlight Cells Rules. On the right-hand side, I'll find the option Less Than. Now you can also select greater than a specific value, between, or even equal to. I'm going to select Less Than, and from the Less Than menu, I'm going to choose the value less than that I would like to highlight the values for. So if I'm looking for values less than 20, I can select that option. And on the right-hand side, you can choose to modify the default format by selecting the drop-down menu and choosing from the list of defaults below, or you can go down to the bottom of the menu and create your own custom format. I'm going to leave light red fill with dark red text and choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner to apply this rule. Now if I scroll up to my worksheet, I can see which values have been highlighted, and this will make it easier to distinguish and analyze my data. You can also highlight entire rows. To do this, you'll need to select your range of values. And once you've done this, you'll need to create a new conditional formatting rule. First, you'll need to go up to the Conditional Formatting menu. And from the Formatting menu, I'm going to go down and select New Rule. From the New Formatting Rule menu, I'm going to go under Type and select Use a Formula to determine which cells to format. Once I select this option, I'll need to compose my formula below. So I'm going to select the field and insert the equal symbol. Now, in order to analyze what's in my column to highlight my rows, I'm going to scroll back up my worksheet and I'm going to move over my rule. Now I'm going to select the column of reference and the first cell in the row. And once I select this option, I'll need to go down and modify those values. Now, I don't want to make this an absolute value, so I'm going to remove the dollar symbol between the column letter and row number. And after I've done this, I'm going to choose how I would like to highlight my cells. So if the value is above a certain value, I'm going to insert the greater than symbol, and I'm going to select the value that I would like to highlight within my text. So if I want to highlight rows that have a value above 500, for example, I can select that option. And in order to highlight these rows, I'm going to need to format them. To do this, I can select the Format option in the bottom right-hand corner. And from the Format menu, you'll see the option to format font, borders, as well as fill. Now, I'm going to choose a style for my font, such as bold, to help it stand out. I'm also going to select the Fill tab, and I'm going to highlight my rows in green. And once I select this option, I can choose OK. And to apply the rule, I'll need to select OK from the menu as well. So now I can see within my worksheet that the items that are above 500 have been highlighted, and since the entire row is highlighted, it makes it easier to see all of the content and analyze the values with my worksheet. If you would like to highlight columns, you can also do that. First, I'm going to go down my worksheet and select my second worksheet found in my workbook. Now from my second worksheet, I can see that my range of values has already been selected from the specific table. In order to add my conditional formatting rule to highlight columns, I'm going to go up to Conditional Formatting, and I'm going to go down and select New Rule. From the New Rule menu, I'm going to select the type, use a formula to determine which cells to format. Once I've done this, I'm going to go down, select the field, and insert my formula, which is equals, followed by the formula is number. Now once I've done this, I'm going to insert an open parentheses, and I'm going to move over my formula window and select the first value in the columns that I would like to analyze with my rows. So since I want to analyze the purchase totals across all of my columns, I'm going to select this specific cell. And once I've done this, I'm going to remove the $ before the column letter, so that way I'll be analyzing the values within my rows. Now after I've done this, I'm going to close off the parentheses, and again I'll need to add the formatting that I'd like to display within my columns. To do this, I can go down to Format, and again I can go up and I can choose to modify the font, border, or fill. I'm going to leave fill selected, and I can go down and choose a specific fill color to highlight my columns that meet the criteria. Once I've done this, I can go down and select OK. Now to apply my rule, I'm going to choose OK again. And I can see the advantage of having this rule is that all the cells that have the contents within will be highlighted. Those cells that have a missing cell in the particular row will be left blank. So if I go over and I add a value, and then I select outside, once the criteria is met, that column will be highlighted. This can help you find missing information in a large worksheet. So now you've seen how to call out values for specific cells, rows, and columns within Excel. Conditional formatting enables you to apply different rules to analyze your data more clearly. Discover which tools can be used to help interpret your spreadsheet data values. From my worksheet below, I would like to better analyze my data values found in the right-hand column. Now, you have different conditional formatting rules that you can apply to help your data stand out. First, you can apply a color scheme. To do this, I'm going to first select my cell range. And once I've selected my complete cell range, I'm going to go up to my Home tab, and from the Styles group, I'm going to select Conditional Formatting. Now from the menu below, I'm going to go down over Color Scales, and I'm going to hover over the different color scales that I can apply. Once I find a color scale that I'd like to apply, I can select it. Now, as you can see, this will help my data stand out just a bit more. If I find, in fact, I do not want to use color scales, but rather data bars, I can also do that. Now, to avoid applying too many rules to one cell range, I'm first going to clear the selected cell range by going up to Conditional Formatting in the Styles group, and I'm going to go down to Clear Rules and choose Clear Rules from Selected Cells. Now, to add data bars, I have a couple different options. First, I can return to the Conditional Formatting menu, and I can go down just below, and you'll find the option Data Bars. From here, you'll find a gradient fill option as well as a solid fill option. If I go down the menu and select More Rules, I can also select data bars from the first option in the rule type, format all cells based on their values, and if I go down below, I can choose the format style data bar. If you don't see this option selected, you can choose the drop-down menu and choose the corresponding option data bar. Now, you can also choose to show the bar only, and you can also distinguish your maximum and minimum values as well as types. At the bottom of the menu, you can also choose your fill color. Now, once you're happy with your data bar settings, you can select OK, and you'll see your data bar appear within your cell range. Now, depending on the color you selected for your data bar, this may hide some values. In order to change this, I'm going to go back up to my conditional formatting menu, and I'm going to go down to data bars, and I'm going to go over a data bar and choose a data bar that enables me to visualize my text more easily. Now, besides adding data bars or a color scale, you can also use icon sets. Now, to do this, I can go back up to my conditional formatting menu, and I can go down to icon sets. Now, if I'd like to continue using the current rule I have applied, but rather than using a data bar, I can go down to Manage Rules. And from the Manage Rules menu, I'm going to go up and select the rule that I have applied, and select Edit Rule. Now, whether you're creating a new rule or editing an existing rule, you're going to need to select Format All Cells based on their values, and if you go down below and choose Format Style, you can select Icon Sets. Now, you can choose your icon style just below. You can choose between colors, shapes, as well as circles, or any options to show the different values and how you want them reflected within your icon set. I'm going to leave the default 3 colors, and then select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, once I've edited my current rule, I'm going to select Apply from the Rule Manager menu, and select Close to close the menu. Now, if you find that the colors are difficult to distinguish, I would recommend choosing a different icon set to make your values more accessible. To do this, I'm going to go back to the conditional formatting menu and down to icon sets. Now, as you can see, you can choose from shapes as well as symbols. I'm going to go down to ratings and choose the circle option. From here, I can see that my values are easily distinguished with an icon set indicating which value is higher than the other. So now you've seen how to better analyze your data with different conditional formatting rules in Excel. Go further with advanced conditional formatting by highlighting specific data criteria. If you need to find duplicate values, or if you'd like to hide specific values, conditional formatting provides you with these tools in Excel. Now, if you have a large worksheet with multiple values, in order to find a duplicate value, you could use a formula, or you can use conditional formatting. Now, in order to find duplicate values with conditional formatting, you'll first need to select your cell range. Once you've selected your complete cell range, you can go up to your Home tab, and from the Styles group, you can select Conditional Formatting. From the drop-down menu, I'm going to select the top option, Highlight Cells Rules, and on the right-hand side, you'll find duplicate values towards the bottom. Now, you can also find this option from the New Rule menu or the More Rules menu by selecting this option at the bottom of the menu. From the new Formatting Rule menu, in order to find a duplicate value, you'll need to select the option Format Only Unique or Duplicate Values. After you've done this, you can be sure that duplicate has been selected below, and in order to format those duplicate cells, you can select Format in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, from the Format menu, you can choose to format your font, borders, or fill color. I'm going to choose just to modify the fill color, and then I'm going to go down below and choose a fill color such as orange. Once I've done this, I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, in order to apply this duplicate rule, I can select OK, and I can see within my worksheet which values have been duplicated, whether it be a row or even values within a specific column. Now, if I don't want to find duplicate values in this column, I'm going to need to edit my rule. In order to do this, I'll need to go back to the Conditional Formatting menu and down to Manage Rules. From the Manage Rules menu, I can modify the specific cell range by selecting the cell selection on the right-hand side of Applies To, and I can go through my worksheet and select a different cell range. Once I've selected this cell range, I'm going to go back to the Cell Selection menu, and once I've made those modifications to my rule, I can choose Apply in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, if I close this menu, I can see that those values within the specific column on the right-hand side are no longer flagged as duplicate, but I can see which rows are in fact duplicates. This will enable me to make those editing changes without having to go through and read each individual row. Now, besides highlighting specific criteria, if you would like to hide values, you can do that as well. For example, if I'm looking to hide 0 values in a specific column, I'm first going to need to select my cell range. After I've done this, I'm going to go up to Conditional Formatting, and I'm going to go down to Highlight Cells Rules, and I'm going to choose the option Equals To. From the Equals To menu, I'm going to insert 0, because this is the value that I would like to hide. On the right-hand side, I can choose the formatting options. I'm going to select the drop-down menu, and I'm going to go down to the bottom and choose Custom Format. From this menu, I'm going to be sure that the text is indeed highlighted in white. I also want the fill color to be white as well, so I'm going to go up to the Fill option, and then I'm going to select the Font tab, and choose Color, and choose White as well. Now you can be sure that any effects have been deactivated, such as strike-through, and you can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now once I've chosen my format, I can select OK to apply that specific rule. Now if I go through my data values and I choose one of the values and change it to 0, and then select outside, I'll no longer see that value within. This could help me flag specific criteria that may need to be changed or updated. Now if I go back to the cell and add a value, and select outside, I'll be able to see the values again. So now you've seen different ways on how to use advanced conditional formatting in order to highlight or hide specific information in your worksheet with Excel. If you have multiple conditional formats applied to your worksheet, it's a good idea to know which rule is applied first. See how to set the hierarchical order of the conditional formatting rules applied, as well as resolve rule confliction in Excel. From my worksheet below, I can see that I have multiple conditional formatting rules applied. Some of these rules are conflicting, and some are just difficult to view due to the number of rules applied to the same cell range. In order to remedy this, I'll need to adjust my rules by accessing the Conditional Formatting Manage Rules menu. To do this, I'll need to go to the Styles group found within my Home tab and choose Conditional Formatting. From the drop-down menu, I'm going to select Manage Rules. Now, from the Manage Rules menu, you'll notice at the top that you can choose from Current Cell Selection, or you can select the drop-down menu to view all the rules applied to your worksheet. Now, as I can see, I have a lot of rules applied to this particular worksheet, and some rules take precedence over others. For example, if I want to apply my duplicate value first for my rules, I'm going to need to go down to the bottom of the menu, where it is currently placed last. To move it up the priority level, I can go up and choose the up arrow, and make sure that this rule is applied first. Now, in order to apply these changes, I can choose Apply in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll be able to see the changes behind. I'll be able to see that my highlighted cells and rows take precedence over the icon sets, as well as the color scales. Now you may also notice that you have multiple similar rules applied. For example, I can see that I have an icon set applied when in fact this was a mistake rule that had been created. In order to remove a rule, you can select it and choose Delete Rule at the top of the menu. Now I can also see that I have similar rules applied to the same cell range. I can choose which rule is more important and more viable with my data series. Since I have duplicate values with the same colors within my color scale, I'm going to choose to in fact remove this rule altogether, since I have a similar rule with icon sets for the same cell range. Again, I can select the rule and choose Delete Rule at the top of the menu. I can also choose to apply rules and stop if true. To do this, you can go towards the right-hand side and select the checkbox. Now, once I select Apply in the bottom right-hand corner, I can see the changes I had made behind, such as removing specific rules and moving up the precedence of those rules, has been applied. Now, if one rule takes precedence over the other, if you select Stop if True, that rule will no longer be applied. To remove the Stop if True, I can uncheck the box and choose Apply in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, once I'm done modifying the hierarchy, as well as editing or removing rules, I can choose Close from the menu. Now, if you find that you would like to remove rules, you can also do that. First, I can either select my cell range, or if I would like to remove all the rules from the current worksheet, I can easily do that by going up to my Conditional Formatting menu And if I go down towards the bottom, you'll see Clear Rules. Now, the difference between deleting a rule and clearing a rule is quite similar. You can delete individual rules from the Manage Rules menu, but if you want to remove multiple rules simultaneously, especially from a cell range or from a worksheet, you'll need to come to the Clear Rules menu. From here, to clear all the rules in my entire worksheet, I'm going to go down and choose Clear Rules from Entire Sheet. I can also verify that my rules have been removed by returning to the Conditional Formatting menu and going down to Manage Rules. Now I can see from the menu that I don't have any rules applied to the current cell selection, and when I select my entire worksheet, I can see again that I don't have any rules applied to this particular worksheet. To leave my Rules Manager, I can select Close in the bottom right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to manage your conditional formatting rules within Excel. Excel offers a variety of different tools for finding different types of data in your worksheet. You can use the name box and go-to tools to jump quickly to locations and specific elements, and the Find tool to perform basic search queries on your data. From my worksheet below, if I'd like to see where I've selected in my worksheet, I can easily access the name box located in the top left-hand corner. The name box will indicate the column letter as well as the row number, which will easily help me identify where I am on my worksheet. You can also use the name box to jump to a specific location. To do this, you can select within the name box and type in the column letter and row number that you would like to go to. Once you've done this, you can select Enter, and you'll be quickly redirected to that specific location in your worksheet. Now you can also use the Go-To tool to go to a specific cell. To access the Go-To tool, you can go up to your Home tab, and if you go towards the right-hand side, you'll find within your editing group that you have a Find and Select tool set. From the tools below, you'll see the option Go-To. You can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter G to quickly access the Go-To menu as well. From the Go-To menu, you'll find a list of recently viewed cells within your worksheet. If you'd like to go to a specific cell reference, you can go down below, select the field, choose Backspace, and type in the cell reference that you would like to find. For example, if I would like to go to column B, row 3, I can type in that reference and select OK, and I'll be quickly redirected to that cell. Now, if I select the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter G to access my Go-To menu, you can also access previously referenced cells by selecting the cell reference and choosing OK in the bottom right-hand corner to be quickly redirected to that cell. If you're looking for a particular value within your cells, you can use the Go-To Special menu. To access this menu, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter G. And from the Go-To menu, you'll notice in the bottom left-hand corner that you have Special. From the Special menu, you could choose to browse your worksheet for specific elements. For example, if you're looking for a particular formula, or if you're looking for conditional formatting, you can also select that option. Another useful feature is to find blank elements within your worksheets. This is useful if you have quite large worksheets, and rather than skimming through your worksheet to find any blank cells, you can select blanks and choose OK. And if I scroll through my worksheet, I'll be able to see those blank cells quickly highlighted, and they'll stand out, and I can insert my information to quickly remove those blank cells. You can also go to specific special features directly from the Find and Select menu. So if I go back to my Home tab and choose Find and Select from the editing group, if I go down below, you'll notice in the center of the menu that you can go to special options such as formulas, conditional formatting, as well as constants. If I'd like to highlight the conditional formatting within my worksheet, I'm going to select that option, and I'll be able to see that complete column that I have conditional formatting applied to has been highlighted. Now, besides using the Go-To feature, you can also use the Find feature if you're looking for a particular element. To access the Find tool, you can go back to Find and Select from the editing group, and you can choose Find. You can also use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter F. From the Find menu, you can simply type in the term or value that you're looking for. For example, if I'm looking for a particular name within my worksheet, such as a company name, I can type in that value and select Find Next in the bottom right-hand corner. and I'll be redirected to that search term. I can also choose the option Find All, and I'll get a complete list of that search term and where it's located within my worksheet. For example, if I'm looking for a particular value in a specific location, I can select the cell reference, and I'll be redirected to that item in my worksheet. Now, if you're looking for a specific item in a cell selection, you can also select a group of cells and search for an item. So if I leave my search menu by selecting Close, if I go up and I select a cell range, and I have a specific value in mind to find, I can either use the Go To feature to go to a specific cell, or I can use the Find feature by selecting Control and letter F, and I can find a particular element. So if I'm looking for a customer name, I can type in that name and choose Find Next, and I'll see that item highlighted within my cell selection. Now, as you can see, this will save a lot of time if you don't want to look for a specific element in your entire worksheet or workbook. Now, to leave the Find and Replace menu, I'm going to select Close in the bottom right-hand corner. So now you've seen different ways on how to find items within your Excel worksheet. The Find tools in Excel can be customized to make your search queries more precise. See how to activate the advanced options, search for specific data formats, and customize the search behavior and range. Now, if I'd like to be a bit more precise on the item that I'm looking for within my worksheet, I can use the advanced Find options. To access these options, I'm first going to open my Find menu by selecting the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter F. Now, once I opened up my Find menu, you'll notice from the Find tab itself, if you go down to the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see Options. Within the Options menu, you'll see that you have additional criteria that you can specify for the item that you're looking for. If you're looking for a previous term that you may have searched, you'll notice next to the Find What menu that you have a drop-down menu where you can choose previously searched items. If you're looking for a new term, you can select the field and type in the value or term that you're looking for. If this particular cell has formatting attached, you can also search by Format. To do this, you can go towards the right-hand side and choose Format. And from the Format menu, you could choose the formatting that may have been applied to the cell that you're looking for. For example, if you have number formatting applied, alignments, or even a specific font. You can also find by border, fill color, and you can even choose by specific styles or patterns. Now, if you have a specific format in mind within your worksheet, you can also choose the format manually by going down to the bottom left-hand corner and selecting Choose Format from Cell. From here, you can select the specific cell that may have the formatting of the term that you're looking for, and you'll see a preview of that format on the right-hand side. Now, if you're not looking to search by format, you can also clear this option by selecting the drop-down menu next to Format. And you'll see the option to go back to the Format menu, choose Format from Cell, or clear the Find format altogether. Now, besides searching for formats, you'll notice below that you can set your criteria within a specific range. To do this, you can choose within a worksheet, or you could choose within the entire workbook. This is useful if you have the same term across multiple worksheets and you'd like to find all the instances for the specific occurrence. You can also search within rows or columns by selecting the bottom option. I'm going to leave the default row selected. Lastly, you can also choose to look in formulas, as well as values and even comments. If you want to match the particular case of your values, for example, I have a capital letter in the beginning of this term, I could choose Match Case. You can also choose to match the entire cell contents if you have multiple terms. Now, in order to find my value, I can go down below and choose Find Next. Once I select that option, I'll see that the term that I'm looking for has been highlighted within my worksheet. If you feel that this term may occur multiple times, you can also choose Find All. But I can see since I refined my search, I only have one search result. If you notice within your Find All results that you have multiple results below, you could choose to refine your search even more to find that specific value you may be looking for. Now, you can also use the advanced Find tools for a cell selection. So if I select Close, and I'm looking for a particular term within a certain number of rows or columns, I can select those values, and I can activate my Find option by choosing Control letter F. And from the Find menu, I'm going to remove the current search term and type in my new search term, and select Find Next. I'll be able to see my term that has been highlighted within my cell selection. Now, if I'd like to leave the Advanced Options menu, you can always select Options, and this will collapse the menu and leave you with the simple Find menu. To clear my search, I can select the field and choose Backspace, and then select Close to leave the Find menu altogether. So now you've seen how to use the advanced Find options within Excel. The selection tools in Excel can help you find and select objects that have been inserted into your worksheet. See how to open and use the selection pane and how to select objects quickly in Excel. Now from my worksheet below, I notice that I have a lot of objects inserted. In order to get a global view of all these objects, I can use the selection pane. In order to activate the selection pane, you can either go from your Home tab towards the Find and Select tools found within the Editing group and choose Selection Pane, or you can also activate this feature via the Page Layout tab within your tool ribbon, and within the Arrange group, you'll find Selection Pane. Now once you've activated your selection pane, you'll see a list of all the objects inserted into your worksheet. For example, I notice that I have Chart 7. Once I select this option, that object will be highlighted within my worksheet. If you don't see your object highlighted, this means you may need to scroll down, and you'll be able to see the object selected within your worksheet. Now, the advantage of having the selection pane is your ability to hide and show your objects. This can be useful if you need to edit data behind a specific object inserted in your worksheet. To hide an object, you can select it. And once I've selected my object, I'm going to scroll up, and I'll be able to see which object I've selected. To hide that object, I can go towards the right-hand side and select the eye, and this will hide that item from my worksheet. If you'd like to hide all of your objects, you could choose Hide All at the top of the menu, and this will quickly hide those objects inserted. To show all, you can select Show All, and those objects will once again be visible within your worksheet. Now, as you can see, your items are ordered. If you'd like to change your order, you can select the item and move that item down the list by selecting the down, or you can move it up your list by selecting the up arrows. In order to leave your selection pane, you can select the X on the right-hand side. Now, if you'd like to quickly remove or simultaneously edit multiple objects, you can select all objects within your Excel worksheet easily via the Go to Special menu. To access this menu, you can either go to your Home tab and to the Find and Select menu, and you'll need to be sure that you don't have any objects selected. If I select outside of my selected chart and return to the Find and Select menu, I'll be able to access the Go to Special. You can also access this menu via the Go to menu. I'm going to select Go to Special, and from the Go to Special menu, if you go down the menu, you'll find the option Objects. Now, once you select this option, the Go to Special will automatically select all of the objects within your worksheet once you select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, as I can see, all of my objects have been selected. This is useful if you want to quickly remove all the objects inserted into your worksheet by selecting Delete. If I want to undo that process, I can always select the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter Z to quickly undo that action. Now, if I want to deselect my objects, I can select Outside. If you'd rather just select one single object, you can also go to the Find and Select menu and choose the Select Objects option at the bottom of the menu. Once you select this option, you'll be able to quickly select items, especially if items are behind other objects within your worksheet. To deactivate this feature, you'll need to return to the Find and Select menu and choose Select Objects. So now you've seen different ways on how to select items within your Excel worksheet. The Replace tools are a great way of finding and replacing specific terms in your worksheet. See how to create a search query, customize your replacement parameters, and replace cell formats. Now from my worksheet below, I have a term that I'd like to replace. For example, if a company name has changed, in order to quickly change this feature, I can go through and individually select each cell and input that text, or I can do this more quickly by using the Replace tool. In order to access the Replace tool, I'm going to go up to my Home tab and choose the Find and Select menu found within the Editing group. From the menu below, I can choose Replace. You'll also see that you can use the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter H to quickly access the Replace tool. From the Replace tool, I'm going to input the term that I'd like to replace. So this is the original text appearing in your worksheet. Once I've done this, I'm going to choose the text that I'd like to replace it with. After I've done this, I can choose to replace the single value that I have selected for my cell by choosing Replace in the bottom left-hand corner. Now, once I select the Replace option, I can see that the text has been replaced in that particular cell, and the find values have automatically skipped to the next value within my worksheet that I can replace. Now, if I'm assured that the values are the same and I'd like to replace all of those values in my worksheet, I can choose the Replace All function. And I'll see that I have 10 replacements that were made, and I could choose OK to confirm. And if I move over the window, I'll be able to see all those values have been changed within this particular column. Now, you need to be careful with this tool. For example, if I want to change the value living room to sitting room, I can go to Find What, select the field, and type in living. And if I go down and change this to sitting, and quickly choose Replace All, I'll see that 10 replacements were made. If I select OK, I can confirm that sitting room has been changed, but if I go to another column where a similar term, which had been Livingston for somebody's last name, I can see that their last name has been changed to Sittingston. Now, if I don't want this, I can quickly choose the Undo option found in the top left-hand corner of my Quick Access toolbar, and I can see that those values have been changed back. In order to avoid this from happening, I would recommend entering the full values of your cell. And you can also choose the Options menu found at the bottom. Within the Options menu, you could choose to match the case, and you can also choose Within and choose your specific location, such as a worksheet rather than your workbook. You can also choose to change within rows or columns, as well as particular values and formulas or comments if the option is available. Now, once I've selected this option, I can choose Replace All, and I can see that I have 9 replacements rather than 10 replacements since the surname was not changed for that particular value in that other column. I can select OK to confirm, and I can see that my values had been changed within the correct column on the right-hand side. Now, besides changing terms, you can also change the format for specific values. For example, if I want to quickly highlight information, I can use the Replace tool to do this. First, I'm going to choose to Find What. I'm going to first select the company name that I would like to change the format for, and I'm going to go to Find What. Now, once I've entered the Find term, I'm going to go down and replace it with the same term. And on the right-hand side, you'll notice that you have formatting options. I'm going to leave the first option as no format set, but I'm going to change the format by selecting Format for the Replace With. And you'll see at the top that you can choose to modify the format for font, border, or fill color if you wish. I'm going to leave it simple and select Font, and I'm going to apply a bold effect, as well as change the size. Once I've done this, I can go down and choose OK. And to apply those changes, I can choose Replace for their single value, and I'll be able to preview what that looks like. I can also see the preview in the menu itself. If I'm OK with this change, I can choose Replace All, and I can see that 11 replacements were made, and I can leave the window by selecting OK. As you can see, by using this Replace function, I can help information stand out just a bit in my worksheet. In order to leave my Find and Replace menu, I can select Close in the bottom right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to use the Replace tool within Excel. Your search queries can be customized to look at values or formulas. This can have a big impact on how successful your query is and whether you find the result that you're looking for. From my worksheet below, if I'm looking for a particular formula, I can access the Find menu by using the keyboard shortcut Control and the letter F, or I can go from my Home tab towards the right-hand side and choose Find and Select. From the menu below, I'm going to select Find. Within the Find menu, if you're looking for a formula, you'll notice that if you type the name of the formula, for example, if I'm looking for the formula sum, and I select Enter, I don't have any search results. This means that I'll have to change the configuration of my search. To do this, I'm going to select OK to leave the notification window, and just below the search field, you'll see Options. From the Options menu, you'll be able to refine your search. In order to find a formula, you'll need to go down to the bottom left-hand corner, and within the section Look In, you can choose the drop-down menu. As you can see below, you'll see Formulas. Now if I go down to the bottom right-hand corner and select Find Next, I'll be able to see the cell where that formula is contained. I can verify within the formula bar itself that indeed this is the formula sum. If I'd like to see a list of all of the formulas containing sum, I can choose Find All, and I'll get a list below of all the cells containing the formula sum, and I can browse through by using the scroll bar on the right-hand side. Now this is a useful feature if you want to find and replace items. For example, if I'd like to replace all of the formulas containing sum with average, I can easily do that via the Replace tool. So if I go up to the top and I select Replace, I can go down below and I can choose the formula average, and I'll be able to quickly change the formula by selecting Replace or Replace All in the bottom left-hand corner. Now be sure that all of your sum formulas are ready to be changed before selecting Replace All. If you'd rather just change one single value, you can select Replace, and I'll be able to verify with that particular cell by selecting it, and I can see it's now an average formula and the value has also changed according to the formula that has been applied. If I select Replace All, I can see that 4 more replacements were made, and I can select OK to leave the window. Now I can see below that all my previous results for sum have now changed to average. I can also reverse this feature, so if I want to change all of my averages to sum, I can quickly do this from the Replace menu by typing an average, and selecting the field below, and inserting sum, and choosing Replace All. Now I can see instead of 5 replacements, I have 10 replacements, which means that I had a lot more average formulas that have been changed to sum rather than sum to average. So as you can see, you'll need to keep an eye on which cells you're replacing before selecting Replace All. If you've accidentally made a replacement that you would like to undo, you can easily do that by first leaving the notification window, and then selecting the Undo option found in your Quick Access toolbar. Now I can see that all of my results have been changed back to average. In order to leave the Find and Replace menu, you can select Close on the right-hand side of the window. So now you've seen how to quickly find formulas, as well as find and replace formulas within Excel. Freeze panes and ranges in your Excel worksheet to keep an eye on data and track more easily what you're viewing without opening multiple windows. You'll see how to use the preset freeze tools, how to create your own freeze panes, and how to use the split view. Now from my worksheet below, if I go down and scroll through my data and try to analyze, I can see that when I scroll down that I no longer have access to view my top row. Now, in order to keep my top row at the top of my worksheet at all times, I can freeze the top row. To do this, I'm going to scroll back up, and then I'm going to go up to my tool ribbon and choose the View tab. Within the window group, you'll see the option Freeze Panes. From the menu below, I'm going to select Freeze Top Row. Now if I go down to my worksheet and scroll through, I can see that the top row is now frozen, which makes analyzing the data much easier. If you'd prefer to freeze your first column, you can do that as well. First, I'm going to scroll back up, and I'm going to go back to Freeze Panes, and then choose Freeze First Column. Now I can see if I scroll from left to right, I can see that the first column is frozen, which makes analyzing my data found in the first column compared to the rest of my columns much easier. But if I scroll up and down again, I can see that the top row is no longer frozen. If you'd like to freeze your first column and your top row simultaneously, you'll need to use the Freeze Panes selection option. First, I'm going to go back up to Freeze Panes and unfreeze my current panes by choosing Unfreeze Panes at the top. In order to freeze my top row and first column, I'm going to select the row just below the top row and I'm going to choose the column just to the right of the first column. Once I've done this, I'm going to go back up to Freeze Panes and choose Freeze Panes at the top. Now if I scroll down, or if I scroll from the left to the right, I can see that the corresponding first row and first column are frozen. If I'd like to freeze more than the first row, I can go down, select the corresponding row, and if I'd like to go over a few more columns, I can select that option as well. And I'm going to return to the Freeze Panes menu and choose Unfreeze Panes, make my selection again, go back up to the top, and choose Freeze Panes from the Freeze Panes menu. Now if I scroll down, I can see the top 4 rows are frozen, and if I scroll from left to right, I can see that the first 3 columns are frozen as well. Now besides using the freeze tools, you can also use the split tools. First, I'll need to unfreeze my panes. After I've done this, I'm going to choose where I would like to split my document. Now once you use the split tool, you'll be splitting your document from top to bottom, as well as from left to right. So if I'd like to split my document from row 9, I'm going to select that option, and if I'd like to split my document from column F, I'm going to select that corresponding cell. Now in order to apply the split tool, I'll need to return to the window group and choose Split found at the top of the menu. Once I select Split, I can see that all the rows above row 9 have a line indicating where the document has been split. I'll also see a split between the column that I have selected and the previous columns. Now if I scroll down, I'll be able to analyze the data from top to bottom, or if I scroll from left to right, I'll be able to analyze that data as well. In order to deactivate the Split tool, I'll need to return to the window group and choose Split once again. So now you've seen how to use the Freeze Panes tool as well as the Split tool in order to better analyze your data in Excel. Grouping rows and columns in Excel is a great way of summarizing data and adding structure to your data tables. You can create multiple groups across rows and columns and collapse and hide them at will to control the amount of data you see at any one time. From my worksheet below, if I'd like to group data to make analyzing a bit easier, I can choose to group either rows or even columns. If I would like to group the first 3 columns in my worksheet, I'm first going to need to select those columns by selecting the first column, holding Shift, and selecting the following columns I'd like to group together. Once I've selected my columns, I can let go of the Shift key, and I'm going to go up to my tool ribbon and choose the Data tab. From the Data tab, if I go towards the right-hand side, I'll find the Outline group. Within the group, you'll find the Group tool at the top, and you can select the drop-down menu and choose Group. Once you select Group, an outline will be inserted, and you'll be able to collapse and expand your groups by selecting the minus option and the plus option, which will enable you to hide and show your data as needed. Now, if you'd like to remove a group, you can select the group by selecting the group outline on the left-hand side and going back up to the outline group and choosing the Ungroup option and selecting Ungroup. Now you can also group rows. In order to group my rows, I'm going to go to the left-hand side and choose the first row number, hold Shift, and I'm going to go down and choose Multiple Rows. To add my group, again, I'm going to go back up and select the Group button, and I can see that my group has been created. If I'd like to create subgroups within a group, I can do that as well. First, I'm going to select within the outline the number 2, and I'm going to select the rows within the first outline by selecting the first set, holding Shift, and selecting the amount of rows I'd like to create in my subgroup. Once I've done this, I'm going to return to the outline group and choose Group, and I can see that my subgroup has been inserted. Now if I'd like to insert a third subgroup, I can do that as well. So I'm going to be sure to select number 3 in my outline, and I'm going to go down, choose the groups that I'd like to insert as my subgroup, and return to the Group tool and select Group. Now you can see on the left-hand side when you have multiple groups, if you collapse by selecting the minus option, you can quickly hide your data. This will enable you to analyze data from one group to another within your worksheet. You can simultaneously collapse all of your data by selecting the outline number and collapsing those subgroups or main group. In order to expand the data, I'm going to go down and select the plus symbol for each subgroup. Now, if you'd like to remove all of your groups, you can do that simultaneously by removing the outline altogether. To do this, I'm going to select the third section within my outline, and I'm going to go to the Ungroup menu, and just below you'll see the option Clear Outline. As you can see, all of my groups have been removed. So now you've seen how to add and remove groups within Excel. The group tools in Excel can be used to create outlines of your data. Excel can analyze your data tables and, if they are clearly structured, automatically create outlines and groups. See how to use and configure the outline tools in Excel. From my worksheet below, if I'd like to quickly insert subtotals, if I've correctly structured my table, for example, I've organized my purchase types in alphabetical order, so that way I can quickly create subtotals for the purchase total for each item, I can then go to my Data tab at the top of my tool ribbon. From here, I'm going to proceed towards the right-hand side, and within the outline group, you'll find the option Subtotal. From the Subtotal menu, you can choose your corresponding column in which you would like to configure your subtotals for. So since I would like to base it on my purchase type, I can be sure that that column has been selected from the options below. Next, you can choose your corresponding function. As you can see, I have some selected, but if you'd rather configure a count or average function, you can select that option as well. Next, you'll need to select your subtotal too. This will be the calculation configured with your column selected. Since I just want to configure the purchase total for my purchase types, I'm going to deselect the rest of my columns and be sure that the purchase total has been selected. At the bottom of the menu, I can choose to replace current subtotals. Since I haven't created any subtotals, I can leave this option checked or unchecked. I can also choose to insert a page break between each group, which will make identifying my groups much easier. Lastly, if I want to create a summary below my data, I can check this box at the bottom of the menu. I'm going to leave this option unchecked and select OK to create my subtotals. Now, once I've inserted my subtotals, I'll be able to see each purchase type broken down with the total calculated from the purchase total column. I also have the option for the grand total at the top. Now, on the left-hand side, I'll be able to see my outline. I can collapse by selecting the minus option and collapse all of my subtotals. This will make analyzing my data much easier, and I can choose to expand any of these totals by selecting the plus option. Another way you can group your data is by creating an automatic outline. If I go down to my purchase total worksheet within my workbook, I can see that I have some data organized accordingly. Now, if I were to insert a subtotal for each of these sections by selecting the cell below, inserting the equals and sum formula, followed by an open parentheses, and I'm going to select my data values, close the parentheses and choose Enter to quickly create a sum for that section. I'm going to do the same just below the second section. After I've made that calculation, you can create automatic outlines from the group tools. So if I go back up to my outline group and choose the drop-down menu next to Group, you'll see the option Auto Outline. Once I select this option, Excel will automatically detect my groups and organize them accordingly, as you can see on the left-hand side with the outlines displayed. I can collapse and show the specific groups. Now, if I want these groups to stand out a bit, I can add some formatting. In order to do this, I'll need to go back to my outline group and choose the dialog box found in the bottom right-hand corner. From here, you'll see below that you have direction according to your summary of rows or columns, and at the bottom you'll see automatic styles. In order to help your values stand out, you can select Automatic Styles and choose Create in the bottom left-hand corner. Once I select OK from the notification window, I can see that my values stand out just a bit more and makes them more identifiable within my automatic outline. Now, if you find on the left-hand side that you don't want to view these group tools, you can choose to hide the outline. In order to do this, you can go up to the File menu, and from File, I'm going to go down and select Options. Within the Options menu, I'm going to select Advanced, and I'm going to scroll down a bit. Now, once I come across the display options for this worksheet, I'm going to go down and deselect the option Show Outline Symbols when an outline is applied. Once I uncheck this box and choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, I can see that the outline no longer appears on the left-hand side, which gives me more space to view my data. So now you've seen different ways on how to use the group tools in order to better outline your data in Excel. Excel sort options can be used to organize and order the data in your table. You can specify the criteria that you use. For example, you can sort a data range using alphabetical order or from smallest to largest values. From my worksheet below, I can see that I have a table located below with different types of values such as text, numerical, and even dates. If I'd like to quickly sort a particular column according to the values contained within, I can select within that column, and I can go from my Home tab towards the right-hand side, and I'll find the editing group. From here, I can choose Sort and Filter, and depending on the values I have selected will depend on my sort options. Since I have text values selected, I have the option to sort from A to Z or from Z to A. If I choose A to Z, I can see that my values have been quickly rearranged according to alphabetical order. If I select another cell containing numerical values, and I go back up to my Sort and Filter options, I can see that I have the option to sort from smallest to largest, as well as largest to smallest. You'll also find your custom sort options, as well as the option to activate your filters, which will give you even more sort criteria options. In order to access additional sort features, you'll need to go up to your Data tab within your tool ribbon, and from the Data tab you'll find the Sort and Filter group in the center. From here, I can choose to activate my filters as well. And once you activate filters, you'll see that icons will appear next to the columns in your table. For example, if I would like to sort this particular column for product reference, I can choose the Filter menu, and you'll see at the top that you have sort options. To sort from smallest to largest, I'm going to select the top option, and I can see that once a sort is applied, that the icon will change for the Filter menu. This indicates that a sort has been applied to this particular column. Now, if I'd like to remove my Filter menu, I can return to the Sort and Filter group and choose the Filter icon once again. Now, you can also use the Quick Access Sort options directly from the Sort and Filter group. For example, if I choose another numerical value found within my column Stock, and I go back to the Sort and Filter group, I can choose to quickly filter from largest to smallest or from smallest to largest, as well as A to Z if I have a text value selected. I'm going to choose to quickly sort from largest to smallest, and I can see that my values have been sorted according to this particular column range. On the right-hand side, I can see that I have date values. Now, if I go up and choose the sort icon itself, I'll open up my sort menu, and if I go down below, I can choose my sort criteria by choosing my corresponding column. So I'm going to choose order date. I can also choose to sort on. If I don't want to sort by cell values, I can choose a drop-down menu, and you'll see that you have the option to sort according to color, font, as well as conditional formatting icons. I'm going to leave cell values selected, and on the right-hand side, you'll see that when you have a date selected, you can choose from oldest to newest and newest to oldest. I'm going to choose newest to oldest and select OK to apply that particular sort in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I can see that my data values have been sorted according to date within this particular column. So now you've seen how to access and apply sorts to your data values within Excel. Excel offers a number of additional tools that you can use to change how you sort your data. See how to include or exclude header data in your operation, change the sort orientation from vertical to horizontal, and apply case-sensitive sorting. Now, depending on how your data is displayed, you may need to add additional sorting options and configure how your data is sorted. To do this, you'll need to access your Sort menu by going up to your Data tab within your tool ribbon, and within the Sort and Filter group, you can choose the Sort icon. From the Sort menu, you'll notice below that you have different options to apply additional levels to your sort, as well as copy levels, and towards the right-hand side, you'll find additional options. Now, depending on how your data is displayed will depend on whether you need to specify if your data has a header. If you uncheck this box and you have headers within your data, those headers will automatically be included in the sort. If you have headers and you don't want them to be included in the sort, be sure that this box is always checked when applying sorts to your data values. If your data values are organized differently according to my worksheet behind, for example, if you have row headers rather than column headers, you'll need to go to the Options menu located at the top of the menu. From the Options menu, you'll see below that you have the option to sort from top to bottom or sort from left to right, depending on the orientation of your table. I'm going to leave the sort from top to bottom since my columns have headers rather than my rows. If your data has specific case differences and you want to make it case sensitive when sorting those values, you can choose case sensitive. When you're applying sorts with case sensitive attached, you can sort according from capital to lowercase letters. Once I've applied my sort options, I can choose OK in the bottom left-hand corner. Now, if I'm going to sort by a specific column, such as first name, I'm going to be sure that cell values has been selected, and if I wanted to sort according to case sensitivity, I can choose the sort order on the right-hand side. So again, if I'm sorting from capital to lowercase, I'm going to choose A to Z, but if I want to choose from lowercase to capital letters, I can choose from Z to A. Your alphabetical sort will also be applied simultaneously. Once you're done configuring and you would like to apply your sort, you can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to access and configure additional sort options within Excel. In Excel, you can create multiple sort levels to change how your data is presented and create data groups within your range. You can also reorganize these levels to adjust how your data is grouped when sorting. From my worksheet below, I already have one sort applied to my data to organize my data from alphabetical order according to the first name column. You can apply multiple sort levels to your data if you'd like to have a more precise organization and view the data that matters most. In order to manage and add additional sort levels, you'll need to go to your Data tab, and from the Data tab, you'll find the Sort and Filter group. Within the Sort and Filter group, you'll find your Sort icon. Now from the Sort menu below, you'll be able to see any sorts that have been applied, and you can choose to add additional sort levels. To add a new level, I'm going to choose Add Level in the top left-hand corner. Once the level has been added, I'll need to choose which column I'll be sorting next. To do this, you could choose the drop-down menu and choose the corresponding column that you would like to sort by. For example, if I want to sort by purchase total, I can select that option. And in the center, you can choose to sort on. I'm going to leave cell values selected, but you can also choose to sort by cell color, font color, as well as conditional formatting icons. Lastly, on the right-hand side, you'll need to select the order. I can choose smallest to largest, but if I'd rather change the sort from largest to smallest, I can select the drop-down menu and choose that option. Now, another way you can create a new level is by copying an existing level. To do this, you'll need to select your level and then choose Copy Level at the top of the menu. Now I can see I have two identical sorts applied to my data. I can quickly choose to change one of my columns. And depending on the data contained within the column, your sort order may automatically change. Since I'm changing from a numerical value range to a text value range, now I can see that my data will be ordered in reverse alphabetical order. Now you'll notice on the left-hand side when you have sorts applied, you have the original sort, and then it reads then by and then by. If you'd like to change the order in which your sorts are applied, you'll need to select your sort order that you would like to move up or down the list, and you can go to the top of the menu and choose the arrows to move your item up, or you can choose the down arrow to move your item down, and depending on the order you have on the left-hand side will depend on the sort applied first and second and thereafter. If you find that you would like to remove a sort, you can do that as well. To remove a sort, you can select the sort, and you could choose a delete at the top of the menu. This will remove the sort applied and will remove it from your sort menu altogether. To apply your multiple level sorts, you could choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner. And now I can see that my multiple levels of sorts have been applied to my data below. If I find that I want to remove all sort levels, I'll need to return to the sort menu, select my sorts individually, choose Delete, to remove all the sorts applied to my data. Once I've done this, I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'll be able to go about managing my information and adding additional sorts if necessary. So now you've seen how to add, manage, and remove additional sort levels to your data in Excel. When sorting data, you can use or create custom sort lists for data that doesn't sort alphabetically. This is particularly useful if your data contains days of the week or months of the year, or if you are sorting data that features text-based ranking systems such as low, high, and urgent priorities. From my table below, I have a column containing dates. These dates cannot be sorted alphabetically, but will need to be sorted according to the values contained within, whether it be by days of the week, months, or even years. If I'd like to create a custom sort, I can use the preset custom list options. For example, if I select a value within this column, and I go up to a sort and filter found within the editing group in my Home tab, I can go down below and choose Custom Sort. From the Custom Sort menu, you can choose to define your column, which is going to be date of birth, and I can choose to sort on values. And on the right-hand side, you'll see that when you have a date selected, you can choose to sort from oldest to newest or newest to oldest. Since I don't want to sort by these options, I'm going to go down below and choose Custom List. Now from the Custom List menu, you'll have preset custom sort options that you can apply to your data. For example, you can choose to sort by days of the week, whether it be in short form or long form, as well as months of the year in short form and long form as well. Since I can see in my data sheet below that I have the months applied in short form, I can choose that custom preset and choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner to add it to my sort. Now to apply the sort, I can select OK. But if I'd like to go a step further and create my own custom list, I can do that as well. To do this, I'll need to go back to the Order field and choose Custom List at the bottom. In order to create my own custom list, I'm going to choose New List on the left-hand side. Once I select this option, the mouse cursor will start blinking within my list entries. If I'd like to sort according to year, I'm going to type in the years, followed by a comma, and then a space, and enter my next value. I can add multiple values to establish a pattern within this particular list. Now once I'm done creating my list, I'm going to choose Add on the right-hand side, and that list will be added to my custom lists. Now once I've created my custom list, I can select it and choose OK to apply it to my data. And to apply my new sort, I can choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and my data will be sorted accordingly. If I'd like to change the sort order, I can go back to my Sort and Filter options and choose Custom Sort, and I can apply it in reverse order as well, and then select OK. Now I can see that my data has been reversed in the sort order itself. If you find that you would like to edit your custom list, you'll need to return to the Custom menu. You can also access your Custom Sort menu by going to your Data tab, and from the Sort icon found in the Sort and Filter group, you can go towards the right-hand side, select your sort order, and access your custom lists. From the custom list I have created, I can select it, and I can go through and select an individual value, choose Backspace, and choose to remove it, and I can choose to add additional values if I wish by typing in those values. Once I'm done modifying, I can select OK to save in the bottom right-hand corner. Now if I'd like to delete this list altogether, I'm going to be sure that my list has been selected, and then choose Delete on the right-hand side. Once I select this option, it's going to notify me that I'll be permanently removing this list. To confirm, I can select OK. Now once the list has been removed, I'm going to choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, And to completely remove the list, I'll also need to remove the sort level by selecting it and choosing Delete at the top of the menu, and then select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. So now you've seen how to use custom preset lists as well as create your own custom sort list within Excel. In Excel, you can choose to show or hide different types of data. This is known as filtering. If you do not need a particular category or type of data, or if you want to focus on specific data groups, you can use the filter tools. You can specify criteria to include or exclude, or indicate the value that you want to visualize. Now from my table below, if I'd like to activate filters for each of my columns, I have a couple different options. First, from your Home tab, you can go towards the right-hand side, and within the Editing group, you'll find the Sort and Filter menu. From this menu, you could choose Filter to activate your filters. You can also activate your filters directly from your Data tab within your tool ribbon. From the Data tab, if I go towards the center, I'll find the Sort and Filter group. From here, I can activate filters by selecting the filter icon. Once your filters are activated, you'll notice next to each header that you now have a filter menu that you can quickly select to filter out your data. For example, if I'd like to filter out a specific company within the company column, I can select the filter menu, and you'll see below that your filter options will appear. You can choose to filter by text, as well as search for specific terms, and below you can manually select or deselect certain terms within your column criteria. By default, all of my values have been selected, but if I'm looking for a particular company, I'm going to choose Select All to deselect my values, and I'm going to go through and select an individual value to filter out. Once I've done this, I can select OK, and I can see those values from my table have automatically been filtered out for that particular company. Now, when you apply a filter, you'll be able to see in the top right-hand corner that the icon Filter has been applied to this particular column. This will indicate that a filter is applied to that column, and you could choose multiple ways to manage that filter. For example, if this data is continually being updated, you'll need to reapply the filter. To do this, you can go to your Sort and Filter group, and you could choose Reapply. This will update your data, especially if your data is changing in real time. Now, if you find that you would like to remove a filter, you can do this multiple ways. You could choose the Clear Filter option, which will clear your filter directly. You can also go to the filter menu itself and choose Clear Filter from Company. Once I select this option, I can see that my filter is no longer applied. Now, if you'd like to remove your filter menus altogether, you can go back to the Sort and Filter group and choose the filter icon. So now you've seen how to activate and use filters within Excel. Column filters can be used to quickly show or hide different data values in your data range. You can use these column controls to apply multiple filters to your data. Now from my table below, I can see that I've already activated my filters from the Sort and Filter group within the Data tab. Once you've activated your filters, you can apply multiple filters to the same data range. For example, if I go over to the Purchase Type column located in my table and I select the Filter menu, I can go down towards the bottom and I'll notice a search field. From here, I'm going to type in the value that I would like to filter out of my data range. Now, once I select this, I'm going to be sure that the option Select All Search Results has been selected and the value itself. Since this is the first value that I'm filtering out of my data range, I'm going to leave the second box unchecked. Once I've chosen my term, I can choose OK, and this will quickly filter out that data. If I'd like to filter out an additional item from that data range, I can go back to my filter menu, and I'm going to go back down and search a second term. Once I've done this, I'm going to now check the second box, since this is not the only filter applied now, and then I'm going to choose OK. Now I can see that I have both sets of data located in my table. You can also add additional filters manually by going back up to your filter menu, and you'll see below that you have a list of all the data values contained within that particular column. To add an additional value, you could check the box to the left of the item, and then choose OK to apply that filter. Now, once you have multiple filters applied, if you'd like to remove a single filter, you can do that manually by going back to your filter menu, going back down to your list, and you can uncheck the item that you would no longer like to filter out. Once you've done this, you can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner. Now, if you'd like to clear all of your filters, you have a couple different options. First, you can go back up to your filter menu, and you'll see the option Clear Filters from this column. You can also clear your filters by going up to your Sort and Filter group found within your Data tab. From here, you can choose Clear in the top right-hand corner. Now you've seen how to apply multiple filters to your data ranges within Excel. Filter arguments can be used to query the data in your range and show values that meet your defined criteria. You can create filters using text and numerical arguments such as equals, contains, and between, and even add multiple arguments using and or. Now from my table below, I can see that I've already activated my filters from the Sort and Filter group in my Data tab. Once you've activated your filters, if you go to one of your columns, for example, I'm going to select the filter menu located in my surname column, I can see since I have text values in this particular column, I have the option to apply text filters. When you're selecting text filters, you'll see on the right-hand side that you have different arguments that you can apply to filter out data. For example, if I select one of the arguments located on the right, equals, I can see that the custom autofilter menu will open up. Now, if you find that you'd like to change your argument, you can select the drop-down menu on the left-hand side, and you can choose another argument such as does not equal, is greater than, and even less than. You can browse through all the different arguments available by selecting the scroll bar. Once you've chosen your argument, you're going to need to select the value corresponding with the argument you would like to apply. For example, if I'm looking for equals, I'll need to select the value. I can manually type in the value by selecting the field and typing in the value that I would like to find. I can also use the drop-down menu on the right-hand side and select the value found within my column. Once I've done this, to apply the text filter, I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and I can see that the values have automatically been filtered out of my data range. In order to quickly clear the filter, I can go back up to my Sort and Filter group and choose Clear. Now you can also sort by numerical values. So if I go over to my Purchase Total column and select the filter menu, I can go down to Number Filters. From here, you'll see that you have arguments again on the right-hand side, and you could choose the argument that you would like to apply, such as equals, and you'll have the same custom autofilter menu. Now, from here, I'm going to quickly filter out a value found within my column, and once I've typed in that value, I can choose OK to quickly filter it out. Now I can see I only have the values relating to $150. To clear this filter, I'm going to return to my Sort and Filter group and choose Clear. Now you can build multiple arguments and filter out your data more precisely. For example, if I return to a text column, select the drop-down menu for my filters and choose Text Filters, I can choose a different argument to filter out more information. For example, if I'm looking to filter out surnames beginning with a specific letter, I'm going to choose the argument begins with. Once I select this option, I can choose the letter in which I would like to filter out. Now, if I'd like to add an additional argument, you'll notice towards the left that you have two options. You could choose and or. Since I'd like to filter out both arguments, I'm going to choose or, and I'm going to select my second argument, and you can also choose the same argument if you wish. So if I would like to, again, select begins with, and I can choose an alternative letter, I could choose to filter out both values with surnames starting with C and the letter B. To apply this filter, I'm going to choose OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and I can see that data has been quickly filtered. Now to clear this filter, I can return to the filter menu and choose Clear Filters from the specific column. Next, you can also apply multiple filters to numerical values. To do this, I'm going to return to my column and select the filter option. And from this column, I'm going to choose Number Filters. And if I'd like to create a range of values that I would like to filter out, I can do that as well. So to do this, I'm going to go down to the bottom of the menu and choose Custom Filter. And from here, I'm going to choose my arguments accordingly. So if I want to start with values more than a specific amount, I'm going to choose is greater than, and I'm going to choose my lowest amount in my range. Now once I've done this, I'm going to leave and selected because I'd like to include all the values within the range. To end my range, I'm going to choose values less than a certain amount, so I'm going to choose is less than, and I'm going to choose the max amount in my range. After I've done this, to apply the filter, I can select OK in the bottom right-hand corner, and I can see that I've filtered out all the data ranges between $50 and $200. Again, to clear this filter, I can select Clear from the Sort and Filter group. So now you've seen how to use arguments to quickly build up filters within Excel to find the values that you're looking for. If you've applied color coding to various data entries in your table, you can use these codes to sort and filter your data. You might, for example, want to visualize only the values that have been highlighted in red. Now from my worksheet below, I can see that I have color codes added to my data values. If I'd like to quickly sort or filter out those values, I'm first going to need to apply the filters. To apply filters, I can either go to my Home tab, and towards the right-hand side, you'll find your editing group. From here, you can choose Sort and Filter, and activate your filters by choosing the Filter option. You can also activate your filters via the Data tab, and within the Sort and Filter group, you can choose Filter. Now, once your filters have been applied, you can go above and select any of the filter options found within your columns. Once you select the filter menu, you'll see towards the top that you have the option to sort by color. Now, this will organize your data values according to color. For example, if I would like to show the green values at the top of my values listed below, I can choose the green color on the right-hand side, and I can see now my values are sorted accordingly. If you find that you would like to filter out those values rather than sort them, you can do that as well. So if I return to the filter menu and I go down below, you'll see that I have the option to filter by color as well. Now if I only want to see the green values, I'm going to select green, and I can see that those values have been sorted out. If I would like to clear the current filter, I'm going to go back to my Sort and Filter group and choose Clear. Now if I'd like to change the sort order of the color applied, I can easily do that by going up to one of my columns again. And I'm going to choose Sort by Color, and I'm going to choose my second color, Salmon. Now I can see that my data has again changed the sort order, so I have the color that I've chosen, Salmon, and I can see that my data is now organized according to the previous sort order, Green. And at the bottom I have the rest of my values that do not have a color applied. You can also choose to sort by no color if you have no color applied to some of your data values by going back up to your filter options and choosing Sort by Color and choosing No Fill. Now if you only want to find again a specific color to filter out, you'll need to return to the filter menu and choose Filter by Color and choose your corresponding color or even No Fill. And if I scroll down, I can see that all of the cells that had color applied are no longer listed. And if I want to clear this particular filter, I can return to the filter menu and choose Clear Filters. And if I scroll back down, I'll again have access to those values. If I would like to deactivate my filters, I can return to the Sort and Filter menu and choose the filter icon. So now you've seen how to activate your filters and sort by color, as well as filter by color in Excel. In Excel, you can create advanced filter criteria using a separate table. Once you've defined your criteria, you can launch the filter by defining your data range and selecting the cells you want to use as criteria. These criteria cells can be combined as much as you want to create powerful filter operations. From my worksheet below, I can see I have a table with data that I would like to analyze. in order to better analyze this data, I can use the advanced filter criteria. To do this, you can see in the top left-hand corner that I've created a small table which I'm going to use as my criteria. Contained within this table, I have headers from 3 different columns found in my table below. I have purchase total, company, and purchase type, which can be found just below in my table, and I would like to use the criteria found in this particular table to analyze and filter out specific values. In order to create my criteria, I'm first going to select a cell in my table in the top left-hand corner and add specific companies and purchase types that I would like to filter out of my table below. First, I'm going to enter a company name, and then I'm going to select Tab on my keyboard and enter the purchase type, and I'm going to go below and add extra criteria as well, so I'm going to add another company name, and I'm going to select Tab again and enter another purchase type. Once I've added the criteria that I would like to filter out below, I'm going to need to access my Advanced Filter tool. To do this, I'm going to go up to my tool ribbon and choose the Data tab. From the Data tab, if I go towards the center, I'll find the Sort and Filter group. Now, if I have values selected in my table, I'm going to need to select Outside, and then I'll be able to select Advanced from the Sort and Filter group. Once I select Advanced, I can see above that I have a couple different options. I can choose to filter the list in place, or I can choose to copy to another location. I'm going to leave the top option selected. Now below, you'll see that your list range will automatically be selected according to the table you have inserted into your worksheet. If this is not the case, you'll need to choose the cell selection icon on the right-hand side and choose your table values, including your headers. After, you'll need to select your criteria range. Now these are the values that I had added to the mini table found in the top left-hand corner of my worksheet. To select this criteria range, I'm going to choose the cell selection icon on the right-hand side, and I'm going to scroll up my worksheet, and I'm going to include my criteria range. Now I'm going to select the header for this table as well to include it in my range. Once I've selected my values, I can choose the cell selection icon once again, and I'm going to choose to include unique records only by selecting the box in the bottom left-hand corner. Once I've set my advanced filter criteria, I can choose OK to apply the filter. Now you can see that the data has been filtered out according to the criteria I had set in the top left-hand corner. If I would like to clear this filter, I can go back up to the Sort and Filter group and choose Clear. Now I can build upon the criteria that I've already set by adding additional criteria. For example, if I'd like to add purchase totals as well into this criteria, I'm going to select a cell on the left-hand side, and I'm going to use the less than and greater than symbols. So if I'm looking for values greater than a certain value, such as 300, I can enter that value here. I can also choose less than values by inserting the less than symbol, and I'm going to insert 100, for example. Now I can also add additional company criteria, and I'm going to go down and select another company name. Now after I've added my additional criteria, I'm going to go back up to the Sort and Filter group and choose Advanced. Again, I'm going to leave the list filtered in place, and I can see below that I'll need to select my list range. So to do this, I'm going to choose the cell selection icon, and I'm going to go down and choose my complete table. After I've selected all the values in the range, I'm going to go back up and choose the cell selection icon, and I'm going to need to reselect my criteria range by choosing the cell selection icon on the right. Now, instead of choosing my original criteria, I'm going to select the entire table to include all the values in all 3 sets of the columns of criteria that I have set. Once I've done this, I can choose the cell selection icon, and I'm going to go down again and choose Unique Records Only, and select OK. Now if I scroll down, I'll see those values that I set for the criteria have automatically been sorted out of my table below. This will save a lot of time if you have specific criteria that you need to sort your data by. Now in order to clear the filter, I can go back up to the Sort and Filter group and choose Clear. So now you've seen how to use the Advanced Filter tool and set your criteria in order to find those values you need within Excel. Excel features an advanced filter tool that can be used to temporarily hide any duplicates that have been added to your data table. All you need to do is select the data range to be filtered and the location of your table. Now from my worksheet below, I notice that I have some values that are duplicated. In order to quickly hide these duplicate values, I can use the Advanced Filter tool. To activate the Advanced Filter tool to hide duplicates, you'll first need to go up to your Data tab within your tool ribbon. From the Data tab, if I go towards the center, I'll find the Sort and Filter group. From here, I'm going to choose Advanced. And from the Advanced Filter, I'm going to be sure that the top option has been selected to filter the list in place. After, I'm going to need to define my range. Now, by default, Excel will automatically detect your list range with your headers included. If this is not the case, you'll need to select the cell selection icon on the right-hand side and choose your complete table, including your headers. Once you've done this, be sure that the box has been checked in the bottom left-hand corner to display Unique Records Only. This is important because this will hide your duplicate values. Once you've selected your filter options, you can choose OK. And now I can see within my worksheet below that the duplicate values have been hidden. If I scroll down my worksheet, I can see, indeed, if I go to the left-hand side, that the row numbers indicate that a row is hidden. For example, I can see that the row number goes from number 14 to number 16, indicating that row 15 has been hidden. If I'd like to unhide a particular row, I can go between two rows, and I'll see that my mouse cursor will change, indicating that I can hold down the left button of my mouse, and I can drag the row downwards and let go to quickly unhide that particular row. If you find that you would like to unhide all of your hidden rows, you'll need to clear the filter. To do this, you can go up to your Sort and Filter group and choose Clear in the top right-hand corner to quickly unhide the rest of your hidden values. So now you've seen how to use the Advanced Filter tool to quickly hide duplicate values in your Excel worksheet.
Manipulating data in Excel begins with knowing how to reference cells. This involves using cell coordinates to extract the specified cell's value. You can reference individual cells, a range of cells, and entire columns and rows. As you can see here, we have two tables representing the expenditure for London and Paris sites. We want to reference cells from these tables and place them in the below list. The first item on this list is Tablet Expenditure Paris site. We could copy and paste it, but it's much better practice to reference cells. To do so, first activate the cell from the list by clicking it. We need to insert an equal sign, as every formula in Excel must begin with one. Then click the cell to be referenced, which for us is Tablet Expenditure from the Paris table to the right. As you can see, Excel will display the cell coordinates, which is I3. If you know the cell coordinates, you can type them manually. To perform the action and reference the cell, simply press Enter. And as simple as that, we have successfully referenced the cell. This is useful because if the value of a cell changes, any cells referencing it will update accordingly. For example, if we change tablet expenditure from the Paris table to 150,000, we can see that the below list updates too. This is why we reference cells instead of simply copying them. We can also reference multiple cells. The next item on our list is R&D costs for flat-screen TVs for both tables. To reference two cells, we follow essentially the same process. First click the referencing cell and enter an equal sign. Then select the first cell from the left table. And then because we are performing addition, we need to enter a plus sign. Lastly, we need to select the corresponding cell from the right table. Hit Enter to perform the calculation. As you can see, we have successfully referenced two cells. The next item on our list is Varia Expenditure Paris. We can reference a range of cells using the sum formula. The sum formula's basic function is the addition of cell references and values. Select the referencing cell and insert an equal sign. Then enter the sum formula. This will add all the numbers in a range of cells. Double-click it from the preview to insert it. Note an open parenthesis will also be inserted. With the formula inserted, we can then click and drag over the range of cells we want to calculate. After these have been selected, close the parentheses and hit enter. When referencing a range of cells, we can select both rows and columns. Our next item is London expenditure. Following the same steps as previously shown, we can calculate the full range. Enter an equal sign followed by the sum formula. Click and drag over the range of cells. Close the parentheses and hit enter. And again, if we update a reference cell, so for example, let's change this from 3 million to 4 million, we can see the below list updates accordingly. We can also perform operations over multiple non-contiguous ranges. Next, we want to calculate the R&D cost from both Paris and London. Enter an equal sign followed by the sum formula. But because we are referencing non-contiguous cells, we need to insert another open parenthesis. We can now select our first range of cells from the London table. We should then close this parenthesis and enter a comma to separate the ranges. We then do the same for the Paris range. Open parenthesis, select the range, and close the parentheses. Lastly, we must remember to insert a second close parenthesis for the sum formula. Hit enter to perform the calculation. Let's do the process one more time for the total costs of both sites. Enter an equal sign followed by the sum formula. Insert an open parenthesis and select the first range. Then close the parenthesis and insert a comma. For our second range, we need to insert an open parenthesis once again and select the cells. Then close the parentheses for the range and then the formula. Hit enter to perform the calculation. We can even reference entire columns. Like before, enter an equal sign followed by the sum formula. Then, rather than selecting cells by clicking, we can insert the coordinates manually. Type H:H to reference the entire H column. As you can see, the entire column has been selected. Close the parenthesis and hit enter to perform the calculation. So now any additional items added to column H will be included in the referencing cell. Referencing rows works in essentially the same way, but rather than using the above letters as coordinates, we use the left-sided numbers. This has been a basic overview of referencing cells in Excel 2019. When working with multiple worksheets in Excel, it's important to know how to correctly reference them in your formulas. Excel even allows you to reference data stored in completely different workbooks. As you can see, we have a workbook open with 2 worksheets. We have a summary worksheet currently active where we will be referencing data from separate worksheets and workbooks. Let's first calculate salaries. Because we'll be adding a range of cells, we need to insert an equal sign followed by the sum formula. Then we should switch to the worksheet we are referencing data from by selecting it from the bottom left of the interface. Note the updated formula in the formula bar. The exclamation mark indicates that this is a worksheet name. Note that if your worksheet is named using non-alphabetic characters, it will need to be enclosed by single quotation marks in the formula bar. We then need to select our range by clicking and dragging, so we'll select the salaries row. Close the formula parentheses from the above formula bar and hit enter to perform the calculation. Once complete, you will be returned to the original worksheet automatically. As you can see, we have successfully referenced data from a separate worksheet. We can then extend this formula to the below rows using the fill command if we hover over the bottom right of the cell and click and drag after our cursor turns into a plus icon. Excel will pull data from the corresponding cells in the London worksheet. So here we have C8 to F8, and here we have C7 to F7, and so on. We can then calculate the total in this cell by first entering an equal sign followed by a sum formula, and then selecting the above cells, closing the parentheses, and hitting enter. Next, let's look at referencing data from a separate workbook. We want to calculate the totals from 2 worksheets in a different workbook and reference the data here. we need to create a sum formula because we're adding data, and then enter a second open parenthesis as we'll be adding separate ranges. We then need to open the second workbook from where we will be pulling data. Ours is already open, and I'm just going to open it from the taskbar. And because we want to calculate the totals, we should select the totals row. Let's take a look at our formula bar. Within the sum formula, we can see the file name within square brackets, Paris, Berlin. Beside this, we can see the worksheet name. Note the single quotation marks surrounding the location. As stated earlier, these appear here because the file name contains non-alphabetic characters. We can then close this parenthesis and enter a comma to separate the cell ranges in our formula. Then open a new parenthesis and switch worksheets from the bottom left of the interface. Again, note the updated data in the formula bar. Select the cell range from this worksheet. So again, we are selecting the totals row. And remember to close both parentheses. Hit enter to perform the calculation. Again, we've been returned to the original document where we can see our calculation has been performed successfully. Note though what happens to the formula bar if we close the second workbook. The file hard drive location is now included in the formula. If a workbook you're pulling data from is lost, then the formula may not function correctly, corrupting results. When working with data across multiple workbooks, it's a good idea to save any results as standalone values due to the heightened risk of losing or misplacing files. To do so, simply copy the cell with Ctrl-C and paste only values in a separate cell off to the side. So we'll right-click and hover over Paste Special and select the paste values. We can then format this to the currency, which for us is dollars. So the figures displayed are the same. Note the differences in the above formula bar. Our pasted cell is just a value. It won't be affected if the source files are lost or moved. This is a good habit to get into when referencing data across different workbooks. This has been a basic overview of using data across multiple worksheets in Excel 2019. When using the fill function or copying formulas elsewhere, it's important to know when to use absolute, relative, and mixed cell references. Firstly, let's look at relative cell references, the default reference format used in Excel. Let's start by referencing the cell for supplier 1 shutters. In the corresponding cell, enter an equal sign, select the reference cell, and hit enter. As you can see, the value corresponds to the above table, and the formula bar displays the reference cell, P2. Because this is a relative cell reference, we can extend it either up or down using the fill command, and the referencing cells will update accordingly. Click and drag the bottom right of a cell to perform this. As you can see, the new values correspond to the relative position of the originally referenced cell. So that's why this says E2, and this cell reference D2, and so on. In the same way, these values can also be extended down so that the entire table is filled. Select the row, and click and drag to extend downwards. Again, note the correctly corresponding values. Relative cell references are handy if you want to perform calculations on different data values each time, rather than continually referencing the same individual cell. When you do want to reference the same individual cell from a static location, you should use absolute cell references. Say we want to calculate the total including costs for this row. We need to combine absolute and relative references, also known as a mixed cell reference. Insert an equal sign followed by a sum formula. Create another open parenthesis and select the cell range. Close the parenthesis and insert a comma. Next, we want to reference the additional costs cell. But we need to ensure that when we use the fill down command, Excel will only pull information from this specific cell. To create a mixed cell reference, simply insert a $sign before either of the coordinates. Because we will be filling down, we only need to place a $sign after the column. So now when we fill down, Excel will only pull information from this specific cell. Then close the parenthesis and hit enter to perform the calculation. We can then extend this row using the fill command. And if we view the formula for one of the newly created cells, we can see the relative reference has updated accordingly. That's why it says B11 to E11 here, while the mixed reference has remained the same, B13. Note that if we had used the fill tool horizontally, the reference to additional costs would not have been static. To do this, you would need an absolute reference. Next, let's look at applying the sales tax to each cell with an absolute reference. First, we should delete this data by selecting it and pressing the delete key. We then need to insert our formula. Begin with an equal sign, then select the corresponding cell from the above table. Then we want to multiply this, so we'll insert an asterisk. Next, we should insert an open parenthesis followed by 1 plus. This is to account for the percentage. We should then select the sales tax cell and close the parenthesis. Before performing the action though, we need to make this reference absolute for both columns and rows, as we will be extending this cell to fill out the full table. Insert a $sign before the column and row in the formula to make this an absolute reference. Hit enter to perform the calculation. We can now extend this across rows by clicking and dragging the bottom right of the cell. We can see in the above formula bar that we've combined relative and absolute references. The relative references have been adjusted, while the absolute reference has remained unaffected. And because we made this absolute for columns too, we can extend this row downwards, following the same process. Select the cells, then click and drag the bottom right. This has been a basic overview of choosing between absolute and relative cell references in Excel 2019. Naming data ranges in Excel allows you to refer to them in later calculations, drop-down menus, and general navigation. We look at how we can create data ranges both quickly and manually, and we then look at how we can use those named ranges in calculations. The quickest way of naming your data range is through the name box. To do so, first select the data range. Let's select the cities column by clicking and dragging. Then select the name box, which is located to the left of the formula bar. Type the name and hit enter to confirm. And just like that, we've named our data range. A second quick way of naming a data range is by creating from selection. This time, let's name the metropolitan county column. Again, we must select the data range, but this time we need to include the column title, so we will begin the selection from there. With the data range selected, switch to the Formulas tab. Then select Create from Selection from the Defined Names group. Word will give you the option to create names from values in the top row, left column, bottom row, or right column. Because we included the title in our selection, we should select top row. Hit OK to confirm. Though these are quick and easy ways of naming your data ranges, they lack a certain amount of control. Let's look at how we can name data ranges manually. Again, we start by first selecting the data range to be named. This time let's name the purchase total data. Then from the Defined Names group, select Define Name. This will open a window where we can insert the information manually. We can change the name. Let's rename this to purchase so that it will be easier to reference in future. We can select the scope. You can choose to limit the functionality of the named range to specific worksheets or the whole workbook. Generally speaking, it's a good idea to allow functionality for the whole workbook. We can attach comments to named ranges from this field. This can be handy if you're working on a collaborative project. And the bottom field displays the refer to data. You can manually update the coordinates from here by typing, or if we select this icon, and then select the range from the list. I'm happy with ours, so I'll just re-click the icon to return to the previous menu. Note that by default, named ranges take absolute references. When all changes have been made, select OK. We now have 3 named ranges. To view these, select the Name Manager from the Defined Names group. Here we can see our 3 named ranges. Let's look at how we can use these to increase our workflow. We can jump to any named range through the Name box. Simply open the drop-down menu and select a data range. We can also refer to named ranges in formulae. Let's find the average for purchase total. Enter an equal sign followed by the average formula. Then, rather than selecting the data range manually, we can simply type its name. Note the preview that appears as I type. Select it by double-clicking to insert it. Then close the parenthesis and hit enter to perform the calculation. You can see how this could save you lots of time when referencing data. We can also insert named ranges if we select Use in Formula from the Defined Names group, and then selecting one from the list. Also note that if any values change in a named range, any calculations using the named range will be updated accordingly. So if we change a value from the purchase range, let's change this from $150 to $200, we can see the average updates accordingly. To visualize all of your named ranges, select the Name Manager from within the Defined Names group. Here we can see our ranges and their respective information. And we can create, edit, or delete named ranges with the above buttons. Select Close to return to the document. This has been a basic overview of naming your data ranges in Excel 2019. It's important to know how to edit, adjust, and manage named ranges, as any changes will affect the data where the range has been referenced. We look at visualizing, editing, and removing named ranges in this video. To access the Name Manager, first switch to the Formulas tab. Then within the Defined Names group, select the Name Manager button. From this new window, we can see our named ranges displayed along with their respective information. We have 3 ranges. Note that when you create a table, it will automatically be added to the list. This information is split into columns. Naturally, the first column displays the range's name. The next columns display the cell's value, which cells are being referred to, the scope of functionality, and any comments that may have been added. If you have multiple ranges, you can apply filters from the top right drop-down menu. You can apply filters based on scope, errors, and defined or table names. From the above buttons, we can create a new name range and edit or delete a pre-existing one. Let's edit the purchase range. Select it, then select the Edit button. It's a good idea to keep names simple so they're easier to find. Let's rename this to Purchase. We can add comments and even change the coordinates manually from the below fields. Select OK once you finish editing. For edits to take place, we need to close the Name Manager. If we select a cell where the data range has been referenced, like Average, we can see that the name has been successfully updated. Lastly, let's look at how we can delete named ranges. Reopen the Name Manager, select the range, then select the above Delete button. You'll be asked to confirm. Select OK to proceed. Select the Close button on the bottom right to return to your document. When you delete a named range, any formula that previously referenced it will subsequently be corrupted. This is why the average purchase is no longer being displayed. This has been a basic overview of managing named ranges. We've seen how to visualize, edit, and delete named ranges. Using constant data values in Excel is essential to know, as it allows you to update several values by changing a reference cell. We have a worksheet here where we want to find the total price, including VAT. However, we need to account for the different VAT bands. To demonstrate why constants are useful, we should first create a calculation manually. Let's find the total price, including VAT, for the first column. Insert an equal sign, select the original price, then multiply it by 1 plus the VAT within parentheses. Remember to close the parentheses and hit enter to perform the calculation. The calculation has been performed successfully, but what if the VAT band for this item were incorrect? We would have to re-enter the formula with the correct details. This is where constant values can save you lots of time. Let's begin creating the formula. Before we continue, I'll just delete this value. Let's begin by creating the formula. Insert an equal sign and select the original price. Then insert an asterisk, open parentheses, and insert 1 plus. We now need to insert the choose formula. This chooses a value or action from a list of values based on an index number. As you can see in the preview, the first value we need to select is the index number, which in our case is the cell D5. This will reference the below VAT bands. We then need to identify these values in the formula. Enter a comma. Then we'll select the first VAT band cell. Follow the same steps for the other VAT bands. Insert a comma, then select a cell. And once again, insert the comma and select the last VAT band cell. It's important that the index number and values be cell references to allow for easier editing in future. We also need to make sure these references are absolute, so we'll insert $signs before each reference. Remember to close both parentheses, then hit enter to perform the calculation. Like before, the calculation has been performed successfully. However, we now have much more flexibility when editing. Because our reference cells are absolute, we can extend this with the fill command. Selected, and just click and drag the bottom right. If we look at the formula bar for one of these cells, we can see that the index number has been updated, meaning Excel is pulling information from F5, which in this case is this cell. But we can also see that the constant values remain the same. If we change a VAT band, let's change this to 3, we can see the total price updates accordingly. This is because Excel knows the correct cell to reference, which in this case is the third VAT band, or F11. Similarly, if we update a reference cell value, let's change this to 15%, we can see the values update accordingly. Another way of using constant values is with named ranges. We can name a specific cell for easier referencing, meaning we won't have to select it each time we include it in a formula. Say we want to name the installation cost cell. We need to select it, then switch to the Formulas tab, and select Define Name from the Defined Names group. Then let's simply name this as IC for easy referencing. Hit OK to save your changes. So now we can easily refer to the installation costs cell. For example, if we wanted to calculate the material costs plus the installation costs, we can now insert an equal sign, select the material cost cell, insert a plus sign, and then simply type IC. Hit enter to perform the calculation. As you can see, naming constant values can save you lots of time when working in Excel. This has been a basic overview of performing calculations using constant values in Excel 2019. The indirect formula in Excel allows you to refer to a cell indirectly. This can be handy if you want to manipulate the data referenced in certain calculations in your spreadsheet without having to adjust the formulas manually. As you can see here, we currently have a summary worksheet open. We want to gather totals from the other worksheets and display them here. We want to reference the cells C16, D16 and E16 specifically. If we go to a different worksheet, we can see the figures for this side as well as totals at the bottom of the table. These totals are held in cells C16, D16 and E16. These coordinates apply to the other site's worksheets too. C16, D16 and E16. Let's return to the summary worksheet. We could reference these cells by entering an equal sign, followed by the name of the worksheet, which in this case is Paris, which is then followed by an exclamation point to let Excel know it's a worksheet we're referencing. And we then need to enter the cell coordinates, which for us is the cell C16. Hit enter to perform the calculation. If we switch to the Paris worksheet and scroll down to C16, we can see that the total here corresponds to the figure in the summary worksheet. This is a fine way to reference data, but it can be quite time consuming. We want to be able to use the fill command to finish our table. This is where indirect referencing comes in. I'll just delete this value before we continue. The strength of indirect referencing comes from its ability to convert text references into formulas. We will be using the countries column and cell row as our references to create our formulas. Start by entering an equal sign followed by the indirect formula. Next, we need to enter the reference text, which for us is the text contained in these two cells, Paris and C16. So we should first select the city cell. We must remember to include the exclamation mark within quotation marks because it's a worksheet. So we'll insert an ampersand, followed by a quotation mark, and then an exclamation mark, and close the quotation marks. Then insert another ampersand, and select the above cell. And as always, remember to close your parentheses. Before we perform the calculation, let's just quickly recap what we're doing here. We are asking Excel to pull the text from cell B5, which is Paris, follow it with an exclamation mark, and then pull the text from C4, which displays C16. Hit enter to perform the action. As you can see, we have performed the calculation successfully using indirect references. B5 referenced the worksheet and C4 referenced the total. Because of this, we can now use the fill command to extend this cell. But before we do this, we need to convert these to absolute references. To do so, insert a $sign before B and insert 1 after C from the formula bar. We can then extend these down by clicking and dragging the bottom right of the cell. And we can extend this to the right in the same way. And for example, to check if this is correct, if we switch to the Berlin worksheet, we can see that the total here corresponds to the one displayed on the summary worksheet. You can see how incorporating indirect references to your work could potentially save you lots of time. This has been a basic overview of using cell references indirectly in Excel 2019. When working with multiple worksheets, it's a good idea to use the Watch window. This tool allows you to monitor selected data entries from separate worksheets simultaneously. This is particularly useful for larger workbooks. To activate the Watch window, we first need to switch to the Formulas tab. Then on the right of the ribbon within the Formula Auditing toolset, select the Watch window button. By default, the window will be activated as a task pane. The window can be repositioned by clicking and dragging when your cursor changes icon, like so. Similarly, we can resize the window itself by clicking and dragging the outer border once the cursor changes icon. We can also dock the watch window to the main window interface. Simply click and drag the window to Excel's border until it snaps into place like so. Remember to release your mouse once the window is in place. Once docked, the window can still be resized. Again, simply click and drag the border to adjust the size. If we click the arrow icon to the top right, we can activate the move and resize actions or close the window. Let's add data to our window. We'll first switch to the Berlin worksheet. Then from the window, we need to select Add Watch. To manually select cells, click the arrow icon. Then select your data. We want to select the totals from the Berlin worksheet. Then re-click the icon and select the Add button. As you can see, we have successfully added a data range to the watch window. Let's look at the different columns and see what information the watch window displays. The workbook and worksheet will be displayed first, followed by the data name range if it has one. Just scroll over to the right so we can see the rest of the columns. We can also see displayed the cell coordinates and values. And lastly, if we scroll down just a bit further, we can see the formula column. This is handy as we easily see both the returned value and formula details. You can resize the Windows columns to get a better look at whatever information you feel is most important. Simply click and drag the border separating columns from the columns headings. Let's minimize the name column as it doesn't display any information relevant for us right now. And let's just make these a bit smaller so we can see the values. The watch window is useful as it allows us to compare different data without having to go back and forth between worksheets. For example, let's return to the summary worksheet. So, if we compare the total found here on the summary sheet for Berlin, we can see after adding the individual totals that they match. Using the watch window allows you to check for errors without having to browse between locations, remember data, or print out tables. We can also jump to a watched cell by double-clicking it from the list like so. You can also close the window by clicking the X icon to the top right. And your watched cells will still be visible when you reopen the window. To remove watch cells from the list, we first need to select them, then select the above Delete Watch button. Select the X icon to close the window. This has been a basic overview of keeping an eye on your data in Excel 2019. By default, any calculations made to values in Excel are automatically updated. If data is updated, any formulae that reference it will update with it too. We look at activating and deactivating automatic updates in this video. Like previously stated, changes made to cells included in formulae will automatically update the resulting calculation. For example, if you change the first purchase type cell to $250, we can see the full purchase total will update automatically. This is because the purchase type column is being referenced in the above formula. We have the option to deactivate automatic updates. Switch to the Formulas tab and open the Calculations option menu on the far right of the ribbon. We have options to set automatic updates, set automatic updates except for data tables, or set manual updates. Let's set updates to manual. So now, if we change a reference cell's value, let's change this back to 150 and hit enter. We can see that the purchase total hasn't updated automatically. We need to perform the calculation manually to update our values. From within the calculation toolset, we have two calculation options: calculate the entire workbook or calculate the active sheet. Select Calculate Now to update any pending calculations. As you can see, our purchase total has now been successfully updated. For quicker calculations, the keyboard shortcuts for calculating the workbook and active sheet are F9 and Shift plus F9 respectively. To reactivate automatic updates, reopen the Calculations Options menu and select Automatic from the list. This is the default setting in Excel, but we can change this via the settings. Go to File, then select Options from the bottom left of the navigation pane and switch to the Formulas tab. Under the Calculations Options heading, we can see options to set the default workbook calculation. Simply toggle an option to select it. Note that setting manual updates as default also gives us the option to recalculate the workbook before saving. If your workbook is taking a long time to save with this toggled, you should untoggle it to speed up saving time. Select OK to save your changes and return to the document. This has been a basic overview of activating automatic updates in Excel 2019. It is important to know how to audit formulas in Excel. Auditing visualizes the relationship between reference cells and data ranges. This can be extremely helpful if your worksheet seems to contain errors. You can even see if your formula uses data from a separate worksheet. To start, switch to the Formulas tab, where we will be using functions from the Formula Auditing toolset. Firstly, let's look at tracing dependence. Tracing dependence will show arrows that mark which cells are affected by the value of the currently selected cell. Let's select the Manchester cell, and then select the Trace Dependence command. As you can see, a blue arrow appears tracing the Manchester cell to the Greater Manchester cell within the Metropolitan County column. This indicates that the Manchester cell is being used by the Greater Manchester one. We can then select the Greater Manchester cell and look at the formula in the formula bar to get a greater understanding of this relationship, specifically that F2 is used by this cell. Before we continue, we should clear our worksheet by selecting the Remove Arrows command. Next, let's look at tracing precedence, which shows arrows that indicate which cells affect the value of the currently selected cell. Think of them as you would with tracing dependence, only this time in reverse order. We'll select the Purchase Total cell, and then select the Trace Precedence command. As you can see, the Purchase Total column is highlighted in blue. This is because it's a data range. And the blue arrow indicates that these highlighted cells affect the value of the selected cell. Auditing formulas essentially just visualizes the cells used in calculations, which can be much more helpful when finding errors than looking at the formulas directly. For example, if we copy the total cell with Ctrl+C and paste it in a below cell with Ctrl+V, we can see that the cells have different values. We can use the trace commands to figure out why this discrepancy appears. Before we continue, I'll just select Remove Arrows. With the incorrect cell selected, click the Trace Precedence command. We can now visualize where the formula is pulling data from. The first few cells aren't being used, and if we scroll down, we can see that the highlighting extends to below the table. Thanks to the auditing tools, we can figure out that the formula originally used relative cells, hence the discrepancy. I'll just delete this because it's no longer needed. Excel can even trace data from different workbooks. Let's select the Greater Manchester cell and then select Trace Precedence. Note the dotted line that leads to a worksheet icon. This indicates that this cell uses data from another worksheet. If we double-click the icon, a Go To window will open. From here we can see the reference worksheet. Select it and hit OK to jump there. As you can see, we have been brought to the reference worksheet. Let's return to our original worksheet, Customer Purchases. We can clear arrows by selecting the Remove Arrows command. And if we select the arrow beside this, we can see specific options to remove only precedent or dependent arrows. Knowing how to audit formulas means you can visualize the relationship between cells easily, even if they appear in separate worksheets. You can use charts in Excel to present and analyze your data in a more visually digestible way. Excel features several different chart types, each of which can be customized to suit your needs. As you can see here, we have a workbook open with a basic table. We want to present this in a more tangible way by using a chart. To do so, we first need to select our data, including headers. Then we can access the chart menu in two different ways. We could switch to the Insert tab and select Recommended Charts from the Charts group. You can insert a chart from this menu. We'll just close it for now and look at the other ways we can access it. We can open this same menu by selecting the Charts dialog box launcher. Again, I'll just cancel this so we can look at the other way we can access this menu. Also displayed here are the different chart types. Select any of these icons to open a drop-down menu with variations of each type. Alternatively, you could select the Quick Analysis box that appears at the bottom right of your selection. And then switch to the Charts tab. Hovering over any of these recommended charts will display a preview just above. Select More to open the Recommended Charts window. Here we can see a list of the charts on the left and a preview on the main portion. Based on the data you've selected, Excel will recommend certain charts for you. For example, because our table contains different country names, Excel is recommending a filled map chart. If you don't like any of the recommended charts, you can always switch to the All Charts tab. From here we can see a more extensive list of charts. The left portion displays the list of different categories ranging from recently used charts to basic charts like column or line to more complicated charts like funnel or combo. Let's stick with column. We can see the different variations along the top of the window. And from the main portion, we can choose the axis placement. Also note that hovering over these will display a preview. With your style selected, click the below OK button to insert your chart. With our chart inserted, we can then edit it. We can resize it by clicking and dragging one of the surrounding handles. We can then move the chart by clicking and dragging the chart area like so. If we look at the original table, we can see it now has a coloured outline. This indicates where our chart is pulling data from. We can readjust this to include or exclude data from the chart. For example, let's remove Italy. Note the updated chart. You may have noticed that by inserting a chart, the Chart Design tab will be automatically selected. If we click anywhere outside the chart in our worksheet, we return to the Standard tab options. To activate the Charts tab again, simply re-click the chart. Let's look at some of the ways we can edit our chart from the Chart Design tab. If you select Change Chart Type on the right of the ribbon, the chart window seen earlier will open. From here we can select a new chart using the existing data selection. Just select a new type and hit OK. From the data group, we can switch rows and columns. This will swap the axes and change the angle of analysis. Simply click it again to change it back. To delete a chart, simply select it and press the delete key. You've now seen how to insert recommended and custom charts and then edit said charts to suit your specific needs. Because of the large amounts of information displayed, it's important to know how to label your charts in Excel. You can choose which elements to show, including labels, legends, and titles, highlighting certain information as you see fit. These elements can then be moved, resized, and formatted. As you can see, we have a chart here, but it isn't labelled, making the information essentially impossible to interpret. To start, we should select the chart to activate it. With this selected, we can see chart options appear to the right. Select the green plus icon to view a list of different chart elements. We can see elements such as axes, data labels, a legend, and more. Simply check any of these boxes to add an element to the chart. We won't do that for the time being though. We can view these same options if we switch to the Chart Design tab, and on the left of the ribbon, open the Add Chart Element menu. Like seen earlier, we can add axes, axis titles, a chart title, data labels, legends, and so on. Hovering over any of these will display extra options where we can specify which aspect of the element we want to show. For example, if we hover over axes, we can see options to display either the horizontal or vertical axis. Also note that hovering over these will display a preview in the chart itself. Let's close this menu and return to the chart element list. Like stated previously, simply check a box to add an element. Let's add some axes. And we can also specify which aspect of an element we want displayed. Click the arrow beside an element, and then select the element. We only want the vertical axis title for this chart. We should also add a chart title. To make our chart even easier to interpret, we should add data labels and grid lines. And lastly, let's add a legend. If we click the arrow, we can choose where on a chart we want to place our legend. Let's add one to the right. Because we have now added the element we want, let's close the chart elements list by clicking the green plus icon. As you can see, with elements our chart is much easier to interpret, but we still need to make some adjustments. First, we need to replace the placeholder text in the axis title and chart title. To do so, first click the element to activate Edit Text mode. Then remove the placeholder text and insert your title. Our axis title here will display tons, as that's the unit of measurement for our chart. Follow the same process to update the chart title. Select it. Then replace the placeholder text. Let's give this chart the title Exports. Also note that you can format titles like you would normal text. Select it. Then make changes from the intelligent toolbar that appears. Let's just make this title a bit bigger for now. We can even rearrange elements manually. For example, let's move the legend. Select it. And then click and drag it to a new location. We can also resize elements by clicking and dragging one of the surrounding handles like so. Knowing how to label your chart and then further customize its elements is an essential skill to know when working in Excel, as it allows you to present your data in a more digestible way. After adding a chart in Excel, you can then change its appearance using the Format tools. You can change the overall style with presets or customize individual elements. Updating your chart style can also serve a practical purpose by making the data easier to interpret. As you can see, we have already created a chart, but it looks a bit bland. Let's begin formatting it. Select the chart to activate it. Click the paintbrush icon to open the Chart Styles menu. From here, we can quickly adjust the chart's style and color. We can view more style options if we switch to the Chart Design tab. I'll just close this pane by clicking the paintbrush icon again. From the Quick Layout menu, we can choose from a list of presets with varying combinations of chart elements. We can update the color scheme from the Change Colors menu. We can choose from a list of colorful options or monochromatic ones. And we can update the overall chart style from the Chart Styles menu. Simply select a style to apply it. We are not just limited to updating the entire chart style. Excel allows us to edit individual elements too. For example, let's make changes to the title. If we right-click the text box, we can see options to update the style, fill, and outline. The Style menu displays presets with varying combinations of color and effects based on your theme. Simply click one to apply it. We can give the text box a custom fill from the Fill menu. We can choose from theme or standard colors and even apply effects like a gradient or texture. Let's choose a fill from the theme colors. Similar options are available for the outline. We can update the color and even change the line weight. Let's change the color. The title text itself can also be formatted. First, select the text. Then apply changes from the Intelligent toolbar. You can change the font, size, effects and colour. I'm happy with mine though, so we leave it as is. Like individual chart elements, the chart area itself can also be formatted. Right-click a point on the chart area, and as you can see, we have the same style options for the fill and outline. We can make further changes from the Format tab. We can change individual elements' style. For example, say we want to change the 2017 bar chart's colour. We first need to select it. We know we have the right element selected by checking the current selection group. From the Shape Styles group, we can change this series' fill, outline and apply effects. We can also change the style by using one of the presets from the same group. Let's go with the yellow option. Let's change another element's style. Select the grid lines. And let's make them a bit thicker from the Shape Styles menu so they're more visible. We can even view more formatting options if we select Format Selection on the left of the ribbon. A new side panel will open with options to change the currently selected element's style. If we select a new style, like one of the bar chart series, note the options in the side panel update too. From the Fill and Line tab, we can make changes to this series appearance. I'll just open this by clicking the arrow beside it. Let's give this a gradient fill. Just below, we can set different colors for each gradient stop. Select a stop, then open the color menu and select a new color to apply it. Let's make this a bit darker. And if we drag a stop, we can change the rate at which the colors change. If we move down and view the border options, we can see extra, more advanced options for updating the selected series outline. Let's switch tabs in the panel and look at effects we can apply. Let's open the Shadow menu. We can give this element a shadow. Let's choose from one of the presets. We can then adjust this shadow from the below sliders. And I'll just close this menu for now. In a similar way, we can add a glow and soften edges. And lastly, switch to the final tab to view series options. Because we have a bar series selected, we see options for adjusting things like the axis, series overlap and gap width. These would vary depending on the element you have selected. Close this panel by clicking the above X icon. This has been a basic overview of formatting a chart in Excel 2019. You can customize individual elements in your charts in Excel. We look at moving a chart and customizing the chart's titles, labels and axes in this video. As you can see, we have a chart with different elements in our exports worksheet. We have a title, axes, a legend and more. Firstly, let's look at how we can move this chart to a new worksheet. Select the chart and switch to the Chart Design tab. On the far right of the ribbon, select the Move Chart command. This will open a new window where we can choose where to move our chart. We can create a new sheet or move it to a pre-existing one. Let's create a new sheet and rename it to Exports Chart. Click OK when you've finished making changes. As you can see, a new worksheet has been created for our chart. And because we moved it, if we quickly return to the original worksheet, we can see it no longer appears here. Let's just return to the new worksheet. Let's look at customizing our chart's title. I'll just zoom in so we have a better view. First, select the title to activate it. We can move this by simply clicking and dragging like so. And we can rename it too. Click the text to activate edit mode. Then enter your new title. Let's call this chart European Exports. We can further format this to make it stand out more. Switch to the Format tab, and then remember to select your text. From here, we can apply word art. We can apply a custom fill, outline and effect. Or we could select one of the presets from the Quick Styles menu. Let's go with this option. In a similar way, we can apply formatting changes to the axes text. First, select the axis, then right-click over it, and from the drop-down menu, select Font. From this new window, we can change the font type. Let's change this to Arial. Font style, let's make this bold. And size, let's increase this to 14. We can even change the font color from this menu. Let's make it a darker shade of black. Note from the bottom portion, we can apply extra effects. We won't apply any right now though. Click OK to apply your changes. Note the new appearance of our chart. Lastly, let's look at changing the chart legend. I'll just scroll over and down so we can see it. We can move the legend by simply clicking and dragging like so. We can resize the legend box by clicking and dragging one of the surrounding points like so. And like with axes text, we can make changes to legend text by right-clicking and selecting font. Let's make this text bold. Increase the size so it's more visible. And give it an underline. Again, click OK to apply your changes. I'll just zoom out then so we can see our new updated chart. And as you can see, we've successfully updated the appearance of our chart. This has been a basic overview of customizing a chart in Excel 2019. Your chart axes quantify the information you're presenting. These axes can be modified to display the data to suit your needs. You can adjust the measurements, move the maximum and minimum values, and even change where the two axes cross in the chart. Before making any changes, it's important to be confident you have the correct element selected. With your chart activated, switch to the Format tab. Then within the current selection group, open the drop-down menu. From here, we can manually choose which element we want to select, and as you can see, both axes are listed. Let's select the horizontal axis, and then select Format Selection just below the drop-down menu to open the Formatting side panel. From here, we can adjust the text options, which consists of altering the fill and outline, apply text effects, and adjusting the text box. However, we will be focusing on the axis options. Note that you can change selection from here too. Simply click the arrow beside the axis options and choose your new element. Let's select the vertical axis. The axis options consists of 4 groups. Fill and line, where we can change the coloring of our axis. Effects, where we can apply visual effects to the axis. Size and properties, where we can adjust the alignment. And axis options, where we can configure how the axis interacts with the chart. Within each group, we have different subheadings. Click the arrow to the left of a heading to show or hide its contents. Let's look more closely at axis options and see how we can change the vertical axis's relationship to the chart. When you create a chart, the bounds will be set to fit the inserted data. You can manually increase or decrease the minimum and maximum bounds from these fields. Let's increase the bounds and see how our chart changes. I'll just increase this to 4,000 and hit enter to perform it. Note the new appearance of our chart. We can change the major and minor units. For example, if you wanted the axis to display less figures, you could increase the major unit. Let's increase this to 1000. Again, note the updated appearance of our chart. If we scroll down, we see options to change where the horizontal axis crosses. For example, we could change the value to 500 so that the x-axis now crosses at the 500 mark. We also have options to set this to automatic and maximum axis value. Just below, we can change the display units from this drop-down menu. If we select thousands, we can see the axis updates accordingly and now it displays a label. To hide this label, simply check the Show Display Unit box. click it again to show it. We can activate or deactivate logarithmic scale by checking this box. And we can even display values in reverse order. If we visualize tick marks, we can see options to change how major and minor marks are displayed. We can hide them, have them appear inside, outside, or across. Let's show minor ticks on the inside. If we move on to labels, we have options to change the label position. We can have it appear next to axis, high, low, or hide it altogether. We leave it as is for now. And in the number heading, we can change how the axis numbers get displayed. Let's select currency. Depending on the category you select, the below individual settings will vary. We can continue to modify axes even after the chart type has been changed. Switch to the Design tab, and then select Change Chart Type, where we will be changing our chart to a combo. With this, we can specify the chart type for each year. For example, we can change 2017 to line and 2018 to area. And we can include a secondary axis for each year. Select OK to confirm your change. As you can see, our chart has been updated, but it is still modifiable. We can select the axis and, for example, change the minimum bounds to 500. Just open the Axis Options menu again, change the minimum bounds to 500. As you can see, our chart has updated successfully. Close this panel by clicking the X icon to the top right. Axes are a key part to every chart, so knowing how to customize them in Excel is a key skill to know. If you formatted your chart with a style you plan on reusing, you should save it as a template. With templates, you can apply save styles to newly created charts. As you can see here, we have a stylized chart. I want to use this chart in a new worksheet but don't have the time to update each individual element. Because of this, we'll save it as a template. To start, first select your chart, then right-click it, and select Save as Template from the drop-down menu. From this new window, we can rename the file. Let's call this Custom Chart. We can also see that it will be saved as a chart template file. We could change the save location, but it's a good idea to save it within the default charts folder. If you don't save it here, it won't appear in the Excel interface later. Select Save to save your template. So now, to see how we can use templates, let's switch to the worldwide worksheet just below. We then need to select this data, click the Quick Analysis icon, switch to Charts, and then select More. From the Charts menu, switch to the All Charts tab, and on the left, select Templates from the list of categories. As you can see, here we have our saved template from earlier, Custom Chart. Select it, then select OK. And as simple as that, we have created a new chart using the original style. If we return to the original worksheet, we can see the styles correspond. But note that the data has been updated in the worldwide worksheet. This is the key thing to remember when saving templates. You are saving the style, not the data. This has been a basic overview of creating a chart template in Excel 2019. If your data contains negative values, your Excel chart will need to be updated accordingly. Once these values have been inserted, you can alter how the individual elements are formatted and arranged on your axis. To start, we should first create a chart from this data. Select the table, then switch to the Insert tab, and select Recommended Charts. Then from this window, let's select the Columns chart, and hit OK. I'll just rearrange this so we can see both our chart and table. So as you can see, we have created a chart for this data. Currently, the data contains no negative values. Let's see how our chart changes if we update the table to include negative values. Let's change cooling fan to -16. As you can see, our chart has been updated to include the negative value. Also note the axis has been extended downwards to account for this change too. Let's add another negative value to the data. Let's change flat screen to -18. Again, note the updated chart. We can format these elements to differentiate them from the positive values. Select the chart, then select the element, then right-click it, and choose a new fill. Let's give this an orange fill to distinguish it from the positive values. And let's do the same for our second negative value. Select the element, right-click it, and choose a new fill from the menu. You can change the chart type and it will still display the negative values. Switch to the Design tab and select Change Chart Type. Let's change this to a line chart with markers. Click OK to make the change. As you can see, the chart has been updated where our negative values still appear below 0. Negative values will display in different ways depending on the chart type. Let's reopen the Chart Type menu again and select Area Chart Type. If we preview the chart, we can see how negative values will be displayed. Similarly, if we switch to the Bar Chart category, we can also visualize the negative values. Let's apply this chart by selecting OK. As you can see, certain chart types are better at displaying negative values than others. Play around with these and find the one that best suits your needs. This has been a basic overview of presenting negative values in your chart in Excel. Using sparklines, you can create mini charts that represent the overall trend of a selected data range. They can be displayed with different types, giving your reader a quick overall grasp of the progression of your data. As you can see here, we have data spanning from 2014 to 2018. We want to display these trends visually in these empty cells. To begin, first select a cell, then switch to the Insert tab, where we will be using tools from the Sparklines group. We can insert a line, column, or wind loss trend line. For this first trend, let's insert a line. We then need to select the data the trend will be based on. With the data range field activated, simply select the data range from the worksheet itself. Because we selected the location range earlier, we don't need to select it now. Click OK to create your trend line. And just like that, we have created a trend line for our imports data range. And we can see that the points in the trend line correspond to the data itself. This gives readers an overall trend at a glance. Let's insert another trend line for exports. Just follow the same steps as shown previously. Switch to the Insert tab and select Line from the Sparklines group. Then select the data range and hit OK. And lastly, let's insert the final trend line for balance. Select the cell, then switch to Insert, but this time let's insert a win-loss sparkline. Select the range and hit OK. A win-loss trend is a more binary trend that only shows whether a value is positive or negative. Note that when you select a trend line, a new tab, Design, within Sparkline Tools, will automatically be selected. From this tab, we can make changes to how our trend lines appear. Let's select the first cell. We can update the appearance of our line from the Style menu. Simply click a new style to apply it. Beside this, we can change the sparkline and marker color. Within the Show group, we can add extra informational points to the trend line. We can mark the line's high and low points. Mark the negative points if your trend has any. And mark the first and last points. We can even mark every point if we toggle the markers box. Let's just zoom in so we can see these markers better. We can even change type from the type group. let's change the win-loss trend to a column. We'll select this cell, and then within the type group, select column. Because this features a negative value, it can help to include the axis line. Open the Axis menu, and select Show Axis. To remove a sparkline, select it, then select Clear from the Group toolset. We can also clear cells from the Home tab within the Editing toolset. With the cell selected, return to Home, and then on the right of the ribbon within the Editing toolset, open the Clear menu and select Clear All. This has been a basic overview of inserting trend lines in Excel 2019. After inserting sparklines to your document, you can further format them. You can select the color scheme, mark different data points, and even highlight the negative values in a trend. As you can see, we have data trains and their respective trend lines. To begin customizing, first select the trend line cell and switch to the Design tab within Sparkline Tools. We can choose a preset style from the Style menu. Let's go with this option. Within the Show group, we have extra options to mark certain trendline landmarks. We can mark the line's high and low points, mark the negative points if your line has any, and mark the first and last points. We can even mark every point if we toggle the markers box. We can then format these marks within the Marker Color menu. We'll just zoom in before we do this though, so we have a better view of our line. Then open the Marker Color menu, hover over Markers, and select a new color. Let's go with the red. Let's customize the next trend line. We'll select it, and then this time let's select a color manually from the Sparkline Color menu. Let's change this to a blue line. And let's apply all marks. But this time let's highlight the high point. Open the Marker Colors menu, hover over High Point, and select a new color. This way we can have all markers, but draw attention to specific ones like the high or low points. We can make similar formatting changes to column trends. I'll just scroll down and select this cell. Open the Marker Color menu, and select the point you want to update. Let's give the negative point a red color. This will help readers differentiate between data values in the trend. To help even further with this, we can show axes. Open the Axis menu and select Show Axis under the Horizontal Axis Options heading. We can even set the maximum and minimum value options for the vertical axis. Let's update the max value. I'll open the Axis menu and select Custom Value from beneath the Maximum heading. Let's set this maximum value to 100 and hit OK. Note the updated trend line. To return the vertical axis value to normal, just reopen the Axis menu and select Automatic. Trend lines are a great way of displaying data progression over time in a succinct way. Knowing how to format these can further improve a trend line's legibility. A pie chart is used to proportionally compare the different segments of an overall total, which is especially handy when working with percentages in Excel. We look at creating pie charts in this video. As you can see, we have a table of sales and their respective percentages. To represent this data in a pie chart, we first need to select our data range. Remember to not include the total in this selection as it will disrupt the data. Then switch to the Insert tab. From within the Charts menu, click the pie icon to open the Pie Chart drop-down menu. Here we can see the different styles offered in Excel. We have the classic 2D pie, a 3-dimensional pie, and even a donut style. Click More Pie Charts below to open the Charts menu. From here we can see the same styles available. Click a style and select OK to apply it. Like with any other chart, we can move it by clicking and dragging the chart area, and resize it by clicking one of the surrounding handles like so. Our percentage data is much more digestible with a pie chart. Next, let's look at the different ways we can edit a pie chart. As you already know, when you select a chart, the Chart Design tab will automatically be selected. From here, we can update the appearance of our chart, and from the Format tab, we can update the appearance of our chart's elements. Let's just return to the Design tab. We can change our pie chart's layout from the Quick Layout menu. This will change which combination of elements gets displayed. We can still update the values in our data range, and the pie chart will update accordingly. Let's change TV sales to 600. Note our updated pie chart. With pie charts, we can also manually select which elements we want displayed. Select the chart, then click the green plus icon beside it. From here, we can show or hide the chart title, data labels, or legend. If you want to isolate certain data, you can use chart filters. Click the filter icon to the right of the chart, then uncheck the data you don't want to see from this list. There are also further, more advanced formatting tools for pie charts. Switch to the Format tab, and then select the dialog box launcher from the Shape Styles group. This will open a side panel where we can update the chart and text options. Under Text options, we can change the text fill and outline, apply text effects, and change the text box. Under Chart options, we can change the fill and line, apply effect, and change the chart's size and properties. Close this panel by clicking the X icon to the top right. To delete a chart, simply select it, then press the delete key. This has been a basic overview of creating and then editing a pie chart in Excel 2019. In Excel, a scatter chart can be used to cross-reference values and combine different data types. With this, you can visualize and combine different data series in a single chart in order to begin analyzing correlations and relationships between different data series. To insert a scatter chart, first select the entire table and switch to the Insert tab. Then within the Charts group, open the Scatter Chart menu. From here, we can see the different scatter chart types. And if we select more scatter charts from below, we'll open the Chart menu. From here, we can choose from the same variations seen previously and preview each chart by hovering over it. For scatter charts, you may need to adjust the way data series are interpreted. Select your chart and hit OK to insert. We can move and resize this chart in the usual way. Let's just move this so the chart and table are both visible. We can manually edit data to create a single series combining both values, which will result in the point being positioned according to both values using the X and Y axes. In the Chart Design tab, click Select Data from within the Data group. This will open the Select Data Source window. We first need to remove the already inserted data series. Select them from the left portion and click Remove. To add a series manually, we first need to select the above Add button. We then need to enter the series name. Let's insert the London site first. Next, we need to insert the X and Y values. For our chart, the X-axis represents DVD player sales. So we should enter 4012 in the X-axis field. I'll just press Tab to jump to the X-axis field and type in 4012. And as the Y-axis represents DVD sales, we'll enter 6,840 in our Y-axis field. Again, I'll press Tab to switch fields and enter 6,840. Select OK to add the series. In this way, we can plot different values using the same data series. Let's add some more. Once again, click the Add button and start by entering the series name, which this time is Berlin. We then need to enter the X and Y values. Rather than inserting the values manually, we can reference the cells in the chart. Activate the field, then select the cell, which is DVD player sales for Berlin. And do the same for the Y value. Activate the field and select the DVD sales cell. We can double check we have selected the correct cells by checking the values to the right of the fields. As you can see, the values here correspond to the chart, so we can select OK to add the series. Let's add one more series following the same steps. Select Add, enter the site name, and insert the X and Y values. So I'll press Tab, select the cell, press Tab again, and select the next cell. Click OK to add the series. Click OK again to close this window and return to the worksheet. As you can see, we have successfully plotted the X and Y values on our chart. We can further format our scatter chart. Standard formatting options are available from the Chart Design and Format tab. And we can add or remove elements from the Chart Element button. We can also apply filters to isolate selected data. Select the Filter button, and then uncheck the series you want to hide. We can apply further, more advanced formatting to our scatter chart too. Switch to the Format tab, and select the dialog box launcher from the Shape Styles group. From this side panel, we can format the chart and text options. We can edit the fill and border, apply effects, and change positioning. Click the X icon to the top right to close the side panel. This has been a basic overview of creating a scatter chart, inserting data manually, and then formatting said chart. A bubble chart can be used to cross-reference 3 different types of information in a single chart. These data values are represented by the X and Y coordinates and the size of the point itself. As you can see, we have a table with 3 different columns of information. To insert a bubble chart, first select the entire table and switch to the Insert tab. Then within the Charts group, open the Scatter Chart menu. From here, we can see the different bubble chart types. Select a chart from the list to insert it. We can move and resize this chart in the usual way. With bubble charts, the information may not be correctly displayed upon insertion. Because of this, we should insert the data manually to create a single series combining all 3 values. With our chart selected, click the Select Data command from the data group. We first need to remove the data series by selecting them and clicking the Remove button. Then select the Add button. From this window, we can manually enter the series name, its X and Y values, and the bubble size. Let's insert the first entry, Photo Pics. For our chart, the X-axis represents release date, the Y-axis represents user rating, and the bubble size represents price. We can reference these cells in the chart. Activate the X value field by pressing Tab, then select the release date cell. And do the same for the Y value. Activate the field and select the average user rating cell. And follow the same steps for price. Activate the field, then select the cell. We can double check we have selected the correct cells by checking the values to the right of the field. As you can see, the values here correspond to the chart, so we can select OK to add the series. Let's add some more. Select Add, enter the series name, which is Panoramia, activate the X value field, then select the cell, activate the Y value field, select the cell, activate the bubble size field, and select the price cell. Click OK to add the series. And let's add one more series. Select the Add button, enter the series name, which is Photo On, then activate the X field and select the release date cell, activate the Y field and select the user rating cell, activate the size field and select the price cell. Click OK to add the series. Click OK again to close this window and return to the worksheet. As you can see, we have successfully plotted our chart using 3 types of information, the X and Y axes and the bubble size. We can further format our bubble chart. Standard formatting options are available from the Chart Design and Format tab, and we can add or remove elements from the Chart Element button. We can also apply filters to isolate selected data, select the filter button, and then uncheck the series you want to hide. We also have further formatting tools. You may have noticed that the years on our x-axis are being displayed as half years. So we have 2013.5, 2014.5, and so on. We can amend this from the Formatting side panel. Select the axis, right-click it, and then select Format Axis. This will open the Format Axis side panel. Within Axis Options, set the major units to 1. And remember to hit Enter. Close this panel by clicking the above X icon. Note our updated chart. You can configure your chart to suit your needs using the Formatting side panel. This has been a basic overview of creating a bubble chart in Excel. A radar chart can be used to plot 5 different data values in Excel. Each axis represents a particular value or measurement. Once the chart has been inserted, you can compare the form and size of the shape created along the 5 different axes to get an overall representation of the data series. To start, select the entire table, then switch to the Insert tab, and select Recommended Charts from the Charts group. From this window, switch to the All Charts tab, and then select Radar from the list of categories on the left. We can then select our chart type. Let's go with Radar with markers. Preview it, select it, and click OK to insert it. Radar charts can be moved and resized like usual. Let's reposition this and make it bigger so we have a better view of its contents. And I'll just hide the chart title because we don't need it. A radar chart's grid consists of pentagons of varying size representing the minimum and maximum bounds. We can also see this line of numbers indicating a pentagon's value, from 0 to 12. Each point of the largest pentagon represents a column heading. Each brand is represented by a colored shape within the grid lines. Where each point appears on these grid lines indicates the value of a given category. Let's zoom in and take a closer look at one of these. For example, let's look at this yellow point. Because of its color, we know it represents Photo On. Where it's placed on the grid also indicates that its value for ISO sensitivity is 8. The same applies to the other points for the other shapes. I'll just zoom back out so we have a full view. When you know how to read a radar chart, it can allow you to get a quick overall view of a data series with multiple types of information. We can further format our chart. Standard formatting options are available from the Chart Design and Format tab. And we can add or remove elements with the Chart Element button. We can also apply filters to isolate selected data, select the filter button, and then uncheck the series or category you want to hide. We can apply further, more advanced formatting to our chart too. Switch to the Format tab, and select the dialog box launcher from the Shape Styles group. From this side panel, we can format the chart and text options. We can edit the fill and border, apply effects, and change positioning. Click the X icon to the top right to close the side panel. To delete a radar chart, simply select it and press the Delete key. This has been a basic overview of creating a radar chart in Excel. In Excel, you can use the combo chart to create a graphic that combines multiple data types. You can even create a secondary axis for your other data series. This can be helpful if you're experiencing a problem with your chart's scale and display settings. To start, first select your table and switch to the Insert tab. Then open the Combo drop-down menu. From here, we can select one of the suggestions or create a custom combo chart. You can then choose the chart type and axis for each data series. We'll just close this for now and look at how we can customize an already inserted chart. Let's insert a basic bar chart from the charts group and switch rows so that product names occupy the vertical axis. Because one group of values, price range, is much larger than the other values, it skewers our chart, making most of the data unintelligible. I'll just rearrange this chart so we can see both the chart and table. As you can see, there is a large discrepancy between price range and the other values. Because of this, we should convert this to a combo chart. Select Change Chart Type on the right of the ribbon, and select Combo from the list on the left. From here, we can choose the chart type and axis for each individual series. For example, let's change price range to Line with Markers. I'll just scroll down, open this drop-down menu, and select Line with Markers for price range. And because the values differ so much, we should toggle a secondary axis. Note our updated chart in the preview. We can combine multiple types. Let's change average rating to area type. Click OK to confirm once changes have been made. Before we continue, I'm just going to hide the chart title as it's not needed. As you can see, because we combined different chart types, we are able to present different data types in a single coherent chart. The columns represent ISO, resolution, and zoom values. These are bound within the left-sided axis. Also bound within this axis is the average user rating, which is represented with a yellow area chart type. The price range is represented with a blue line. And because its values are disproportionately larger, we have bound them in a secondary axis displayed here on the right. We can further format our chart too. Standard formatting options are available from the Chart Design and Format tab, and we can add or remove elements with the Chart Element button. We can also apply filters to isolate selected data. Select the Filter button, and then uncheck the series or categories you want to hide. This has been a basic overview of combining two types of charts and converting a standard chart into a combo chart. If you have data relating to regions, countries, or other locations, you can use the map chart to plot values on a geographic display. So as you can see here, we have a chart containing different countries. To create a map chart, we first need to select our data. We only want to select country names and their respective emissions, however. Then switch to the Insert tab and open the Maps menu within the Charts group. Select Fill Map to insert the chart. We can move and resize our chart like usual. Just move this over to the side and make it a bit bigger. Let's rename the chart title to display CO2 emissions. I'll just select the placeholder text, remove it, and type the new title. We need to adjust our series name so that it appears correctly in the legend. With our chart selected, click Select Data from the Data group. Then select the series name from the left portion and select Edit. Let's rename this to 2008 and click OK. Click OK again to return to the worksheet. Note our updated chart. Next, let's look at the different ways we can edit a map chart. As you already know, when you select a chart, the Chart Design tab will automatically be selected. From here, we can update the appearance of our chart with the Chart Styles and Change Colors menu. Changing your chart style and colors may improve legibility. We can change our chart's layout from the Quick Layout menu. This will change which combination of elements gets displayed. We can also manually select which elements we want displayed. Select the chart, then click the green plus icon beside it. We can view further formatting options if we switch to the Format tab and select the dialog box launcher within the Shape Styles group. Let's open the Chart Options menu and select Series 2008. We can customize the map appearance if we switch to the Series Options tab, which is indicated by a chart icon. If we visualize Series Options, we can see options for changing the appearance. We can change the map projection, which will affect the map's distortion. For example, let's change this to Miller. We can customize the map's data to show only regions with data, multiple countries and regions, and even the whole world. Let's leave it set to automatic. And we can choose to show or hide country labels from the below drop-down menu. If we visualize Series Color and scroll down, we can see options for updating the map's color. Let's update the scale to diverging, so it will be 3 colors instead of 2. We can then update the lowest, midpoint, and highest colors. Let's update the high point. Open the Colors menu and select a new color. Let's go with red. Choosing colors isn't just a stylistic choice. By association, some colors will better represent the data of your chart. Close this side panel by clicking the X icon. This has been a basic overview of creating a map chart in Excel. Data ranges can be converted into Excel tables, giving you greater control over the inserted information by providing you with more tools and functionality. We look at creating a table in this video. As you can see, we have a workbook open with an unformatted data range. Converting this into a table will provide us with additional tools for quick and easy data manipulation. To convert this into a table, we must first select the data by clicking and dragging over the entire range. Then, from within the Styles group, open the Format as Table menu and select a table style. We can choose from light, medium, and dark categories. Click a style to apply it. Excel will then prompt you with a new window where you can specify the cells to be converted. You can enter the coordinates manually or select them with your cursor. Because we already selected our data range, we don't need to select any cells here. You can also let Excel know if your table has headers or not. As you can see in our data range, we have headers, so we leave this option checked. Select OK to convert the data range into a table. And as simple as that, we have converted our data range into a table. Let's look at the extra ways we can now interact with this data. If we scroll down, note the headings become part of the above bar, meaning we can comfortably navigate through large data ranges. We can view sorting options for individual columns by clicking the arrow beside a heading. We can sort columns alphabetically, by color, or specify with text filters. You may have noticed that when you create a table, a new tab will automatically be selected, Design within Table Tools. From this tab, we have extra options for editing our table. On the far left of the ribbon within the Properties group, we can rename our table. Renaming your table is a good idea if you plan to refer to it in formulas. Type the new name in the field and hit Enter. Let's call this Customer List. Note that you can't include any spaces when naming your table. Just below this field, we have the option to resize the table. This can be useful if you need to extend your table to include extra rows or columns. Select the Resize button, then select your new table. Remember to include the original data when you're resizing. Let's extend this table to include column G. Hit OK to finish resizing. Note that when you resize a table, any new columns or rows will automatically be formatted to match the original table. We can also convert a table back into a data range. To do so, simply select the Convert to Range button within the Tools group. Select Yes to confirm. Note that this will convert the entire table back into a data range. Also note that the formatting and data will be preserved, but the table tools and functionality will be deactivated. This has been a basic overview of creating a table in Excel 2019. Once you've created a table, you can then manipulate its data. You can create calculated columns to perform automatic calculations on data, quickly clean up your data with a sweep, and transform your data range into a pivot table. Firstly, let's look at how we can use columns to perform calculations automatically. Let's say we want to create a column that adds both the service fee and purchase total. Before creating a formula, we'll need to add the column. Right-click the purchase total column and hover over the insert command. You can choose to insert columns to the left or right of the currently selected column. Let's insert a new column to the right. We should then rename the heading, select it, type the new name, and hit enter. With our column created, we can now insert a formula. Like stated earlier, we want to calculate the fee and purchase total, so we should insert an equal sign followed by a sum formula. We then need to select our first value, which is fee, insert a plus sign, and select our second value. As always, remember to close your parentheses. Note in the formula itself that Excel is displaying structured references at fee and at purchase total, rather than cell coordinates. This is to make formulas more readable when working within tables. Hit enter to perform the calculation. As you can see, Excel has performed a calculation, but because we inserted a formula within a table, the entire column has also automatically been filled. Also note the autocorrect tools button that appears after calculation. From this new menu, we can undo the calculated column, stop automatically creating calculated columns, and access the autocorrect options. Another benefit of using tables for data is the ability to perform sweeps, which will remove any duplicated items. To do so, first switch to the Design tab within Table Tools. Then within the Tools group, select Remove Duplicates. This will open a new window where we can configure the sweep. We can select or unselect all items with the above buttons. From the below list, we can specify which columns to include in the sweep. You can also let Excel know if your data has headers so that they aren't counted in the sweep. Select OK to confirm. If Excel finds and removes any duplicates, you will be informed with a pop-up message. The number of unique remaining values will also be displayed. So we now know that 3 duplicated values were found and removed, and 12 unique values remain. Click OK to return to the document. We can also easily analyze and summarize data with Pivot Table. Within the Tools group, select Summarize with Pivot Table. This will open a new window where we can select the data range and choose where you want the report to be placed. Select OK to create your pivot table. This has been a basic overview of manipulating data in a table in Excel 2019. You can change the appearance of your table quickly and easily with formatting tools and table styles. You can even create your own custom style and set it as default. Any changes made to a table style will be done through the Design tab within Table Tools. If no custom formatting changes have already been made, you can quickly change style using one of Excel's standard styles. Open the Table Styles menu. Excel has a list of different styles within light, medium, and dark categories. Note that hovering over any of these styles will preview it in the document itself. Select a style to apply it. When applying styles, we have extra options related to formatting. To view these, we need to right-click a style. Here we can see options to apply and clear formatting, or apply and maintain formatting. If your data has custom formatting you would like to keep, select Apply and Maintain. Otherwise, you should use Apply and Clear to overwrite the existing formatting. If you don't like any of Excel's standard styles, you can create your own. Open the Styles menu once again, and select New Table Style from the bottom of the drop-down menu. We can name the style from the above field. Let's call this a custom style. We then need to select the element we will be customizing. We can select the whole table or specific rows and columns. Let's leave ours set to the whole table. With your chosen element selected, then click the Format button. From this window, we can edit the font, the surrounding border, and the background fill. Let's give this a green fill. Select OK to return to the previous window. The same formatting options can be applied to specific elements like stated previously. Individual strip sizes can also be adjusted from the drop-down menu below the preview. To set this style as default, simply check the box at the bottom of the window. Click OK to save your style. If we then reopen the Styles menu and scroll up, we can see our custom style has been added to the list. Click it to apply it. We can delete a custom style if we right-click it from the Table Styles menu and select Delete from the drop-down menu. Click OK to confirm. To clear a table style completely, open the Styles menu once again and select either the None option under the Light category or Clear from the bottom of the drop-down menu. This still functions as a table, it just doesn't have formatting. This has been a basic overview of using table styles in Excel 2019. Excel's tables are highly customizable. You can use banded columns and rows to improve legibility, add total row calculations to begin adding summaries to your data, and show or hide the filter buttons as you see fit. To start, switch to the Design tab within Table Tools, where we will be looking at the different table styles options. If you would like to display only the data, you can choose to hide the header row. Simply re-click the box to show it again. We can choose to highlight the first column. Depending on the type of table you have, you may want to draw more attention to the first column. The same can be applied to the last column. And we can also toggle banded rows and columns. These can improve legibility and help you distinguish between the different items on a list. This is especially recommended for longer lists where it's easy to lose track of things. We can add a total row to the bottom of our table, which will give us the option to display totals for each column. For example, if we select one of the cells from the totals row and click the arrow beside it, we can see options for the different kinds of totals we can calculate. Let's select Sum so that the total will be displayed at the bottom of this column. This can be a lot handier than manually inserting formulae. Also note that filters are taken into account when calculating with the total row, so calculations will be applied to filtered data only. So, for example, if we open the filter options for purchase total and uncheck some of the values and select OK, we can see the total row updates accordingly. Deactivate the total row from within the Table Styles options group to remove it from your table. And lastly, we can choose to show or hide the filter buttons. Note that deactivating filters doesn't mean that the table has been converted into a data range. It simply removes the filter buttons from the table. Re-click the box to show them again. Knowing how to configure your table allows you to increase your workflow while also drawing attention to the important data in your table in Excel. Slicers can be used to filter and manipulate data in an Excel table. As opposed to filters, they give a clear visual guide as to the contents being displayed. To insert a slicer, we first need to switch to the Design tab under Table Tools. Then within the Tools group, select Insert Slicer. This will open a new window where we can choose which columns we want to insert slicers for. We can insert slicers for multiple columns. Let's check Sex and City from this list. And select OK to insert our slicers. Slicers exist in their own individual panes. They can be arranged by clicking and dragging the top portion when an extra icon appears beneath the cursor, like so. Let's just move our slicers around and scroll in the table so we can see everything a bit more clearly. So here we have both slicers and the columns they're pulling data from. Slicers act in a similar way to filters. For example, if we only wanted to view males in this table, we'd simply have to select male from the sex slicer. Note our updated table. We can apply filters combining slicers. Let's narrow our table down to males from Birmingham. Again, note the updated table. Furthermore, we can apply multiple criteria at the same time using multi-select. Toggle multi-select by clicking the above list icon on the slicer. With this toggled, we can now apply multiple criteria in the slicer. For example, let's add Coventry and Doncaster to our selection. Simply re-click a selected item to remove it from filtering. As you can see, we are able to filter and sort data in a few clicks thanks to slicers. To clear filtering on a slicer, click the icon to the top right. Note that this will only clear filtering for the selected slicer. You will need to clear each individual slicer to remove all filtering. To delete a slicer, simply select it, then press the delete key. Let's do that again for our second slicer. Select it and press the delete key. Slicers are a good alternative to filters as they allow you to manipulate data in a more visual, intuitive way. Slicers can be used to filter and manipulate data in an Excel table. As opposed to filters, they give a clear visual guide as to the contents being displayed. You can even customize the appearance of your slicer, use slicer styles, button controls, and the resize tools. As you can see, we have a workbook open with a slicer inserted. Let's look at the different ways we can customize this. We can rename our slicers. On the left of the ribbon, within the slicer group, we can update the name from the slicer caption field. Let's rename this to location. Remember to hit enter when you finish typing. Note the updated title on the slicer itself. It may be a good idea to change your slicer's style to help distinguish it from the table. Open the Slicer Styles menu from the ribbon. We can choose from light and dark categories. Select a style to update your slicer. It's now easier for us to distinguish between the slicer and the table itself. If you don't like any of the presets, you can create your own custom style. Reopen the Styles menu and select New Slicer Style. From this new window, we can rename the style. Let's call this Custom Slicer. Then we need to choose which slicer element we want to format. Let's select the whole slicer. With your element selected, click the Below Format button. From this new window, you can edit the font, the surrounding border, and the background fill. Let's give this a light blue. Click OK to return to the previous window. Also note that we can set this as the default style by toggling the below box. Click OK to save your new style. If we then open the Styles menu once again, we can see our style has been successfully saved. To delete a custom style, simply right-click it and select Delete from the drop-down menu. Click OK to confirm. We can configure a slicer's buttons from the Buttons group. We can increase or decrease the number of columns from the above field. Increasing the number of columns will display more items, but at the cost of legibility. We can also increase or decrease the button's height and width. We can adjust the settings with the arrows, or insert figures manually. Find the right settings so that you save space in your document, but also maintain legibility. We can also resize the slicer itself. This is especially handy to know when working with multiple slicers. Simply click and drag one of the surrounding handles to do so. You can also adjust the width and height manually from the Size group. You can use the arrows to adjust the size, or insert the figures manually. Note that adjusting the slicer width will automatically adjust the button width too. For more extensive formatting options, select the dialog box launcher from the Size group. This will open a side panel where you can configure the position, layout, and size with more precision. Close this panel by clicking the X icon to the top right. This has been a basic overview of formatting slicers in Excel 2019.
In Excel, you can use the SUMIF and SUMIFs formulas to perform a sum calculation on certain data values in your range. All you need to know is how to specify the conditions that your qualifying data values have to meet. From my worksheet below, I notice that I have a table of values that I would like to analyze a bit further. For example, if I'm looking to total the total order values for unpaid orders within this table, I can use the SUMIF formula. You can use the SUMIF formula to sum the values in a range that meets criteria that you specify. Since my criteria is unpaid orders, I'm going to apply this to my order values to have a sum of the order values that are unpaid. Now I'm going to go up to my table that I've created for reference, and I'm going to select my cell and insert equals followed by SUMIF. Now I'm going to insert an open parentheses, and I'm going to need to select my range where my criteria is found. Since this is unpaid orders, I'm going to select the paid and advanced column range. And once I've selected the column range, I'm going to scroll back up, insert a comma, followed by the criteria, which is unpaid orders, which is mentioned as no in this particular column. So I'm going to insert quotation marks followed by no, close those quotation marks and insert another comma. Lastly, I'll need to insert the sum range. So this is my order values, and I'm going to select the entire column. And once I've selected that data range, I can go back up, close off the parentheses, and select Enter. So now I quickly have reference to the unpaid order total values within my table below. You can also do the same exact formula with dates. For example, if I select the formula that I've already composed just below, I can see that I have my criteria range, which happens to be my date column found within my table. Now, if I'm looking to total the values after a particular date, you can see in my formula above I have within quotation marks the greater than symbol, so this is after, and the date referenced. Lastly, I have my order value column selected again, so that way I can compose the total order values after that particular date range. Now, if you'd like to go a bit further and add multiple criteria, for example, I would like to calculate for unpaid orders and after a specific date, I'm going to need to use the SUMIFs formula in order to do this. First, I'm going to select my cell, insert equals, followed by SUMIFs with an S. I can also select from the list of suggested functions below. And once I have my open parentheses, I'm going to now choose my sum range first. So this will be my order value column. If I know the values, I can insert those values manually, and then insert a comma. Now I'm going to need to choose my first criteria range, and since this is unpaid, I'm going to again need to reference my paid in advance column. So I'm going to select the first value, and I'm going to insert the complete range manually, and then another comma. Now, after I've done this, I'm going to determine my criteria, and since this is unpaid again, I'm going to insert quotation marks, followed by no, since this is referenced in the column itself, and close off those quotation marks. Next, I'm going to insert another comma. Now, in order to add my second criteria, I'm going to need to choose my criteria range, and since this will be the date column, I'm going to go over and select the complete date column. And after I've referenced the date column, I can again insert another comma, and I'm going to need to choose my criteria for that particular column, which are dates after a specific date in that column. To do this, I'm going to insert quotation marks, followed by the greater than for after, and then my specific date in my column. After I've done this, I can close off the quotation marks and close off the parentheses and select Enter to quickly calculate the values. If you'd like to go even further, you can use this same formula with a date range. If I select the cell below, you can see I have referenced above the same formula, but I've added an additional criteria with a date range. I've also included the equal sign with the greater than symbol, so that way I'm including the date and all the dates between the specific date range. This will help you save a lot of time if you're looking for specific values and totals within a date range. Now, if you need to go up and modify any of the values within the criteria, for example, if I want paid orders to the reference criteria for no, and I'm going to change this to yes, and if I select Enter, I'll see the paid values within that specific date range. So now you've seen how to use the SUMIF and SUMIFs formulas within Excel. The if function is made up of a range, a condition, a value if true, and a value if false. It can be used to display one message if a condition is met and another if a condition is not met. In Excel, you can use qualifying conditions to perform an analysis on a data entry and display a particular value or message depending on the result of the logical test. Now for my worksheet below, if I would like to display whether or not an order will receive a discount, I can use the if function. For example, if I'd like to use a simple logical test with the if function, I can determine whether or not an order will receive a discount based upon whether the order receives a promotional code. To do this, I'm going to select the cell on the right-hand side and I'm going to insert the if function by selecting equals and typing in if. I can also select if from the list of functions below. In order to compose the if function, you'll need to perform a logical test. For example, if the value is yes within column D, I would like to apply a discount. So first, I'm going to select a cell from column D, insert the equal symbol, and quotation marks yes, and close those quotation marks. Now, if that value is true, I want text to be displayed in the cell. First, I'm going to insert a comma, and the text that I would like to display if true will be quotation marks, discount, and quotation marks again. Now, if the value is false, I want to display no discount, so I'm going to use quotation marks, no discount, close the quotation marks. Now, in order to calculate the formula, I'm going to close off the parentheses and select enter. Now, I can see the first order will not receive a discount since it does not receive a promotional code in column D. To apply this to all the cells below, I can select the first cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and double select the autofill icon. As you can see, this will give you a better visual representation with a message rather than just a simple yes or no or a number. Now, if I'd like to go further and add more criteria to this particular if formula, I can do that as well by combining if and functions together. To do this, I'm first going to remove the current formula from the column on the right-hand side. Now I'm going to go up to the top, select the first cell, and insert the equal symbol followed by if, and two open parentheses since I'll be adding the and function as well. First, I'm going to have to perform the first logical test, so I'm going to perform a logical test where if the order has been paid and receives a promotional code, that particular order will receive a discount. So my first logical test will be concerned with the paid column, so I'm going to select the first cell, and if this is equal to yes with quotation marks, that will be my first logical test. But since I'm adding a second logical test, I'm going to close off the first parentheses, and I'm going to multiply this by the and function, so a and d. I can also select it from the list of functions below. And I'm going to add my second logical test, which will be column D, row 2. And if this is also equal to yes in quotation marks, I'm going to then close the parentheses for and as well, insert a comma, and I'm going to have to choose if my if true. Both of these conditions must be true before I can apply the true value. So my true value will be a 20% discount. So I can insert that text, and I'm going to close off the quotation marks, followed by the if false. So if the values in column C or column D read as no, this is going to be a false statement, and the text that will appear is no discount. After I've done this, I can close off the quotation marks, close off the parentheses for the formula, and select enter. So now I can see the first order does not receive a discount, but if I select the top cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner and double select the autofill icon, I can see which of my orders will receive a 20% discount. Now if I need to go back and edit one of the cells, I can select the cell, and I can go up and I can modify the text if true or if false. For example, I can also shorten this and just make it a simple no, select outside, and I'll be able to see those changes. I can apply it downwards, and this will help the discount stand out even more. So now you've seen how to insert a conditional message formula with Excel. In Excel, the if formula can be used in conjunction with other formulas. You can create conditions based on calculations and analyze your data in a variety of different ways. For example, this can be very useful when it comes to applying a discount on a data entry that has to be over a particular value to qualify. Now, from my worksheet below, if I would like to conduct a simple logical test to determine whether or not a order value will receive a 5% discount, I can use the if formula. To do this, I'm going to select the cell, insert the equal symbol followed by if and an open parentheses. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to have to perform my logical test, so I'm going to select the column value concerned. And if this value is greater than, so I'm going to insert the greater than symbol, $1,500. I'm going to insert a comma. I want the text value yes to be placed within this particular cell. Now, after I've inserted yes with quotation marks, I'm going to then insert a comma. And if this value is not true, I'm going to insert quotation marks and no will appear in the cell. Now, after I've added the logical test and the values if true and false, I'm going to close off the parentheses and select enter. So I can see that this particular value in this cell will receive a 5% discount. If I want to apply that to all of the cells below as well, I'm going to select the top cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and double select the autofill icon. Now, if I want to calculate the price after discount, this will be useful if you've already calculated an if function pertaining to the values that you would like to apply a discount to. For example, you can use the if formula again by selecting equals and if, followed by an open parentheses, and I'm going to select the value that I've just calculated under column K, and if this value is equal to quotation marks yes, and close off those quotation marks, I'm going to choose my if true and if false value. So if this value is true, I'm first going to insert a comma, and then I'm going to insert the calculation that I'd like to perform to apply the discount. So to do this, I'm going to select the order value and multiply this by inserting the multiplication symbol, also known as an asterisk. And I'm going to give it a 5% discount, so I'm going to put 0.95 to multiply that value by. And if I would like to calculate for if this value does not receive a discount, I'm just going to select the cell value as is in the order value column. Now, once I've done this, in order to calculate, I'm going to close off the parentheses and select enter. And I'll be able to see that value with a discount applied, since this order does receive a 5% discount. If I'd like to apply it to all the cells below, again, I can select the top cell and double select the autofill icon to apply the formula to the rest of the cells below. I'll be able to see those values that do not receive a discount will remain the same value as the order value column. Now, you can also double check your findings by calculating your price after discount another way. To do this, I'm going to need to calculate with my quantity and total price per unit to come about the same calculation. So to do this, I'm also going to use the if formula and insert equals followed by if and an open parentheses. This time I'm going to select quantity and I'm going to multiply that by the total price per unit. After I've done this, I want to make sure that this value is indeed greater than $1,500, and that will be my logic test. So if this value is true, I'm then going to calculate the value with the discount applied. To do this, I'm going to first select the quantity, multiplied by the total price per unit, multiplied by the discount, which is 5%, so 0.95. And if the value is not true, so I'm going to insert a comma, the value if not true will just be the standard quantity multiplied by the price per unit. Now, after I've done that, I can close off my parentheses and select enter to quickly calculate the price after discount. Now, this will enable me to verify that indeed this calculation made previously in column L is indeed true, even though I went about another way on calculating the same value. In order to apply to the rest of the cells below, I can select the top cell and double select to autofill my cells below. So now you've seen how to perform complex conditional formulas in order to apply discounts and even check your calculations within Excel. If you want to return more than 2 possible messages in Excel, you can. However, you will have to embed multiple if formulas within one another in order to obtain multiple result options. Now from my worksheet below, if I would like to conduct a simple logical test to determine whether an order value will receive a 5% discount, I can use the if formula alone. To do this, I'm going to insert equals, followed by if and open parentheses, and I'm going to have to choose my logical test. So I'm going to choose my order value, and if this value is greater than, so if I insert the greater than symbol, $500, so I'm going to insert the message that I'd like to appear in this particular cell. First, I'm going to insert a comma, then I'm going to use quotes and yes for the first if true, and if it is not greater than 500, I'm going to insert a comma, and I want the text to display no. Close those quotation marks, and I'm going to close the parentheses and select enter, and I'll be able to see whether or not that particular order will receive a 5% discount. Now I can apply this to the rest of the cells below by selecting the top cell, and once I see the autofill symbol, I can double select in the bottom right hand corner to apply that to all of my cells below. Now if you want to go a bit further about your discount, you can apply an if formula and embed it within another if formula to add more criteria. For example, if I want to apply 2 different discounts and no discount depending on the value within the order value, I'm first going to insert one if formula by selecting equals and if within open parentheses. Now the first logical test will be the order value greater than 500, like the first calculation. But now instead of adding a true and false value, I'm first going to add another logical test. To do this, I'm going to insert a comma followed by the if function again, and I can select it from the list of functions below. And I'm going to choose my second logical test. So I'm going to select the same value, but if this value is greater than 1,000, I'm going to apply specific criteria. Now, I'm going to insert a comma, and if this value is greater than 1,000 or 500, I'll have 2 different values. The first value, if this is true, will be a 15% discount for those values above 1,000. Now, after I've put that value in quotes, I'm going to put a comma, and if this value is not true, this is going to be simply a 5% discount because the value will still be over $500. After I put the false criteria in quotes, I'm going to close off that parentheses, and if the value is not greater than 500 or 1,000, I'm going to be sure that there is no discount applied, so I'm going to put in a comma, quotes, no discount at the end. After I've put that in quotation marks, I'm going to close off the parentheses, and once I select enter, I'll be able to see which type of discount will be applied to a particular order. Again, I can select the top cell and double select the autofill icon to apply that to the rest of my values below. I'll be able to see which values will receive a 5% discount and which will not receive a discount at all. Now, to go even further with this calculation, I can also make the calculation rather than showing text. To do this, I'm going to select my top value, and rather than writing 15% or 5% or no discount, I'm going to make those calculations. So to do this, I'm going to need to select within my formula bar, and I'm going to remove the quote 15%, and I'm going to leave the comma in there, and I'm going to make the calculation. So to do this, I'm going to select the order value, and I'm going to multiply that by a 15% discount, so I'm going to multiply that by 0.85%. And in order to leave a 5% discount, I'm going to again need to select within my formula bar and select backspace, remove the quotation marks, and I'm going to multiply this value, order value, and I'm going to multiply the order value by a 5% discount, which will be 0.95%. Lastly, since there's no discount, I'm going to remove the no discount with the quotes, and I'm just going to leave the order value as is with no discount applied. Now, once I've done that, I can select enter, and I'll be able to see the calculation with the discount applied, whether it be a 15%, 5%, or no discount if the order value does not qualify. To apply this to all of my cells below, I can select the top cell, and again, when I see the autofill icon pictured as a black plus symbol, I can double select to apply that to all of my values below. This is quite useful because if you find you need to come back and you want to give a larger discount, for example 20%, you can come back and I can change that to 0.80, select enter, and I'll be able to see those values changed. I can go back and apply this to multiple values, and I'll be able to see those values applied. So now you've seen how to create multiple conditions with the if formula in Excel. In Excel, you can combine qualifying and alternative conditions in your if formula. This can allow you to specify various different optional conditions that can be met when calculating your formula. Now from my worksheet below, I have a list of orders. If I would like to apply a discount to my orders, I have a couple different options. If I want a single criteria to be met to apply a discount, I can use the if formula by itself. But if I have multiple conditions, I would recommend using the if and or the if and formula together. Now, if I have two specific criteria that can be met, I can use the if and or formula. So whether one of those criteria are met or both of those criteria are met, I'm going to apply a discount. Now, to compose the formula, I'm going to use the equal symbol followed by if and an open parentheses. Once I've done this, I'm going to insert the or formula with another open parentheses. Now, after I've done this, I'm going to have to specify my logical criteria. Now, the first criteria will be whether or not the order has been paid in advance. To establish this criteria, I'm going to select the cell of reference. And if the cell is equal to yes, with quotation marks, I want to apply a discount. Now, my second criteria will be whether or not the order is over a certain amount. To do this, I'm going to insert a comma, and then I'm going to insert the order value cell. And if this value is greater than, so I'm going to insert the greater than symbol, $2,500, I'm also going to apply a discount. Now, once I've established my logical criteria, I'm going to close off the parentheses, and I'm going to have to establish if my value is true, which discount I'll apply. To do this, I'm going to insert another comma, and if this is true for either of these criteria, I'm going to apply a 20% discount. To do this, I'll need to select the order value, and I'm going to multiply that by 0.8 to apply a 20% discount. If neither of these criteria are met, I'm going to leave the order value as is. To do this, I'm going to insert a comma and select the order value cell once again. After I've composed my logical test as well as my if true and if false values, I'm going to close out the parentheses and select enter. Now, I can see that the top order meets both criteria, so the discount was applied. If I'd like to see if the rest of my orders receive a discount, I can select the top cell, go down to the bottom right-hand corner, and double select the autofill icon to quickly fill out my cells below. Now, I can see if one criteria is met, a discount is applied. I can also see if neither criteria are met, that no discount is applied. If you want to establish multiple criteria that need to be met before you apply your discount, I would recommend using the if and formula together. Rather than meeting one or the other, you'll need to meet both criteria in order to apply your value. Now, to compose this formula, I'm going to select the top cell, insert the equal symbol, followed by if. Then I'm going to insert an open parentheses, followed by or, because I'm going to be including more than one criteria, and another open parentheses. Now, my first logical criteria will be whether or not the order has been paid in advance. So again, I'm going to select the corresponding cell reference, and if this value is equal to yes, I want to apply the discount. After I've added yes with quotation marks, I'm going to close off the first parentheses. Now, since I need to include two criteria that need to be met, I'm going to use the AND formula. In order to insert this, I'm first going to need to multiply by the AND formula, so I'm going to insert a multiplication table, followed by and an open parentheses. Now, my second logical criteria that needs to be met is whether or not the order value is over a specific amount. Now, to define this, again, I'm going to need to select my cell of reference, which is my order value cell. And if this value is over 2,500, again, I'm going to use the greater than symbol, and 2,500, I'm going to apply the discount. Now, both of these criteria need to be met, and this is why I've inserted the multiplication and the AND formula. So after I've done this, I'm going to close off the parentheses, and I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to decide if true and if false. So if both of these criteria are met, I'm going to apply a 20% discount, and again, I can do this by selecting my order value cell and multiplying this by 0.8 to apply a 20% discount. Now, if both of these criteria are not met, I'm going to leave the order value as is, and to do this, I'm going to insert a comma, followed by the order value cell once again, and I'm going to close off the parentheses and select Enter to calculate. So I can see again, since both criteria were met at my top order, that a discount has been applied. Again, if I'd like to see this applied to the rest of my cells below, I can select the top cell and double select the autofill icon in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I can go through my orders and I can see if one criteria is met and the other is not met, that I will not receive a discount. For example, I can see that I have an order over $2,500, but this order was not paid in advance, so therefore I do not receive a discount. Whereas when I used the if and or formula alone, I did get a discount because one of the criteria had been met. So now you've seen how to use the if, or, and formulas in conditional formulas. In Excel, you can use the sum product and date formulas to extract specific values from an existing data table. This can be very useful if you're looking to find a total number of purchases in a particular date range. Now from my worksheet below, I can see that I have a list of orders with specific dates. Above, I've created an order summary table where I'd like to extract specific information, such as how many orders are in a specific month within a specific year. Now, in order to extract this information that I've defined, I'm going to use the sum product formula along with the year and the month formula. So to compose my formula, I'm going to select my cell, and I'm going to select the formula bar above, and I'm going to compose the formula by inserting the equal symbol, followed by sum product. Now after I've done this, I'm going to insert an open parentheses. Since I'll be using multiple formulas such as the month and the year formula, I'm going to insert another open parentheses followed by the month formula. You'll also see the option to select your functions below, and you can double select this option to insert it. Now, the first bit of information I'd like to extract from my worksheet below is the month. In order to do this, I'll need to select my range, which will be the total values within my column. So I'm going to hold down the left button of my mouse, and I'm going to select the complete range. Now once I've done this, I'm going to close off the first parentheses, and I'm going to insert the equal symbol followed by the order summary cell that I've selected for the 12th month. And now I'm going to need to calculate the year. So in order to do this, I'm going to close off the parentheses, and I'm going to multiply this by the year formula. So I'm going to insert an asterisk and another open parentheses followed by the year formula. Once I've done this, I can open up another parentheses, and I'll again need to select my range. If I know my range, I can simply type it in, since it's the same range as I used before, E7 through E40. Once I've defined the range, I'm going to close off the parentheses, and I'm going to put equals, followed by my reference cell for the year 2018. Now after I've done this, I'm going to close off all of my formulas by closing off the parentheses twice. To extract the information that I'm looking for how many purchases I have in the 12th month of 2018, I can select Enter. So I can see I have a total of 19 orders within the 12th month of 2018. Now, the great thing about this is once you've set up your summary, you can make the modifications to the reference cells to get the data that you need. For example, if I'm looking for the 11th month, I can select this cell, select the 11th month and select outside, and I'll be able to see I have 6 orders within that month. I can also change the year, so I'm going to go to 2019, and I'm going to select for the first month, select outside, and I'll be able to see the total number of purchases. So now you've seen how to set up a summary calculation by using the sum product, year, and month formula within Excel. In Excel, you may sometimes need to find a cell value by using its positional coordinates in a table. You can do this with the match and offset formulas. For example, if I would like to find a specific month located in my table on the left-hand side, I would like to identify the month number for October. To do this, simply I can use the match formula by selecting a cell, and I'm going to insert equals followed by match and an open parentheses. Once I've done this, I'm going to need to define my lookup value, which happens to be October, which I've referenced above. Next, I'm going to insert a comma, followed by my lookup array, which will be the range of values where I'm looking to match the lookup value. After I've selected my range, I'm going to insert another comma, and you'll see below that a drop-down menu appears. Now, if you're looking for an exact match, you can select 0 or type in 0 with your formula. You'll also notice that you can use 1 for less than and -1 for greater than if you're looking for those type of values. I'm going to select 0, close off my parentheses and select Enter, and I can see that October is indeed the 10th month. This can be useful if you're going to calculate profit totals, for example, because you'll have the reference formula that you've established with the match formula. Now, if I'm looking to calculate the profit total up to October for year 3, I'm going to use the offset formula to do so with reference to my formula just above. To do this, I'm going to select the cell just below, insert equals, followed by offset, and an open parentheses. Now, once I've done this, I'm going to define my reference, which will in fact be the year, and I'm going to have to define my rows, columns, heights, and width. So I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to have to define my rows, which happens to be the 10th row because I'm calculating the profit total up into October. So to do this, I can select my cell reference above, which I've just calculated with my match formula. After I've done this, I can insert another comma, and I'm going to define the year, which will be the column width. So I'm going to select the year 3 cell reference, close off that parentheses, and select Enter. Lastly, if you'd like to create a rolling total, you can do that as well. So in order to do this, I'm also going to use the offset formula, along with the sum formula. To do this, I can select my cell, insert equals, followed by sum, with an open parentheses, and the offset formula, with an open parentheses as well. Once I've done this, I'm going to again need to define my reference, which will be the year. So I'm going to select the year cell, followed by my rows, columns, height, and width. So I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to need to define my rows, which is just going to be 1 since I'm referencing from January. So I'm going to insert 1, followed by another comma, and I'm going to need to define my columns. Now, depending on the year that I'm referencing, I'm going to reference year 3. I'm going to select this option, insert another comma, and then I'm going to need to define the height, which will be the month that I'm calculating to. So if I'm calculating to October from January, I'll need to define that as so. So I'm going to reference the cells above where I've just calculated the month number 10. So I'm going to calculate a rolling total from January to October, insert another comma, and I'm going to need to define the width, which again will just be 1. Since I'm only calculating from year 3 up until October. Now, once I've defined my criteria, I can close off both parentheses and select Enter to calculate. So I can see my rolling total from January all the way down to October will be reflected within this particular cell. The great thing about establishing with a match and offset as well as sum formulas is that you can reference using coordinates that you've defined clearly in a separate table. So as you can see above, I had previously defined October as well as the year 3, but if I were to change any of these values, for example, I'm looking to reference year 1, I can select that option, and I'll see that my profit totals as well as rolling totals will change. If I want to go up and change the month, I'm going to modify this to July. I can select that option, and I can quickly see the values accordingly. This will help you keep an eye on your values within a specific range if you've defined those coordinates within your table. So now you've seen how to use the match, offset, and sum formulas together in order to calculate values within a table. If you are constantly updating your tables and adding new data entries to your Excel worksheet, you can create conditional formulas to keep up to date with your new additions. Once you've inserted these calculations using the formulas such as counta and offset, you will not need to modify them again or adjust the data ranges that they reference. For example, if you have a large worksheet or a large table and you'd like to quickly count the values within that table, you can easily do this using the counta formula. Now, in order to count the number of orders that I have in my table located on the left-hand side of my worksheet, I'm first going to select a cell and I'm going to use the counta formula by inserting equals, followed by counta, and an open parentheses. Now, since I'm looking to calculate how many orders I have, I'm going to select my column E. After I've done this, I'm going to close off the parentheses. And within your table, if you have a header, for example, you will not want to count that in your orders. To remove the header, I'm going to insert a -1 and then select Enter to quickly count. So I can see indeed I have 11 orders. Now, again, if your worksheet is quite large and you'd like to keep an eye on your last order value, you can also use the offset formula. To do this, I'm going to select my cell just below, insert equals, followed by offset and an open parentheses. Now, since I'm looking to calculate my last order value, I'm going to be focusing on column E where my totals are located. So my first reference will be E2 for my reference value, and I'm going to insert a comma, and I'm going to need to define the rows. So since I've already calculated the total number of orders, I can reference that order formula just above. And again, I'm going to do -1, followed by a comma, and the width is just going to be focusing on this single column E, so I'm going to insert a 0. Now, after I've done this, I can close off the parentheses and select Enter, and I can see that my last value is $20. Now, if I go about making changes to my table, for example, I'm going to insert a new row just below by right-clicking and inserting a row. If I go down and add an additional value such as 45, select Outside, I can see that my values have changed on the right-hand side. I now have a last order value of $45, and I have a total number of orders that indicates 12 orders. Same goes for if I remove orders. So if I go to the left-hand side, and I'm going to hold Shift and select multiple rows, right-click, and I'm going to remove these rows, I can see that my last order has not changed, since my last order is still 45, but my total number of orders have changed since I've removed some rows. As you can see, once you set up these formulas, you can make changes and modifications to your table, and your formulas will still work since the reference values will automatically update as your data entries have been added or removed. So now you've seen how to use the counta and offset formulas to keep up to date with your table values in Excel.
Excel features several different formulas that can be used to return precise information relating to a particular month, day, or year. There are also formulas for calculating workdays and days elapsed between dates. As you can see, we have a table of orders and a list of dates said orders were made. We can use this list to extract date values such as the day, month, and year of a given cell. To find the day of a date, first select the cell, then insert an equal sign followed by the day formula. Then select the date value, close the parentheses, and hit Enter. As you can see, our day value corresponds to the date in our list, the 7th. We can then fill down the rest of our list by clicking and dragging. We can find the month of the date value in a similar fashion. Select the cell and enter an equal sign followed by the month formula. Select the date value, close your parentheses, and hit Enter. Our month value corresponds to the date in our list, February. And again, we can fill out the rest of the list by clicking and dragging. And lastly, we can find the year in essentially the same way. Select the cell and enter an equal sign followed by the year formula. Select the date value, close your parentheses, and hit Enter. And I'll just fill down like shown previously. We can use Excel to find more specific information like a date value's weekday. Select the cell and enter an equal sign followed by the weekday formula. We then need to select the date value and insert a comma. Weekdays are displayed numerically with this formula, so we need to specify how we want to order them. For example, we can use numbers 1 through 7 where 1 represents Sunday and 7 Saturday, or 1 through 7 where 1 represents Monday and 7 Sunday, and so on. Let's have 1 represent Monday by double-clicking it from the list. Close your parentheses and hit Enter. We now know that this order was placed on a Wednesday, and like before, I'll just fill out the rest of the list. We can use date formulas to perform more complex calculations like days elapsed between orders. Select the cell, then enter an equal sign followed by the days 360 formula. This formula uses a start and end date to calculate the days in between. So we should select our start date, insert a comma, and select the end date. Lastly, we need to enter another comma and choose our method. False is the US method of date keeping and true is the European way. Let's go with European. As always, close your parentheses and hit enter. We now know that 41 days elapsed between our first two orders. Let's fill down to complete the list. Excel allows for more specific calculations. We can calculate workdays elapsed between orders using the network days formula. Select the cell and enter an equal sign followed by network days. We then need to select our start date, insert a comma, and select the end date. You have the option to include holiday days in this formula too, but we won't do that right now. Close the parentheses and hit enter. We now know that 28 working days elapsed between our first two orders, and let's just fill the rest of our list. We can also calculate the date in a certain number of days, which can be handy if forecasting deadlines. So, for example, we want to find the target delivery date, which is 3 days into the future from the order date. Select the cell and enter an equal sign followed by the workday formula. With this formula, we choose the start date, then specify the number of working days, so we should insert a comma followed by 3 to find the target delivery date. You also have the option to include holidays here too, but we won't do that right now. Close the parentheses and hit enter to perform the calculation. We have now found the target delivery date for our first order. We can perform the same calculation but include weekends. Insert an equal sign followed by the workday.intl formula. Like before, we choose our start date, insert a comma, and specify the number of days, which is 3. We then need to insert another comma, where we will be prompted with the option to specify the weekend. Let's set Saturday and Sunday to be our weekend. Close the parentheses and hit enter. The target delivery date is now being displayed, but weekends are also being accounted for. I'll just fill out the rest of this list to complete our table. You've now seen how you can use formulas to retrieve information with dates in Excel. Some formulas in Excel can be used to automatically find a date according to specified criteria. You can find the current day and time and the equivalent date from a previous or future month, which are handy if you need to perform calculations based on fixed dates. As you can see, we have a list of different specific days and dates we want to find. We can do so using different automatic formulas. To start, let's find today's date. Select the cell, enter an equal sign, then simply insert the today formula, close your parentheses, and hit enter. And as easily as that, we have added today's date automatically. We can be even more specific by including the current date and time with the now formula. Select the cell, insert an equal sign followed by the now formula, close parentheses, and hit enter. Note that this will update with each workbook update or manual refresh. Let's move on to slightly more complex calculations by working with month ends. We can use the EO month formula to find the last day of a given month, whether it be the previous, current, or future month. First, let's find the last day of last month. Insert an equal sign followed by the EO month formula. We then need to choose our start date, so we'll reference today's date we previously inserted. Then insert a comma, and because we want to know the last day of last month, we need to insert -1. Close your parentheses and hit enter. As you can see, Excel has correctly found the last day of last month. Following essentially the same steps, we can find the last day of this month. Insert an equal sign followed by the EO month formula. Then reference today's date and insert a comma, but this time insert 0 as we want to find the last day of this month. Close the parentheses and hit enter. Let's go through this one more time to find the last day of next month. Insert an equal sign followed by the EO month formula. Then reference today's date and insert a comma followed by 1. As always, close your parentheses and hit enter. Note that we aren't limited to the immediate months relative to the reference date. We can find a date from 2 months away by inserting 2, and so on. Last, let's look at returning dates in past or future months. Using the eDate formula, we can find the reference date from the previous and next months. Insert an equal sign followed by the eDate formula. reference today's date, then insert a comma. And because we want to find this date for last month, we should insert -1. Close the parentheses and hit enter. And following the same steps, we can find this date for next month. Insert an equal sign, followed by the eDate formula. Reference today's date, insert a comma, but this time insert 1. Close the parentheses and hit enter. Knowing how to perform calculations based on a fixed date can be very useful, especially when working with future dates. Excel's rank function is very handy if you want to find a particular value in a data list. You can also find the smallest and largest values in a list by using the small and large formulas. So here we have a table of products on the right, and from here we want to find certain values and place them accordingly in our quantity list. To start, we need to find the minimum quantity. We can do so by inserting an equal sign followed by the min formula. We then need to select our range, which for us is the quantity column. Excel will find the lowest value from this range and display it once the calculation has been performed. Close your parentheses and hit enter to do so. We now know that the lowest quantity from the list is 1. We can find the largest using the max formula. Insert an equal sign followed by max. Select the range, close your parentheses and hit enter. We now know that the largest quantity is 14. We can find the rank of a given value amongst the range using the rank.eq formula. For example, say we wanted to know where the quantity of coffee makers ranks in relation to the full list. Insert an equal sign followed by rank.eq. We then need to choose the value to be ranked, which for us is quantity of coffee makers. Insert a comma to move on to the next argument. Then we need to choose the range we are comparing it against, which is the quantity list. Again, insert another comma. Finally, we can choose to rank in ascending or descending order. Descending will start with the highest value, while ascending will start with the lowest. Let's go with ascending. Close the parentheses and hit enter. We now know that the quantity of coffee makers is the 4th largest of the 6 products. It's a good idea to use absolute cell references for cell ranges when ranking values, as it will allow you to fill down or replicate the formula in a list and still refer to the same fixed range. We can make a reference absolute by placing $signs before the coordinates in the formula, like so. It's also important to note that if identical values are ranked, they will be given the same rank and the next rank is skipped. Next, let's look at using the large and small formulas. We can use these formulas to find a chosen rank amongst the data range. For example, say we wanted to find the 5th largest quantity from our quantity list. Insert an equal sign followed by the large formula. We then need to choose our range, which is the quantity column. Insert a comma to move on to the next argument. We then need to choose our rank. We have 6 products where 1 equates to the largest, 2 the 2nd largest, and so on. We want to find the 5th largest, so we'll insert 5. Close the parentheses and hit enter. As you can see, Excel is displaying the 5th largest value of the quantity list, which is 8. The small formula works in essentially the same way. This time let's find the 3rd smallest value. Insert an equal sign followed by the small formula. Select the range. Insert a comma. And this time let's reference cell B6 rather than inserting it manually. Close the parentheses and hit enter. We now know the 3rd smallest quantity is 10. We can find the smallest value if we insert 1 in cell B6. This is because we referenced the cell in the original formula as opposed to inserting it manually. This has been a basic overview of finding the largest and smallest values in a list. The concat and text join formulas can be used in Excel to combine in a single cell data taken from multiple cells in your worksheet. Before we begin, it's important to note that the concat formula has superseded the concatenate formula. Concatenate still works but has less functions than concat. We can use the concat formula to combine different data cells with user input data to form a single cell value. We want to use these first initials and surnames along with manually inserted data to create an email address list. Insert equals concat, then select the first cell and insert a comma. We want to separate with a period, so we'll insert a period between quotation marks as its user input data. We should then insert another comma and select the second cell reference. Lastly, we need to insert the domain, so within quotation marks, we'll insert @zabrowski.com. Close the parentheses and hit enter. As you can see, the concat formula has successfully combined cell references and user input data to create an email address. Also note the already inserted lowercase column that uses the lower formula to reference and convert the email address. Concat differs from concatenate in that concat allows you to include data ranges when referencing. For example, let's create an email address without a period separating the first initial and surname. Insert the concat formula, then select both the first initial and surname cell, then insert a comma, followed by the domain within quotation marks. Close the parentheses and hit enter. As you can see, concat allows us to use data ranges as arguments. Next, let's switch worksheets and look at the text join formula. Text join is handy as it allows us to combine text but also ignore empty cells, which is useful for larger datasets. We can set rules and delimiters as part of the formula and then apply it to the dataset. Insert the text join formula. The first argument we need to specify is the delimiter. The delimiter is the character that will separate values in a string. We want spaces to separate ours, so we'll insert a space within quotation marks and insert a comma to move on to the next argument. Next, we need to specify whether to ignore or include empty cells. We want to ignore, so we'll select true and insert another comma. Now that we've set rules, we just need to select our cell references, which are title, first and surnames. Remember to separate these with commas. Close the parentheses and hit enter. We can see our cells have been separated by spaces. And if we fill down, we can see the empty cell has also been ignored. You've now seen how to use the concat and text join formulas to combine data values in a single cell. You can use Excel functions to separate your data entries and extract the individual elements you need. We look at using the search, then, left, right, and mid functions to separate data into multiple cells in this video. As you can see, we have a row with a list of customer names. We want to extract different aspects of this data and place them in the table. To start, let's look at working with characters in text strings. We can use the len function to find the number of characters in a text string. Select the cell, which is the first character length cell. Type equals, followed by len, which we'll insert by navigating down and then selecting tab. Select the reference cell, which is our customer name cell. Close the parentheses and hit enter. We now know that there are 12 characters in this cell. 4 for John, 7 for Simpson, and 1 for the space. And I'll just fill this out for the rest of the column by selecting it and then clicking and dragging the bottom right corner. And move on to our next first name length cell. Next, let's look at using the search function to find just the first name length. Search can be used to locate a character and subsequently return the character number for a located value. Insert an equal sign, followed by the search function, which I'll insert with the tab key. The first argument we need to insert is find text, which in our case is the space character, so we'll insert quotation mark, space, quotation mark, and then a comma to move on to the next argument. Next, we need to choose our reference cell, which again is A2 or our first customer cell. Insert a comma to move on to the final piece of the argument, where we need to choose where to begin the search. Because we want to start from the first character, we should insert 1. And close the parentheses. Before we perform this calculation, we need to subtract 1 to account for the space character. So to quickly recap, we are searching for the space character in cell A2, starting from the first character. Because the space will be included in the character number, and because we only want to find the first name length, we are subtracting 1 to account for this. Hit enter to perform the calculation. As you can see, our calculation was performed successfully, and I'll just fill this out by selecting it and clicking the bottom right corner. We can find the last name length quickly and easily by subtracting first name length from character length. So I'll select this cell, insert an equal sign, reference the character length cell, insert a minus symbol, then reference the first name length cell, and -1 to account for the space. Hit enter to perform the calculation, and once again I'll just fill this out by selecting it and clicking and dragging the bottom right corner. Next, let's look at extracting string data from our cell. Using the left or right functions, we can extract data from a cell from a particular direction. Let's extract the first name. Insert an equal sign, followed by the left function, which I'll insert with the tab key. Then select the reference cell, which is again our customer name cell. Insert a comma to move on to the next argument, where we need to specify the number of characters, which we can do by referencing the first name length cell we found earlier. This will extract the first 4 characters starting from the left in our customer name cell. Close the parentheses and hit enter. As you can see, we have successfully extracted the first name from our customer cell. And we can fill this down by selecting it and clicking and dragging the bottom right corner. Using the right function, we can find the last name in the same way. Insert equals right with the tab key. Select the reference cell, which again is our customer cell. Insert a comma to move on to the next argument, and select the last name length cell. Then close parentheses and hit enter. And again, we'll just select this and fill it down by clicking and dragging. We know how to extract data from a particular direction, but what if we wanted to extract data from a specified point within the cell, such as the initial from our customer full name column? We can extract text from inside a string with the mid function. Insert an equal sign, followed by mid, which I'll insert with tab. The first argument we need to select is the text we are extracting from, so I'll select the first member of the full name column, John J. Simpson, and insert a comma to move on to the next argument, which is the location of the first character to extract from. We'll reference the first name length, which will start the extraction at the last letter of the first name. We want the middle initial though, so we'll just add 2 to this to account for that. And insert a comma to move on to the final argument, which is the number of characters to extract. We'll insert 2 as we want to extract the initial letter and period. So to recap, we are extracting string data from the customer full name column. The extraction will start at the first initial character because we are adding 2 to the first name length. The extraction will then pull 2 characters from this starting point, as that's the number we specified in the final argument. Close the parentheses and hit enter to perform the calculation. As you can see, we have successfully extracted the middle initials with the mid function, and so I'll just fill down before we continue, by selecting it and clicking and dragging the bottom right corner. We can also separate data into columns using the text to columns function. Select your data range, which for us is the customer column, then switch to the data tab, and select text to columns from within the data tools group. This will open a new window where we can configure how our data will be separated. We want to make sure delimited is toggled, and then click Next. We then need to specify the delimiters. Because our data is separated by spaces in each cell, we want to untoggle tabs and toggle space, and hit Next. Lastly, we need to choose the destination. Select the arrow icon to do so manually, then select the range, which is our customer names column, then re-click the arrow icon. Click Finish to perform the conversion. Click OK to confirm. We've now seen how you can separate data into multiple cells using several different functions in Excel. The sum product formula can be used to link calculations using multiple arrays and subsequently produce a summary of a data table. This is very useful if you need to use data that has already been added to a workbook and you don't want to break up complex data tables. Before we begin, it's important to note that all arrays used in a sum product formula must be the same dimensions. If not, the calculation will produce an error. To first demonstrate sum product, let's look at calculating the grand total from our items and price columns. Because our price list displays the cost of a single item, we can't simply perform a sum calculation on the list of prices. Each price must be multiplied by the quantity. This is where sum product is useful. In the grand total cell, insert an equal sign followed by the sum product formula. Then select the first array, which is the items column. Separate arguments with a comma. Then select the price column as a second array. Close the parentheses and hit enter. As you can see, we have successfully used the sum product formula to find the grand total for all items. We can also use sum product with nested formulas and defined values. Say we want to find the total expenditure for each customer in the table. In the customer total cell, insert a sum product formula. In our first nested formula, we want to define the customer name, so we should open new parentheses, select the customer list, insert an equal sign, and define the first customer, which is cell E2, and close parentheses. We then want to multiply this by items, so we'll insert an asterisk, open parentheses, and select the items column. Then close the parentheses and multiply this by the price array in the same way. Remember to close both parentheses. Before we perform this calculation, we need to convert these to absolute references, bar the cell value defining customer name, as we'll be using the fill down command. So I'll just insert $signs after each column and hit enter. We can then fill this down to complete our customer totals list. This has been a basic overview of creating automatic reports using the sum product formula. In Excel, you can use the VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP formulas to cross-reference the contents of two lists. If a value is found, it is returned. If not, an error is returned. This can be handy for checking missing values in your lists. As you can see, we have lookup codes and a code list. We want to cross-reference the code list to see if lookup codes will be returned. We can do so using the VLOOKUP formula. We'll begin by inserting the VLOOKUP formula in the first lookup result cell. The first argument we need to insert is the lookup value, which for us is the first lookup code, cell C2. The next argument is the table array, our code list. Because VLOOKUP takes data from columns, we need to specify the column index number. In our case, we'll insert 1 as the code list is from the first column. And lastly, we can range lookup to be approximate or exact match. Let's select false so our formula will only find an exact match. And close parentheses. Because we plan on filling this down, we should turn the reference range into absolute references, so I'll place $signs accordingly. Hit enter to perform the calculation, and then fill down for the rest of the list. If a cross-referenced result has been found, it appears in the list. If no result is found, an error is returned. If we click an error indicator, we can see that value not available error appears. Let's switch worksheets and look at cross-referencing with HLOOKUP. HLOOKUP works in essentially the same way as VLOOKUP, but it cross-references horizontally as opposed to vertically. We are going to use the order value from the main table and cross-reference it with the secondary value and discount table to find and apply the discount at checkout to the total price. Insert the HLOOKUP formula and then reference the lookup value cell, which for us is B6. We then need to choose our table array, which is the secondary table. Remember to convert these to absolute references as we'll be filling down. We then need to specify the row index number. Because we want to find the discount percentage, we'll insert 2 to specify row 2. And lastly, we can choose approximate or exact match. Let's go with exact. Close parentheses and hit enter to perform the cross-reference. And then fill down. Because the total column was already multiplying order value by discount, our total at checkout has now been found. This has been a basic overview of using VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP to cross-reference data in Excel. In Excel, you can use a calculation combining the if and VLOOKUP formulas to search for a value in two separate tables. This is very useful if you want to consult multiple data sources and use them to automatically complete a summary table. Before we look at any formulas, we should take a second to set up the example. As you can see, we have data tables for two suppliers, Home Service and Zebra Sky. And just below, we have the summary table. We want to find the supplier price per unit based on item code, and then supplier. We can use VLOOKUP to search for item codes. However, because the suppliers vary, we'll need to use an if variable in the formula. It's important to note before we continue that the supplier tables have been named. If we open the name box, we can see our named ranges, Home Service and Zebra Sky. This will make referencing them in the formulas much easier. And if we select one, we can see that this range doesn't include headers. Also note that item codes have been sorted alphabetically. Now that we know what we need to do, let's look at actually using formulas. Because the data list is vertical, we need to use a VLOOKUP. The first argument we need to insert is lookup value, which in our case is the item code. Insert a comma to move on to the next argument. We then need to insert our if variable because of the varying suppliers, so I'll type if and open new parentheses. Within an if formula, we have three arguments: logical test, value if true, and value if false. Our test will be for supplier, so we'll select the cell B12. We then need to insert our conditional. So, if B12 equals Zebra Sky, remember to include this within quotation marks, then our true value should consult the Zebra Sky table, which has been previously named. Naturally then, the value if false will be the Home Service table. We can now close this parenthesis and return to our original formula. Here we need to insert a comma to move on to the next argument, and specify the column index number. Because we're finding supplier price, we'll specify column 2. And lastly, we'll select false as we want an exact match, and close parentheses. Let's quickly recap what we're doing before we perform the calculation. We are first looking up item code, D12. Then the formula will check supplier. If it says Zebra Sky, the formula will consult the Zebra Sky table. If not, it will consult the Home Service table. Then within these tables, the formula will pull data from the second column, which is supplier price. Hit enter to perform the calculation. As you can see, our calculation was successful. The price and supplier match the corresponding data table. We have $157 here, and if we check the supplier, we can see it's Zebra Sky, and if we go to the data table, we can see that the price matches here, $157. We can then fill this down to complete our table. And if we check a Home Service item, we can see that the price corresponds here too. If you change the supplier name in the table, let's change the first item to Home Service. We can see the price updates automatically as the supplier reference has been updated. This has been a basic overview of performing a search across two tables using the VLOOKUP and if formulas. You can use the VLOOKUP formula to perform lookup operations with lists and return corresponding values. This can be handy if you need to quickly retrieve data and fill out your tables. As you can see, we have a table here with columns for city and state. If we switch worksheets, we can see the reference table containing a list of cities and their corresponding states. We can use VLOOKUP to find and return corresponding values and complete our original table. Before we start, it's important to note that if you're performing an approximate match, the data should be sorted in reference according to reference value. However, if performing an exact match, the data doesn't need to be sorted. Let's return to our original worksheet. Begin by inserting a VLOOKUP formula. Then select the lookup value, which for us is F2 from the city column. We then need to select our array, which is located in the second worksheet. We need city and state, so we'll select these columns from the table. Remember to change these to absolute references if you plan on filling out your table. Next, we need to specify the column index number. We are essentially choosing which column we want to pull data from and place in our table. Because we're inserting states, we should insert 2. And lastly, we'll select false as we only want exact matches. Close parentheses and hit enter to perform the calculation. As you can see, we've been returned to the original table and our formula has worked successfully. We can then fill this down to find and display the corresponding states. If you don't have a separate data source, you can use VLOOKUP in a single formula using an array constant. This can often be neater, but it also requires you to build a full reference table within a single formula. Begin by inserting a VLOOKUP formula and selecting the lookup value. To build an array in a formula, we must use curly brackets. It can help to visualize anything within these curly brackets as cells in a table. The text in each cell needs to be within quotation marks. Our first item is San Francisco. To create a horizontal split or jump to the next column, we insert a comma. We now need to insert the state, which is California. To create a new row, we separate items with a semicolon. Our next city is New York. Which is, of course, in the state New York. Again, I'm creating a new row by inserting a semicolon. And let's insert one more city, Rochester, which is in the state of New York also. Once finished, remember to close curly brackets. Before we continue, let's imagine what this array would look like as a table. We have 6 items split into 2 columns. The first column is for cities, San Francisco, New York, and Rochester, while the second column is for states, California, New York, and New York. Horizontal splits are marked with commas, while new rows are marked with semicolons. Returning to our VLOOKUP formula, we need to specify the column index number, so we'll insert a comma to move on to the next argument. And because we're inserting states, we'll select 2 because we're pulling data from the second column. And lastly, let's set this to false. Close parentheses and hit enter. As you can see, our formula has worked successfully. We can then fill this out as far as our array allows us. Note the error message for Santa Barbara as it wasn't included in the original array. This has been a basic overview of using VLOOKUP to insert data automatically. You can connect multiple services to your account and view the details associated with your Office installation in Excel. We'll also look at managing your connected services such as SharePoint, OneDrive, and the Office Store, all from your Microsoft account. First, let's look at how we can consult an Office account. On the right of the title bar of the Excel window, your account username is visible. Clicking your username will open a drop-down menu. From here, we can view the account via a web browser or get details on the account by selecting Account Settings. We can switch accounts from this drop-down menu too. We can also access Account Settings if we go to File, then select Account. Here on the left, we can see user information such as the email address associated with this account and user photo. Just below, we have links to sign out or switch account. Next, let's look at viewing our Office product information. Here displayed on the right, we can see our subscription model and sign-in details. Just below, we have the option to change the product key. We can configure Office updates too. We have options to perform an update now, disable updates altogether, view the update history, or view further information on updates. From this same pane, we can view and add connected services. Some services may automatically be added when signing in with an Office account such as SharePoint or OneDrive. We can add a service with the below button. If we hover over Storage, we can add additional OneDrive or SharePoint sites. We can also add other sites and Office Store apps which can use your personal Microsoft account to add sites and additional services. Let's select Storage and connect a Microsoft account to add a personal OneDrive account. You'll need your email address and password to do so. As you can see, we have successfully connected a personal OneDrive to Excel. To remove a service, simply select the Remove link and then click Yes. Note that some services can't be removed because they're connected to an Office account used to sign into or activate Office 2019. That's why OneDrive and SharePoint appear here without the Remove link. This has been a basic overview of managing your account and connected services. You can use add-ins to get the most out of Excel. You can browse or search the add-in store, easily install an add-in, and access the Manage Install add-ins from the Office ribbon. To access add-ins, first switch to the Insert tab, where we will be working from the add-ins group. We can access the add-ins store by clicking Get Add-ins and view already installed add-ins by selecting My Add-ins. On the right, we can see some recommended ones, Bing Maps and People Graph. Let's add Maps. You may be asked to trust the add-in before proceeding. I'll just zoom out so we can get a better view of the add-in. Click Trust this add-in to approve. And as simple as that, we have added an add-in. With this add-in, we can provide supplementary materials for our data. Next, let's look at browsing the add-in store. From the add-ins group, select Get Add-ins. This is the add-ins store. On the left, we have a list of the different available categories. You can further sort the display too. Click the arrow at the top right to open the sorting menu. We can sort by suggestions, rating, or name. For example, if we select rating, it will sort them so that the higher rated add-ins appear at the top and the lower rated ones appear at the bottom. We can search for add-ins using the above search box. Let's search for Colorizer. Hit Enter to perform the search. Click the green Add button to add it immediately to Excel, or click the add-in name to view more details. Here we can see further details including a more extensive description and reviews. Click the green Add button to add. As you can see, our add-in has been successfully added and now appears as a side panel. Once you insert an add-in, it will be available in either add-in groups or the My Add-ins menu. If working with multiple add-ins, it's important to know how to manage them. We can view our add-ins if we open the Add-ins menu. From here, we can see recently used add-ins, view all, and open the add-ins options menu. We can also access our add-ins if we select Get Add-ins and switch to the My Add-ins tab. From here, we can select an add-in, then click the below Add button to add it. Let's reopen our Add-ins tab. If we click the three dots beside an add-in, we can see options to view details or rate and review. If we switch to the Admin Managed tab, we can see any add-ins managed by our organizational admin. Let's return to the My Add-ins tab. If we click the Manage My Add-ins link to the top right, a web browser will open where you can manage available Office add-ins. I'll just close this window for now. To remove an add-in, we need to open the add-in menu, then click the three dots and select Remove. Select Remove again to confirm. Click the Close button to close this menu. This has been a basic overview of installing and managing add-ins in Excel. You can create your own custom templates in Excel. Once you have a base workbook ready, you can save it using the Excel template format to your default template location for further reuse. As you can see, we have a base workbook here we want to turn into a template. Before we save this as a template though, we need to check the save location for custom templates. By default, custom templates are saved to the templates folder. We can access this folder by typing the following into Cortana search. So that's %appdata %Microsoft /templates. This will open an Explorer window with a list of already added templates. This is where we want to save any future templates. We can see the folder path from the above navigation bar. Let's minimize this and return to Excel. We can double check the default save location if we go to File, then Options, and switch to the Save tab. Here, beside default personal templates location, we can see our template save location. If yours is blank, you can copy the path from the File Explorer and paste it here. You can modify this if necessary too, but we won't do that right now. Now that we know our template will save to the correct location, let's close this window and look at how we can save a workbook as a template. Go to File, then select Export, click Change File Type, select Template from the list on the right, and then click Save As. If you're not directed to the default location automatically, you can copy it from the File Explorer seen previously. We'll just open it, activate the navigation bar, press Ctrl+C to copy, return to our Save window, activate this navigation bar and press Ctrl+V to paste it here, and press Enter to select it. These steps are important because if your template isn't saved here, it won't appear in the Personal tab of Templates view in Excel. Once the correct location has been found, name your template and hit Save. Let's call this Estimated Values template and click Save. Now let's look at how we can use a custom template. I'll just close this workbook for now and reopen Excel from the taskbar. From the Start page, switch to the Personal tab. From here, we can see any templates saved to the default save location, including the template we just saved, Estimated Values template. Simply click it to open it. We can now work on this template and save it as a separate workbook while the template itself will remain. To delete a template, we must delete the file from the default template location. I'll just close this workbook once again and reopen our File Explorer. Find your file, select it and press Delete. Removing a template from here will also remove it from the Personal tab in Excel. So if we open Excel once again and switch to the Personal tab, we can see our template no longer appears here. You've now seen how to create and manage a custom template in Excel. If you frequently use Excel, you'll want to know how to customize its user and input behavior. We look at activating and deactivating the live preview function, switching off the quick analysis tools, hiding the mini toolbar, and more in this video. Before we look at configuring functions, let's demonstrate some of Excel's toolsets. When you select text in a text box, a mini toolbar appears. This can be handy as it allows you to quickly format text. Another function Excel uses is Live Preview. To demonstrate this, with a cell selected, let's open the Font Size menu from the Home tab and hover over sizes to preview them in the document itself. Live Preview can be handy as it allows you to see what changes will look like before actually making them. And lastly, we can access the quick analysis tools if we select a range and then click the quick analysis icon that appears to the bottom right. This gives you quick access to formatting, charts, totals, tables and sparklines. Though each of these functions serves a practical purpose, you may want to deactivate them. To do so, go to File, then Options, where we will be configuring under User Interface Options in the General tab. Uncheck the Show Mini Toolbar box to deactivate the mini toolbar after selecting text. Just below, we can deactivate the Quick Analysis options on selection. This will also hide the Quick Analysis button. And beneath this, we can disable Live Preview by checking the Enable Live Preview box. Let's return to the workbook and see have the features been disabled. If we select some text, we can see that the mini toolbar no longer appears. Similarly, if we mouse over font size, we can see that Live Preview has also been disabled. And if we select a range, the Quick Analysis button no longer appears. Though disabling these gives you less functionality, it can create a more streamlined workflow. We can also customize screen tips. Screen tips are short descriptions that appear when you hover over tools and options. For example, if we hover over the clear icon, we can see Excel gives a short description on the clear commands functionality. If you're comfortable with Excel's commands, you may want to disable screen tips so they don't get in the way. To do so, go to File, then Options, and move your mouse to User Interface Options within General. From here, open the Screen Tip Style menu. We can set it to display descriptions and names, only the command name, or hide screen tips entirely. Let's set it to Don't Show Screen Tips. Click OK to save your changes and return to the document. And if we hover over the Clear command once again, we can see that the screen tip no longer appears. This has been a basic overview of configuring user and input behavior in Excel. You can configure the default formula options in Excel so that they perform the desired calculation by default. In this video, we look at adjusting your default cell reference format and how to turn off formula autocomplete. Before we disable anything, let's first highlight certain functions and demonstrate some formula tools. As you may already know, by default, columns and rows are represented by letters and numbers respectively. A cell's coordinates are then where the column and row intersect. We can view a selected cell's coordinates from the name box to the top left of the interface. Using this name box, we can jump to cells manually in the worksheet. For example, if we type A3 into the name box and hit Enter, note the new selection. We can also use the name box to view any named ranges by clicking the box's arrow. The name box can also be used to view cell references. You may have already noticed that when you type a formula, autocomplete can be used to quickly complete the formula for you. For example, if we enter an equal sign followed by AV, we can see a list of possible formulas based on what we've typed. We can quickly add one by double-clicking it from the list. I'll just press Escape to cancel this before we continue. Another formula tool is the ability to refer to data ranges using table names in formulas, as long as the data range has been formatted as an Excel table. Now that we've established formula options, let's look at configuring them. We can change the referencing style so that we can refer to both rows and columns numerically. To do so, go to File, then Options, and switch to Formulas. Beneath the Working with Formulas heading, check the OR1C1 referencing style box. If desired, you can disable Formula Autocomplete. Just below, uncheck the Formula Autocomplete box. With this disabled, we will no longer be able to see previews when typing formulas. And beneath this, we can disable the Use Table Names in Formulas function. With this deactivated, you will have to reference data ranges rather than the table name. Click OK to save your changes and return to the workbook. As you can see, both columns and rows display numbers now, and that these numbers are preceded by OR to indicate row or C to indicate column in the cell coordinates. And if we begin typing a formula, we can see that autocomplete has been successfully disabled. This has been a basic overview of configuring your default formula options in Excel. Excel's default settings can be modified to suit your preferences. You can specify how many worksheets are created in a new document, the default font use, and even the view mode that is active when the workbook is first opened. To start, let's look at adjusting our workbook defaults. Go to File, Then select Options and scroll to the When Creating New Workbooks heading. We can change the default font from the top drop-down menu. For example, let's change this to Arial. So now each time we open a new workbook, any text inserted will be done so using the Arial font. Similarly, we can adjust the default font size. Let's change this to 12. We can also change the default view. We can leave it set to normal view or change it to page break preview or page layout view. Let's change it to page layout view. And lastly, we can adjust the default number of worksheets in a workbook upon opening. Let's change this to 3. Select OK to confirm. Note that you will need to close and restart Excel to allow changes to take place. With this in mind, let's close this document and reopen Excel from the taskbar. And select a blank workbook. As you can see, our defaults have been successfully changed. Page layout view is now the default view. We have 3 worksheets. And if we type, we can see we are typing in Arial font size 12. Next, let's look at adjusting Excel's input and navigation default. Go to File, then Options, and switch to Advanced, where we will be making changes under the Editing Options heading. By default, the selection's direction of movement after pressing Enter is down. We can change this from the top drop-down menu. We can move it down, right, up or left. We can enable or disable fill handles by checking or unchecking this box. Fill handles allow you to extend data patterns by clicking and dragging the bottom right of a cell or selection. We can choose to allow or disallow editing directly in cells. With this activated, you can edit a selected cell by simply typing. With this deactivated, you need to enter edit mode before making changes. And we can enable or disable autocomplete for cell values. Autocomplete will complete cells based on already inserted data in the same column. We can also enable or disable flash fill, which will automatically complete data in a column intelligently. Lastly, let's look at adjusting recent and pinned settings. In the Advanced tab in Options, scroll to the Display heading. From here, we can change the number of recent workbooks that gets displayed. It's currently set to 50. Below this, we can toggle the option to quickly access recent workbooks. With this checked, a certain number of workbooks will be visible from the File Backstage view beneath Options and Account. You can update this certain number from the field on the right. And finally, we can adjust the number of unpinned recent folders. This is handy if you're using a large number of folders frequently. Click OK to save your changes and return to the document. This has been a basic overview of customizing your document default settings. It's important to know how to configure your save options when working in Excel. In this video, we look at adjusting the default save format and location. To access save options, go to File, then Options, and switch to the Save tab. From here, we can configure the default save format. By default, Excel files will save as XLSX files. We can change this from the top drop-down menu. Let's change this so that by default, documents save as an older version of Excel. Just below, we can change the frequency at which auto-recover saves information. It's currently set to save every 10 minutes. Or turn it off completely by checking this box. Auto-recover is used to automatically save documents in the event of a crash or error when manually saving. Note that it doesn't replace saving manually. If we check the Save to Computer by Default box, Excel will suggest a location on the computer rather than an online location such as OneDrive by default. We can also change the default save location on the computer itself from the below bar. Let's select OK to save our changes and demonstrate a new configuration. I'll just open a new workbook by pressing Ctrl N. Then I'll quickly save it by pressing Ctrl S. Note that the Documents folder appears here as it's been set as our default save location. However, I want to save this to our desktop, so I'll select Browse and then select Desktop and click Save. And if we go to our desktop, so I'll just minimize these, we can see our file has been saved as an older version of Excel like we set as default earlier. This has been a basic overview of customizing your save options in Excel. You can customize the interface in Excel to best suit your needs. In this video, we look at changing the background and theme, customizing your Office copy, and changing your window and status appearance, as well as language settings. First, let's look at changing the background and theme. Go to File, then select Account from the bottom left. We can change the Office background from this drop-down menu. Note the previews in the top right corner as I hover over the available options. Select the style to apply it. We can also change the theme. We can choose from colourful, dark grey, black and white. Let's change this to dark grey. Note that this isn't simply a stylistic choice. Having a darker interface can improve legibility, especially when working at night. Next, let's look at customizing our Office copy. Select Options, and within General, scroll to the Personalize heading. From here, we can change the username. We leave ours set to Homotic, and choose to toggle Always use these values regardless of sign-in. This will override any user indicators or settings specified by the Office account being used. We'll untoggle this for now though. We also have below the same background and theme options seen earlier. Now that we've customized Excel's interface, let's look at customizing the window and status bar appearance. At the bottom of the General tab, we can see Startup options. We can choose to show or hide the start screen when the application starts by checking or unchecking this box. If this is deactivated, you will be taken to a new blank workbook when opening Excel, unless opening an existing workbook. If activated, Excel will open on the start screen. Let's hit OK and return to our document to look at how we can customize the status bar. The status bar appears along the bottom of the interface and displays different information and functions related to the worksheet. For example, our status bar currently displays the Zoom tool. We can customize this by right-clicking it, and then checking or unchecking the features you want to show or hide. Figure out which tools work best for you and update your status bar accordingly. You may also want to change the language settings in Excel. Before we go into the setting, we should highlight how Office distinguishes between language settings. We have the display language, which is found in buttons, menus, and other controls seen here in the ribbon, and the editing language, which is used for proofing documents with things such as spelling and grammar. We can configure these via File, then Options, and select Language. From here, we can set the editing language preferences and display language preferences. Any installed languages will appear in this box. As you can see, the default editing language is UK English, and so is marked in bold. Note that you can add additional editing languages from the below drop-down menu. Here we can see a list of available languages. Simply select one. We'll click French, then click Add to add it. If desired, we can then set this as default by selecting it, then clicking Set as default. But note that you will have to restart Office for it to take effect. We'll cancel this for now. You can remove a language from the list by selecting it and then clicking Remove. We have similar options for the display and help languages. Any installed languages will appear in these boxes. You can change the order of preference by selecting a language in the list and then clicking the up arrow. Note it's now the default language because it's listed first. You can downgrade a language by selecting the down arrow. Note you can install a display language from office.com with the below link. Selecting this will redirect you to a web page where you can download and then install language packs. However, we'll close this for now with the X icon. Select OK to save your changes and return to Excel. Note that you will need to restart Office for language changes to take effect. This has been a basic overview of customizing your interface in Excel. You can add shortcuts to the Quick Access toolbar in Excel. The toolbar is accessible from nearly all screens in Word, so adding frequently used tools can really speed up your workflow. The Quick Access toolbar is located to the top left of the Excel window. As you can see, we currently have 3 shortcuts: Quick Save, Undo, and Redo. We can easily add some more. Simply click the arrow to the right of the tools to view a list of different shortcuts we can add. Let's add the Email and Quick Print tools. Select it from the list, and do the same for other functions. Open the menu and select it from the list. Note the new icons on the toolbar. We can now quickly email or print this document from the toolbar. The drop-down menu only displays the most popular commands. If the command you want to add doesn't appear here, you can access a longer list by selecting More Commands. From this new window, simply select the command from the left list. Let's add Copy, and then click the Middle Add button. We can adjust the order in which the icons on the toolbar appear from here. Select the command, then click the up or down arrows to the right. We can remove commands in the same way we added them. Select it from the right list, and click the middle Remove button. Click OK to save your changes and return to the document. Note our updated toolbar. We can also remove tools by clicking the arrow on the toolbar and unticking the command, or by right-clicking directly on the icon itself and selecting Remove from Quick Access toolbar. Again, note the updated toolbar. We can even adjust the toolbar's position. Select the arrow on the toolbar once again and select Show below the ribbon. Note the toolbar's new position. Follow the same steps to return it to its original position. Open the drop-down menu and select Show above the ribbon. This has been a basic overview of customizing the Quick Access toolbar in Excel. The Office ribbon is the most important element in Excel as it houses all the tools used when creating a workbook. You can also customize it to add your own tabs and functions, giving you greater creative control and increasing your workflow. As you may already know, we have a list of tabs, and the commands displayed on the ribbon vary depending on which tab is selected. Let's look at the different ways we can customize the ribbon. If you want more space for the document itself, you can quickly hide the ribbon by double-clicking the selected tab, like so. We can show the ribbon temporarily by clicking any tab once, but note if you click the document, the ribbon will hide once again. To return the ribbon permanently, simply double-click the tab. Now, if we click the document, the ribbon remains in place. We can view more display options if we click the ribbon icon to the top right of the window. We can auto-hide the ribbon. This will hide the ribbon, leaving only the document. We can show the ribbon again by clicking the above toolbar once it turns green. Clicking anywhere in the document will hide it again. The ribbon display options are also accessible here at the top right of the interface. We can choose to show only tabs, which will naturally only show tabs. Clicking a tab will show commands, and clicking the document will hide it. And lastly, we can set it to show tabs and commands, which will return it to its default state. We can even create custom tabs. To access the ribbon's options menu, go to File, then select Options, and switch to the Customize Ribbon tab. The list on the left displays commands, while the right list displays our tabs. Let's create a custom tab. Select the New Tab button below the tab list. We then need to name our tab. Select it, and click the below Rename button. Type the name and hit OK. Let's call our tab Sharing. Then we need to do the same for the group. Select it and click the Rename button. Let's call this group Email. You can also give your group a symbol if you want. Next, let's look at adding some commands. Currently, only the most popular commands are being displayed. Open the above drop-down menu to change the commands displayed. Select commands not in the ribbon to view new options. Let's add the email command to our sharing group. Find it from the list, select it and click the middle Add button. Let's reopen the drop-down menu and view a new list of commands from the File tab. Let's add some more email commands. Email as PDF attachment and email as XPS attachment. Click OK to save your changes and return to the document. As you can see, our custom tab and commands have been successfully added to the ribbon. Tabs can be easily removed. Reopen the Customize Ribbon tab by right-clicking the ribbon and selecting Customize the ribbon. From here, select your custom tab and click the middle Remove button. Click OK to save your changes and return to the document. As you can see, our ribbon has been returned to normal. The ribbon is the most important element in Excel, so knowing how to customize it is an essential skill. This has been a basic overview of customizing the ribbon in Excel.